run. No need for hesitation. The bass is pumping and everybody's smiling.
Happy people gather round.
We will party all night long. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to have together. No more limitation. United as one nation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. Joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to have together. No more limitation. United as one nation.
Let's go, get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite. I really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I feel so fine. I'm making moves and getting mine. And I need you to get in line. 'Cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right. Huh. Let's go, get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite. I really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I feel so fine. I'm making moves and getting mine. And I need you to get in line. 'Cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right.
Yeah, hey, hey, yeah. Some days you just can't find the right words to say. And deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your way. Yeah, yeah. I know that it's hard sometimes when the world's closing in on you. But as long as we stand together, there's not a thing that we can't do. Oh, we can do this. when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when the dime when I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot for you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Well, I had my eyes on you for a little while now, but you never noticed 'cause you had a man. Ooh, yeah, and it's plain to see how bad I want you, girl. I'm trying to be much more than friends. Hey, so you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. Tell me, baby. I wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you, 'cause you take me as I am. off her seat. Go and tell your mama to come out in the street. 'Cause it's all going on right here. We're gonna make it perfectly clear. When you hear our voices ringing in your ear. Yeah, 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 yeah. Go and tell your mama she better come around. Yeah.
We got the mother of all parties, and it's about to go down. Yeah.
Yes, we're having a celebration. We're gonna rock the entire nation.
It's a win-win situation, so gotta lay it down.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Your mama got to tell. Your mama got to tell. Your mama, you got to go and tell your mama.
Let's be having a celebration.
Gonna rock the entire nation.
It's gonna be a sweet sensation, so
Mama,
lay it down.
Go and tell your mama.
Get up on your feet, guys.
Go and tell your mama. Tell your mama, yeah. Go and tell your mama. Tell your mama, yeah.
My bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me. 'Cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you. Honey is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. take away my mint Cadillac. Take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night, all I want is you. Honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, 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 yeah. In the morning, well, early in the morning, late in the evening, right around noontime, right about noontime, baby, 24/7. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. In the morning, well, it's early in the morning, late in the evening, baby, late in the evening, right around noontime, round about noontime, 24/7. I believe it's 24/7, baby. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you. Honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Early in the morning, late in the evening. Well, it's about late in the evening, baby. Right around noontime, 24/7, 24/7. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Oh, how, oh yeah, 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 yeah.
I've had days of struggle, nothing quite as rough as today. Held, I've been held up, nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I, not a man for crying, for a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me to think that you might say I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. Hey, I've had days of struggle, nothing quite as rough as today. Held, I've been held up, nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I, not a man for crying, for a storm.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
A very, very, very good morning to everyone tuning in this morning. It's the final day of group stages. Maybe, depending on tiebreakers. We will maybe have tiebreakers tomorrow. But for now, we still have 4 series coming your way. And of course, everything joining in with the PogChamp Pandas. There's only like a couple days left, guys. Brian.
Cheer.
Interesting to see you here this morning.
It is.
It is.
Yes.
Yes.
Indubitably.
I think if you wear that hat, you cannot talk like that.
That's true. It's
What's happening?
It's a literal opposite of that. God, that's such a good character. Keep it up. The whole panel better be that voice.
Yes.
Yeah.
How many words can you say like that?
How many would you like? That's tough.
You used to speak British, so this is perfect. Right up your alley.
It's not British.
You speak
Yes, you
British
did.
now.
We saw the interview.
No, I'm saying this wasn't British. This was something else.
No, that was
But it's
British.
still British.
Really?
It's
Yeah.
posh. But
Indubitably.
Indubitably.
I feel like that was the undead zombie vampire
Yeah.
voice. The British.
Somehow
undead
that
zombie
came out of
vampire.
you.
Yeah.
Could be.
Brings the worst out in me. That's what happens when you get bit. You ever get that bite, Brian? You know,
I might be getting it right now.
do the voice.
I might be getting it right now.
Turned southern. My goodness.
That is a little bit of a different voice. As I was saying, it's so nice, or at least it wasn't nice, that we only have a couple days left. I was, now I'm just happy that there's only
Fever, for once, I didn't derail.
You did not.
I'm just sitting here enjoying myself. You know?
How are you doing this morning as an upstanding panelist?
Great, thank you so much. I'm really happy to wake up in the very tiny Swedish beds that they have here. Happy to come in the Uber that they never turn on the air because there's no air conditioning. And then, of course, the pizza at home. Couldn't cut it, so just didn't eat it. They don't cut it for you. Just leave it there rotting.
Okay, first of all, you are staying in an apartment. There's cutlery there. They have a knife. They also have a bread knife in the apartment, so there's an extra big knife. You can cut
Cut your
that way.
pizza.
You could fold it like a sandwich and eat it that way as
I'm
well.
not
if
an
you really
animal. I
want.
may look like one.
Did you eat the pizza or not?
I ate it days ago.
Oh, you're good.
I would never waste food. You know me, Fever. You should know me. You saw me with both pizza boxes. I ate
How did you cut it?
2
though?
boxes.
Huh?
How did you cut it?
8 boxes.
With a knife.
You used a knife.
Yeah, it's. But
Some
by,
people
by
use
the ti-
scissors.
by
There's
the
also
time you
scissors.
do that, it's like
I
the
didn't have scissors in
toppings
my
are
apartment.
everywhere. They don't stay on the pizza. It's just a mess. It's such a hassle.
You're
You
here
spin
for
the
another
thing
few
in.
days, and you can go home to sliced
Yeah.
pizza.
Let's
God.
okay, because we
Gonna
got
be okay.
some things planned. So we're gonna
My
go through this, gentlemen. If we can pay attention for just
focus
a
on,
little
focus
bit.
Okay.
Because, as I said, it's the final day of group stage 2, and that means we're one step closer to knowing how many points we're handing out. And of course, when I'm talking about points, I'm talking about the Esports World Cup and the finals in Riyadh that are upcoming. We are getting 8 teams based on points, making it to the Esports World Cup without having to qualify. And on top of that, there are 2 extra teams in Gaming Gladiators and another one from a Chinese tournament, and those get the invite. But other than those teams, there's still a couple of teams in the running, and the closer we get to the finale, the closer we get to finding out who makes it based on points. And as you can see, there's already been a shift, because teams have already been handed out a bunch of points that they will minimally get out of this Dream League. And the saddest realization, Brian, that you will have when looking at this is
Enigma Galaxy's probably out.
I was going to say Avulus.
Yes.
Poor
Oh,
Avulus.
poor Avulus.
Poor Avulus, they're knocked out of the top 8.
Well, they're not even close, though. They're like 10th.
but they were 8,
Yeah, they were.
That's true.
and now not anymore. I will say, I am also on Brian's side that Enigma Galaxy is looking quite sad on that part, because they are eliminated, and it is unlikely for them to get a whole bunch more points. They are still very much rooting against Aurora and against Yakult brothers.
How many?
And
How many?
against...
That's it.
Oh, no,
I
that's
think
it.
they're only rooting against them, but they also have one more series today where they can gain some extra points, right?
Yeah, that's what I was
Which
gonna
might
say. What's the
matter.
difference between like 7th and 8th?
I think it's 200.
I mean,
Oh, well,
it's
I'm
matter
glad
given.
you asked. Actually, it will change up our rotation a little bit, but can we see the prize pool? Or this is a little bit of a change
That'll
of
help,
order,
yeah.
but it's very handy to see it. The difference between
It's
7th and
400.
8th is 400 points.
I think Nigma Galaxy can mathematically also get 6th. Is that possible? I think there's two other. So
Oh, if Yakult
Liquid,
brothers were to lose.
so
Yeah.
Liquid are 1 and 5, right?
And so is Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, and then above them is a team that's 2 and 5, correct?
Yakult
if,
brothers.
okay,
is
I will
2 and
say
4 right now.
if Nigma wants to have a shot at making it,
To Riyadh.
no, 6th.
Oh.
keep it up.
I was gonna say they needed to get 6th if they want to.
I
continue
think
with the
that's
way you were
not
saying.
a guarantee because Yakult and Talon and Aurora are doing quite okay, but we'll get to that in a little bit. Nigma and Aurora are facing each other, so that might be Nigma's help to keep the destiny in their own hands. And if they win that series, potentially by that time things will look different already. So we don't know yet. There's so many tiebreaker scenarios, you guys. We'll get to that in a little bit. But first, let's take a look at what happened yesterday, because all the points we just saw on the board were all handed out because we were getting a little bit closer to knowing how things play out. Yesterday was a normal day. We had 2 2-0s and 2 2-1s. And we want to give a little bit of extra attention to a series we saw yesterday between Flipster Talon and BetBoom
Oh, really?
team.
Okay, good. I'm
What?
gonna say Aurora Yakult is the weirdest series I've ever cast.
Why?
It was very weird. Kiyotaka things.
Kiyotaka is a strange, polarizing player, that is for sure. This series was also quite polarizing. We saw the full 3 games, but the first 2, Brian, were just so...
Uneventful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we see
that's
that
where I was going.
Talon is down 15-5 in this game, and it felt like they were really content farming. They even had 23 Savage on a carry tied, and they were still farming. But they waited. They waited their time, you know, and then they took these like couple fights on their own triangle that turned the game in their favor. And I'll just say, you know, patience seemed like the name of the game in this series, especially if you're a viewer, because there was just a lot of low kill counts as the games went on. This one was a bit more of a back and forth, but meaning like kill-wise, people were actually brawling a lot.
Yeah.
But it was more of a hunt from Miera on the axe, and Flipster Talon, I feel like, kind of keeled over pretty quickly in this one.
Well, it's all in preparation of this game, Sinren.
Yeah, this one was strange because we looked at the drafts and we thought, okay, this is probably going to be a pretty short game one way or the other. Like either BetBoom runs it over or they fail their early mid-game timing with this semi-push strategy. And then Talon will take map control and then end. But we got a little bit of a mix. BetBoom lost the laning stage with this lineup, which makes it hard to push. But then Talon took a very long time to break the high ground. This became a true late game slogfest.
You know, Shiver, usually I don't remember the games I cast past the 10-minute mark.
Of course.
But that one was different because
Yeah.
I had to pee so bad. I was begging for the game to end. And I'm not kidding. I had a cup of water that I had drank on the table. And I was thinking of the worst. If it had to continue, what would I do in that scenario?
With that cup of water.
Yes.
Drink it first.
It was already empty.
Oh, okay.
That's the issue, you
Yes.
see.
I'm following your logic.
I thought I would have my
Okay,
my
I will be
moment.
very honest. There's a toilet not too far from here. You know that
So you
there's an
think
extra
so?
toilet
Oh, I didn't
here?
know. I thought I had to go all the way to the
No,
main.
no. And also, I don't think you are the first commentator to leave mid-cast to go pee.
Oh,
I
yeah,
was
I-
thinking you could do a combo with Cap where he like shakes the bottle and empties it for water and then you can use it after.
So that happened to me for an artifact tournament,
Oh.
actually, except it was a worse issue, let's say.
Okay.
Flax had to solo cast for a bit.
But it worked.
Yeah.
Wait, it worked. Well,
But it's like nobody. Did anybody
Sure
know? Did anybody notice?
Oh, of course. The
No.
host had to come and cast
Okay,
because I
yeah.
just wouldn't leave the
listen,
bathroom at that
like,
point.
but did the viewers notice?
It was artifact. Not a kid.
See, I think if you leave to go pee and Cinderin talks for, I don't know how long it takes to go. Like he talks for
See, that
5
is the
minutes
issue.
by
Okay,
himself.
not to get into specifics here, but I will, of course. I have some issues, let's say. If I hold it too long And this actually occurred after the game. I went to the bathroom. How long do you think it took me to pee?
It
Oh,
will
this is-
probably take you like a couple minutes to be able
4
to.
minutes.
This is a good game.
4 minutes.
Oh, I thought we were gonna.
That's a long.
Yeah, but that's why
If
you
the
go
game
during.
end-
Then you only need to leave 2 minutes. And
Yeah, but if-
to be honest, Synderen going on a tangent
No,
for 2 minutes is not the first time that happened.
I would agree with
Never
that.
happens.
But if the game ends, then it's awkward that I still don't talk and I'm still in there. So it was a hairy moment to say the least. But thankfully, the game ended in time.
Well, I'm glad you still got your little tangent as well.
Thank
you. know,
you.
this
Thank
is this
you,
is
Shiva.
good
Yeah.
good information.
Yeah, I'm the tangent guy apparently.
Let's take a look at the at the scoreboard to see how yesterday's games made everything look. So we have rather three teams locked in position. We know that Nigma Galaxy and Team Liquid are eliminated. And yes, if Yakult brothers lose and Nigma Galaxy win, I don't actually know how Nostadl sees that, but there is still a chance, I guess, that Nigma gets 6.
I guess Nigma lost to Yakult, right, in the head-to-head, which would mean they are probably locked in 7th even if they were to win and Yakult lose. But I'm not.
Sounds about right.
But again,
Well, if head-to-head mattered, then there wouldn't be ties here, right? Like fourth and
I-
fifth.
But that there's not like any tie between 5th and 8th is not going to get played out.
okay, so it's just because it's the lower threshold.
Yeah, there's highly likely
I
that
think so.
that will be indeed. And Nigma Galaxy Yakult was that indeed Yakult winning? No, it was Nigma Galaxy winning.
oh wait, Nigma won against Yakult.
Yeah.
That was the one they won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
Oh,
How-
okay, then it's probably really.
How many points? Can we like quickly pull up how many points Nigma was ahead of Aurora in the actual standing thing?
the leaderboard.
Yeah.
We can pull up the
Yeah, can we
leaderboard.
pull that real quick?
I think we
I was
have
doing,
the
I was
power.
crunching the numbers. I just need to see it one more time after all these data
Gosh, I
points.
must have Brian on here.
Please hold.
No, Shannon,
Yeah,
Shannon, now
Jenkins
you
would
need to-
definitely not be doing this.
No,
I'm not
Shannon,
doing
you
a
need to
very
make
good
fun of
Jenkins
him. You need to
It's
make fun of
on
him
the
for liking
way.
numbers.
It's coming.
He's dressed respectably. I can't make fun of him.
Because what I was thinking is that Aurora's guaranteed to get 400 more points than Nigma, because Aurora's worst placement's 5th, and Nigma's best placement is 6th, which was a 400-point difference. So that means that Aurora, no matter what, will beat Nigma by 10 points.
10 points.
Yeah. 10 points.
I think these numbers are based on current placement.
Yes.
Oh, they are.
This is how many
Because
points
Aurora
the teams would
didn't
have
have
now
any
if the tournament stopped.
If Aurora was locked in at 4th place,
Yes.
which they are right now, that's how many points they would have?
Yes.
If that is the minimal they can get, then yes.
Oh.
They get the minimal amount of points they would have at this point.
Oh, so okay, never
So
mind.
if
So there's-
Aurora lose today,
Then they're
and
locked
therefore
at that
and
number.
don't get top 4, they will not get more points than that.
Correct.
Oh, never
are
mind. That's
playing for a
pretty
lot today.
spicy.
yeah,
okay.
it's incredibly spicy.
And Nigma Galaxy, like you said, since they can go all the way up, their worst placement could be 8th, and they could get 6th with like an extra 800 points
800,
or
yeah.
something. Yeah,
Or
that's
even more.
okay.
It's 1,200, I think.
Yeah, 1,200 points. Okay, Nigma Galaxy, there's a lot. I thought that series didn't matter. There's a lot on the line for getting 6th place in the group stage.
No, there really is.
Okay.
And Paravision, of course, I mean, I'll mention it here again. The way they're going right now, it looks like they're going to have 10K more points than the 2nd place team.
That's
How
crazy.
stupid.
They're trying to set a record here.
They really are.
I think they're like the hungriest team out of the top
Yeah.
5 because they're the newest one and they haven't had their big Riyadh EWC TI win sort of deal. So I think it's a combination of these other teams, you know, BetBoom having a stand-in, Team Liquid playing with a couple stand-ins, Falcons and Spirit. I feel like Falcons kind of burned out last year.
Yeah.
Around this time, so I think they're trying to prevent themselves from doing that again. I feel like Team Spirit, once they've qualified, they always phone it in until EWC and TI. So I think there's a combination of these 5 teams being approximately equal in skill, but Parivision, I think it's the hunger factor. You know, I think you can attest to this, right, Sunsfan? The hunger factor.
Yeah.
They would eat a pizza if it was not
I was
sliced.
actually
Sunsfan.
going to mention the pizza.
Yeah.
If it's not cut, I would have eaten it. So I guess Swedish people know best. They know I don't need it cut after all.
Yep, minimal effort.
Yeah.
Great.
Sugar.
I just still wanted to say that, we did see the rankings, and there are 3 teams locked in, but there is already still a lot of chances for tiebreakers. And I also know that we won't know for sure until probably at least the 3rd series in for today, because even after the first 2 series, we do not know. But I will say that there is a bigger chance for tiebreakers than there is for no tiebreakers. And for people that are already marking it in their agenda for tomorrow, make sure you're here then at 4 p.m. because the tiebreakers won't start until 4. So if there are tiebreakers, it's tomorrow at 4. I also thought this would be a good time to close out the final opening show of the group stages with another Guess the Rank. Brian, are you into Guess the Rank?
Jenkins was losing every time, right?
Yeah, he was.
So if I'm imitating
No
him,
pressure.
there should be no problem. I got this.
Very good. Grab your boards, please, gentlemen.
Can you grab mine, Synderen? Too fat. Thank
I got you.
BSJ. You're a true friend.
Oh, this is further back than I thought.
Okay. What have you learned from previous Guess the Rank?
Nothing.
What have you learned from previous Guess the Rank?
Nothing.
Okay, great.
But
But
that's better than nothing.
no, it's the same, actually.
That's true.
Let's bring up our first clip.
Gas with this idiot today.
We are looking at a lion.
Okay.
Treads,
Good
good
to know.
start. Yeah.
Treads Bottle Bracer. 47 CS, minute 13, and he's mid.
Perfectly normal.
No judgment. Well, actually judgment.
Wait, why don't I see the facet? Is it the punching?
It's the
facet?
punching one for sure.
It doesn't show up there.
Oh, he's punching.
And he was laning against SF probably.
Very powerful punching lion there. Okay.
Can we bring up all the ranks on the side, if possible, just to help what Brian hasn't, just in
Thank
case he
you.
forgot. This is what we're dealing with.
All right. So remember, we had some cheating accusations. On
I
Synderen,
do, yep.
of
You
course.
two just happen to be playing on the same couch. I'm ready.
Let's
Are we
go.
going?
We got a legend, we got a crusader,
Gonna have to go with legendary
and a guardian.
Navi Counter-Strike Opper.
Well, this is infinitely better than what Jenkins has done, because it was a crusader.
Hell yeah!
Oh,
Already.
all right. Major level
I
up.
know.
All right.
Here, hold on.
Oh.
Can you feel my hands real quick? What do you think about them?
Knees weak, arms
Do
heavy.
you think they're smooth?
Yeah, they are like a baby's bottom.
Okay, let's see if that turns him into Jenkins now.
Let's take a look at this Sand King.
I love
Okay.
this build.
Ooh.
Love the build.
Defending the high ground, waiting for his moment.
Okay.
Kited the
Dodges
rabbit.
the
That's
rabbit.
Ravage, that's good.
Wow, oh, here he goes.
Channels Epi.
Here it comes.
He forgot to use Veil. He used Veil very late.
Better late than never. So
Yeah. He has Ogre Steel. He's Yuling when everyone's dead.
There was a Vis celebratory Yules, no judgment.
it's infinitely more likely this is a mortal because the Pudge just hooked his own teammate. Then that was his contribution to the team fight.
Oh, there you go.
Chase.
There you go.
Oh,
It's doing fine.
Okay, his camera movement is definitely better than the previous player.
Okay, I
well,
got it.
He burrow striked him, don't worry, guys.
I know this one. I know this one very, very well.
Instantly
Oh.
into farming after the hero died. No efficiency lost.
Don't
Are
copy
you trying to
me,
mislead me
Synderen.
right now? He looked at me as he said
If you
that.
want to, Suns fan, we can swap places so that there's no...
I don't want to get up. It's too much effort.
Okay,
I
fair.
really do appreciate it.
Okay.
We got
Oh,
one ancient, we
I-
got
I
two
did the same
ancient,
thing, Yeah.
we got one immortal. Whew, whew. This Sand King wishes. It is Legend Sand King.
Oh, look at that.
Man,
You said immortal. That wasn't even close to
that's pathetic.
I was looking at his camera movement. He used all his items. He had decent farm.
He used the veil late though.
And he
still
used
used
his
it.
burrow strike after the Morphling was dead.
I mean,
he
I did
used
was
his Yules
criticize him.
after everybody was dead.
I'm just saying at this point, Immortal is half the player base. So
It's true.
It's pretty big span now.
You were trying to mislead us then because you were
I genuinely,
critiquing all
I
of
would
his
definitely
plays
not have thought he was legend.
and then said immortal. Shiver. That's deceptive.
It
All
is
right,
a
I'm
little
feeling
bit-
this
Can we
next
put him at negative
All
one?
right, the next one is an
gonna
unusual
need it.
hero. It's the Dazzle. We're gonna focus
when
our
he was
attention on
broken.
this Dazzle. It's early stages in the game. He's level 7. He's playing position 5. He is struggling against the Shaker.
He's got the grave. The early
Or
point.
is he?
Use your poison touch. Okay, good. Sorry,
Keep
Brian.
criticizing. This is immortal.
Yeah. Okay, ult.
Terrible camera.
Healed him. Okay.
I forgot about Dazzle's ult. I haven't seen him that often anymore lately.
This could be really deceiving.
Yeah. This can be a lot of different stuff. Wait, was the OD mid or offlane?
All right.
Nah, that was
Gotta look at the details, Brian, if you want to be Jenkins.
This dazzle.
I'm feeling this one.
No, don't show yet. Don't show yet. What was the last one? Legend?
Sand King was legend.
Okay.
What is this dazzle? Is he ancient? Is he Archon? Is he Crusader? Brian with a second point on the board.
Oh!
An Archon
I thought
dazzle.
it was a fake.
This is over.
Man, I thought it was just some.
We're getting smoked.
How about you guys combine efforts?
That's not going to help.
Well,
I mean,
Does
that's
that mean they get
is
2
any
guesses, or
indication.
how does this? Or are they allowed to discuss, or what's
It
the
doesn't really
combined
matter if we both keep getting it wrong and he gets them right. We can combine all we
I'm
want.
going to keep writing ancient until I'm right, Cheever.
Good.
okay, well, let's
there.
take a look at this Spirit Breaker. Here he goes.
Oh, yeah.
Shadowblade, Hyperstone, and AC.
This man, he slaps.
100 CS.
Oh, he's going from one side of the map to the other.
Just be a permabash clip, please.
He
Look at
is
him
not
go.
He did not use his Shadowblade to not get spotted in mid.
Yet. There he goes. Shadowblading now.
It's very late.
Easy.
Boom.
Okay.
He has an ult
Bash.
if he needs it.
Bash.
He has an ult
Bash
if he needs it.
There's the old.
Hey!
Sentry'd against
He has
Infest.
charge again.
Yeah, okay.
Look at that. Wow.
Okay, so ancient, right? If I don't do ancient, it's going to be ancient. Or am I just faking you out, noob?
Can't spell today. Very good.
Okay, very confident.
I'm ready.
All right.
Guardian.
There's a Guardian, an Ancient, and a Guardian. And nobody is correct. It was a Herald.
I was thinking.
Damn it!
For the next two, we're going to
Should've
go a
gone for
little
it.
faster. Otherwise, we're going to run out of time. But we are going to get our next clip up. It's
Jenkins
an
would have gotten
anti-mage.
that one right.
I would have gone for it.
Yeah, true.
Should have done it.
The Persona anti-mage.
Vanguard Corrosion. Okay, there's a peel in the game which
Please.
rules out Immortal.
0 and 5.
Literally a piece of garbage hero, which is good. Even that way.
His anti-mage is 0 and 5. Ooh, he lives.
Okay. He's stuck. Swaps in Quelling. Good. Pretty quick thinking. How much CS does he have? 91 with 5 deaths. Okay, good
The
for
hex, the
Slag.
reverse shackle.
Up,
Okay.
Oh,
up.
another blink.
Oh,
Okay,
this
this
looking like an
man's nuts.
ancient. Looking like an ancient.
Reset. He's going Vanguard Radiance. He's on top of the meta. Blinks out. He's on top of the meta having a bad game. All right.
Okay.
We're writing them down and we're being speedy about it. Show us there's an immortal, there's an ancient, and
that's
there is a divine. Actually, this time around it was an ancient.
Yes, I
No,
knew it.
At
gotta
some
stick
point,
with your
you
strat,
had
you
to
know?
be correct.
Hell yeah.
All right, you got one more chance to tie the score with
I
Brian.
don't know why I keep erasing this, Shiver.
You can use your hand.
Have you actually been erasing it in the
Yeah, I
rewrite?
rewrote it 4 times now. Getting my practice in. Go ahead.
Let's take a look at our next one. It's a Kez.
Oh, yeah. Okay, this is going to be a hard one, actually.
Battle Fury.
Right. This is just like a button mashing.
He's got the
Whatever.
Ags. That means he's played this hero. Like that.
Well, can we see? He is still bronze on the Dota Plus level.
He might not have Dota Plus.
You don't know that.
That's right.
Yes.
That's why I said might, Shiver.
Yeah. Good thinking, Cinder.
Yeah, get in there. Get in there.
All of my analysis netted 0 correct answers so far.
Playing against this hero is hell on earth.
It really is.
Really not looking forward to him being in CM, and I don't think I've ever said that about a
Ultra kill. Oh, is he gonna get Rampage? Rampage, Kez!
hero. What a beast.
Wow.
Okay, this one's easy.
Wow.
You're gonna write agent again.
Here we go. Really easy. Don't copy me, Cinderin.
I'm not copying you.
Don't copy that. Jenkins.
And to reveal your score, we got 3 divines.
Oh, wow.
Damn it!
You guys are all correct. How the hell?
Damn it! I wanted to beat this.
How did you know?
Well,
How you all 3 are correct?
it's not going to be ancient again, and it looked like an okay gameplay. Like, Kez is actually pretty hard to play, I would
Yeah.
say. So, it had to be either immortal or divine, and it hasn't been divine yet. Process of elimination.
Congratulations, Brian.
Thank you.
I am.
This-
Man, you really put Jenkins to shame.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Can you hold a winner speech, please?
I'd like to thank my boy Jenkins for allowing me to fill in for him during this panel. I feel like I was fueled by his presence
Yeah.
with me here today. I
Yeah.
felt the warmness of his bottom sitting on this chair from Auda, who was also on night shift.
Yeah.
But yeah, and also the baby bottom hands of Suns fan. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate
Disturbing.
the compliment.
Can you spit it?
I've never seen this hat before. Has anybody else worn it?
I know for a fact
Amazing.
either Lacoste or Fog did because there's a sticker with one of them
you're right.
wearing
I
them.
have seen that. All right.
So
That's good.
we've had
content.
some segments about WhatsApp stickers, and one of those WhatsApp stickers has been with this hat, indeed.
It's good to wear such a colorful hat to take away from the fact that you're wearing a medium shirt.
It really distracts the eye.
Let's take a look at what's happening today. We have got 4 series, and it should be potentially the final 4 series of Group Stage 2. Tiebreakers might be tomorrow. Let's ask Sunspan. What's your favorite series of today, sir?
One answer here, Shannon. You know which one it is.
Well, the last series is definitely going to be the most hype in terms of skill, but I think BetBoom Yakult is going to be hilarious. I'm expecting hilarity.
Hilarity.
Yeah, hilarity.
All right. How about you, Jenkins Bryan?
Jenkins Bryan here reporting in. I would like to draw attention also to the BetBoom versus Yakult Brothers series. I feel like both.
You can't
these
copy
teams-
me, BSJ.
Okay, both these teams. I would like to draw attention to the Aurora versus Enigma Galaxy
go.
series because that is a team looking out for themselves here. Shiva, I know
Yeah.
Enigma Galaxy they're eliminated, but their hopes of making it to EWC directly without going through the qualifier lies on their own shoulders here against Aurora, who they have to effectively gatekeep from
Yeah.
getting into the top 4.
Well, it also, yeah, no, very true. Very true. How about you, Sinren?
Just spinning my propeller.
Okay, that's all we need to know from you, so thank you for that. You can continue doing that if you want to, but ideally, you do that off camera,
Get out of here.
if that's okay.
What if I don't want to leave? What if I just want
Oh,
to keep
you can
spinning?
stay seated here. Yeah, that's okay, because we're just moving back over
Back
there,
to
because we're going to
raise
start with
my
our
APM
first
here.
theory of the day. And as you just saw,
Nice slower.
it was Team Liquid versus Flipster Talon.
Flipster.
Let's go. Talon. 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 Talon.
Oh, yeah.
Talon.
What a hunk.
Talon.
Taste and treat.
Oh, is this actually leading into my segment? I didn't realize we were doing it that way. Okay, well, going into our first series today of Flipster Talon versus Team Liquid, I wanted to highlight what I feel like Flipster Talon is doing so well to really break the streak of SCA in the last couple months. What I like about this team so much, I feel like SCA is known as a region that will stall out the game, farm a little bit too much perhaps, potentially play 3 carries, but what they're actually doing is that I feel like they're rotating who's the highlight of the draft in regards to prioritizing who gets the farm, who's the actual late game scaler. We saw WS pop off on Timbersaw the other day. We saw him last pick Lycan in his series just yesterday to take game 3, and he went like a cool Mask of Madness armlet offlane Lycan with the Wolves that he was effectively ganking with. We've seen Makoto, his TA, and Lina are pretty much getting respect banned every single game in the first round because of how well he's effectively the carry in his team. He's also likes his mid Kunkka where he goes the Blade Mail Radiance scaling into the late game. And I wanted to highlight 23 Savage, and I know those aren't traditional carry heroes that he likes to play. We all know he plays the Morphlings, the Voids of the world, but I feel like part of this team's success is the fact that he's taken a bit of a backseat in some of these games, allowing Makoto and WS to shine on the heroes I've already mentioned by playing these off-lane-esque heroes like the Omni, Tide, and Abaddon, but also playing the mid-game aggressive laning carries like the Razor. You know, I feel like the fluidity in their drafts makes it so they gotta have a triple threat going. You don't really know which player to account for in the draft. They all have a lot of respect bands that you have to give them, and I think that's really what's responsible for their 4-2 performance so far in Group Stage 2.
Yeah, keep in mind, 4-2 for them means that they are guaranteed somewhere in the upper echelon, or at least in tiebreakers for the top 4. So that is very good for them, and they also still even have a chance to making it to the first 2, which is a difference because first 2 is upper bracket and third, fourth is lower bracket for that. Also, welcome to the panel, Misery.
Thank you.
How are you doing? How excited are you for the upcoming series?
I'm doing good. I'm very
Good.
excited
Yes.
for the upcoming series. Of course, we have a Liquid already out, unfortunately. But the game matters a lot for Talon, so it might still be very exciting.
Yeah. Do you feel like, based on obviously the group stage results, seems that this should be Talon favorite? How heavily Talon favorite would you say it is?
It's pretty Talon favorite, although I don't think you can count Liquid out. They sometimes show up when they are
When they're already
they
out.
look defeated. Then they show up and play their best. So I wouldn't count them out for sure.
Now, what are you going to look forward to in this series? Is the mid lane going to be drawing your attention, or is there any other player you got your eyes on?
I think maybe Liquid's drafts might be. They might experiment. They might try something out considering the results. But not sure. I think Talon are kind of hard to predict. They have been showing they are willing to play pretty much anything that fits, that they feel fitting into the draft. So I think they're hard to call. I think maybe the Lina could be good to see again on Mikoto. Maybe Doom, Timbersaw, like some of their signature heroes, but the chance of them getting banned is also pretty high, I think. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, it was Liquid actually that banned out, and when they were playing against Emo, they banned out the Spirit. So they were heavily targeting the mid lane in that case. Maybe Nisha having a strong voice in that one.
Yeah, I don't think it's super obvious which player to target. Like I said, with the bans from Team Liquid, you were saying earlier that you thought Liquid's probably the scariest when they have nothing left to play for.
Yeah.
I do feel like this team is a vibes team. They are playing with stand-in throughout this entire tournament with VTune, but at the end of the day, Flipster Talon, I know this series matters a lot more to them than it does to Liquid, but I also think it matters a lot for their momentum going into the playoffs. I think it also, they can get upper bracket by winning this series, so I would love to see that. A lot of SDA Hopium fans out there that I've been seeing on the Reddit threads, been seeing in the Twitch chat, where we're at the point where, you know, the skepticism's fading. You know, you're like, okay, maybe I could actually put my faith in this team to represent our region.
People start to believe a little bit again,
Yes,
which
belief
is
is coming.
very good. Yeah, no, they're definitely they've stolen a lot of people's hearts, I would imagine, or I guess re-stolen, or at least taken them back on Flipster Talon by doing as well as well as they did. And we do have that Lina that you mentioned removed from the pool.
Yeah.
Already in the opening.
I like the Liquid bans actually. I think they make a lot of sense. Like banning out the Yorkham's Slark, can't blame them for that one. And WS Doom, Mikoto Lina, and the TA as well. So this makes a lot of sense. What's left there for Talon then? The Nature's Prophet is in the pool. The AA is in the pool. Oracle is in the pool.
Oracle, yeah.
Shadow Shaman, if they want to go that route as well.
Quite a few options. Of course, they have to think about what Liquid will do as a response to that as well. But they ban out that Ancient Apparition, and they pick up Kunkka.
That's interesting that we did see Kunkka lose in Game 3 versus BetBoom, like Flipster did beat it, but Doom seems like the most powerful counter to it, so the fact that their own signature hero, Doom, is basically opening up the draft to be able to first pick this Kunkka. We did see BetBoom have to ban Doom themselves in order to get this Kunkka pick. I'm a bit surprised that we aren't seeing. I don't know. Bristleback doesn't really seem like a Saberlight hero. I haven't been watching too much of Liquid this tournament, but when I think of him, I'm thinking more of the team fighters like the Brewmasters, the Darkseers, the Sand Kings. I know Sand King's been heavily nerfed, but Bristleback, just something about him doesn't scream Saberlight.
Yeah, I can agree to that. I can't really remember seeing him on Bristleback, to be honest, now that I think about it. But I guess Bristleback is one of those heroes when they're in the pool, most teams will just pick it up. Another response we've been seeing to the Kunkka has been Timbersaw. But again, it really depends on the team, I think, what kind of heroes they prefer.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if what I said was just based on vibe or factual evidence. This is Saberlight's. He's played 14 different heroes this event, and he has not played a single Bristleback game.
Yeah.
You know, that's probably also potentially because this hero's been banned a lot, but yeah, also it's not like these guys haven't been playing a lot of different heroes. I do feel like the hero pools this event, maybe just because there was a patch in the middle of it, have been significantly wider than I'm used to seeing. Like when I'm looking through Liquid, maybe this is also just because they're kind of finding their bearings with a stand-in, with a new patch.
Could also be that they are setting this Bristleback up to be some other good role, right? Like a 5 or even a VTune Bristleback. I mean, who knows, right? So maybe that does say something about what's going to be coming here. IO Bristleback? Coddle Bristleback?
I think is IO still not bugged, or not still bugged, I mean?
I don't know.
I think he is. You still see the.
I was
the
watching
tether
a
in
stream yesterday, and I know Batrider's still bugged because I don't remember whose stream I was watching, but you could literally see where the Batrider was.
Okay.
So, interestingly enough, they already banned it. maybe that's a big problem for teams like Enigma Galaxy and Team Liquid. You know, Team Liquid picked a lot of Batrider, Enigma Galaxy picked a lot of IO, and these little bugs could be playing a big difference. You know what I'm saying, Misery?
For sure, that's pretty annoying. If you're an IO team and then IO just consistently is bugged throughout the whole group
it's
stage.
very frustrating. I would
Yeah.
imagine. That is sad. I think only Aurora tried playing it with the bug. I still lost. But it was a close game, I think.
So what are you considering banning here? There's the Razor. Okay, they ban Morph.
And they picked Shadow Shaman.
Yeah.
Morph is also bugged.
How's Morph bugged?
Ever since they reworked like the healing mechanic, because they moved them all into 3 things for whatever reason. With Morphling specifically, his attribute shift is no longer affected by negative healing.
Okay.
Other than Doom and AA.
Yeah.
So you know, items like Spirit Vessels, Scotty, Shivas effectively do nothing to Morphling. So I feel like that's one of those things that took 3 or 4 days for somebody to scout out and notice, but it's one of those things where you'll feel playing against Morphling and be like, we're buying the items to counter him, and he's just living despite all the nerfs. I think
felt like he was bugged the entire last patch.
Yeah.
Maybe he wasn't, I don't know.
I think he was just OP last patch.
Yeah.
Tusk, a hero I've been really liking a lot. I remember they had an option to pick a save hero second round draft of game 2 yesterday for Flipster Talon, the game that they lost, and they picked Ringmaster instead of Tusk. And, you know, when you see the Banes, the Shadow Shamans, 2 very popular supports right now, at least yesterday, like BetBoom team picking a lot of Bane, you do, as a carry player, it just sucks to like have to lead off the fight with my BKB. So I need my support to pick something that allows me to delay it.
You see the Bristleback? It's 5.
Ah.
And that's 3 Omni, right?
So you think
and carry SF?
Okay.
And last pick Nisha, I think.
Omni SF.
Why?
Just the vibe. The vibes I'm getting. I mean, the fact that Bristleback, Saberlight doesn't play Bristleback much, and they pick it first, and now there's a Shadow Fiend, and I feel like the best way to play Shadow Fiend right now is to play it on right click, more not on mid with races and stuff like this, right?
So you want to see it as a carry?
Yeah, and then it has good synergy if you think about it with Bristleback 5, right? It's a very scary lane, Bristleback Shadow Fiend.
The slow and erases, yeah.
Yeah, and then you also have the insane minus armor in the game, and then the Omni Knight to protect the Shadow Fiend. So I actually think this is a pretty cool idea from Liquid. We'll see if that's how they end up doing it.
Yeah.
Could also be carry Omni, offlane Bristleback at mid SF, but I do think it's the other setup. I like the Talon setup as well, though. I think the Fury and Tusk plays really well together, right? They can connect. The Fury can connect to the Tusk, have a lot of kill potential around the map. The team fight is already settled with the Kunkka, right? And now you get this hard carry to play around on the Medusa. So they're not messing around, I think, Talon. That draft looked very, very serious here.
Yeah, I mean, the one hero in the game that minus armor does nothing to is Medusa, just the way Mana Shield works. So now you have this Bristleback plus Shadow Fiend lineup, and effectively the minus armor is useless in regards to killing this carry. So I like that pick a lot. I remember we talked to 23 Savage after one of his series wins, and he had picked Medusa in a game, and we asked him about the draft, and he's like, yeah, we picked Medusa here on 18, which is the exact slot they picked it here. And they're like, yeah, we won the draft right there. It felt like a free Medusa game. We had no concerns. And I'm getting a similar vibe here. They would eventually have the damage for him, but I also, these ranged right clickers that don't necessarily outrange Medusa feel pretty bad when they have to stand their ground and just hit.
I do think that if Shadow Fiend gets the items, the butterflies and the Daedalus and stuff like this, he hits insanely hard.
Yeah, he hits like a truck for sure.
There's nothing he can't kill, basically, right? Medusa as well. So, but obviously Medusa has maybe a faster timing where she's unkillable, where SF hasn't quite reached that level yet. But I mean, we saw Nisha play Shadow Fiend in one of the earlier group stage games, and maybe it could also be heading towards that direction where they feel like Nisha's just gonna have some fun this game with his SF and build the draft around that. But
do you think this Enigma is gonna go the Helmdom build? Because we've been wanting to have these offlaners that like allow the team to play around them, right? Like as they walk down lanes. The Beastmaster, we saw Miar go Ags yesterday. We weren't too happy about it.
Yeah, I think that item, it depends a bit on how good the lane goes, I think. Because if you can get it really early, I think it's worth it. If you get shut down slightly, then I think maybe it's better to just go for the drums. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Do people upgrade to Overlord, or do they just keep it the small?
Yeah, I've seen a mixture of both. I think it definitely depends on the matchup. Now, I'm actually wondering if this Bristleback ever gets rotated to carry in this situation. I think that would have been a really cool flex.
5 Omni, and
I think it would have been a really cool flex if they made like SF mid, Pango off, Bristle carry, because Bristle carry is really good against Enigma in lane, and you just have like Nisha play the SF, but I think it would have probably done fine in lane versus Kunkka. I don't mind this last pick for Pangolier. It's really good against, like, you swashbuckle the Eidolons when you're ganking him, and you can effectively relieve that pressure if WS does go for like a summons push build, but you also have the diffusal build against Medusa. I like this pick. I don't know about this whole minus armor lineup, because Pango's also kind of tripling down on that against the Medusa, but
Yeah.
we'll just have to see, I guess. A lot of team fight this game.
I would imagine, I mean, the synergy that you mentioned, Mystery, with the Bristle and the Shadow Fiend and Omni Knight, it still works, even though the positions are swapped.
Yeah, it does. It's the same idea, right? You can kill everybody else first. You don't have to focus on Medusa first, right? With the minus armor, and you have the Pangolier gives you the diffusal at least, right? So that's plus there. Yeah, I think it's a pretty even draft, but again, the Shadow Fiend is kind of a question mark, because I don't think this hero has won a game yet.
It's like 1 in 5 or
Yeah, I
something.
think it's
Maybe
not
1-1.
doing too hot. Maybe Team Liquid can up the win rate a little bit, but let's find out what's going to happen. It's game number 1 for Flipster Talon and Team Liquid with some Puck Jump Pandas to start.
Talon versus Liquid. Liquid already out of things here, but they can play the role of spoiler for Talon. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. We got a Shadow. Love to see it, Cinderin. Love to see it. Only issue I see is that potentially very gankable. Nature's Prophet and Tusk are pretty good at that. But I would love to see a Shadow Fiend revival.
Going into this game, the heroes 1 and 3. The one victory it had was last night, played by Satanic against Enigma Galaxy. It was played carry in that game as well. So the carry SF has won at least one time. But I mean, this hero is pretty interesting because it's a truly classic Dota hero that in a version of, or in a modern day Dota where a lot of things have changed in terms of like how heroes scale and mobility and items and whatnot, Shadow Fiend kind of, for the most part, remains true to his old self, right? It's like the triple raises, it's the Requiem, Boxy just barely getting out without proccing foul play there. Oh, it was very, very close. Obviously, that would cancel his TP cast if his
Does
innate
it?
got procced. Yeah.
Why?
If your innate gets procced, you get hexed.
Yeah, I guess that is
So.
true. Interesting.
Barely gone out. But yeah, this should be a pretty good lane for the Shadow Fiend. Omni Knight is obviously a great friend. You're a defensive support that can, like you said, the gank threat is pretty serious, but you can dissuade the ganks quite well with just 1 point in repel, of course.
Yeah.
Until then, just going to see the Hammer of Purity being run level 1 by every Omni Knight right now.
Being in a safe lane, a little bit less susceptible than mid, I suppose. But I mean, the gate play is always there, so.
Yeah, you definitely got to be ready to help him out. And you know that Talon are going to be focusing him as well as the Pango. Those are the two heroes. I would love to see V-Tune go a similar build to what we saw from Satanic last night. Satanic actually went Disperser on the SF. He went Mask of Madness Disperser. And you're playing against Medusa. Could be something.
There's WS. on the Enigma, already off to a very good start. One of the best laning offlaners in the game for sure. What's even, other than Gyro, what heroes would you say are good against the Enigma offlane?
Kunkka for sure. He's getting played right now as a carry. If you wanted to explore the option, carry Dawnbreaker has a good lane matchup there. Alchemist, but he's not that good right now, it seems, which is good riddance, I guess. Troll does fine. There's like a handful of carries.
Forgot Troll existed for a moment there.
He has been played this tournament. I believe he won at least one game he was played in. He can't have been played in many. Kuku will be first blooded here more than likely by Saberlight and Boxy.
Saberlight out of mana,
Never mind.
though, and
All
they're
right.
going to pause as 23 Savage like, that's what you get for going on my support.
Yeah, Boxy was only level 1. I thought he had level 2, considering the game time. We've had a point in Ethershock, and then I think they go for the dive, but instead they have to back off. They're kind of out of resources here. This is very good news for 23 Savage when you're playing against a hero like Bristle and he's out of mana. This hero is just irrelevant. Do whatever you want in your lane. And we're back in business. Just a little bit of a ping issue, but seems resolved here.
So like we said, Liquid are out of contention for DreamLeague, which they lasted longer than usual, for being honest here.
Yep. And training their stamina.
Talon right now tied for second, so getting this win would be pretty big. And then if BetBoom wins their last game, then it'll be a tie for second. Otherwise, if BetBoom loses, then Talon will have the second place all to themselves.
Yep.
But if they lose, then there's a potential for a pretty big tiebreaker for the lower slots as well. So definitely want to avoid that if you can.
And this is one of those interesting situations where you take a world-class team like Liquid and they have a bad group stage 2 and they're out. I think this team is never a pushover. Like when the pressure is off and they can just play what they want, there's extremely individually talented players, right? So if they just have, if they can just let loose and play something new, it's kind of like scrimming, where sometimes in a scrim you'll just run a new strategy that somebody has an idea that like, couldn't this be cool? Let's try it out. And then sometimes it works amazingly, sometimes it sucks, but it's like it's very volatile in that sense. And I don't know if that's good or bad for Talon. I think maybe they would have rather faced Liquid 4 days ago, to be honest.
Yeah, that's nothing to lose
than
now.
today. A team that has nothing to lose and very aggressive players can run games over when things go right.
Yeah, but this will still be a good test for Talon. I feel like they've been extremely inconsistent. When they're on, they can beat anybody.
Yeah.
When they're off, they will lose to literally anybody,
Yeah.
including, feels like, teams that are not in this tournament. Like, they just do not show up for certain games for whatever reason. And sometimes it's just getting off to that good start seems important for Talon. Most of their series that they've had this bad game is usually game 1. Not always, though.
Yeah, game 1 of the first series of the day.
Yeah.
And then, of course...
Which is why this shower meme is becoming a thing, it seems.
Right. Let's see if 23 Savage is awake today.
We say that. I feel like it's rarely on the carry in a lot of these games, too, though, right? Like, he's had some poor performances, but it feels like it's mostly the laning on all 3 lanes that kind of just ends up infecting him, if that makes sense. But obviously a game-by-game type of deal. Playing the Medusa here.
It's a pretty good Medusa game, but at the same time not completely free. I think when you're playing against 2 potential diffusal buyers, it's never going to be just a free game, essentially.
Shadow Fiend?
Yeah.
Really?
He bought it. That's what I was saying. Satanic bought it yesterday. He went Disperser.
Oh, that was the... Yeah.
Mom Disperser
That's
is
the part I wasn't listening to.
Yeah, that's fine. That was the only part, of course.
How
Right. Do you
early
remember, I
did...
told you what Shadowfiend's score is. Do you remember that part?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
I just remember that Satanic played and won. That's it.
Yeah, okay.
Was it against a Medusa?
No.
So he just bought it just to have it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep.
I mean, it kind of makes... I mean, obviously, I'm sure he went BKB that game as well. That's kind of required on Shadow Fiend, but kind of makes sense. Like, this hero, for a range hero, it feels like he does get kited a bit. They're just really susceptible to just dying, so being able to move around a bit.
I mean, I would love to see him buy that. The build that Satanic went last night, I think, would be perfect for this game.
What was the build-up?
I don't remember the exact... He went Mask of Madness Diffusal, but I don't remember if Diffusal was the second or the third item. It's still... the logic is when you're running Mask of Madness and maxed out Feast of Souls, you basically haste it in the fight. So as soon as you're on a hero, you can just keep wailing away at them. And you have insanely high attack speed with Feast of Souls as well. So in theory, this hero can kill Medusa really fast, especially until she gets Butterfly. So he's currently queuing up the Mask of Madness, so that's step number 1. He's queuing up Mask of Madness plus Pike for now on V2.
That's cool.
Let's see if he goes for that pit stop diffusal along the way, or maybe after.
Yeah, we talked about this when the patch came out for the Shadow Fiend, since it was picked one game early on, but the Feast of Souls change, obviously that was a skill in the past. That Adaptive Strike, and I think there's maybe one more skill in the game where pros would literally just avoid it like the plague. Just go stats until you don't have a choice any longer. But this newer and improved version, finally getting buffed, feels like might be having a place for the hero.
I mean, Vitun is taking this to the next level, though. He's just choosing not to skill anything, including stats.
Oh.
He's used 2 skill points on level 3. Might be something about just lane, like, manipulation. If you go Presence of the Dark Lord, perhaps it's harder to hold the lane in the position that you want, but we just saw him double raise the wave out, so I don't know how valuable that really is. Maybe he forgot he leveled up.
Yep, that's definitely a thing.
The very
Pro player.
clear glowing cross that's constantly there on your screen will not be a giveaway for him. It's not
glowy enough for the ADHD children these days, Cinderin.
It's got fast treads, though. This is a good start for SF. This hero is very much... Can you think of a more snowbally carry, actually?
Snowbally carry.
Yeah, if you're put on the spot, is there...
Not off the top of my head. I'm going to open up the list, though, of course, which means you have to cast a game now.
Yeah, it's not too much to cast. It is a Talon game after all, so we will be farming for 15 minutes. Although that generally happens in the
We're going to take Kez out of the equation here.
Yeah, he's not in CM.
So more snowbally than Shadow Fiend.
I think what makes him particularly snowbally compared to, let's say, other fast carries like Weaver.
Meepo.
I would actually argue Meepo is less snowbally now, but he was more. It's about, for me, how much the hero suffers from deaths. Like Shadow Fiend dying a couple of times can set him back so much, and even in good games, the hero is just very susceptible to missing its time in the sun. Whereas a hero like Meepo, even if you die 2 or 3 times, if it's a good Meepo game, you can still end up hard carrying the game. It just doesn't seem like that happens to SF when his game goes poorly. So a lot of pressure on him, but as established, he's very safe up here until the gate rotations start coming into play. As a matter of fact, between the two of them up top, okay, now he's skilled 2 points in Presence of the Dark Lord. Insania has used 1 skill point. He's almost level 4 on Omni. Maybe they're doing a challenge here.
Dire's middle tower is
Side of
under
Liquid.
attack.
Might want to... Okay, why is he not skilling at least 1 point in Purification? Now he's level 4.
Well, there's no fighting, you know? No kills yet. No first blood. Don't need skills if there's no fighting.
I mean, true. He's full mana, though. Maybe he could, you know, pressure a bit by using said mana. Very quiet.
I mean, who does this
Law and
benefit
order?
more? It's just back and forth farming. I mean, this is a game where there's a nature's prophet.
Yeah.
That's what makes this the strangest.
I like this early game for Liquid a bit, because I think...
If they can get those fast diffusals, then Medusa can get shut down.
Yeah, I think you have a pretty strong mid-game timing on that lineup if the lanes go fine. And you're not stomping them, but you're definitely also not losing. He just killed a whole wave of Eidolons there, by the way, Vitun, with 2 raises now on level 5. You got to be careful on WS to not let that happen too much. It's really valuable to nuke out the entire set. Kuka will go top now. And stand AFK in the trees. All right, riveting stuff. Gank from Nisha mission failed. He's back to mid.
It's just a matter of time. I don't mind these slow early games.
Oh, wait, they got both Wisdoms on Talon. I didn't even notice. Kuku just went over and took the Dire
well,
one.
that's the biggest thing to happen.
That should not have happened. It's very good news for the side of Talon. Because, of course, if Prophet goes for a teleportation play to try to steal it, if Shaman is there, you're kind of just getting first blooded. Just going to get locked down by shackles and somebody comes over. Instead, though, they will have that advantage. Foxy will try to make up for lost experience by stacking camps. Now, there's 2 triple stacks in their triangle. Of course, great lineup for killing stacks. Bristle, Pango, and SF, all 3 of them. Quite capable. All right.
V-Tune now with the Mask of Madness.
Who's going to get first blood?
It's got to be Talon, right?
Okay, what hero?
Oh, what hero? It's going to end up being Nature's Prophet.
Nature's Prophet gets first blood.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to say Pango.
Okay.
All right, next question. Will it be before 15 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Very much so. I wonder what the latest first blood is in history. That would be an interesting stat to look at. Not that we're even close to that now.
I seem to remember something like 20 minutes.
Oh my god.
I think that has happened before.
I mean, that's why I don't mind the slow early game, because obviously it's gonna, the pace is gonna increase here in a bit. But I just, and you should too, I remember the old times, what it was like. There were games where there was barely any action. I remember a game where Black was playing Naga Siren. He bought drums, continued to farm.
Oh yeah.
This was when drums only had a certain amount of charges until you bought another recipe. And ended up being like a 70-minute game, and he still hadn't hit a single hero, so he just sold the drums with full charges to get a new item. He never had used them once.
Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks to, in my opinion, the worst competitive patch of all time, but that was in Dota 1. I believe it was 652E. You had infinite wards, couriers could ward, and smoke didn't exist. So effectively, the game was about, you were just, it was like Warlock plus Terrorblade safe lane. You would just farm. You'd be super hard to gank because you could always just get vision out by warding with your courier.
Yeah.
Maybe the infinite ward part is wrong, but I definitely remember vividly the couriers flying around warding. Yeah, that got changed really fast. I think Smoke is probably the best addition to the game they ever made, to be honest.
All right, Insania has made his way to a different side of the map. It is strange. 10.5 minutes. Nobody. It's so I can understand.
Has anyone been under half health?
That's the thing. Oh, Nisha.
Oh, he's close.
That's the thing. Like, they haven't tried to do anything. Sometimes you're like, okay, you try to do something, you're not able to get a kill. Sure.
Maybe the neutrals.
It's against the Shadow Fiend that has no escape.
Middle
The Nature's Prophet that can TP anywhere.
To be fair, Boxy was super close to dying before the horn.
Yeah, true. Very.
So we almost had a first blood minute 0. Now instead we're being...
Is this the first smoke outside of the beginning of the game?
Yeah. Like so.
Warding Expedition?
We're trying to go for a wraparound up here on top, but Bristleback will be a tough kill, especially if Omni Knight TPs in to protect him. And I think at this point it's becoming a matter of pride to not get killed first.
Yeah, that's true. You don't want to be the first.
They're going to try him.
They will
Saberlight,
try. All right,
will there be a TP?
spell has been used on an enemy hero. Match TPs, though, from Liquid, and that's the action we get.
Yeah, really nice play there from Talon. They forced TPs.
They're looking to re-aggress potentially. They still have boat. They have Black Hole.
They can't kill this guy.
I don't think I've seen a teleportation from Cuckoo yet the entire game. Is that possible?
They're going to go on Shaman now. Insania's in position to help, though.
Yeah, Torrent. Saberlight with his fat, juicy body just going to prevent any more shenanigans from happening. No kills allowed in this game. So back to the farming, as that's a pretty juicy stack. Be good for Liquid to try to contest that, but they're going to continue. What a highlight. The 2 TPs ended it.
Oh, he's hexed.
All right. Oh, he's actually stuck inside the corner. Nisha uses his ultimate. The Black Hole is going to be right on top of him. That's the first blood for Makoto. They get 2. As Nisha continuing on with the Rolling Thunder, but a nice snowball to mitigate a lot of that damage. And now Nisha in quite a bit of trouble, but a V-Tune making his way over. Joka taken out by Nisha, as Makoto able to get out of dodge, so ends up being a 2-for-1 split. As the first blood goes to Talon.
That was hype as fuck!
Neither of us got the first blood right.
Back to you. You got the team right.
Lowest time was 9:46, so this is the record for this tournament.
Hope that doesn't get beat. It's one of those records that you're not even happy to have for anyone.
True. 23 Savage, of course, doesn't really, probably didn't even realize there'd been no kills. He's just been hitting creeps as he does. Getting close to the Manta.
Well, if you think about it, he's so far away from the action that if they don't tell him, his hero wouldn't notice.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just like, where'd everyone go? I was having fun.
I mean, you lose track of time in the jungle for sure. Kind of mesmerizing process, hypnotizing.
All right, back to farming.
Yep, back to farming. I'm not kidding, though. Have we seen... I'm sure he's used teleport, but I haven't seen it yet.
I think when he TP'd top to stand in the trees, right?
Okay.
That was it, I think.
But yeah, that's the mind-boggling part. You have this hero, but you don't want to be active early. And it's not like he's playing a greedy farm support. He went earn. Still has Blood Grenade.
It's a good
Savage.
It's a good vessel game.
He's going to dive a bit. Boxy. Going to be shadowing as well. 23 does have his ult. Doesn't want to run out of mana before using it. So will pop it. That's the most action he's seen in quite a while.
Yeah, very nice move from Liquid there. They make a hero run. Good stuff.
She more slithers, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, ultimately the conclusion on this is 23 Savage ends up going where he would have anyway. So back to the jungle.
All right, Roshan. That's the biggest objective. 14.5 minutes, pretty early.
This is a great lineup for killing it. They have so much minus armor. They have Lucky Shot. They have Presence of the Dark Lord. Goo. I'll give it to V-Tune. He's still not queuing up the Diffusal that I was hoping for. Has the Dragonlance Mask of Madness and is still looking for the fully completed Pike. And then he has Manta queued up next. If there ever was a game to be inspired by Satanic, I would say it's this one.
Yeah.
He bought it against non-Medusa. That's a way to say it. This game
That was technically true. Yeah.
well, you're playing against non-Medusa every game, so playing at least against 4 non-Medusas.
That's a lot.
Yeah. So Manta for 23 Savage. He's going to use that to make 2 clones of himself. He will take more damage and deal less. And they have a duration, they expire.
I think for the Talon side, they're playing extremely passive, obviously, but keeping an eye on WS and his itemization choices. He actually went 4-staff this game. Drums 4-staff. Will be Boots of Bearing right away, actually.
I think this is a good time to ask for the hero damage breakdown. See who's really been popping off in this game. See how many heroes are under 1,000.
But isn't this patch interesting? I feel like we talked about this yesterday, but we can talk. I mean, there's plenty of time to talk in this one. It feels like there's no established meta. Everybody's trying different stuff. We're seeing this ridiculously passive game from essentially both sides. We've seen the absolute mega 5-man push lineups.
I've seen a little bit of
everything. As Stone Gaze, 23 Savage.
Oh, that's a late
TP's
TP.
pretty late.
That is.
He could have done it right away, and it's going to cost him.
Oh, boy.
That's going to end up being a really easy kill for Liquid. Still with the Aegis advantage, they give the kill to Nisha. Meanwhile, top, boat into the black hole. They want Saberlight, and Sania not in range. If he was there a second earlier, I think they actually just save him and waste all those ults from the side of Talon, but at the very least for them, they get something out of this global exchange, but it still cost them their Medusa and a very avoidable death for 23.
Yeah.
Perhaps he was afraid of a third member that was not close enough coming from the... I don't know.
It's tricky, right? Because the duration of the stun from Stonegaze is only 2 seconds. So you're caught in this awkward limbo where when they get petrified, if they're close enough, you know you can't TP out in 2 seconds. So you kind of have to try to turn the corner. The thing is, I don't think he got into the fog. I think that's the problem. If he got around the corner, maybe Shaman actually doesn't make it there in time, but he had vision.
Has been killed.
So it is possible that you actually couldn't get out there, but he, without a doubt, could have played it better.
Damage rune for V-Tune.
Yep.
Aegis for 1:45 in a game with this much passivity. What can they get out of it?
I mean, the thing about this is the teams are still trying to take towers, right? It's like, this is the 3rd tier 1 tower for Liquid, and now they're going to find Tusk.
Yes, they do. Boat is coming, though. Nice damage mitigation, able to eat his way out, but the Rolling Thunder should finish the job. No, does not connect the second time. Oh, there it does. And a shield crash to finish the job. Nisha X into the Torrent. Plenty of support for Liquid.
Yeah, this Liquid lineup is really good right now. They are very much in the right to put pressure at the current point. Shadow Fiend has the completed Pike, Mask of Madness, still has Aegis for another minute. And as we've seen, it's difficult for Talon to fight into them, especially without Black Hole. It's kind of difficult to envision the type of fight they would want to take.
Oh, they're going to find the connection. Nature's Prophet dead. Makoto pops the BKB. Into what exactly? 23 Savage makes his way over. A nice torrent onto 2 onto the high ground is 23. He's going to get Requiem from the high ground here. Gets off his Stone Gaze. Gorgon's Grasp, not going to finish the job. Is 23 Savage getting pretty low on mana right now. They get to punch up Nisha in the midst of all of this. The Aegis is lost, but so is 23 Savage. As Nisha eventually taken out as well. V-Tune with his 2nd life. What can he get out of this? Rasta eventually be finished off as well as 3 members of Liquid dead. As V-Tune and Saberlight have to try to fend for themselves, but they're going to lose the SF. Double kill for WS, and now the TP. The X will bring him back. Saberlight is dead. So a full team wipe in the end for Talon. And it did require a buyback for Cuckoo, but they will certainly take that.
I wonder if this is a mistake from Saberlight to not run Snot Rocket this game. I think you have enough physical damage between Pango and SF, and this might be a little bit overkill to also run Seeing Red. If everybody was gooed up in that fight, I think it would have been really, really different. A great defense here from Talon. They will also grab themselves the Tormentor. And mind you, they won this fight on defense against Aegis and without Black Hole.
Yeah.
They actually played around that really, really well. To keep their heroes alive. And now, with a 4K advantage, Enigma top net worth. That's crazy. Never mind his Kunkka now.
Yep, just trading spots. He has Crimson on Enigma. Boots of Baron going to be finished off next. I would say a kind of, I mean, surely you have to go BKB next. But holding off for quite a while.
I would think so.
And why the Force Staff and not Blink? Against the Bristle?
Maybe. It's a good question why he values the Force Staff this early. Maybe it's just a recognition that the nature of fights that Team Liquid will take is very much about chasing. Like, SF needs to keep running heroes down together with Bristle and the Pango, and by virtue of having Force Staff, he can save himself or a teammate, of course, from that type of play.
Boxy with a drive-by chicken.
Sounds delicious. Oh, I see 23 here.
Another hex.
Oh, this
time
is
with a 23,
super awkward.
and yeah, just a matter of time before that happened. Boxley's dead. 6K lead now for Talon. And their lineup, I mean, obviously they didn't do anything but farm the first 10 minutes, but just looking at the lineup, this is a scary one to have a lead, I feel like.
Yeah. Cuckoo used teleportation.
He did use it officially, ladies and gentlemen. And Saberlight going to get punched in the air. WS with the Force Staff, Midnight Pulse. Guardian Angel onto Saberlight. They're going to focus down the Enigma. Crimson Guard and Essence Ring keeping him alive, but he finally does drop. Now 23 Savage still relatively healthy. Shield crash from Nisha is a Requiem on the sideline from V2. They get 3 kills onto Talon. They blow up the Medusa now as Makoto, the last remaining member of Talon. And it's only a matter of time before he gets dropped. An ultra kill for Saberlight. You were talking about that goof acid. Well, this one worked out this time around.
That was great in that fight, and of course the result we all expected. Talon get a 6,000 gold lead and have all their spells and therefore get stomped in a fight without Aegis and with Black Hole.
Well, it is hard to play without BKB on Enigma, I will say.
His play was also a little bit crazy, right? He force-staffed in offensively and was thinking about black holing. He's like, oh, wait, this is a bad position. And, well, you're not getting back out without your force-staff.
Yeah.
So, at WS, bit over more than he could chew. And that was the entire lead just down the drain in one fell swoop. And we know this Dire lineup, it pushes fast, can snowball very much. And, well, they killed Roshan super early, so it's actually alive again already, minute 23. Could just go for it right now if they wanted to. It's a funny looking graph.
Yeah, this is a Talon graph if I've ever seen one. Smoke from Liquid. I mean, that's one of the reasons their games can be extremely entertaining. Boxy with the solo attempt onto the Tusk. V2 coming in to finish the job. Nicely done. Stone Gaze was popped as they're going to get the trade onto Rasta. That'll be the end of that. Support for support.
Forcing out Stone Gaze is kind of big if you were to go Roche now, but I'm not sure if they feel confident. Maybe they're waiting for it to go top. I don't know if that's better for them, though.
Invisibility.
23 about to finish. Butter. Delicious, delicious butter.
That's for me.
Why is it called a butterfly?
Because you're as swift as a butterfly.
No, but like the insect.
Oh, the insect.
Why is that called a butterfly?
Because it's good with butter.
Yes.
I have no idea.
Good old recipe,
You want me to-
long forgotten.
You want me to ChatGPT this?
Yes.
I'll do that for you.
And I could also just look up, you know, the etymology online. You don't have to.
You're going to forget because you have horrible memory.
That's
something
true.
you guys don't know about Cinderin. He forgets things within 30 seconds.
Yeah. I don't know what's worse, me forgetting stuff or you just not listening when I tell you things.
Well, one is a condition
I think
and one is a choice.
I'd rather be forgetful because at least I'm giving people the respect they deserve, whereas you're just an ass.
One of the
And we
most
won't be
popular
working with you.
theories is that it's based on the butter yellow color of some butterflies, like the brimstone butterfly.
That's a good theory.
There's other theories, which I won't go into.
Okay. Were they not safe for broadcast or what?
No, they're just... I'm just not interested anymore.
All right. No, there you
Neither
go.
is ChatGPT. Saberlight runs into Joka. Into the Talon triangle. 23 Savage. Trying to dissuade the rest of Liquid from coming any further. Rolling Thunder, Nisha. Procking it, but canceling now. So yeah, this seems to be about Roche. There is a damage rune in the bot of the river, and I think Talon see it. And Roche belches, so they know. So Makoto picks it up.
I mean, they're
already at
too
half
late.
HP.
It's so fast.
Ice
Nope,
Shards
never mind.
actually
Good
blocked
charge.
him off
Maybe
a
they can do it.
bit. There's the Stone Gaze, but Nisha pops his ult, and now the focus onto the Enigma. Pops the Ghost, but looks like they're not going to be able to finish him off. And Roche is actually snatched Aegis for V2. So the kill went to Talon, it seems.
Did he kill him with the Manta illusions or
I'm
what?
not sure. But either way, Liquid get the goodies. That's the most important part. And Boxy going in really deep to get that Hex. He's not going to get any cover from his team. So that's just a feed as the rest of Liquid back away.
I'm not going to point fingers at whose fault that was, but they were definitely not on the same page.
Yeah.
So, taking that fight. I hope we get a replay of how they killed the Roche on the Radiant.
I might have to hold off as Talon looking to maybe engage here. They will show themselves on the bot lane, but Saberlight is there, the big tanky boy. There's a punch onto V-Tune from Jokum. V-Tune, he's the one that wants to get aggressive. He's kind of isolated, though. Force Staff back into the Shard area. And with that TP from 23, I believe this is a full disengage from Talon.
Yeah. Don't feel comfortable here anymore with Shadow Shaman Respawn. You're fighting into Aegis. You're fighting on the enemy side of the map. And the really good thing that Liquid have got going for them with their lineup is that this first pick Bristleback is, for all intents and purposes, kind of uncountered in the defensive aspect, right? You can, with pretty good confidence, run in first and get information. You're not going to get burst by anything. There's no break.
I feel like the Nature's Prophet could definitely prioritize that at some point.
Enigma now queuing up 2 different items. One of them the Lotus, the second one BKB. See which one he goes first. Both items are amazing this game, of course. Lotus against Goo, against Shadow Shaman, and the BKB. So that you can get a somewhat reliable black hole off. You're obviously going to run into a problem of a Nisha Basher as his next pickup. And I like this a lot from Saberlight, that he's going hard. I think it's a good recognition of the game state and the weaknesses the Radiant lineup has. If they can't burst him very quickly, the heart is going to increase his EHP by so much because of how much he gets to use the regeneration in the fight. So,
not an item we get to see that often anymore.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This is a good game for it. You would oftentimes see people shy away from that against something like Midnight Pulse because it's percentage-based damage. But again, if you can overcome that damage with the healing, it's pretty good. Also, Prophet showing no intent of upgrading his urn to a vessel, so you're not worried about that part either. That's the thing about Bristle. A lot of the time you have to buy Lotus for something, right? When you're playing this as an offlaner. Doesn't really seem like he needs to this game. Fox getting caught again.
He's out. So Makoto sitting on the Radiance Blade Mail BKB. It's going to be the Shivas next.
Yeah, standard.
23. Scotty just about finished.
V2.
And he's poking a bit. His poke is very aggressive.
He's got Daedalus now. This guy is hard. And fast.
This is one of the coolest heroes in Dota. I missed the... There was a... Felt like a very brief time where you could pick a carry mid, and mid was the spellcasting variety with like the arcane blink. So cool. It was so cool. And it's just been killed off, really sadly.
I will say, I think the original design of Arcane Blink was just too conceptually difficult to balance.
Yeah.
So... Makoto.
Doxy caught off again, but... yeah, it's going to have to be the Nightfall away from Makoto.
Oh. This is... Oh, that was so close to getting the heal off. He's got
they had the
his
act?
life regardless.
Yeah,
Joachim went in to execute Boxy there, and he was so close to getting saved by Omni. The heal. Tormentor, yeah, they do this quickly as well, by the way, lest we forget.
Oh, yeah.
So that's going to be a shard for Insania. The double purification cast, not bad.
Yeah.
Primarily good on support Omni, but just good in general. This game very even. Talon no strangers to playing slow and late game situations. And yesterday they were able to beat out a late game Enigma from BetBoom.
Yeah, I would say it's a comfort for them. Maybe not always the best though, but when you pick a Medusa, you don't mind going into the late game for sure. Issue, of course, all the pressure is on Talon. Liquid have literally nothing to play for, right? I guess, is there, we look at that graphic every day, is there a prize pool?
Yeah, there's a little pay jump. Every position matters.
In terms of the points, they're already going to Riyadh.
Yeah, they have enough points, so just playing for, you know, practice and for a little prize pool increase for the team.
Fortification activated.
This heart.
Yeah, Midnight Pulse pretty good against it though.
Barely.
Going to keep him in play. He's going to get Tidal Wave to the other side. Does pop the Crimson, and Stone Gaze from 23 Savage. He gets to hit Saberlight from the front, and that's going to be the death of the Warthog. 70 seconds of no Saberlight. Nisha gets off the Rolling Thunder a little bit late. V-Tune, not the most effective Requiem. Does hit several members, but there's no follow-up. And now the Black Hole onto Nisha. Oh, he gets Tidal Waved out of it. The Shackle to follow, though, onto the Tusk. That is a long-range one. Joachim is the first to fall on the side of Talon. And now 23 Savage, a snake inside of snakes. Samuel L. Jackson would be proud.
I don't think I've ever seen a Pango have that much barrier.
That was a lot.
He had like 2,000 when they black holed him. He didn't take damage in black hole. I think he got 2 or 3 or 4 man shield crashes off during his ulti, and of course, with the level 3 ult, the only 3-second cooldown on shield crash,
He seemed invulnerable.
it adds up really. You kind of see this here. Look at the bar. So currently 1,700, and that was before the last shield crash came out. Okay, so this was like a 2,500 barrier.
It doubled his HP.
No, way more than that, right?
Yeah, that was pretty sick.
Oh, that's crazy. Well,
It still was a defense for Talon, though, despite that.
yeah, it was a proof of concept for them that they can kill the Bristle, but it took a lot of different things, right? They needed to isolate him first. They needed to split the enemy team up with Stone Gaze. And this feels like if Insania were to get a blink, I think they can just save the Bristle's life in these situations as well. So
Yeah. Looks like 23 will eventually go for the Silver Edge, which I thought they could just, slap on a support Nature's Prophet. It's not that big of a deal. It does farm.
Oh, this is a
fast
big
if it
item.
wants to. Yeah, the kick.
Gonna
There
put
it
to
is.
use
Already
immediately.
used. Onto the Bristleback. Very tanky. Tidal Wave back really far. Pops the Crimson, of course. Now the boat is coming for him as the rest of his team.
He's not
still
dying.
isolated on the outside. Saberlight is fine for now, trying to make his way over to the other side as another kick, this time onto Boxy. Much easier kill. Some way, somehow, the Bristleback is fine. V-Tune, Requiem. Into a retreat, it looks like, for Liquid. they cannot touch this Bristle. Just way too much has to be expended. And now they've revealed the Aghanim Scepter onto Jokum.
It's pretty ridiculous. They can kick him in and then tidal wave him to the tier 4s and he doesn't die there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, which means this Silver Edge cannot come any sooner. So he had the not Gale Guard, whatever that neutral is called.
Gale Guard?
Oh, I was right.
Yeah, I'm just as surprised as you are. Just in case that's not coming across on broadcast, I'm very proud of you for getting it
23
right.
did get pretty low in this engagement. That was a 1v4 essentially for him.
Just 2 invincible heroes being isolated by
It was
both
2
teams.
1v4s.
Yeah.
Radiant are
So funny.
I could look at you all day.
Wonder if SF had that diffusal, if that could have made a difference. He's
Yep.
gonna go MKB now, though. Of course, needs the True Strike against Butterfly.
There is a certain point, though, where Medusa will just get too big. Surely.
You can always lose late game to Pango on that hero, I feel. I think this matchup has been undervalued as of late, and these teams are
But
winning
it's not
carry
I mean, we're comparing the Bristle and the Medusa. So the Bristle, once you get a break, he can evaporate. Medusa will always be a threat. But yeah, you're right. It's not the same as the old days for sure.
Oh, V-Tune
See the
gets
kick.
picked.
Oh,
Quick
V-Tune. Oh, a nice tidal wave onto 2 as well. This would be a really good black hole if they can get in position. Stone Gaze applied as well. Requiem fears most of the team away. They've lost their Omni already, and here's the black hole onto 2. Even catches the Pango, and that is going to be a dead Rasta, Shadow Fiend, Bristleback. Name your hero. They're all dead. Full team wipe in favor of Talon. It cost them a buyback onto Cuckoo. And now with a 9K commanding lead, and they can get Roche right off the bat as well. Huge fight for Talon.
Yeah, good patience there. WS just waited and waited and waited for the right opportunity, and then he gets a perfect black hole for the situation.
Dire's middle tower is under
And we'll
attack.
also get Aegis and Refresher and Cheese. This is such an early third Roche. Feels weird to say that out loud at 37 minutes, but
Yeah.
this is what happens when Liquid killed the first one at minute, what was it, minute 15 or whatever?
Dire's middle tower
Yeah, it was
is under
really
attack.
quick. Yeah, that
No.
means the Refresher Shard is going to be put on, well, it's in the backpack of 23 right now. Applying some pressure to this tier 3 mid.
Yeah, if they hadn't gone Roche, they would have got a lane.
Dire's structures
But-
are fortified.
Probably the safer approach to take that big objective first in case something goes wrong in the Dire base. They would lose the Roach themselves.
I'm sure they can get this tower, and we'll see if they stay. 23 doesn't have much mana to work with. Obviously has the second life, but you don't want to burn it this early either way. And now we'll attempt to run. Saberlight can continue to slow. The TP attempt. Oh my goodness, Boxy was so close. That would have been so bad for Talon. I feel like they always cut it so close. But it works out this time around. Have that 14K lead. It is absolutely ballooned now in their favor. And there is the BKB for WS that we've been waiting for.
Yeah, he has the refresher shard, but not really the mana pool yet to run this. Just using 2 black holes back to back costs 1200, and his mana pool is 1298, which means you can't even use a Midnight Pulse if you were to do that.
Right.
So he's got to be a little bit careful of his mana management. Needs to enter the fight with full resources, and probably accept that he can only use Midnight Pulse a single time.
Radiant are scared.
He also needs mana for the BKB if he ever wants to use the Force F. It's a little bit awkward here.
He's going to pick up the Outworld Staff. And that extra bit of invincibility or hidden invulnerability.
Gives him some hidden.
23 obviously has the Daedalus and a few minutes away from getting the Silver Edge, which will be Saberlight's doom.
Big against the Bristle. He got his 25 talent now on Dusa as well. So way tankier than before with the plus 40 int. Still one of the weirder level 25 talents. Like, it obviously conceptually makes sense on the hero. It's just not that interesting, I guess.
Yep. Now they're going to kick off onto the Bristleback. I don't know if you want to actually fully commit to that. It's 23. His mana is starting to evaporate here. He has the second life, but this feels a little early. He's dead.
That was kind of a
Time number 1. Nisha ult running out now. Requiem ready to go for V2. It's going to cancel it, though. There's the black hole coming out onto 2. And it's a massive 2. 2 cores dead for Liquid.
Wait, what?
As WS has the refresher shard available, has not used it yet, and now the buildings are in peril. The melee Rax mid is almost dead as well as Cuckoo TPs, gets hexed, shackled. There's the buyback onto Saberlight. Off the Ghost Scepter, stay alive on the Nature's Prophet. The Rasa just melts under the pressure. The full lane in bottom is down. And now the focus onto V-Tune, getting purified there. We're going to see the black hole come out again. It's only on the Bristleback. But these Liquid heroes are melting to the pressure of 23 Savage. He's going to get a huge Lotus to get his mana back to full, and thus essentially his HP, as V-Tune will die again. And that should do it. Ultra kill for 23 Savage. GG's call, Talon. Game number 1 in the books.
I don't understand. In that first fight, why did they not GA? I'm a little bit baffled here. Insania was he stopped by something? Maybe he was stunned by a Stone Gaze or whatever. He was standing outside of the black hole. That was a full 4-second black hole. His 2 teammates are inside it. Obviously, the way GA works now with the ground cast, I would have thought he could reach them and extend that fight and make it more complicated. Eventually gets off a Guardian Angel on the second black hole, but at that point, it's just too little, too late. That's a moment to replay for sure. I'm not really... I mean, it's possible he was just stunned by something that I didn't see at the time, but... Yeah, that last fight, that was an absolute beatdown. What was that, 6-0 or whatever in this fight?
Yeah, it felt like Talon got off. I mean, there was nothing happening for the first 15 minutes. Then Talon take a pretty sizable lead. Then Liquid win an enormous team fight to equalize it, and it looked like they were the ones in the driver's seat. And then from then on out, it just felt like Talon had nothing stopping them. But yeah, Talon with a 1-0 start to this series, a very important one for them, Shiver.
A very important one. This was a very interesting game that we saw here in game number 1. It took forever to get a first blood going. Talon's team perfectly fine, not doing anything for quite a while, and I thought it was especially poetic to see Talon play with the lineup they struggled to go high ground against yesterday with the Kunkka and the Enigma. They were just holding Misery. They were just chilling and holding, felt like.
Yeah, I feel like they just seem very confident right now in general. When they're put in any type of position, they kind of just remain calm and make the right decisions. It feels like, it shows shows this team has evolved, I think, from what we saw them in the first group stage till now. They look really good.
Yeah, there's a lot of convincing performances and decisions coming out from Talon this game. I would just like to highlight that I felt like they accounted for every single timing in the game, including, Tusk going blink straight Ags, knowing that one potential time that Liquid could break high ground before the BKBs, refreshers, and Ag Scepter on Enigma and like the six slot of Medusa. It's like if you don't end before that happens, how does this Liquid lineup ever end? So I'm thinking they have to have the presence of mind on every hero to know all this kind of stuff. Tusk has to know it's his responsibility to isolate somebody. I think even though not much really happened in that fight, Bristleback lived, Medusa lived, that was Liquid's probably one chance at getting a Rax, like taking map control, getting the future Aegises. So having that Acceptor purchase on the Tusk, I just think was one of many minute item decisions that Talon did correctly this game.
Great foresight on knowing that was just gonna be needed, and at some point Talon could weather the storm misery, and then they just have seemingly an easy time winning those fights.
Yeah, I think that team fight is just a little bit better, right? Through behind the Medusa ultimate, the black holes, it's very hard for Liquid to fight into later on in the game, as we saw. The black holes just become too big of a problem. There was one fight where they backholed the Pangolier on the base, and they saved him with Omni Knight. That was like the best case scenario for them, but they ended up losing that fight regardless. But yeah, as the game progressed, it was just too hard to fight into the WS Enigma.
Yeah, something we've been seeing pretty consistently from Talon that I'm just really wowed by, and I wanted to highlight it from this game, is the Tormentor timing moving from 15 to 20. Talon has been consistently lining up their timings to power spike at the 20-minute mark. I want to point out that Makoto went Blade Mail BKB before Radiance on Kunga, something we haven't seen really at all this entire tournament. And then 23 Savage on Medusa as a carry hero is willingly running himself up a hill in a way that I'm pretty sure he knows he's going to go down here, but he's setting up for the rest of his team because the enemy team has to focus him, setting up for the rest of his team to actually clean this up. So it feels like this mutually sacrificial in regards to Makoto's item build, making him scale a little bit slower, 23 Savage, letting himself willingly die so his team can win a team fight. And it's really important to know what time this is in the game, right? It's 19:15. We saw against Yakult Brothers, Talon dodged fights at 17 minutes, then hit their timing at 19, and they win these fights. And then guess what happens off of these fights, Shiver? Guess what happens?
I know this one.
Yeah?
You could take the Tormentor.
Exactly, Shiver, because that's the new 20-minute mark. And that fight win, 4-for-1, turns into that Tormentor as they just walk top conveniently in the same location. I don't know how much of that was planned, but I feel like these itemization from all their heroes, the Crimson Guard from Enigma coming out at the same time, the Tusk Blink. I really like this 4-staff purchase on the side of WS. Blink Dagger would make it easier maybe for him to position for his black holes, but there were so many times that people were getting Shadow Shaman shackled and controlled by Pangolier, and he broke that stun combo on the side on the Enigma. So it just made it really difficult, I feel like, for Team Liquid to focus any of their targets. I really think the understanding of this new patch, there's something clicking about this Talon roster, virtually doing nothing for the first 12, 15 minutes of the game. And that's something we've seen across multiple series against different teams, where there's like a stalemate and you're wondering, who's this favoring? Why is this going on? And since I'm just going to say, I think it's Talon. Like, it's always Talon because they're the ones in these situations consistently, and then they win these games, like against BetBoom yesterday.
I also think that's something about this patch in general. The fact that they moved Tormentor from 15 to 20 minutes means that I think there's room for more nuanced strategies, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't have to draft Warlock every game so that you can fight that minute 15 Tormentor, right? You can actually just pick a lot of different stuff, play for different timings. You can still play for 15-minute timing, take all the towers, and then control the map, right? Liquid were kind of doing that here, if you think about it, right? They were actually in a very dominant position of the map. They just dove a little bit too far into the tier 2. Had they remained more calm there, they could have used the Aegis to get Tormentor for themselves, right? So in a way, Liquid also drafted for that 20-minute Tormentor, but they just over-executed a little bit there in that fight we just saw. But I think it's a good development of the patch that you can now draft more things, right? You don't have to worry about the 15 minutes as much.
That's a good point.
Very true. I also do want to still ask about the Shadow Fiend. We don't see Shadow Fiend that often, and I know, Misery, you initially liked it as a carry, and you're like, it could work. It's a little bit of an X factor because we didn't really know how it was going to play out. Obviously, we've seen it lose, but it might not paint the full picture of the hero. What's your impression on it, on this particular role?
I think it still has potential. I'm actually a bit surprised nobody else has tried the strategy. I think we saw it once with Naga in one of the early games, but he went for the race facet and he maxed races and stuff like this. I think there's still an argument to be made for a Shadow Fiend with only 2 points races and stats. Maybe even no races. I think you need races for the lane probably, but as little races you can get away with, and just maxing stats and going full physical DPS like we saw in the past. This game, I mean, if Liquid played it cleaner and they weren't out of the tournament and they were, a good version of Team Liquid, then maybe this game would have been a win, right? And then we would have had a different view of Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I'd like to highlight about the Flipster Talon draft. The minute they saw Omni SF with like a classic combo, SF's going to stand his ground, he's going to be repelled, and they just drafted 2 AoE BKB piercing disables. Like right
Medusa Enigma?
Yeah, and so that was a really cool way to solve that problem, and I think if maybe the offlaners drafted already, and then you pick Omni SF, it might have a bit more potency with those heroes out of the pool.
Yeah. No, we'll see, though. I want to know how the teams are going to adjust. I felt like, I mean, I don't know how much this plays into it. I mean, me seeing how much trouble yesterday Talon had to go high ground against BetBoom with the Kunkka Enigma, and talking to Joe Chem about it afterwards as well. It's like, well, that posed a problem for us. We still managed in the end, but it was difficult. How much of that misery is, because when I'm playing pubs, I'm like, oh, I saw something cool in the other team, I'm gonna try it next game. How much of that works in pro games where maybe Talon saw that was very hard to go high ground against Enigma Kunkka, we gonna try it sometime as well?
I'm curious, like, if, let's say, Talon win games 2, I think we can ask them if there was anything even related to yesterday's games, because I think it might just be, oh, Kunkka is a strong hero, we need to incorporate it into our drafts. I don't think it's necessarily like a result of them playing against it yesterday. They might not even have thought about that. It might just be coincidence.
Yeah.
But I think it is something that happens throughout the development of a tournament, that you recognize other teams are doing something and it's like too good not to steal it, right? I remember at TI6, for example, we saw LAN-M playing this Kunkka 4, right, with Armlet, and I was like, I'm gonna steal that. I want to play this Kunkka. This looks fun. So we took it, right? And I think that happens all the time in Dota. Like teams copy each other. Yeah.
We're gonna find out how much maybe Team Liquid copies of Talon from game number 1 to game number 2. They need to step it up if they want to have a third game to the series. But we're gonna find out what's gonna happen after a break.
When she walks in the But you don't go messing around with a girl like that. A girl like that. You know she's gonna take your heart and you're never gonna get it back. So don't go messing with a girl like that. I haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again. What do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song. Been going on for far too long. Who's in the box? I hope and yet again. What?
In the mix right now with DJ 31. Killing the ones and twos. It's DJ Set It Off. He makes your body rock. DJ D-Rock is in the mix. Haters step back. DJ Spin Man. DJ Willie D's in the building.
Welcome back. We're in the middle of our first series of the day. We got Team Liquid and Flipster Talon going head-to-head in a best-of-3. And game one was taken by Flipster Talon. They looked cool and composed, and they knew exactly how to play their game, while Liquid was left figuring out why they couldn't do a little better on going high ground. They tried, though. Let's see how they adjust to the situation at hand, as they are also a team. I think this is important to know. They are a team that is already eliminated. That's right. And they are already making it to EWC on points. So they have
10 seconds
pride
remaining.
to play for, because we know that Team Liquid can do better. And actually, Misery said that this playing without restrictions might just level them up. right?
Yeah, I'm not sure about being all the way eliminated does that, but at least I feel like we've seen sometimes Liquid be down in a group stage, and then they suddenly pull it together and start coming back, right?
True.
I think that game they just played was not the worst game they've had in this tournament. That's for sure. I think they took tier 2 mid, they were going as far, they were doing well, they were okay farming.
Yeah.
I think they made some mistakes, but they're also playing against a good, tough opponent, right?
Yeah, I think the game 2 they played against Enigma Galaxy was definitely worse. It was the one where they were playing against the Silencer Bloodseeker and they got absolutely wrecked.
Yeah.
So that was a worse game for sure. They will once again go for the Bristleback. So the sides have swapped, but the order in terms of picking has also swapped.
Also changed.
Oh my bad, yeah, there you go. Also changed. But they go for Bristleback once more.
I think it's a big deal that these teams, for whatever reason, right? Team Liquid, their first overall pick, and they just lost to a first overall pick Kunkka, but they themselves don't feel comfortable to first pick the Kunkka. You know, a lot of it goes into, there's layers, right? The other team, your signature hero's Doom. It's one of the primary counters to Kunkka. This is Flipster Talon that I'm talking about. That opens you up to pick Kunkka earlier on in the draft. These are reasons why I feel like Flipster Talon and teams like Parivision seem like they're 1 or 2 steps ahead in the meta. Maybe in Parivision's case, like 3 or 4. It's because when I see them getting their meta heroes, not only are they getting the meta heroes, but they also seem like they match up well against the other meta heroes that we're seeing. So like right now, they got their Doom that got banned out game 1, and it got replaced by Kunkka in the banning phase. So somehow that actually circles them back to getting their Doom that they couldn't get. But then you have the anti-heal, you have the break from the Shadow Shaman Hex, level 15 Talon, which is counter to Bristle, and that's what I mean by like good against the good heroes.
I think this is the game where you throw Bristleback on 5.
Yeah,
with the goo.
I don't mind that.
And you shut down this Doom, and then you don't care about level 15 break.
Yeah, all those counters.
All this, all this yap about counters, you don't care about, right? You just play a Bristle 5. I don't know if they're gonna do that, but I think that's at least something they could consider. Tinker is usually Insania, right?
Yes.
So
unlikely now that we can have 2 5s in the game.
That's tough to do. I will say Insania is pretty good at micro. He does play Chin and Enchantress, so you never know. But
the share control.
I guess one thing we've also seen from the teams that are not doing so hot, because I feel like the story you just gave of like rotating Bristle to support, that's also a layer of their strategy that we've been like, oh, they picked Beastmaster on Yakult into a Gyrocopter. There must be some flex potential from this beast, and then it lanes off lane and gets demolished. So I'm also skeptical that Liquid's going to make the same flexible change, but I would like to see that they might be able to, you know?
I think that type of stuff also comes with the confidence that you gain throughout the tournament. If you're losing and you're not doing so hot, then chances are you're not going to be confident also flexing as much. Or playing unorthodox heroes in the moment, like the Bristleback switch to 5. A confident team will be like, yeah, I haven't scrimmed it, we haven't played it much, but let's just do it. It looks good in this situation, right? They'll just go with it regardless. Similarly to how Talon picked Lycan yesterday, or other examples we've seen this tournament, right? But a team like Liquid might not be confident in that right now, like we saw with them banning Kunkka themselves, right? So not like Saberlight can't play Kunkka, right? But maybe in this particular moment, they don't feel confident picking it early. V2 maybe don't want to play it, Saberlight don't want to play it, or Nisha, whatever reasons they might have, right?
Yeah, I guess I remember it was maybe a Duraccio interview where it was either Tundra. I think Tundra was down 2-0 and then they reverse sweep somebody. I believe it was them. Where there was asked in an interview and he just said, yeah, what we were doing all tournament that got us to the finals wasn't working. And in game 3, we just decided, you know, fuck it. Let's just try something completely different and see if it works. And if we lose, we lose. But what we were already doing is losing. So I guess you were saying that teams lack confidence because they're losing in the tournament, but I wonder at like what stage in Group Stage 2, for instance, maybe you're 1-3 on Liquid earlier on. Like at what point do you say, okay, what we're doing is currently not working. Why don't we just try these flexes, like go for these theoretically awesome drafts that we may not be able to execute?
I think people are doing that, but then they lose anyway.
And then they lose anyway.
And then it's like, okay, that didn't work. And then, you know, I'm not sure, but I think
that's fair.
Just because you try something new doesn't mean you're gonna win, right?
Well, I guess
or flex doesn't. Yeah,
I guess like I've been seeing a lot of teams not flex, so but it's a good point that there probably are teams doing this, and it's also not working. They're just behind in the meta period. This Marcy pick, though, probably for Boxy, a little bit out of left field as well. Maybe setting like Enigma up or something like this, like offlaner combo.
Could be just the Bristleback offlane again, right? It's Insania on the Tinker. Boxy wants to play Marcy, and setting up for some kind of synergy with it, I guess. Something with the... Do people play 4 Marcy still on the lifesteal buffing up, or is it different now? Actually, not really a Marcy enjoyer.
Yeah, I think it's more of the bring it with, like, whatever that fast is. Pick me up facet. They're just playing more on, like, ganking duo.
But the sidekick is still a big part of being a support Marcy, right?
Yeah, I'd say it's not a big part. It's there, but it's been nerfed a little bit.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so I don't think it's like a pivotal portion of the hero. You know, the puck pick, we've seen it a lot against Storm. You have the Marcy to roam on mid. You do have the Shaman Hex, the Doom to follow it up. There's plenty of ways to kill the puck. It may be difficult to execute. You know, it's hard not to be biased. Like, as a panelist, I'm just like, it's really hard not to, like, Flips or Talon has just been consistently impressing us, and obviously Liquid's been doing the opposite.
Okay, but it is a 18 Nisha puck.
True.
It's a TI winning combination of picking a puck in this slot. So it's definitely something they know and they've been playing before. I have not been too impressed by Puck this tournament. It feels like every time he's a bit too slow or lackluster, but this looks like a good Puck game. Until later on when the Hex come into play, the Doom comes into play, but if he has a good lane, that might not matter at all, right? He might snowball.
We did see Kiyotaka played Puck against Storm yesterday and get solo killed twice against Makoto's Storm. It was Makoto, right? Or when was
Emo?
Oh, it was against Emo's Storm. That's what it was. And I will say that somehow Kiyotaka was only down by like 100 or 200 net worth in that game, despite getting solo killed twice.
And still won.
Yeah, and I think he was 0-7 on Puck and won that game. You know, I don't expect a similar performance from Nisha in any regard, whether it's win or lose or being 0-7. But yeah, so they're banning out the carries that I'd say are the top meta carries right now, the Terrorblade and the Ursa. I think that's just kind of default bans, I would say. Is there anything that's standing out?
Could we see another Wraith King?
That's
maybe?
Always a consideration against Doom, I guess.
Yeah. I think it's not unlikely here.
I don't love it.
Really? I think it's better here than it was when they first picked it, because here they have a scaling Puck, they have a scaling Bristleback potentially, right, and a scaling Tinker, and like they have Marcy scaling.
You're more of a utility
I
carry.
think you can actually argue that this is a good Wraith King game.
I will argue it with you. I don't think it's a good Wraith King. No. I definitely, I see what you're saying. It definitely doesn't feel like you are pigeonholed into being like the sole damage dealer of your team or anything like that. You could be the one that soaks up the spells.
You're picking a carry into Doom, into a lot of disables, right? It's maybe Abaddon?
Yeah, I was thinking Abaddon.
Oh, Drow Ranger, okay.
We've seen Drow Ranger, I mean, we see it 4-0. Not a single loss to her name.
And Liquid's used it twice, I believe, already. And the fact that they're 1-5 in the group stage, and there's one win on Drow, and at least one win on Drow.
Paravision played it as well, I think, a couple of times. It looks strong. It looks much better than you would expect, I would say. Seems to have a good lane every time as well, which is always the fragile point of, especially the fragile point of Drow. If he has a bad lane, then what's the plan B now? You know, you're level 3, you can't jungle. Like, that's something that we've seen happens to Drow in the past, but not this tournament so far. It's been doing really well. I think with Tinker as a 5, it's unlikely he's going to have a hard lane, because Tinker is still extremely strong in the safe lane.
I still like Abaddon for 23 Savage. I think Abaddon getting on top of Drow with like the Radiance Manta Blink build, I think you're under duress in your other 2 lanes, so you don't want to carry that's gankable.
What about Spectre? What's happened to Spectre? It has a high win rate in pubs.
Yeah, I feel like we mention Spectre quite frequently, like could be, but then it never actually shows.
I mean, I really like Spectre as a hero. Of course, it's not the best hero, but I really like it. It's just so bad in lane.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's a laning issue purely.
It has like 50 base damage, and you can't block creeps, and like there's a lot of
phased
issues.
movement.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues.
That should be disabled until like a minute into the game as like a reason.
Ooh, that's Doom
you carry Doom.
Okay.
I don't mind that either, actually, because I think Doom offlane would have struggled a lot against like a Marcy Drow safe lane or like
I think this pick is good, right? Get in lane, skill bulwark, feel good in the lane against double ranged.
And you got the traditional Mars Willow combo.
Yep, synergy, fear into arena.
can break, not break, but turn the Bristol back around. Good way to catch Tinker. Pretty good, gives you more scaling, more team fight with the Willow. I think it's a good pick, but Drow's undefeated though.
Yeah.
That's good enough for me.
Yeah, 100% win rate. Can't deal with the stats, with the maths. Don't lie. Stats don't lie. That's what I was looking for.
Drow's multi-shot does go through arena, so she's like one of the few ranged carries that can deal damage outside of it, but I also always like Mars, not necessarily in lane versus Drow, but I do like him against carries that survive on like Manta Hurricane Pike, because these items just don't work against arena, so I understand what they're going for, but we've also seen some Marses just get absolutely demolished in the early game and be useless. I would lean, like, I think Liquid's draft gives them a better chance this game than in game one. Absolutely.
I agree. I think their draft looks strong this game.
And around the minute 20 mark, if we are going to have a similar situation, if they do have a skirmish, who comes out on top?
I actually think Liquid would take that one, but it also depends on who they catch with the arena and stuff, you know?
Yeah, depends.
Depends! I would
Great
like
answer.
that. That
Thank
means
you.
it can go either way. We're just going to see which one of these two teams is going to outskill the other, just the way we like it. We're heading over for Game 2 to Sunsfin and Cinnamon with some Park Jam Pandas.
Game 2 between Talon and Liquid is upon us. Liquid, of course, out of the tournament, but still technically in because they're playing. But yeah, they have nowhere to go, Syndrome.
Nowhere to go.
People that play Dota, that's all they do. But Talon have plenty of room to grow. They are trying to secure, or at least have a good chance of getting top 2 in the group. They do not. If they lose this series, there's a chance that they have to go through a tiebreaker for 3rd, 4th. Scary proposition.
Yeah, the good news for Talon is that they're in very good
30
shape,
seconds
just in
to
general.
battle.
They've been playing. I've been very impressed with them this tournament. This matchup against Liquid is one that, based on recent results, kind of should just be a 2-0. And we were talking about the draft. It was interesting to hear the panel's take on it, because there's a couple of things that Liquid have here that bodes very well for them. They've got a Nisha Puck, and they've got an undefeated Drow. But as we both saw this draft develop, there was something that felt off for us, right? We both didn't really like the Marcy pick. Whereas for Talon, it's just super stable stuff that they're running very, very well. They've got Mikoto on Storm. You've got Doom, which is one of their best heroes. And I thought the last pick, Mars, was very good. So for what it's worth for me, I think this is a game where Liquid needs to outperform the level of execution we've seen from them so far to win this game. Definitely could do it, but I think it's looking good for Talon. However...
Oh, 23. Yeah, just on, right on cue, Cinderin.
Oh, just TP to the top. Nice
Roll
reaction.
TP.
Yeah. As soon as the
But now he's half HP, so...
dispose is used, you can just port to the lane.
Went Infernal Blade first. So, you mentioned the Marcy and how we were both very disappointed. That's just me in general.
With Marcy.
With Marcy.
Yeah.
I think it's better as a support, so I don't like hate it for Liquid. It's just the position 1 is it's looked so bad in so many games, and people were continuing to try it over and over. But
it has a 50% win rate this tournament. It's 4-4.
But well, it's his mostly support, I assume, right?
It's a bit of a mix. We've
Really?
seen it played a carry as well. Yeah, that might be the majority of the losses actually that are on
I
carry.
wouldn't be surprised. It's trash.
We'll see. Boxy plays this hero really well.
No, if anybody can make this hero work, it's Box. But support-wise, like, it gives you everything, right? You have Dispose, which is a great kind of relocation spell. I couldn't think of the word, Cinderin. There's a better word for that.
Displacement?
Displacement, thank you. Rebound is insanely good for catch and gives you a little bit of buff, of course.
Yeah, and the pick-me-up facet is really what makes this hero particularly viable as a 4, in my opinion. We've seen a lot of situations where you can toss your ally in to a better position in the fight.
Drow's going to love that.
Yeah, she is not going to be the beneficiary of that very much.
Unless
toss her out.
Clicks. Yeah, true. And they have the support Tinker for Insania, which we've seen many a time. And then for Talon, you mentioned the Mars. 23 Savage is playing the position 1 Doombringer as he's going to get rebounded. You can see that facet already coming into play. He's going to get disposed after the fact. They will eventually get this, but the Hex just in time. Cuckoo kills off Saberlight.
wow.
23 Savage dies last, which means he gets all the experience. And if Cuckoo can hold this wave, which he loses 1 creep. And yeah, the rest will be held for 23.
I mean, this is a massive win for Talon. The fact that they not only in that trade get the 2-for-1, but get both kills first is kind of crazy considering there was 5 stacks of goo on 23. But yeah, this is a big win for them. They're going to be very quickly up to level 3. Liquid barely broke level 2. Now both of these heroes are going to be level 3. I think they can snowball this top lane off of this with another good fight. Level 2 Scorched Earth is a mega upgrade. It's almost double the damage here for 23. And Cuckoo with an early level 2 Shackle. No, as a matter of fact, he goes 1-1-1 here. But yeah, they're going to fight for this. See.
Yep, 3-minute Lotus. Saberlight taking the brunt of the damage right now. Will be shackled on the outside. And 23 Savage. These Quill Sprays are starting to stack up. Going to focus on the Boxy for now, but there's the rebound. Bringing back into 23 Savage's face, and he dies first this time. So Liquid going to be relatively happy. Although the Lotus is given up to Cuckoo. Saberlight barely getting away. One more right click if he can get it off, but the Bristleback passive still not up. Cuckoo. Well, he's got 5 seconds on the Ether Shock. Has the Hex. Has Shackle. Gets the Hex via the Chicken Fingers and eventually the Zap.
Yeah, another great trade for them. And I believe in the meantime there was another kill. Joachim killed Insania down bottom on the Willow. Receiving end for now, but another great start here for Talon. In particular, the top lane is just... The Bristle having 7 CS right now is definitely cause for concern. Oh, WS!
Yeah, looks like he's going to drop here. Takes them a while, though. I mean, how bad is the second death for 23, though?
I think he would have lived if he speared away the Drow instead of Tinker in that situation, but all right. It's going to return to lane in a decent time, though. There's a wave and a half approaching the Talon bottom tower, so Mars will get back to his farming ways. Nisha winning mid against Mikoto. Not too surprising, the Puck versus Storm matchup.
It's a Nisha Puck, too.
Yeah, he is.
It's just different. This is his best hero by far, not close. Just unbelievably good Puck. Is there a better Puck in history?
I personally don't think so, but
there's definitely been some really good ones, but yeah, he's, I feel like, above all.
I think the way Nisha separates himself from the other Pucks is the way he plays the hero after 30 minutes. I think that's where he impresses me the most. I don't necessarily think his laning stage in his early game is better than, for example, the guy he's playing against in Mikoto, but it's the late game decision making and the clutchness that really makes this hero and wins games. Nisha has been a very good player at showcasing how this hero can be, a late game carry.
There's a TP coming. Illusory Orb is going to be avoided. Jokum on the other side. Yeah, the Bramble's being put out just in case, as Nisha will go around the long way. 30 seconds away from the first power run, so Jokum might just stick around here. As top again, the action continues. Cuckoo gonna get rebounded on, stuns both heroes. As 23 Savage trying to get a constellation prize in Boxy, he will, but it might be at the cost of his own life. Saberlight taking some damage via the tomato. Insania comes to steal some XP.
Yeah, you're seeing the concept that this Liquid lane plays on against the carry Doom, and
3 deaths already.
If it weren't for the very bad start they had with the first exchange, they lost 1-2. You're seeing the potential here, and that this time around it did work out for them. Question is what Talon are going to do at this point. He will return up now with Doom. Maybe we need a rotation at this point from the Willow to come through the gate, perhaps, to offset the balance a little bit. 23 on Saberlight right now. Interesting to see him grab the Mana Burn creep, of course.
Mid lane,
Mikoto,
rebound again. Mikoto, not level 6, cannot zip away.
Oh, he was 1 CS away from 6.
As V-Tune getting chased off. Looks like he'll live, though, so Talon not able to get any sort of trade. They're being a bit annoying to get V-Tune some harassment. Bramble. Oh. Shadow Realm will come, but not enough to... He might have to go back to base, though. A lot of wasted time.
I guess something to keep in mind when we talk about this, just looping back around to Nisha's puck. He has just not been having his best tournament, right?
No.
In terms of individual skill. And this is a hero that, for me, is... Can you think of a hero that's more about finesse than puck?
Here we go.
Maybe
Can you
Invoker.
think of a hero? Once per game, Cinderin asks a question.
That's not true. I ask questions more than once.
So tempo, you said?
No, that's not at all what I said. I said finesse.
Finesse, yeah.
So what I'm getting at is if you're not at your A game as a player, there's a couple of heroes that I think are more punished by that. I would say a hero like Puck or a hero like Invoker, where if you're not really in your element, then the ways in which these heroes carry games is a lot down to like really small details in fight execution and whatever. So if Nisha isn't necessarily having his best tournament, even in a good puck game, perhaps you slip up, you get caught once or twice that you wouldn't usually, and then all of that magic that you're used to seeing from the past won't come to be. I think that's a little bit of a silver lining here for the side of Talon, because this is, like we talked about, a good puck game. But there are traps. If you get doomed, you're screwed. If you get caught by Shadow Shaman, it can get really hairy very quickly. So
Dire's top tower is
has to be
under
very careful. And Talon have shown a good ability to jump on opportunities given, especially with their Shadow Shaman. Has been one of their best picks for Cuckoo. Currently 2-1-3 in this game, so delivering.
23 has to be careful. Boxy can rebound them
Oh,
both
he's
in, and he
through.
will, and then he gets one right click off because he had a bazillion goos upon him. And now the turnaround from the support side. Saberlight,
Oh, that's an
blood
important
grenade.
It's not enough, though.
It is not.
Oh, it is.
It is.
It is enough.
Good call.
Just barely. Thought he was going to out-regen that. A
They get
narrow
the turnaround
kill.
but another death on a 23. That's his 4th of the game.
Yeah.
There's Instania. He will group up with the rest of the team as 23 Savage TP's in to try to save his comrade. He gets
There's
the Doom
that
on an
kill.
important target. Nisha dead. Rasta stays alive for a really long time. Cuckoo eventually will tick out, but the Marcy follows suit, and Instania does have the move speed to get away.
Yeah, and ironically, you keep harping on the number of deaths 23 has. He's easily top net worth in the game, though.
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up as V-Tune. He's going to take his first death of the game to Makoto's Zip with, of course, the arena to help out.
Because, yeah, you're dying a couple of times on Doom, but a lot of it has been trading, and he has really good CS regardless. So it's not... The times at which he's dying are never for free. His game looks just fine. Oh, missed the rebound.
Misses this time. He gets disposed, though. 23 Savage. This is going to be another death to his name. Yes. Will Talon get the trade that they came for, though?
Oh, they will.
That is
They'll
a
get them
big
both.
bedlam from Jokum. The Snakes put down as well. And they get 2 off the back of 23's 5th death.
And he's going to have teleport back 2 seconds after he respawns, so another death that isn't really all that costly as long as Talon makes sure to trade every time. I think this is just fine. For the side of Liquid, we did see the Puck, the first death of the game at the top tower, of course, showcasing the threat of the Doom.
So, is there any Doom that would go for a different facet?
Not really, in my opinion. Maybe if you play position 4 Doom, you could take Gluttony, I guess. I don't think any of the core positions would be wise to take Gluttony.
Yeah, it does feel like the more money you make, the more you're losing out by not having this facet.
It's just the fact that Gluttony just has 10 seconds more cooldown. So, yes, you start with 2 charges, which is great, but over the course of an entire game, if you're working under the assumption that you try to cast Devour basically off cooldown, it's a facet where you lose GPM.
Well, I also think it's too much of the same thing, though, because this is kind of a gold facet as well, right? You're saving tons of money.
Dire's top
Yeah,
It's a little different twist to it, but in the end, it's kind of the same.
It's a combination. One of them you lose money, the other one you gain money. So which one would you pick? It's not like it's kind of a no-brainer. We have seen Gluttony picked in the past, but I guess the balance has just shifted a bit too much against it at this point.
There's a third facet.
Yeah, I'm not mentioning the 666 one. It's just Valve being funny.
They can make it good if they want.
I suppose with the games going to 70, 90 minutes.
I mean, it's just
Doom is going to last really long,
Yeah.
but at the same time, in late game situations, how often does it matter?
That's true.
Whether the doom is 3 seconds longer or not. It's just like, yes, you're doomed, you're dead. It's a very binary spell for most.
Well, maybe if they,
late
instead of
game.
duration increasing its damage,
Yeah.
then it would be good.
Oh. I don't know if that's much better.
I mean,
Like, it is better, I would say, but then they don't get to do the epic number meme
Radiant's bottom
of 666.
under
yeah, they
attack.
can.
So then the damage goes up by what?
Yeah, whatever.
Every 6.66 minutes, it goes up by what? 6.66
As we're gonna
damage?
see initiation onto Rasta, silenced up, Cuckoo. They will find the turnaround. 23 Savage coming in. He wanted the last hit. Won't be given to him. He has the Midas now. I mean, you could literally do anything. You could increase it by 1 every 6.66 seconds. Like, there's tons of ways to balance it.
That sounds crazy. But yeah.
Okay, it could be a decimal, like whatever it is, you know?
You're not wrong. Which is
Radiant's
surprising.
bottom tower is
Saberlight
under
has
attack.
Blade Mail going for a pipe as the secondary item. And now we have a smoke from Talon. Saberlight.
Yeah, he's going to need this blade mail
Are
to
scanning.
nothing.
Yep, he's going to use it. They're going to try to wait it out. Brambles.
TP actually came in from Nisha looking for a counterplay. Talon.
Yep, he's going to orb in. He finds the Dark Willow and
Oh,
the
he's gonna
coil
get
onto
doomed,
2,
though.
but the Doom has arrived. And this is going to be a bigger kill going the way of Talon. So they get 2 cores. He's trying to deny himself. And it is not going to happen. 23, another death for the road, but like you've talked about, he doesn't seem to mind too much.
How often do you see a carry being 4 to 6 and then having
Top net worth?
1,000 more net worth than the second hero? You can't even pin it on the Devoury very much either.
Yeah, it's had
He
very
doesn't
little
like maxing Devour or anything early on. He has it now at level 4, but he did go 141, which is very standard for the carry Doom. So, yeah, it's staying ahead with the Midas, of course. Other hero I wanted to mention was the Drow, not having the hottest of starts. She was 6th on net worth. Obviously has a great win rate this tournament. I think it's 4-0. But the hero, its biggest weakness is when games get accelerated too fast and heroes get on top of you. And that's something that this Talon lineup is very capable of, is
Tower is under attack.
getting a dagger on Mars. He's actually going Yule's first here on WS, which is an interesting idea, of course. But yeah, just getting these hero like Storm, you know, just jump on the Drow before she has too many
Dire's
items.
bottom tower
Very
is
killable.
under
Boxy
attack.
gonna be on the receiving end here. Nice and easy kill for
Yep,
it.
should be a freebie. And it is.
The bot tower to come here as well for Talon. You've set up a foothold down here with this move.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And if this were the last patch, they would be taking the Tormentor right about now. This was a perfect timing for 738.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
But now you're just going through the gate instead. How times change.
Yeah, so now you have to wait 5 minutes, of course.
Yep. They'll make a move up here potentially. It's more part of like the natural rotation of you want to take this bot tower. It often happens in this time window. Last patch it just overlapped so nicely with the Tormentor, but now what you do instead, a lot of the times teams will just gate up top and play up there instead. Saberlight will break the smoke, and he will... Yeah, they're just going to cut Cuckoo here. Nothing to stay for. This is a 5-man move from Liquid, getting 1 support. They were hoping for more than that.
Yep, Talon will take it. As 23 working on his Radiance. He is probably going to sell the Midas to get it, I would assume.
Yeah, he could.
Dire's
Just
top
might as
tower
well quick buy.
is under
Yeah, he's
attack.
going to quick buy the
you go.
Midas again.
Yeah.
It's so funny how this works.
Yeah. Doom really is a...
Was just nerfed, of course.
This really isn't a hero that... I don't know, that facet is just so... It feels like you're playing with cheats, in a way. It's like you're
Yeah.
just exploiting something that's not meant to be a part
Which
of the
we have seen many times. But this one is legal.
Yeah.
Makoto zipping in, try to get off Insania, but they're going to lose the Dark Willow instead. Doom onto the Bristle, but no damage follow-up at all. So 23 kind of isolated now. Makoto uses the rest of his mana, but there's the arena from WS. The snakes go down as well. They get the spear onto the Drow Ranger, into the Shackle as well. And that's 3 dead in the blink of an eye on top of Liquid. And the chase is on. Saberlight getting blocked by Boxy as Cuckoo has the dust, the rebound. But the spear onto the Marcy. Another zip from Makoto. They want to get the Bristol first. Much more important kill. They will get him. So Boxy, the lone survivor here, as Talon went in a ginormous team fight.
That was such a good arena. Without Dagger, WS able to isolate 3 or 4 heroes, and not only that, I was about to say, all right, you just doomed the Bristle, and now Nisha gets to play. Instead, he gets caught in the arena, he gets isolated by the Shaman and then killed off. And this game starting to look more and more flippin' for the Talon boys.
Yep, last time we saw them with a 6K lead, they got team wiped.
Yeah, there's a different vibe to this game by draft, though. I think last game, Liquid's lineup had a lot of promise in the mid game and was very quickly able to snowball it. This one is a lot more delicate. I think if you want to truly crush a fight as Liquid, Drow needs to have a free fight, and I think Boxy needs to be able to do damage. That's why this Mars last pick was so good for Talon. It's really tough for Liquid to access the fights in the way they would want. Nisha going to buy Shard second here? Oh, he has Dagger. Okay, I was like, this is unusual. So, Blink, Witchblade, gonna get the Shard next. Fortunate enough to find an Arcane Rune here. Perhaps Liquid will make a play around that.
Radiant are scanning.
I wonder how much Nisha has played around with the curveball facet.
Yeah.
Not opting for it here. The Hex on the Cuckoo is going to prevent the gank onto Makoto. As Cuckoo now tries to run away, but this feels like what Rasta does these days.
It's a good death.
Makoto.
Stays
So
here.
greedy.
Yeah. They do see him too, but he has a ward of his own.
Get that last Ancient. And now we'll use all his mana to get away.
Yeah, effectively wasted Boxy's time.
Dire's
Oh,
middle tower
wait.
is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Greed, will it be your downfall?
Oh, it just
waning
will.
Rift Coil. Man, that is way too greedy.
Well, from his perspective, he doesn't know they're chasing him, right? He might feel like
I
they
thought you
gave
said he
up.
had a ward.
Oh, that was the previous one, right?
Yeah.
So he got out of that a while ago, but they just assumed he was going to farm the last camp before going back to base, and they were right.
Yep, Storm Spirits, man. You know how they work. You know how their brains work.
And my favorite thing about ex-hero players is always to make fun of Morphlings playing on max Agi and getting one shot. But
Yeah, of course.
Storm Spirit can get second place for greed and feeling safe because of your ult.
Dire's bottom
And
tower
that's
is under
actually a
attack.
really big death on Mikoto. He was worth a lot of gold, and if this leads to a Roshan now from
Yeah,
Liquid,
that-
we're back to even.
That's 6K. I mean, it is back to even.
Yeah. Bit inflated, of course, with the Doom as well. I think that's worth mentioning this game. He's going Midas and Max Devour. This will look better for Talon than it might just be in reality. And there it goes. Aegis for V-Tune. Manta, soon to be Pike, as the Dragonlance component so far.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tormentor up in a few seconds. Up against this Aegis, though, Talon maybe not looking for a fight. Illusions for V-Tune.
Illusion.
Pipe almost done here for Saberlight, and let's see what Talon have working for them. So 23 BKB, still a ways away. Makoto has his fresh BKB right now to go along with the Kaya.
For the side of Liquid, it is also worth mentioning that Tinker hit level 12. This really transforms this hero. The ability to TP on waves. Your map presence just gets so much stronger. Until that point, you're kind of relegated to farming jungle for the most part, but you can start pushing out the lanes. Gonna find a catch here onto Jokin with V-Tune, and
Gets the Shadow Realm off. TP.
oh, just TP out.
He is
Coil.
going to get coiled. Well, that is
force the
a
coil with
big
that.
spell down.
I don't think Talon are particularly interested in looking for fights right now. I think
Are scanning.
you really want to get Doom his BKB before you press the issue, and that's going to cost them a Tormentor. Liquid back in the gold lead. Shard for Tinker, Warp Flare, really, really good against Storm and Doom. Of course, their BKBs will protect them, but once they are down, it gives Insania some more interesting counterplay in addition to all his barriers.
Is Cuckoo going Midas? I guess so. It's going to be one of those games, huh?
I don't know if I like that very much.
Yeah, we've said that before. As Nisha going to find an opening. onto the Mars. Going to be a really, really easy one, and now they can group up for this tier 2.
Yeah, I don't think Talon can fight them right now. I think this timing for Liquid is way too strong. The pipe on Bristol, the Aegis. Tinker has so many saves between Holy Locket as well as Glimmer Cape. And yeah, they're just going to concede the tower. Definitely catching their stride here in the mid game are Liquid.
Well, it'll be close to a trade on the mid tier 1. Ends up being the case as they get the Hex onto Nisha. The zip on in as well. Terrorize misses. Nice save from Boxy, but they get the shackle from above. And the Cursed Crown to follow. They actually have so much stun lock. Even the defense matrix used on Puck, it's not enough. Nisha still dies. They throw everything at him. And it's enough as Makoto chasing Boxy, but the pipe is placed. Another rebound to get away. And the shackle onto the Tinker. See, WS uses his ult, tries to catch the Drow, does not, but they will be still okay with the 2 supports. They get the Yules into the spear. V-Tune stuck in a horrific spot now. Cursed Crown will bring him down the first time. Yeah, they're going to continue to surround. If they still have Doom if they want it, they don't even remotely need it. 4 dead. They could use it here. 23 Savage. They're still going to surround, and they still do not need the ultimate. Even Cuckoo survives. Full team wipe, including Aegis.
Yeah, that was a 6 for 0. And ironically, what started all of this was Liquid were trying to save their puck. This could have been 1 kill.
Yeah.
If Nisha just gets caught there and dies and you say, all right, shit happens, but it's one of those heroes and players that you're really trying to protect, and the original save from Boxy looked promising on the rebound. You're going to see the replay here. This is such a good rebound, but the chase through potential, and Mikoto seemingly with endless mana. After this first kill, you can still cut your losses now. You could have maybe lost the Tinker as well, or maybe the Marcy, but instead they keep trying to help. V-Tune comes over to assist. And this is just an amazing sequence for Talon.
And even here, you can cut your losses, but now Drow starting to attack.
Bristol comes back for another goo.
Yeah.
This is the ultimate help your friend syndrome.
Yeah. It happens to all of us.
Very unnecessary from Liquid to bleed out that many kills, and Talon are going to take full advantage. Now they get full control back. They get a damage rune now on Mikoto as well. And you'd think Talon, without expending Doom, they could be eager to just look for the next fight with this rune. They have everything.
Yeah, for sure.
Nothing's on cooldown.
And with that, Cuckoo changes his mind on the Midas, by the way, so it's going to be an Aether Lens. Team player.
Yeah, I like that a lot, but... Well, finds
Sania spotted. Makoto, it's not going to be the easiest kill.
He's got Glimmer. Makoto's just trying to poke out a response.
The dust.
Oh,
Spear
nice
misses
warp
thanks
flare.
to the Warp Flare, and Boxy with the rebound. Pops his ult as well, focusing on Makoto, but he has the BKB as the Terrorize being faked out for the time being. Cuckoo puts his snakes down, and Boxy down and out, and that's a big one. Terrorize onto the puck as meanwhile, the Doom applied to V-Tune. He's going to go down solo to 23 Savage as Nisha gets the Yules off inside of the Mars arena. We'll be able to orb away. Blinks to the left as 23 wants to chase, but the Hex. And that will be enough, surely. Blink is down right now. Spear, perfect timing. Nisha dead. 3-0 Talon.
Yeah, this is how you play against Drow. You send a hero on top of her that she can't deal with, and then the fight is over. Sometimes it really is that simple. This carry cannot deal with that type of pressure, and nice patience from 23 Savage to not pile on the other heroes they were fighting. He was just waiting patiently for the Drow. Seems very well organized by Talon that they have this shared image of what the fights are supposed to look like under the correct conditions, and that's 2 back-to-back, putting them now in a great position. So Roche, early respawn is in 1:30. So we're probably just going to see more skirmishing onto the Bristol. This is not the best target.
Oh, nice rebound again. Boxy all over the place, but the Cursed Crown is gorgeous onto both heroes. Marcy certainly dead. Oh, but he's going to get healed up at the last moment. Boxy actually gets away, and Joachim is the one that drops instead.
Yeah, they're playing Glimmer on Marcy, Glimmer on Tinker, and Holy Locket with the barrier from Matrix. Surely conversations have been started about Nullifier, and yeah, 23 Savage has in his quick buy. So at least he will be getting one.
Radiant are scanning.
SNY for 23 now.
Dire's bottom tower
Now finally,
is
Drow
under
gets a
attack.
BKB as well, so didn't even finish the pike, just went
Oh, Saberlight.
double defensive item.
They're gonna see him here. Goku blinks away. Oh, see the Marcy waiting on the back line. He's actually gonna get soloed here by the snakes. That is a kill. Gets the essence ring off though. Doesn't matter. Now WS, this is another bleeding situation potentially for Liquid as a big ol' zip into the Doom.
Yeah, he's
And
got a
V-Tune with the BKB can't do anything. We'll have to run and die.
They also get Nisha without...
Nisha, he does get the phase shift off. Static Remnant available, and it blows him up on return. And another situation where Talon just take the fight pretty handily.
And Talon are just better, right? just say it as it is. When you're looking at these fights, they look so in sync, so quick. I think this whole initiation, the way Cuckoo started out finding Boxy there, he was in a really weird compromised position to start out. Between the tier 2 and tier 3 towers, getting that kill first, and then the fight kind of just played itself after. What I'm looking at in these team fights, honestly, is if Drow gets doomed, I think you've lost. I think it's that simple right now. So whatever Liquid are doing, they have to find a way to account for 23 Savage and to protect their Drow. She can't protect herself since she doesn't have Force Staff. She went Manta BKB, so when she gets doomed, she can't just pike away.
Yeah.
I don't know if I really like going the BKB first here. I understand it's a tough game. There's like a lot of simultaneous problems. If you have the pike, you can still just get screwed over by a storm chasing you or a shaman hexing you or whatever. But it's one of those damn it if you do, damn it if you don't situations. This build is worse against Doom, but better against everyone else. Unfortunately, you keep getting doomed. So yeah, it doesn't really matter that you have a BKB then.
We talked about this hero does need a little bit of time to get to a point where she's comfortable.
Yeah.
Shard also something that she would likely want. Not that good against the Storm Spirit, but get the extra bit of distance.
Oh, you even see Makoto also buying Nullifier. They know what's up. I want to counter out this Tinker. And the double Glimmer.
That will
Caves
also
and everything.
counter out the Hurricane for the Drow.
That's right.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah. Tough times ahead for
Needs Lincolns, needs Hurricane Pike, needs everything. And by the time you get it all, you won't have damage.
$10K lead now, Cuckoo. Gonna see Insania.
Yeah, they'd rather go for somebody else.
He doesn't have information about what's going on here. If he could see the minimap the way we do, he would have jumped Insania instantly there, but thought there might be a lot of backup behind. Chooses the defensive reaction.
Yeah, Insania's only 1,000 away from Ags. Hasn't bought any of the components yet.
Feels like a difficult game to get use out of it, though, that it's not particularly great against the Dire lineup by nature, and they have so many catches for you. Speaking
Oh
of
boy,
catch,
Nisha again caught off guard and in the grave. 1 minute down. Buys the BKB before he drops. And with that, well, Roche will be up in the next 40 seconds maximum.
really had to jinx the crap out of him by calling him the best puck ever, huh? It's been tough times. 3 and 7 now in this game.
Yep.
Yule on Yule action.
Got nothing on Kiyotaka though. Warp Flare onto the Mars as Insania trying to get away from 23.
Good use of the Psychic Headband there.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Pops the BKB.
You thought they were going in
Now
offensively.
the Mars Arena holds them in place. 23 is kind of hesitant to go in though. Thinking better of it, it seems.
Oh, the
despite this puck being dead for 15.
Drow BKB'd though. Maybe a little bit of a panic play there from V-Tune, but ends up making the arena kind of worthwhile.
He's got a bit of PTSD this game, understandably.
It's really hard to play on constant defense. It just is. Against a team that has so overwhelmingly strong jump, Blink, Hex, plus Storm, plus Doom, you can barely slip up before you just get insta-killed with 0 counterplay. Liquid now going to smoke to try to contest this Roche, but it's too late.
They have to try.
Should be dead when they arrive.
Makoto likely to take the Aegis. Boxy. Oh. The Waning Rift onto the Dark Willow. She dies instantly as Makoto. Gonna get that Roshan's banner, not gonna bother. Gonna force the BKB onto Nisha, but now again the focus is onto the Drow. The double spear as well. V-Tune is gonna burn away. And meanwhile on the other side, 23 Savage, perfectly healthy to continue fighting here. The Doom was applied to the Bristleback as Insania gets taken out. 3 dead for Liquid. And now the big zip from Makoto using basically the rest of his mana. We'll get the Electric
that's a
Vortex
good
on
Yule.
the Saberlight. And yeah, the Yules to cancel out the Orb. And now Nisha gets another Orb off. This will be a difficult one without Makoto having mana. So Nisha might
can
be able to
chase
get
with
away. Yules again. And Spear does hit. And the zip with the last remaining mana of Makoto. Double kill. Full team wipe again. It's been like 3 in a row for Talon.
Yeah.
It did require a buyback onto Jokum, and of course the death for Cuckoo, but that is a very good state of affairs for Talon.
And this time around, they find a different approach to solving the Drow problem. This time they didn't doom him. It was WS getting the double spear on Drow and Tinker to the one tree in the river.
Yeah, that was that was pretty dirty.
Honestly, quite beautiful. It's one thing to line up a spear onto that tree, but to get 2 heroes in that with a shard is kind of ridiculous.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Now 15,000
That was without,
lead.
I think it was without Arena, right? Didn't he use it right before that? Or am I crazy?
I think it was without, yeah.
WS looking towards a sheep stick.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Courier is going to be sniped. That was actually the finished Ags.
Yeah, it dodged the Mars really nicely there from Insania, but can't dodge the Storm. It'll catch up.
Yes, we're going to have
Charm
the
number
Tormy, either Dark Willow or Shadow Shaman.
2. Willow 1 is really good this game. Good news for him.
Indeed.
Look at it. Instant smoke.
Radiant's top tower is under
Even if it's
attack.
dispelled, the brambles come off, right?
Yeah.
That is strong. Insania to the south. Oh boy, Talon. They know. Oh, they see V2. It's like, oh, there's a Drow here as well? Sure. They get the Drow easily. Insania will follow him.
Dude, V2 has no game. And he's top net worth in his team. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that is sick. Wow.
There's just nothing to write home about for the side of Liquid. Just nobody having a good game. Not a single of their players. Their cores have died respectively
Radiant's
9,
bottom tower
8,
is
and
under
7 times. The lowest death count on their team is the support team. Usually Tinker is the guy getting killed because he has all the barriers, so you focus him so he can't save his teammates.
Yeah.
Talon are just killing everything they see. It's just, everything's just kill on sight. It's just too easy. In goes WS again. Oh, that was maybe a little bit too crazy. We'll see
And the
about
BKB
that.
pop from Boxy. And try to focus down WS. He's still going to be healthy, though. And now 23 Savage comes in with the Doom. Shackle applied as well.
Not too crazy at
The
all.
Bristol dead. I mean, with this type of net worth lead, it kind of doesn't matter what you do.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, their building hitting is not particularly great. So this is not a game that will just end instantly.
Oh, Doom hits okay.
I mean, it's not the worst, but it's not like a Drow.
That's true. He hits for, what's this, about 320.
He does have
Decent
AC,
attack
which
speed,
will certainly
AC
help.
for the minus armor.
Radiant's bottom barracks
Quite good.
has fallen.
I've seen worse pushes in my life.
Bottom barracks
Yeah, we've seen a lot this
Nice try from V2 and tried to deny the barracks. I want to give him a shout out for that. Style points, love that.
Radiant's
but he didn't get it.
He did not, but he tried, and that's pretty much the
Good effort is what you're saying.
epitome of Liquid's group stage 2 is we tried.
Yeah.
For Talon, this is a,
tower has fallen.
at this point, should be a foregone conclusion to just grab this game. 30 Galvanized stacks, by the way, on Makoto. That's a high number. And this, of course, winning this game would put them at 5-2, like you mentioned, which is a guaranteed, at bare minimum, tie for second, where they would only be able to tie with BetBoom, who have their series against Yakult remaining later. That's
Yep.
actually the next series coming up. And that one has all the potential to be a much closer affair than this was.
Well, it also has potential to not.
That's true. It's very...
Which Yakult is going to show up?
Yeah, true that. And which BetBoom is.
BetBoom, I
They've
mean,
been more stable.
they have
I would
been.
say.
I mean,
They've been
they have the, you know, the GPK factor, but
You,
he-
you, can't, you just can't get over it. Dude, it's been a year.
no, you didn't let me finish.
No, I don't
You
want
just assume what I'm going to say is 23 Savage. They jump in. This might be the end of the game here, potentially. Saberlight gets off the Blade Mail. And he's going to be the first to fall for Liquid. Has to buy back into the game. Dispose onto the Dark Willow. Gets evaporated, actually. It's 23 Savage now. Just
my God.
easily right-clicks through Boxy. Another buyback now. As the zip from Makoto gets the Electric Vortex onto V2. Nisha with the BKB. There's WS. the arena not going to be that effective, and now Talon might need to reset with all these buybacks coming out.
Yeah. Bit of a failed fight for Talon. I mean, you get 2 buybacks, but I'm saying failed specifically because all the other fights have been so good that if you have an okay one, it looks bad by comparison, but that was still completely fine, of course. They lose the Willow to get 2 kills and 2 buybacks out. Now 25 on Mikoto. 25 on 23 Savage. That's the Mute applying Doom. Who's that going to be most important against? Well, if he Dooms the Drow, she can't even, you know... She can't protect herself at all. Yeah. Not that that's been an issue so far. She died anyway with her items, so...
Was there any consideration? Honest, like, Mute is obviously just better than Break in almost every situation. Was there any consideration to break this game for
Bristle?
For the Bristle. Because then like, he just bought back. It would be a dieback. He'd be dead from just 1 Doom.
Right. I just don't think you care about Bristle. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, a Bristleback that has 11 deaths, he's just there.
Yeah.
Just kill his team. The less you hit him, the less you're going to get hit by Snot Rocket, too. He's going to do even less in the fight if you don't attack him at all. So, just hex him. Let him sit there in the arena to rot. For the rest of the team.
Yeah, I actually forgot about the Hex breaking at 15.
Yeah, they also have that. Yep.
Speaking of Hex,
nice
this
find.
one on to Nisha. Boxy gets the rebound, but the Doom was there, and that is a dead Nisha for a long time.
God, he can't even TP out. There's so much damage.
23 Savage is hitting like a truck right now with that Alpha Wolf pack leader aura. V-Tune
travels level 2.
Next on the list, 3 dead for Liquid. That should do it, honestly.
That's what I call game ogre. A full minute of 5v2. No buybacks. Talon can kind of choose here how they want to win.
And they
this is
still
a good
have
feeling.
Snakes. They still have the snakes ready to go. As the Tinker is caught, Insania dead. That's 4 dead without buyback, mind you.
Time for the 5th one.
Yeah.
One
Still
more
not
for the
calling
road.
GG. Saberlight Hex, that's the break. And Doomed just for good measure. Full team wipe. No buybacks on anybody. Still not calling GG.
All right, I was sure. I was like, if we get 23 on camera, he's going to be laughing his ass off.
for
He Doomed a 5% player in a 5v1. That's a real middle finger Doom right there.
No doubt, no doubt. You might as well at that point.
Oh, that's funny. It's one of my favorite moments of the game. It's completely worthless Doom cast.
Oh, yeah, you get that hydration, 23.
That's right. The more
You
water,
deserve
the
it.
better this guy is.
That's true. It could be inside his body or out. Doesn't matter.
Yep.
He's good to go.
Just make sure he's wet and he'll perform.
So wet, he makes everybody else as well. So Talon take this series 2-0 in pretty convincing fashion. This second game especially, but...
They played really well this game.
Yeah. Liquid, of course, going to be... You know, the pride was on the line, like Shiver said, but at the same time, they were already out of this tournament, so not a whole lot riding on it.
Yeah, and by Liquid standards, this is an above-average performance in DreamLeague. For whatever reason, this team just cannot play this tournament. Liquid does very well generally in international lands, but in this online format, just for whatever reason, isn't clicking. And of course, it comes with the asterisk that they did not have Mickey, who many consider to be perhaps the best player of the last year, and Liquid's star player at this point, kind of maybe at least tied with Nisha now. It used to be... You looked at Liquid, you were like, Nisha is the star and Mickey is the enabler. He has really improved so much as a player. I don't think V-Tune has anything to be ashamed of, though. I think he played a good tournament.
Absolutely not. Talon 2-0, Shiver.
They did 2-0. Congratulations. 2 flips for Talon for that. And I think you guys are setting Liquid a little bit short. They made it top 8 this time around.
I mean, if you
Normally they don't.
if you put on this type of performance in Group Stage 2, I know they had a stand-in and everything, but part of me, at what point is there
You're
no pride?
disappointed.
It's just, yeah, these are my, these are my boys. I want to see them do well, and at the end of the day, I don't want to focus too much on the fact that they didn't do well, because the fact is, I don't want it to be forgotten or go unacknowledged that this is an SEA team stomping a top-tier EU team, and that is somehow hilarious at the same time, and that's awesome. You know, this is actually a really good-looking Flipster Talon. You know, I don't feel like all their opponents are just trash or something. It's not just that whether or not their opponents are playing well,
they are clearly executing their strategies. I don't see any clear missteps strategically. They have a play style. They do it with a bunch of different heroes. They're picking flex picks. I feel like they're doing it all, Sheaves. Misery?
I agree. I mean, it's nice to see. He has kind of had a bit of a rough patch the last maybe year or so. Like, we have had them at some tournaments, but that region has looked a little defeated. But it's nice to see that Talon is making up for that here, giving a bit of hope for the future of Seed Dota. I think it's nice, and we might have. I don't know if it's confirmed yet, but if Talon is going to EWC, but it's close at least.
Yes, the fact that there's a chance for two teams, and it's a very realistic chance. Like we're not crunching the numbers because
too much can happen.
there's so many permutations. The fact that it's possible is incredibly exciting. I also think that it is worthy to note that, of course, with this, Talon gets a 5-2 scoreline in the group stages. They might even make it to upper bracket as well, which is not yet sure because it depends on results of other teams later today as well. For example, BetBoom will be a very important one for them to watch. But the two series that they lost, one was against Paravision, which obviously is the best.
They took a game in that
but
one,
they
though.
took a game, and they also took a game of Aurora, which was the other team. But they have not lost a series that was a complete wipeout. And I will say, even those games that they lose, sometimes we just have to remove one of them because waking up is difficult.
I think they've started a new a shower meta. Now.
They really did.
I'm sure other teams will incorporate that into their rhythm when they start losing or maybe winning. I do think there's an argument to be made for a cold shower after an easy win.
After an easy win?
Yeah.
Not to get too comfortable?
Yeah, so get down, you know, you're not world champion yet, go take a cold shower, shut up.
Refresh.
Yeah.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
Yeah,
cold shower.
That's the next iteration of wash your face, but it's after a win.
Yeah.
But it's wash your whole body.
Shower 8 was right. After all this time. He knew it.
Got him there. This last game, though, this game number 2, it was a little bit mental, I think, the start of the game, because we had the top lane being an absolute menace. Everybody helped out. I think actually apart from the mid lane, but all the supports came top. It was constant.
Yes, in game 1, you could have probably just tuned out for the first 12 minutes as the first blood, latest in the tournament. But game 2, the complete opposite story, as I just want to draw the most exciting part of what I felt like for game 2 of this series was the head-to-head between the carry of Flipster Talon, 23, and the offlaner of Saberlight. Look at how high participation 23 Savage had as a carry, and Saberlight 12 deaths. We see 6 deaths on the side of 23 Savage. The net worth being insanely in favor, of course, of the carry Doom that goes Midas. But man, the clash between these two guys, and of course the two supports in this lane, Boxy as well as Cuckoo. It started 2 minutes in, we see it here. Every one of these was like 2 to 3 heroes dying. Doom barely dying at the end there after Saberlight died, so he got no XP. Then there's an objective at 3 minutes. This Lotus, it's definitely worth all ending each other for this one, no doubt in my mind. And
Brian, didn't you say you wanted more brawls?
Yeah, I wanted brawls to be more exciting and more worthwhile. And Cuckoo ends up killing him afterwards. Questionable clarity from Saberlight here, as he was already 5 HP off of this. Got a couple extra quills from it. But those early boots from Cuckoo getting those 2 kills initially allow him to chase Bristleback down there. And you're like, well, maybe they'll chill a little bit on the Radiant squad. No. The pick-me-up facet from Marcy. There's no running away from us. This one actually goes in favor of Liquid, as the Tomato says, I want in on this action. Gives clap to Saberlight, and he goes down. I think there were a total of 7 kills in this lane by 5 minutes.
And this was before
all the games
the supports rotated top as well.
The thing is, Sheaves, the reason that everybody plays Dota is to have fun.
Yeah.
And that looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So what is everyone else in the game going to do? Nisha comes and joins in. Sania even ganked as a Tinker. I think the only person that didn't join is who we're about to talk to.
Yeah. Was that our ping, or did I miss it?
I thought I heard a ping, so then I tried to throw
I did think I heard a ping. Did we hear a ping? That is a ping, yes. Yes, because... this is the wrong way. There we go. Hello, good afternoon for you guys. How are you doing?
Yeah, feeling good.
Yeah?
How are you?
Doing great, WS. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Congratulations on concluding the group stage very successfully. Of course, I know there is a chance for potential tiebreakers for upper lower brackets so far, but it's been looking fantastic. And I don't know how much you caught of the conversation we were just having, but the start of this game too, you just played, top lane has all the action in the laning stage, and you're just off on the side playing your Mars. Are you jealous at that point? Like, I wish I could join them, or are you chilling?
No, I'm just enjoying my lanes solo. No, nobody is disturbing me.
Nobody's disturbing you, having a good time.
Yeah.
I have to ask you about the Mars because you played a lot of different offlaners this event, 15 different ones, including that Mars. And this was, of course, your first Mars performance. And I wanted to know how you guys came to the Mars, because you've also played a lot of Doom. So what was the thought process in putting the Doom carry instead of the Mars? Instead of picking a new carry.
We was talking about what to pick on the last pick, and 23 Savage just want to take the Doom, so he asked me to pick a new offlaner, you know, that need a stance. So I just figured out the Mars is quite good in the game against Tinker, Drow.
How do you feel about the offlane with the new patch coming in? Because I mean, if I'm looking at your heroes, it's mostly Centaur and Doom at the moment. Do you feel like with the new patch you've been giving a little bit more freedom into having more heroes, or would you say there's not a lot of difference for you?
I think we're still trying to figure out what is the new patch, the OP heroes. That's why we try. I play every hero on the match.
Lycan yesterday was a cool one. Are we gonna see that more often?
Yeah, maybe.
I have a very important question, WS. Like, incredibly important. In February this year, you became the first player to get 16k MMR. When's the 17k coming?
I think I'm not the first player to get 16.
Oh, sorry, I misinformed. But you were one of the first.
Yeah. Right now, I'm just trying a lot of new stuff on the solo rank, so like quite trolling a lot of MMR. But when I want to win the MMR, so I would try hard and play a few zeros.
Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing it. I also have Brian, who has a few questions for you as well.
Yeah, hey WS, I've been loving watching the heroes you've been picking in the draft, and I've some offlaners are considered summons guys, more teamfight utility, maybe they're more the carry from the offlane. After watching you, I'm like, what is this guy's playstyle? So how would you describe, how you got to be so high on the leaderboards in your pubs? What is your playstyle in these games?
It depends on the teams. I can play like team fighter, or I can play like the carry offlane. Just depends on what we need.
And you feel like that applies to pubs as well? Like when you were climbing through the ranks, you were making yourself known. Were you a hero spammer, or were you just kind of adjusting to whatever your teammates were doing in pubs?
Before, yeah, when like 1 year ago, I'm a hero spammer. I only play Timbersaw, and right now, because of you need to play with a team. That's why you need to try new stuff, like more heroes, everything.
At what point did MMR stop mattering to you as much? Because obviously you're on a team and you've made it there, but is it tough for you to make that decision, like you said, to be learning new things and sacrificing your MMR at the same time?
At the start, it's tough to learn new heroes because you will lose a lot of MMR. And right now you cannot watch replay from other guys also, so it's quite hard.
Yeah,
tough.
So are you watching tournament matches, or are you just kind of coming up with your own versions of the meta right now?
I will watch some tournament matches and combine with my own ideas. That's how I make it.
Okay. Yeah, my last question is, and Shiver asked you about the offlane meta right now. We've been noticing the Tormentor moving from 15 to 20 seems to be having a lot of impact, especially on your team timings. You guys take a lot of fights around like 19 minutes. It feels like you're getting your Crimson Guard or your big item pipe around that time. How has that influenced like your buildup of items as an offlaner, the Tormentor moving back 5 minutes?
I think it's after the new update, the Tormentor from 15 they moved to 20. It's actually good for us because we have more times. I can build my team items, and we kind of adjust to it also.
So you think that was... Did you adjust your playstyle much, or does this just also just fit you much better as a squad?
I kind of adjust my playstyle also. Yeah.
Awesome, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, WS, for taking the time to talk to us. Of course, good luck in the playoffs or in the tiebreakers first. We'll see what comes first, but congratulations regardless on an incredibly successful group stage here at DreamLeague.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. I wonder, for the removing of the games of Dota, like no more Dota 2 Pro Tracker, Bizzer, do you think that in case of Flipster Talon, they maybe, and this is me brainstorming, they go from looking at what the top teams are doing and trying to emulate that and doing that well to coming up with their own stuff and having more of an idea, not just as to what they should be doing, but also as to why they should be doing. Do you think that might have a positive impact, and this might be an indirect, somewhat result of that?
Yeah, I think it requires probably the teams to work a bit more together, and communicate more. Like, I think you're not necessarily gonna have just access. You're not gonna have access to Dota Pro Tracker to just look what other people are doing. So you might have to communicate with your teammates, have them help you, theory craft ideas. So I think that puts even more emphasis on the teams that are doing well, or the teams that are having a good team chemistry, or are really motivated and hungry to win. I think are gonna fare better in these type of situations.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that Flipster Talon is hungry, and they are working very well together, and it's paying off with a 5-2 score. They are the first team, together with Team Liquid, I guess, to finish all their group stage teams. I mean, Liquid, they were already eliminated, so I don't know. It doesn't end as much on a happy note. So I'd rather end on a happy note on this series, with Flipster Talon doing very well with the 5-2 record. We'll see if they have to play tiebreakers for upper bracket or if they're going low bracket, but 5-2 is splendid. Now, we do have another series coming our way. We got Yakult versus BetBoom team, which is great. It is also very important, as we said, for Flipster Talon and for BetBoom and for Yakult. But we also have a little bit of time before that, because this was one of those rare 2-0 games. We've 2-0 series we've been having, and because of that, we have a little bit of extra time, which we are going to entertain you in, but only after a little bit of a break. Hey there, welcome back. You're watching DreamLeague. And we have a little bit of a break before the series start. And we're missing Suns fan. Is he coming?
Yeah, he's on his way.
He's on his way. Okay, well, we don't need him just yet. At the moment, then you'll be together with me, the judge.
Oh, there he is.
There he is. Okay, he's on his way, but he will then be together with you, the judge. Judge of what, you wonder? Well, it is. You might have seen it before. We have a, we pride our analysts to be able to take a firm standpoint and defend it, and be able to be very articulate in defending of any point.
Ah, yeah. Testing mic 1, 2.
Yeah, let's go. Okay. Thank you, Suns fan. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
Great. Well, then you can explain to the viewers what's happening.
We're judging something.
Great. You are judging
That's
something.
what I heard.
That's right.
We have in our bar, we have 2 contestants, 2 panelists, analysts, and they are going to draw from these 2 bowls. And these will be subjects that they're drawing. And please draw one.
Are you drawing the topic first, or are we drawing the
No,
subject
you're
first?
drawing this first. And please let me know what you have drawn. Misery, what have you drawn?
Gaben.
Gaben!
I have drawn Jakiro.
Gaben and Jakiro, and you wonder, like,
Misery
what
wins.
they have?
I'm favored, for sure.
It's not how this works, Shane.
Oh.
It's not about drawing what has higher net worth.
Got him.
They are going to argue something. Which one of these 2, Jakiro or Gaben, is better at whichever
Wait,
scenario I'm
Gaiman
going to
or
draw?
Gaben?
Gaben.
Gaben.
Gabe
Okay, just
Newell.
checking.
Gaben.
Thanks for listening, Shannon.
Not Gabe, Gaben. This is important, maybe. I don't know. This is the scenario that will be there. Between Jakiro and Gabe Newell or Gaben. Who is better at a pub quiz? We're going to have a little bit more structure to it than last time, in case you remember. We're going to have an opening for both. They'll start with their argument, and then we're going to have a middle where they can, if they want to, react to what the other has said. And then there will be a closing plea for both, and then we'll judge. And
And how
say
do we
what the-
judge? We're supposed to agree on something?
You can, yeah.
Good luck with that.
I'm the tiebreaker if you guys don't, so.
All right, so you're the judge. Got
Yeah,
it.
that's.
Glad
Yeah,
to be
Shiver,
here,
we'll
Shiver.
just be here.
Okay, great.
I disagree, Shannon. Back to you, Shannon.
Well, I
good.
do want you guys to choose. Who do you think should open first?
Misery.
Okay, Misery, you're opening.
Can we define pub quiz?
It literally just
All right,
says pub
BSJ
quiz.
starts. BSJ
A
starts now.
pub quiz is where you're like at a bar, and it's like it's usually some night event that they'll
Oh,
have.
pub quiz.
A pub
Pub
quiz.
quiz.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Pub.
Okay, he knows.
Yes,
Yeah,
bar
you know what it
quiz.
is? You're
Yeah.
good? Okay.
What's up,
So,
Brian?
am I starting or
Yeah,
you
you're.
starting?
They said you're starting.
That's right, Misery starts. Yep, that's what I said.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, come on, it's Gaben. Of course, he's gonna win the pub quiz. He'll just buy the bar. He'll buy the judge. He'll buy everybody. Jakiro.
Is that it? Is that your opening?
That's it. That's it.
Okay, well, I would like to say that 2 heads are always better than 1. You know, you've got some nice balance. You've got the fire. You've got the ice. Sometimes, people can get a little bit out of hand when it comes to pub quizzes. They can get a little biased. They can get a little overzealous. But the balance is going to keep them in check while they're focused on the game. They have to support. They're so used to supporting other people that if they are also in a team environment, that they'd also be better in that. So I think Gaben, he's stuck being his own guy. He's at the top. He's if he's wrong, there's nobody to keep him in check. But Jakiro.
But it's Gaben though.
Oh, wait.
I guess. Okay.
Yep. Now it's his middle.
You can react. You have your middle piece right now. You can do whatever you want.
Okay. I mean,
With words.
Gaben owns Jakiro trademark. He owns. He can kick him out of the club if he feels like it becomes bad. If it's getting close, he'll just kick him out. It's no big deal. So then he's only the guy left. He'll just win.
Well, I would
By
like
default.
Please. I would like to operate in an ideal world where there's no power dynamic. There's the at the company, Gaben's at the top, and that's how the real world works. But we're in a pub quiz. We're using games as an escape, just like most people use for Dota. And Jakiro, this is the one time that they have the chance to one up their boss. They're not only motivated by the support for each other and the balance, but they also have that incentive where there's no other chance they're gonna get.
Sorry,
right?
but you have a very naive way of looking at life and at the world.
Closing arguments, please.
Closing argument. Well, I think I have made my argument very clear already. Jakiro has no shot against Gaben in a pub. He knows everything there is to know about everything. He knows more about anybody in the universe. He knows, how could he lose a pub? It's not possible for him to lose a pub quiz. Please.
My argument here is that you're talking about him knowing everything in the universe. If you ask Bill Gates, right, how much groceries cost, he doesn't know the answer because he hasn't been to a grocery store in the last 20 years.
Bill Gates is irrelevant. This is Gaben.
No, but we're talking about Gaben. Do you think he knows what it's like to be in a pub? Jakiro, they're in the trenches. You know what I'm saying? They can adapt to any given scenario. You have a literal carry facet with the Twin Terror compared to the support facet of the whatever that one's called that makes your ice path stronger. You've got the two heads, you've got the two facets. The dynamic adjustability of Jakiro far outmatches the spoiled brat that you call Gaben.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your arguments. We got Sunsfan and Sinnerin on the judging couch.
First of all, BSJ.
I disagree.
Given a very tough hand, that was a lot of verbal diarrhea, which usually I'm a big fan of. That was a hard one to argue. The real world. Gaben wins, Sinderin. I agree.
I disagree. I think Jakiro wins in the real world.
Okay, so I take it by your tone that we both agree.
How can Brian win this by proxy?
Yeah, I think he lost on the draw.
What I will say, though, I think with the hand... Okay, think of it this way. With the hands they were given, I think Brian did a really good job arguing his case. I just think he can't win the
Why
prompt.
doesn't he just say that Jakiro will just eat Gaben?
Yeah.
He's a dragon.
That's right.
I don't even know if
missed
Jakiro
opportunity
could fit that
there.
much.
That's right. That's true. Brian didn't go for the kill shot, so I guess it's a good point. There's Shiver as the tiebreaker.
Shiver?
There it is. Who won, Shiver?
I think Misery might have won this one.
Woo! I suck at this.
Sorry, Brian.
I'm 0 for 2.
That's okay. You guys can swap places, and we'll see who Misery's opponent will be later on.
I will exact my revenge on you, Sunsfan.
Okay. Please give me a good draw.
Oh, God almighty.
There's another chair for you to sit at, sir.
I'll get there eventually.
Actually, don't
Take your time.
Better.
Careful for the steps. There's another one.
Look out, old man.
This is a very warm
Do not fall on your way to the bar.
Do you want to be subject B or subject A?
I'll take the closest one, whatever that is. Okay, so is this the... Oh, this is just who we are.
I took
Yes.
2, I think.
I don't think
one.
you did.
That's 1.
Who do you have?
Suns fan.
All right, I am Ogre Bruiser. So we basically drew the same thing.
Yeah, what's the difference?
Pointless.
What's the difference again?
Yeah. I mean, good luck. You guys have to judge us. We're arguing the same case. Oh, careful with the steps.
Careful, there's steps there, Shiva. You said that
This
just a
is
moment
mine
ago.
actually. I don't know why I brought this one up.
Do you want to swap?
Okay.
You want to swap? Swap?
Does it make a difference?
Are we allowed to swap?
I think it'd be funnier if they swap.
All right, let's go.
Let's do it.
Oh my God.
Ogre Bruiser.
Okay.
Hey,
Who is better? Good one.
That's it?
No, who's better at a hot dog eating contest?
All right. Well,
Ogre Bruiser or Sunspan? Opening statement.
do you want to swap
please.
again?
no, I'll stick with mine. Thank you, Cinderella.
All right, who's starting?
I think Sunsfan should start off.
All right, Ogre Bruiser, my introduction to why he can eat more hot dogs. Because he's not human, he's morbidly obese to a point that an American like Suns fan could never strive to become. He has no gag reflex. Don't ask me how I know that. Not Suns fan, that is. I'm talking about the Ogre Bruiser still, of course. Remember, we are swapped now.
Yes.
And I actually don't think I need to argue much more. That's the intro. It's very basic. Let's see what you got.
How many times have you guys seen Ogre Bruiser eat? How many times have you seen Suns fan eat?
Wow.
By volume, by statistics, it's not even a contest. It's a guy who eats versus a guy who dies 500,000 times an hour. Who do you think would eat more hot dogs? The guy who's actually capable of eating or the guy who's chronically dead and being slain for gold and experience?
Can we get to the middle part now?
Yep.
Middle part.
So now I get to dispute you.
Speaking of chronic issues, I know quite a bit about Suns fan and his chronic issues. I can guarantee you, of course, a little inside knowledge here, hot dogs have issues with the tum-tum. can only eat a couple of those before having major issues that we won't get into because Shiver is going to be really angry at me for bringing the IQ down in this conversation. Ogre Bruiser, you haven't seen him
much
eat
to begin
because
with.
no neutral creeps eat during the Dota map. Between games, have you seen that before and after? No. They eat everything, Cinderin. Hot dogs is just part of a massive meal that they have constantly. He never stops eating. He can imagine where he gets his strength. He's ripped while being also morbidly obese. It's an incredible combination, and I feel like eating hot dogs is just such a simple task for such a creature to actually digest. Not like Suns fan. He's fat. He's disgusting. He doesn't actually eat that much, but he stays fat. Why? It's just lack of activity, Cinderin. Okay? Fuck Suns fan.
Do I have time for a counter argument?
You have a counter argument. This is your
ahead.
time now. Go for it.
So here's the thing about Suns fan that you guys might not know. He knows himself better than I do, and that's than I know him, which makes this a little bit difficult to argue against because he is right. However, I will stick with my original argument of in a hot dog eating contest, the problem for the Ogre Bruiser will be it won't even get in the door. When you're going to have this contest, you need to be able to participate. The Ogre Bruiser is physically unable to even participate in the contest. It will not have access to it. Also, upon arrival, it will find that the hot dogs are already gone because this guy can't help himself. So there will be nothing left
Can
to
we do
compete
final
for.
arguments?
Don't
Absolute
interrupt.
trash-ass argument, Cinderin. As always, trying to focus on technicalities
not
that
an
literally nobody cares about. Have you even seen a hot dog eating contest? It's always outside, literally every time, because they're fat messes. They need space to move around. That's
I don't think yelling makes your argument better. You're going into
the American style.
This is a different strategy. I wouldn't even call this a strategy. I would call this a frustration.
Just
visibly
lose
showing
with-
that you've already lost.
Closing arguments.
That was closing.
No, for Cinderin.
Oh, of course, yes.
I rest my case. I don't need to say anything more. I think
has
the moment this guy
Has
started getting
nothing.
loud and rowdy, I feel like I don't need to say anything more. He's getting desperate. I'm good with what
You're
I
gonna
have.
listen to somebody wearing this fucking hat? Come on.
Now it's going to be
our
personal
judges.
attacks.
Don't be.
Are you going for the double whammy? What's your final thing? You're gonna-
Contestants, will you please be quiet for 1 second?
Yes,
Thank you
Judge.
very much.
True judge.
Misery.
I'm gonna go with Sundren because I think the Ogre Bruiser is in a video game. I think that argument was fair. He won't even show up.
I'm more of a philosophical man myself, and none of us know what's going on between those Dota games. And there's so much infinite time and space.
You're gonna make me choose again?
They have to eat something because they're dying over and over again. They have to regenerate and respawn. So I'm going with Suns fan.
Shiva.
Objection, pandering.
I'll never
pandering,
say Shiva again.
pandering.
Oh no, I gotta choose.
I mean,
your heart?
we already established Shiva. There's no.
So no,
you're
but
picking the same.
There's one thing that because I think the fact that you can use it's a video game, so it doesn't actually exist versus a human, that would make the whole argumenting thing pointless because you're often gonna have fictional characters versus none. So I don't think that's an argument. So you're wrong on that side.
That's right, Cinder.
I think
Idiot.
the fact that Sunsfan knows Sunsfan so well gives a very compelling argument that he knows that he can't eat more than 3 before he has to use the toilet.
Yeah, I really shouldn't have swapped.
Yeah, thank God for that. That
I was
your
going to
biggest
use that
mistake.
argument against you.
I will say the fact that Sunsfan started yelling
Oh,
definitely
my
gives some minus points.
Yeah, that's right.
But then I also do think that there was not a lot of extra creativity coming from Cinderin.
Shocker. Yeah.
So I do think Sunsfan is the winner in this case. So it will be Sunsfan versus Misery in
we
our
have a finals.
finals.
Oh,
Can you put your arms up like this without your shirt on your belly?
why am I cheering for you? Good job. You deserve it.
Well
Thank
done,
you.
well done, well done. All right, Misery versus Sunsfan. Can't wait.
Interesting.
Do I put these? Where do you put?
No,
them?
no. I'll
Just
put it back
not
in.
in the bowl.
No,
just
is
not.
there a used one? Oh,
Just on the floor.
Can we
table,
put the Suns fan one back in there, please?
Definitely not.
What an insane draw.
Do you want to be A or B?
Whatever you want, Shiver.
And then I will stick with, because so far everybody has been A and B every time on the same
I
side.
got 2.
Put them back. What about all those?
I don't know what these are. This is Jakiro. Whatever.
Okay, whatever. Great.
Gyrocopter.
A gyrocopter for Suns fan.
Lion.
And a lion.
Of course.
Two
Piece of shit
heroes.
lion. Yeah.
Your final boss, Shannon.
And for... It's lion versus gyrocopter. Who is better at solving a Rubik's Cube?
Okay.
Opening statement for Suns fan because he seemed so excited about that one.
So Gyrocopter is a very smart individual, despite sounding like he's a southern hick with very low IQ. He's able to get farm very quickly, very efficient. He has a side gunner that can also help him solve issues such as the Rubik Cube. I have more arguments that I will make after Misery goes because it's mostly about Lion sucking ass. So I'll wait on that one.
Opening statement, Misery.
Well, let me tell you that in Hell, you know what they do in Hell? They solve insolvable Rubik's Cubes all the time. That's what Hell's like. Lion has been there and back, and there and back. The guy is a master. He is known in Hell for being the only guy that has ever solved a Rubik's Cube. In Hell.
All right, that's just completely made up and not part of the lore.
Absolutely not. That is
on to the rest of the argument.
Counter argument.
All right, my counter to that is if somebody was so good at everything you just said, why does he have Earth Spike, which is Impale from Nyx? Why does he have Hex, which is Shadow Shaman's Hex? Why does he have Finger of Death, which is Lena's ability as well, Laguna Blade? Literally can't come up with a unique ability for this piece of shit hero. Go Gyrocopter.
Misery.
That seemed a bit personal.
Yes, it is. It really is.
Just because, yeah, you're taking it personal. I mean, some guys can be better at other guys at something, right? Like this guy is a mastermind at Rubik's Cube. Maybe he doesn't have the most amazing spells, you know. It's very whatever, you know. It's part of some other hero's toolkit. But his main thing that he does well is the Rubik's Cube, and that is a known fact in Hell. And I'm surprised. I'm surprised you never heard of this. It's common knowledge.
All right, final arguments, I hope.
Closing argument.
Again, I'm going to bring up the side gunner. Big help for the Gyrocopter, of course. Lion, though, it reminds me of Cinder. And when you look at Cinder, you just know that he's not a very smart individual right off the bat, right? Look at Lion's face. Just think of his face for a moment, okay? And think of that disgusting, deformed, massive hand. You think that's turning any kind of a Rubik's Cube? Like, literally from a dexterity issue, he's gonna have issues with that. Gyrocopter, he's got little baby fingers. He's got the side gun, he's got the machinery ready to go. Easy peasy.
Closing argument, Misery.
But I mean, he's just using his finger of death to move the Rubik's Cube around. That's how he does it.
Deformed.
That's also known. I mean, you actually don't know anything about the Rubik's Cube lore, but that's okay. He made an argument based on Lion's looks. How demeaning and sad is that, guys? Like, this is not even a contest anymore. This is just sad, honestly. You know what to vote.
No.
That's the
point. we broke Brian. Brian,
God.
what are you thinking on this one?
Oh, man, I'm not gonna lie.
They both make compelling arguments.
I learned a lot about the Lion lore today, and I believe it entirely. That was very good sales pitch and convincing from Misery. I'm gonna go with Misery.
Oh, this one's tough for me because it's really hard to argue with facts and
logic.
Clearly, with the facts of how it works in Hell, I can't argue with that. That's just the truth. However, the dexterity argument was pretty damn good. Like, how are you going to solve a Rubik's Cube when you can't use your
You
hand?
literally can't twist an individual column.
Yeah, his demon hand can't really do it, so he has to do it with one. I mean, you could technically do it very
probably
slowly.
melt as well.
But it's a contest, so assuming they're both capable, I would think Gyro has a bit of an edge in terms of like speed.
Up to Shiver.
So I'll say Suns fan, and then Shiver has to be bothered again.
For me, the dexterity issue is not an issue at all, though.
Oh.
Because if he is good enough to zap people and therefore have the force in his fingers or, you know, draw mana, he can also let a Rubik's Cube just move on his own accord. Yeah, why not? He can summon spikes out of the ground. You know, what can't he do? And especially in Hell, I would imagine they have. If that is the sport in Hell, then every hero and every hellish being has to be able to do it. So I'm sure that they have a way for everybody to play the Rubik's Cube.
But what do you? Who do you feel like?
There's a story. I don't know. It's not necessarily true, but it's like a myth that sometimes he has been close to losing, but he will just hex them. The competitors.
Just making things up.
No, but
So he
I
always
do
wins.
think
Mine's all true.
You said he gets help from a side gunner. It's not even a person. It's a machine.
Yeah. Okay. You don't think ChatGPT is helpful? Huh?
With solving a Rubik's Cube.
Are you gonna shoot the Rubik's Cube?
Probably would be actually.
That's
You could
illegal.
probably set
Of
it
course
up.
it would
Everybody
be.
knows it's illegal.
I do think that Lion being well versed in solving Rubik's cubes because of all the practice he has in hell, I think that's valid. I am voting Lion.
Recount.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Misery.
Thank you.
It was fantastic. You have a winner's speech for us.
Thank you.
What are you gonna do with all this newly acquired, the tactics of arguing and stuff? How are you gonna implement this skill into your day-to-day life?
That's a really good question. I think I'm gonna sign up for a argument competition.
Will you?
Yeah.
Cool.
Maybe I'll
debate
get some
class.
help from my boy Lion in how to win.
Very cool.
Fuck Lion.
Debate class, sign up right there. We are gonna have another debate that we need to solve. It is who's better at Dota 2, BetBoom or Yakult brothers? Find out the solution after the break.
Ted,
All right.
chill yourself.
Yeah.
Let him finish.
That is incorrect. That is absolutely correct. What are you talking about? Welcome back, friends, to part 2 of Jazzpardy, where we last left off. Pyrian and Effie were dominating the accomplished caster duo and yet not accomplished trivia duo of Sunsfan and Synderen. I believe the board is yours, Pyrian. Where would you like to go?
You have real life skills.
Let's go real life skills for the lowest amount. To attempt to unclog a pipe before calling a professional, you might first try using this handheld tool. I'm gonna actually let Sunsfan answer this one.
What is a plunger?
That's correct.
That is correct.
Finally.
Sunsfan, where would you like to go? The board is yours.
The same category, I guess.
Same category.
Yeah.
Real life skills for 400.
No, 1,000.
Unprecedented.
Yeah, we're not going in order.
Okay. This foundational base in French cooking traditionally consists of diced onions, carrots.
Let him finish.
What is a sofrito? That is incorrect. That is absolutely correct. What are you talking
A lot
about?
of bases have onions and carrots. Let him
Consists
finish.
of diced onions, carrots, and celery.
It's sofrito.
You've already guessed.
They've already guessed. It's the thing you... Oh, what's this called?
So close.
Oh, no.
Yet so far.
You know this.
I know this.
You have to finish. If it's cooking, so many bases have onions.
Those are the 3 ingredients in a sofrito. I'm not even kidding.
8, 7, 6, 5.
No, I'm not getting it.
It's not going to get it. Just to flex on them.
What is a Big Mac?
Can you say the ingredients again?
Sorry, it's Royale with cheese.
It's
We said
onions,
French cuisine.
celery,
So
carrot.
close.
Finally
So
mixed.
It's, yes, onions, carrots, and celery.
And French cooking?
In French
Oh,
cooking.
I thought it was bolognese.
We're not talking about any mother sauces here. We are talking about what is mirepoix.
Or sofrito.
Mirepoix is from France and is made with onions, carrots, and celery. Sofrito has Spanish and Latin origins and also uses onions, but instead uses garlic, bell peppers, and often tomatoes.
Real life skills for 600, not 800. This is the direction of the sun at its highest point if you're in Sweden.
Oh my god.
Synderen.
What?
We're 1 in 4, right?
I would assume so.
I'm gonna push you for an answer if you buzzed in.
Say what?
You got 25% chance of being correct. Talking about cardinal
have an
directions here.
No.
What is north?
That is incorrect.
What is south?
Incredible.
No!
He is correct.
Oh, you're so good.
God damn it, Synderen. Why can't you get the 1 out of 4, huh?
25% chance.
I knew you had real life skills. Oh yeah, let's go. Let's go.
All right.
How is that a real life skill?
He's a father.
We'll
He
do the
knows.
He's a father.
If I dump you out in the wilderness, I need you to be able to track your way back
real
home,
life stuff
Shannon.
there somewhere. I believe in you.
400.
Yeah, finish it off.
Let's do real life skills for 400.
Go, Ted. You're dad.
This
You're dad.
tool with a bubble ensures your picture hangs straight. Tyrion.
What is a spirit level?
That is correct.
Oh, shit! That's my dad.
I would have also accepted bubble level.
Will you adopt me?
Yes, of course.
Cool.
The 200. Oh no, we'll go for a big 1,000
Yeah,
on
there
the
you go.
jazz thing.
There you go.
Can we start low on the dog?
No, I want to dive in.
Maybe jazz for 1,000. This analytical approach seeks to uncover the fundamental melodic and harmonic structures of a piece by reducing it to its most essential elements. Cinderin.
Are they allowed to do this shit?
Why buzz in if you're not going to give an answer? What are you so afraid of?
What is minimalism?
That is incorrect. Do we have a rebuttal?
Do we just guess a random word?
What is sofrito?
Sorry.
That would have been correct for that other question.
Mirepoix.
What?
Burrito.
What is
What is
reductionism?
decomposition?
These are great options, but no. The answer is what is Schenkerian analysis?
All right, whatever. Next, we'll do 600.
This is a terrible category.
Maybe
Might
jazz.
as well have done NBA at this rate.
Maybe jazz, right. Now it's maybe jazz. For 600, this is the street of the location we're filming right now.
The street of the location we're filming right now.
Fucking street.
Am I allowed to use my phone?
You're
No.
not.
I've come here
Just
so
checking.
many times.
You come here so
It
many
starts
times.
with an N. I think.
Okay.
Because the Uber driver's always like, "Are you going to?"
Oh yeah.
That's racist.
What is Nushibuten?
Unfortunately, that is not correct.
You have any idea?
Pass.
All right.
No, the answer is
Why are we
We've
giving
just
away our
been
location?
doxed. Why have we doxed us?
I never said it's always jazz. Maybe jazz for 400. This famous jazz trumpeter was.
Please.
Who is Miles Davis?
That is incorrect.
We have to hear what he does. There's
Yeah,
a lot
but
of
he
jazz.
might buzz in.
Literally, I know one person. Who is Louis Armstrong?
No, he's.
That is correct.
Was he
It's the literal only
jazz?
person I know. so-
Trees of green.
Oh yeah, that is in the lyrics. That's true.
Last question.
Also did Autumn Leaves. Last question, maybe jazz for 200.
Ted.
All right.
Chill yourself.
Yeah.
When a jazz vocalist improvises,
Please.
What is scatting?
that is correct.
Yeah, baby!
You're the
Of
best.
course, the one he doesn't even need to hear the question for is something with scat. Like, why is this surprising him?
Who won?
Had to be us.
It was us. It was Team Habibi, right?
It was Team Habibi.
Woo! I
Congratulations.
did so much there.
You did great. Well done.
Incredible synergy.
That's my captain right
You
there.
too.
Great in Dota at least.
See me after class. Well, friends, I hope you enjoyed this episode of Jazzpardy. We're not getting picked up for season 2, so goodbye.
Jazz.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
It's good to have you joining us for BetBoom versus Yakult Brothers. We have got ourselves a best of 3 between these two teams, and technically, a lot of things are still possible. I don't say everything because BetBoom is definitely sitting in a little bit more of a pretty position compared to Yakult Brothers. But before we're diving into this best of 3 and any implications, we're first going to check in with BSJ, who's going to tell us why this series is extra important.
Well, Shiver, it's very important because of the fact that if Yakult Brothers don't take this one, they are guaranteed out of this tournament. If they do, they have a chance to go for tiebreakers to continue on in the tournament. And as we were talking about Talon in the last series, adjusting their timings to the 20-minute Tormentor and that being a huge part of their success, I wanted to highlight how I feel like Yakult Brothers has found themselves in this 2-4 position, where at 17 minutes, a timing that would have mattered a lot last patch if you're running at the opponent because you have your Tormentor, you have these other objectives on the map, but they have this Radiance that came out against Talon, this was a couple days ago, and they're trying to force stuff to happen. There's this portion of the game in the past that used to matter a lot, and they get nothing out of it. Now, yesterday against Aurora, we saw them do something similar where they had a really good split pushing greedy lineup where I feel like a team like Talon would have been patient, played the map, hit their item timings, but instead Yakult tries to force a Roshan in a completely even game where the opponent was limited on their ability to catch them. They didn't have Void Spirit Daggers or anything yet, and instead they basically handed Aurora a 4-for-0, and also a Roshan ended up costing them that game. So what I'm looking for in this series specifically, since BetBoom is the better team and Yakult Brothers is the one that potentially has to clean it up, is the decisions that they're making between the 15 to 20 minute mark that just about a week ago were very important times to be strong, but not so much anymore. Will they be a bit more patient? Will they make these strategical errors or force plays? We'll just have to find out.
And that's exactly what we're going to do. Thank you very much, Brian. And to discuss all of that, we're also joined by Perte. Perte, how you doing?
Hello, I'm doing good. Happy to be on the morning shift. I showed up for work today.
You did?
Someone didn't.
Someone did not. I don't think it was by his own volition, but you know.
Well, he could have just died on broadcast. That would have made a great show.
I mean, he's potentially doing that almost every day, I feel like, with Cannibal Island anyway.
It's true, yeah.
And the Dragon's Juice.
And the Dragon's Juice definitely is not helping. Let's focus our attention on the series, because as you said, it's incredibly important for Yakult. And I think yesterday what we saw from Yakult Brothers already, Misery, was a little bit rough. I feel like we saw them basically not have a solid cohesion in terms of plans in their games.
Yeah, in general, I think they looked really strong and really entertaining the first day, maybe the first 2 days. And then since then, it's like they are a bit confused with their ideas, perhaps. It doesn't seem as cohesive. It doesn't seem as strong as the first days. They're making more mistakes. Their drafts are a bit more questionable, perhaps. So I think, I don't know what to expect from them today. I hope we see the good Yakult.
I hope so too. What are you expecting from this series, Perjas? I feel like BetBoom is mostly played in the mornings, so you're having maybe a different approach to how you look at the teams this morning, because I think both teams have mostly had most of their games in the mornings.
Really, I feel like I've seen both personally. I think I've watched more BetBoom games than Yakult personally, but I think Yakult has a little bit of a boomer bust. Some games they look fantastic, and some games they look a little bit less wonderful. I think Emo's been playing up and down, but when he plays hot, he plays extremely hot, maybe one of the hottest players. And BetBoom on the other side has been pretty darn consistent, I feel like. I think they're looking one of the best squads that they've ever had, and I like where they're going right now. Their variety is crazy. GBK's played like 19 different heroes in the tournament so far, which is insane to think about how much hero variety there is in the game. So I don't know. I don't really know which way the series is going to go, but I think there's going to be some really high skilled plays for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah, I would slot BetBoom as the third best team right now. Like, actually,
who's second?
It's kind of easy to say since they beat them yesterday, Flipster Talon. But the reason why I say that is not just because of the results we saw, but what I saw from BetBoom that is promising in their game one that they ended up losing yesterday with like a carry Omni, mid sniper, Beastmaster, is they had their timings line up, and so they were all ready to fight and they were trying to take fights, but they didn't have a guy that was like responsible for playing the map, pressuring towers, giving them the setup that was required to make those fights happen. So there's kind of this similar, we want to fight, but nothing is occurring on the map, and it didn't feel like they were forcing anything like I saw from Yakult Brothers, which for me it's like, it's better, but it also felt like they were lacking a bit of vision of like understanding the meta heroes right now and how to make these timings do something, basically. So that's why I would put them a little bit below Flipster Talon, but they still seem like their cohesion's pretty good. They're on the same page, and now it's just a matter of refining that on the new patch.
Yeah, and I think when Perk said that, especially on Saturday, Yakult, Emo has been either hot or cold. A lot of that has to do also with how he feels in the game, and potentially even what hero he gets. Maybe one of the Spirit Brothers. As we do have the draft on our screen, we got Yakult on the first pick, Dire, with overall last pick, and therefore second pick, Radiant. It is BetBoom, and BetBoom is not like Team Liquid. BetBoom leaves all the spirits in the pool, and they are not afraid. What are you preferring at the moment as a first overall pick, Purge? Because we've seen it go many different directions.
You know, I think the hero that's upped in value the last couple days is Oracle, actually. Just because we saw a lot of games on the night shift sometimes where they would pick Oracle either as their first overall pick or their second overall pick. And then later on, they would get some like Oracle combo that was perfect for the game, whether it was like a Huskar or like a Queen of Pain or some other hero that wants to get low, get ultied, and just has basically a free Aegis. So I think Oracle's the hero I'm scared about right now, but Nature's Prophet Opener has gotten banned a lot in the first phase, so this could be good too.
Well, there is it. Speak of the devil.
I mean, 12 and 4.
Speak of the Oracle.
12 and 4.
Have we seen Yakult Brothers play Furion? I think maybe that's one of the teams that hasn't played it yet. At least I can't remember
Yeah, I
seeing
can't
it.
actually.
I'm scrolling. They have not
Yeah.
played it.
So this is an interesting adjustment from them.
10 seconds.
I'm sure also having lost the last 2 series, I'm sure they've been
5 seconds.
revisiting, I don't know, or what do you call it, like
Yeah,
thinking
their
about their
stats, thinking
yeah.
about the strategies that they could go for, adjusting.
They've been banning it in the first round of most of their games, so they haven't really played against it either. But so I guess it's one of those things where because they're banning it themselves, nobody was banning it against them. They were perhaps feeling like not having this option was giving them an innate draft disadvantage, and that was worth elevating the priority of the pick. Also, it is a support it's been support in meta before for very similar reasons, like not maybe for 2 or 3 years it's been since we've seen Nature's Prophet support be meta, but it's like this global hero that buys utility items. Spirit Vessel got buffed for universal heroes. I guess what I'm trying to say is it doesn't feel like it'd be that hard to implement into your strategy based on these players having been around for quite some time.
I think play-wise, it's not necessarily hard. I think it's more about drafting a nice draft around it. That might be a bit difficult at first glance because you have a hero that has no stun, no real damage, right? It's kind of a strange hero in that aspect. I think Talon are the team that utilizes Furion the best, I would say.
Yep.
They always end up picking just the right amount of team fight and stuns and damage and carry and everything with this Furion, so he doesn't really have to do much except win his lane and be there when it matters, right? So I think it's going to be interesting to see what kind of heroes that Yakult Bros are gonna mix with this Furion here. I think a hero that fits really well is Tusk. We saw Talon just play it. I think that could be a good option for Yakult Bros. Maybe it's too generic of a hero for Boboka, I'm not sure, but it could be a good option.
That sounds great because, I mean, the Tusk is going to... If anybody is there with Tusk, you're doing more damage. And since Prophet can always be there, it's a good way to solve those damage problems you're mentioning. What we've been seeing consistently with the Oracle pick is typically a Riki ban afterwards because the Shard with Smoke Cloud kind of just undercuts the hero in a big way. I don't think I've seen a Riki end up against it yet, but it seems to be a consistent ban, kind of like the old Dusa into anti-mage ban.
Peculiar is also quite early picked here, but maybe it works a little bit like a replacement for something like a Kunkka, that it's flexible, right? Like one of those flexible heroes that offers you team fight, can go mid, can go off lane, pretty much always has a good lane. It's a nice hero to pick sort of early, and nothing too bad can happen to this guy. Maybe Bloodseeker is like the worst case scenario. Silencer into Oracle is quite nice. I'm surprised we haven't seen that a bit more. I think some teams do prioritize banning it out, but it has also been left where people don't pick it. So
you mentioned Bloodseeker against Pango. Do you think the Silencers also... Oh no, they're just doing their Silencer storm.
We have talked way too much about Silencer.
Well, the fact that you mentioned
combo.
Bloodseeker, but then they just picked Silencer.
Yeah, I think this idea that this combo is some insane combo is a bit... It's a bit out there. It's okay combo, but...
You think it's out there to do 400 damage with 2 level 1 skills?
I have a
think that's out there.
Yeah,
that's out of this world in terms of damage. Go ahead, Shiver.
Which hero is better as a position 4, Silencer or Nature's Prophet? Because I was under the impression that both are traditional, well,
probably
at the moment,
Nature's.
traditional.
That's a good point, yeah.
Yeah?
I'd say probably Nature's. I feel like...
Is it a Baboka hero, though?
Well, you know, Nature's Prophet doesn't lane as well with Bloodseeker, so it's probably going to be...
They're going to ban it, I guarantee it.
You want
I
to
think it's possible, yeah.
risk
I
your career
will
on it?
there you go. I stake my career on it.
There you go. Very good.
If you have like melee offlaners, you can't play against that lane, I don't think. Because you just can't go for last hits, because at any moment they're going to be like, Blood Rage Arcane Curse 400 damage. And then they're also going to right click you and use Blood Grades on top of that. But if you get past that like first 4 levels, maybe like a ranged offlaner, then it's fine. You can play against it.
All right.
So what's left? Carry. I'm never a huge fan of carries getting last pick in this patch because it just seems like there's so few. Do you have one at the top of your mind?
No, I
here,
was just
Misery?
thinking, you know what I would like to see from Yakult Bros is to try out the Nature's Prophet carry.
Really?
Run it back.
Run it back.
And then
I don't think we will see it, but I don't. Why would this hero be dead as a carry?
I think the Mjolnir Treant was a huge part of his ability to scale past his
But
first
you can
item.
still do that.
But it's like a 400 HP Treant instead of like a 1500 HP.
Yeah, but
8,000.
It's pretty much the same. The only thing he doesn't have the level 25 Ironwood like
insane talent.
Yeah, that wins you the game later on if everything fails.
But like,
But
what
he has all the
percentage of
qualities.
games did that win you though?
Yes.
Like, it probably like 3-4% of games that mattered a
like
lot.
that is a big nerf, but now he has all the qualities, right? He heals his buddies when he TPs in.
True.
He has multiple treants. Well, I mean, I don't know why we're talking about this. They're not gonna do it.
Yeah, Lena got the Dolly Parton treatment here. She's 9-5 in terms of her win-loss. That's a hero we've been seeing be picked a lot as a flex early, but not so much late like this.
I think this is when you pick Lina with a range support like Silencer that I can't really help her. I do think that it is problematic because now you're running into a potential Sue hero. Like, what would happen if they picked like Lycan now? Beast is banned, but some kind of Sue hero. There's these two heroes.
That's a Mira special
Can
as well.
easily
Good point.
feed. Can easily feed.
Maybe you put the Prophet with it since it's a little bit safer laning, but maybe it makes your offlane kind of goofy too, though. I think Silencer against Oracle plus TV looks good, though. So if they could lane swap it to help compensate a little bit by not having a melee 5.
You like Silencer in lane versus Oracle? Because
I mean,
you can dispel the Arcane
dispel,
Curse,
I
right?
guess that's true, but you just wait till they stand next to each other.
Well, there's
And
your
then
combo.
hopefully they don't stand next to
Okay.
each other when they cast their Q.
Okay, so what is it, off-lane Pango?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I guess that's one way to punish this Yakult Brothers draft. Even Lena is a right-clicker until much later. Her first big item's a Maelstrom, so they should have limited burst. The Fate's Edict. Even like ignoring the Oracle ulti. We saw Gaming Gladiators use this hero combo very well. You mentioned it literally early on in the draft. I'm really leaning towards BetBoom's draft.
The last time we saw this combo of Huskar Oracle, it was a 20-minute game.
Could be a 20-minute game again, I think. I mean, if Yakult Bros are to win this game, I feel like it's gonna be when Lina has many items, like 40, maybe 30, 40 plus, right? Because I think right now they can't really kill this Huskar early on. It's very difficult.
And
Maybe they can TB in with Furion.
Maybe.
If that sort of thing happens and they kill him a couple of times, but TPK should be wary of that, right? I think it looks like a hot game for Yakult.
Yeah. They don't have enough stuns to deal with the Huskar, I feel like. I'm worried that he's just going to snowball the game.
Well, we're gonna find out. This Huskar Oracle, will it be once again an absolute menace in this case for BetBoom? Find out here in game number 1 of this series by the PogGen Pandas, of course.
Ho, ho, ho! BetBoom versus Yakult. Best of 3. Important one for both teams. BetBoom want to try to tie Talon in the standings for the group stage. Yakult just trying to stay alive. This is a must-win for Yakult. For BetBoom, they could lose and still go through some tiebreaker situations, potentially. But yeah, this is the Huskar last pick for GPK.
And I do believe if BetBoom were to win this series, they're guaranteed a tiebreaker for second place.
If they win, you mean? Yeah.
Yes. Now
Yes,
that
correct.
we have the result from the Talon
Yeah,
Liquid series
correct.
already in. So, yeah, effectively, if you think about it, BetBoom are playing to try to get an extra life in the playoffs bracket.
They're going to get the root. Kiritich will... Oh, actually, the power shot making this interesting. Attempting the TP out. The blood grenade. It's not going to be enough for him to get away. Kiritich, first blood. That's a big one onto the Terrorblade. Our favorite hero of this patch. And the last 30.
Yeah, it's really good to see him back in the meta after...
That's right.
Yep.
Huskar, though, Cinderin, last picked. GPK picks up the incendiary facet, so this is the extra damage to both the burning spears on the enemy and yourself. That's percentage-based.
Yeah.
So very strong.
There's nothing, there's no real value to cauterize here, right? Like, what would you remove? Cursed, I guess. Arcane
Already
Cursed?
getting really low. GPK.
Yeah, they're both trading very aggressively.
All right.
Good start for Emo, though, with the first wave. But yeah, so the panel seemed to think that this is a very BetBoom, or not necessarily a BetBoom favorite draft, but that it's a game that they can completely run away with if things go right. And I kind of echo that sentiment that it's a bit worrisome that you don't have too good damage against the Huskar until Lina gets multiple right-click items. This just seems like a great last pick. And I've said this before, I don't think this is one of GPK's best heroes, but they won't shy away from picking it when the conditions are good enough, and it doesn't get much better than this. So much magic damage you care way less about than other heroes, and you have Oracle backing you up. The X factor is the global silence, right? I think Ollie has to be very wary of how he uses his ult, because every time it's not available, GPK, once he has an armlet, can kind of play more aggressively than usual.
Yeah, early on though, Emo off to a pretty good start for the CS department. Ollie going to take a shield crash from Miero. Save with the blood grenade as well. Power shot, that's enough. It's going to be a trade as Ollie will take out Save in the end.
Mid lane's going to start getting hard now. GPK
Yeah.
has to, when you hit
certain
level
point.
3. Oh, but that's the wild card.
Yeah, he's going to Quelling Blade his way out.
Not
and the
enough.
Berserker's Blood, enough regen. Good attempt though from Yakult. Now, do you think this is going to be a 20-minute game? Do you think that GPK can get off to the same kind of start?
I think he might be about to. Oh, he missed the Remnant Emo. Oh, the static slide sends it past him. Might have been able to kill GPK there, actually, in the river. That would have been massive. Had big ramifications on this game, of course. Huskar, very polarizing hero in his own right. But
He's cool.
If Storm could somehow win this lane, that would be something else. But now Emo has effectively expended most of his resources. GPK, well,
oh, Electric Vortex back in. GPK pops the Fairy Fire and dies. So Emo still gets the kill, even after missing the spell earlier. Miero, in the meantime, top lane, getting harassed down to a low degree. Can't get the shield crash off in time. So 2 kills for Yakult across the board.
This is starting out really well for them. The Emo kill, obviously the biggest one. How often do you see Orb of Frost on Storm?
Yeah, that's true.
He is.
That's
This
cool.
is 100% only something he buys in this exact matchup mid. Otherwise, he will never buy this. And it pays off. Maybe GPK not accounting for this. You know, it's a game of feel a lot of the time, especially for Huskar. So we got surprised a little bit with the impact that Emo could find from that item. That's big. You're still not too out of that mid lane, of course. It's effectively now that Storm had to walk back to base, it's kind of even. But even against Huskar, most of the time is a win.
Yeah. Emo has a bit of an XP advantage, and that's going to be important at the level 6 GPK. Well, you can see the Nature's Prophet coming in from behind. This might be another death for him. He will drop Emo burning to the ground. Ends up being a trade, but again, no XP for GPK. So 2 deaths for the Huskar.
Yeah, now Baboka gets to get some nice experience here because neither of the mid heroes can go here. Oh, he's actually going to pull the wave? Okay, sticking around for the Sprout kill and the range creep, and now he's going to start pulling this over to the Storm, who has to run all the way from base, recognizing that this experience is going to be crucial for Emo. Of course, similar predicament here for GPK, who finally now has TP ready, but might not even get the experience of this range. Just barely gets the range creep. Okay. Yeah, still behind Storm as a result now. Inexperience.
Yeah, for sure. Miero getting really low here. Save, doing some good harassment to Fly. Always have to be careful of the power shot with the kill shot facet, that is.
Yeah, it would have been interesting if that was on the team that was against Huskar.
Yeah, might have been another reason that they actually took it is power shot comes through, not enough for the kill. But Fly gonna get dove under the tower. Save, wants to get that last right click kill, find it. It'll be the death of him though, as Baboka makes his way. Miero immediately eats his way out of it with the quelling. Baboka very active early on this Nature's Prophet as Beyond was beyond the laning stage here. Or the lane, I should say. Ends up getting killed off.
Yep. A lot of early action. Love to see it. The biggest lane win, without a doubt, is the bottom lane, though. BetBoom with a massive advantage in that aspect. Terrorblade up to almost 3,000 net worth to Centaur 1,700. So that's where the big win is at. But it's good news for Yakult that the mid lane has gone the way it has. Emo close to getting 6. Oh, he's in trouble now, though. Trying to get
the root. Save. Has the shackle as well. GPK is getting low. They're going to kill him off with the power shot. So Emo already out of the fight as GPK can continue onto Baboka. He'll get that kill. Ollie. He's just in a 1v3 and he cannot find the damage. So a huge rotation for BetBoom, and now GPK pretty close to level 6. And for the Storm, now they're still pretty close on XP, but it looks like GPK will get there first, which is really important so that they could potentially stick around here.
Oh, they're going to try to zone him off with experience. Flank play from Save.
Yeah, there's a TP coming in. GPK not quite level 6 yet. They get the purge or the root onto 2 into the shackle. GPK actually dies inside the Sprout, but they do end up taking out Emo. That was the intended target from the start. The Save will likely be the second to fall here, trying to deny himself. A good attempt, but not to be. Very, very action-packed.
16 kills in 7 minutes. In the previous series, at one of the games, we had 0 right now. For another 6 minutes, actually, in game number 1.
That's right.
And these teams are getting... I mean, it's the nature of the strategy that you will have a lot of kills here. There's just going to be so much focus on the Huskar versus Storm matchup. It's how much it's going to influence who comes out the ultimate victor. So all the heroes getting very involved. This also does mean that the supports are actually going to be very high level in this game. When you have a bit of a kill exchange fest and the supports get to both kill and die, they will close in on the cores in terms of experience. You're seeing every support in the game right now is level 5.
Yeah, Fortune's End onto Beyond. Looks to be dead. Onto the tier 1. That was a really long chase.
Yeah.
As GPK, he has life break now, but he's outnumbered this time. Gets it off onto the high ground, dies shortly after it. That
There's
is
no time to breathe in this game for anyone.
That is death number 4 for him.
Well, Kiritich will remain king of the hill, but Flyfly has closed the gap a little bit on his Lina. This is a game that carry Lina can absolutely hard carry, though. Misery was talking about this, that once Lina gets to 3 or 4 items here, it can get spicy. It's one of the carry heroes that can beat Terrorblade at his own game because you have so high range and you have mixed damage.
Very early Sunder from Kiritich. Going to force out the Stampede.
I'll get out.
And they'll just call that a trade.
So if Flyfly continues this farm, obviously you are a hero that buys Mjolnir, which is nice against Terrorblade. You have mixed damage, you have the long range, you have super high attack speed too. And your Reflection Illusion is not very strong. So there's a lot of upsides for Lina in this matchup. Also good against Huskar for similar reasons. The magic part not so much, but the high range and the burst type, bursting nature of the way you deal damage. Bot tower about to be claimed for the side of BetBoom now. Maybe trying for a deny here. Nicely done from Beyond.
Bottom tower has been denied. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So Emo has a Soul Ring right now along with the Treads. And the Huskar, Mr. GPK, just finished the Armlet.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Which for him, of course, very important.
Yeah, Armlet and Oracle 6 is where it's at for the Huskar. GPK will be rushing Blink next. I really like to see this here. I think you want to take an almost initiator type role in this game when you know you have Oracle on backup. Oh,
Arcane Rune snagged by Emo. Fortune's End will eventually get him, but he is way far away. But tier 1 tower has to be sacked for Yakult.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
GPK trying to look as juicy as possible for them to go on him, but they know that there are supports shadowing him at the moment.
Yeah, Katomi gets 6 now. One more creep. There we go. False Promise on unlocked.
We have a TP coming in from the Nature's Prophet. Actually scares off Save.
Dire are scanning.
And ever so quietly. Just like a slight advantage is being inched out here by BetBoom by the minute. Terrorblade staying ahead. Pain goes a bit ahead of Centaur. Of course, the wild card in a game like this is the fact that Prophet should eclipse the supports of the enemy team. Curious to see what Boboka buys. Opting not to go for Vessel against the Huskar because of the Oracle cover, you would assume. It's going to rush the Pavis.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Maybe they're just looking to amp up their Lina to critical mass. Like, get a Solar Crest for the Lina and play on her right-click as the primary means of solving the problems that you're inevitably going to have. But this is when things get spicy. BetBoom can really kick up the pace. They understand just how strong their Huskar is. Going to take the top tower as well without him even. He wasn't even a part of that play.
Yep.
Yakult's team just not really geared for fighting yet. They're a bit more level and item dependent than the side of BetBoom. But they have unlocked Global Silence, which is the big one. It allows them to go on the Huskar without Oracle protecting him. Unless you are super clutch. Of course, there's the cool counterplay that Oracle has against Silencer. The old school, in anticipation of Global, you begin casting Purge on yourself.
Yeah.
And then when Global Silence goes off, you immediately stop the Global Silence because you purge yourself instantly since the channel gets stopped.
That's
and then
really hard.
It's really high skill, but at the same time, there are certain situations where it can be pretty telegraphed. Like, let's say you're in the mid game and Storm is jumping your Huskar, you just instantly start Fortune's ending yourself.
Right.
But then it becomes a mind game where Silencer can just be like, well, I think you're going to do that, so I will wait.
Right.
But, you know, it's
pretty cool.
It's like the only support that has this counterplay against Silencer, right? It's pretty interesting.
We have TPs down here. As BetBoom want to make something happen. Going to wrap around, and well, they could potentially run into someone here, although starting to run the other way, so it doesn't look like it's going to end up resulting in a kill unless they want to go on top of Beyond here under the tier 2.
I mean, he's the worst. He's the worst target. He's got Vanguard Blade Mail and a pair of Underpants Sister Shroud.
Yep, those are powerful.
Yeah. Oh, they will go on him, though.
They will. Life Break to start things out. Pops the Stampede. There's the Global Silence as well. Gets the Hoof Stomp onto GPK, but there's the False Promise, and Beyond is dead.
Yeah, that Global's too early. There needs to be a Storm on top of him when that gets cast so they can actually get the kill. If they don't instantly connect, Kataomi will very easily protect GPK with a False Promise. And you could see from Yakult's perspective, the moment False Promise went out, they immediately just tucked tail and ran. There's no play.
And I'll say that this game, not just because there's a Lina, but Centaur Ags, I think, is going to be a relatively early purchase. We'll talk about that in just a moment. It's a zip-in from Emo onto Kiritich. It's silenced by the last word at half HP, looking for a Sunder target. They gets it off at the last moment, and Emo dies as Kiritich will likely end up being traded. Save takes out Ollie in the meantime. That is not how it's supposed to go for Yakult.
That is such a good result for BetBoom. That was a 4v2, and they trade 2 for 1. Courtesy of a clutch Thunder. You're going to say something about Centaur Ags?
Oh, it's good this game.
Just to protect the Lina from the Huskar and keep her attacking.
Once the Huskar Ags comes online, it can be pretty hard, especially when you get a blink on top of it.
Yeah.
The taunt is very powerful. But yeah, the Centaur Ags against that, and then on top of that, you just have the Lina anyway.
Yeah.
It's a crazy target to have in your cart.
I'm assuming if Huskar taunts you and you get put in the cart, you're still attacking from the cart for the remainder of the taunt duration.
Yep, I would think so. Now, the problem is he really wants to get Shivas this game against the Huskar, so it might be later down the road. Depends on what he prioritizes.
I'm kind of with you. I think he has to rush Ags after Blink on Centaur. I think it's very good this game.
Before Shivas.
Yes. I don't actually think Shivas is equally important when you have Oracle in the game.
Oh. Save.
We picked off.
Does take them a while. Kiritich just farming away nearby.
I have to say, it's cool to see Boboka on Prophet again. This is one of his old classics that he used to play a lot more years ago. One of his better non-melee 4s, in my opinion, if not his best. So when it is a patch where this is gaining prevalence, Vivoka will be eager to run it. Had an all-right game so far here. Yeah, you could definitely tell, you know, there's just some players that instinctually in their gameplay are very kill-hungry. So you have those aggressive support players, they love to play Prophet because it just unlocks that part of your skill set as a player. If you're very good at understanding map macro and making moves, then this hero is for you. GPK will be getting Aegis #1, which is pretty standard timing here for the Huskar.
He's got the Quinn armlet toggling going on there in the pit.
Is top net worth. That is
despite all the
very
deaths.
rare for GPK Huskar, I will say.
Is
So
it?
This is a good sign, yes. The games of GPK that we have cast,
Oh yeah,
on
it's one of
Huskar,
his weaker heroes.
he generally gets like 3rd, 4th net worth maybe.
Whoa!
And then they still...
Laguna and Global used for a kill onto a support. That was an amazing Fate's Edict to block off the damage from Laguna. That's pretty big. I feel like BetBoom, especially with this Aegis,
they should
can
do
get
something
ultra
now.
aggressive now.
For sure. Atos.
Atos onto the Storm. Shackle onto the tree. GPK with the life break. The silence to follow. And death for Emo.
This matchup has changed fundamentally so much in Huskar's
Inner Fire,
favor.
totally
After
different
Inner
now.
Fire became a silence instead of a disarm.
True.
It's so much better for Huskar against Storm. A big part of the consideration when you run this hero nowadays is factoring in whether that silence is good for the game or not. Also, a good read from Flyfly to TP out. That was about to get spicy.
Radiant are scanning.
Still, though, I think BetBoom will just get an uncontested tier 2 now. There's not really much you can do about it. This is Yakult. And this is what the panel was talking about. This critical point in the game is where the BetBoom lineup is at its... Not even necessarily at its most fearsome, but the one where they're, on paper, the most ahead on draft will be in this next 5-minute mark, or 5-minute window. This lineup can win ultra late game. Huskar is a different hero than a couple of years back. He can play ultra late game scenarios together with Terrorblade and Pango. You're not like on a timer in this game. This is just when you're best relative to the enemy lineup. So you want to get all the benefits that you can. We're up to 4 towers claimed so far. Emo looking for a play onto Kataomi, but the early dagger.
Yeah, I like
really
it.
nice for Orc. I mean,
Very
it's
cool.
the item on this hero, especially in this game. So.
You're saying that's normal to get it first?
Yeah.
Really?
I think in the current meta, this is this would be the go-to item for Oracle, I would say. I think, because Oracle is a lot more binary than certain other support heroes in the fact that this is all about the one clutch save. It's everything this guy does. So you want to make sure you can be in a safe position to not be the primary target, and then your job is, all right, guy gets jumped, I'm going to blink, Fate's Edict, False Promise him, one or the other, or both. And it's infinitely more important than having, say, a Glimmer Cape. I think if your game is good enough, then this item is really what makes it. So there's going to be the global silence, once again, as the solution that Yakult bros do have, but hasn't really come into play just yet encountering the Oracle, to be fair. That's the 5th tower down.
Indeed.
For BetBoom.
Emo working on a Yules, which will take off that silence from the Inner Fire, of course.
Yeah.
Little surprise. I mean, GPK, he's going for S and Y. I'm not saying that's not normal. Don't you typically go Ags before that? Or at least earlier in this build, generally?
It varies. I would say, I think we see Ags more often than the Sanjin Yasha.
Either way, I'm sure it's going to be S and Y, Ags, Blink, something like that, right?
Yeah, it should be. Gonna TP mid. This is a fake. It's a Storm Illusion. He's gonna get baited by it. So, nice little play there from Emo, wasting GPK's time. He went for the TP into ult on nothing. The ult cooldown obviously irrelevant, but just that little bit of a waste of time to buy some space. Name of the game for the Dire here is Weather the Storm, literally. Buy time over and over again. If you get late enough, it's not a given that you're going to win this minute 45 or whatever, but your chances should be increasing by the minute.
Tormy will be taken by BetBoom, so the Age is going to be expiring here relatively shortly. Wow, Miero.
That's
so they
getting
already
free
had,
roll up is super.
They already
nice.
had Windrunner shard. So the Gale Force. Yeah, that's super valuable.
This is definitely better than Reign of Destiny. This game, roll up is such an.
Well, not going to be able to use it yet because of the global silence as Miero does eventually fall.
It's not the heat, it's the humiliation.
Now the question for me is, well, I guess you could just get the Disperser. He's going to go Lotus, actually, on the Pango, but you could also go Disperser.
Lotus has some added value here. It can reflect Storm Pull, can reflect Laguna. It's decent. I like the Lotus better overall, so it's solid. That's a Terrorblade in the game, by the way. He's hitting creeps. Back to you.
Yeah. I purposely not talked about this hero. Just recycled information. Kiritich.
Oh, he's
still playing Terrorblade.
He used Reflection.
Use the spell, and back to farming he goes. Now
All in
level
a day's
15.
work.
So on his way to a Hurricane Pike, and then the Scotty.
Yeah, standard stuff. Scotty, I feel like this item's going to get nerfed pretty soon, actually. The changed build-up that they made,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
perhaps a little bit overtuned.
I don't think it's like beyond broken though. Like, I think taking off a few stats.
Yeah,
would
something like
suffice.
that is what I mean.
I do think I want to see more hearts personally, so I would like to see that get a slight nerf or buff. Rolling Thunder from Miero. They're smoked up as they're going to run right into the Silencer, although they find the Lina instead. Much bigger target, of course. Big kill onto Fly.
Whoa, Baboka,
and
what are you thinking?
TPing in, thinking that there was maybe a global silence to be used here. That is on cooldown for another 8 seconds. See his kill shot with the power shot.
Baboka showcasing his experience with Nature's Prophet, of course. I don't really know what that was. That was a little bit wild.
I wonder if BetBoom timed the global silence cooldown, because it was like 10 seconds away.
Could be.
Miero.
Good poke on
try to force
Great
the
Gale
issue
Force.
here. Oh, the kill shot actually misses, but it matters not. They're still going to be able to kill its silencer off, and now on the tier 3 tower is GPK pushing the bottom lane in the midst of all this.
Yeah, so Emo cutting mid isn't even going to solve the problem here. This is how you avoid losing barracks, is by having Storm consistently cut mid while the enemy team's pushing, but yeah, the bottom wave's still alive, so first lane of barracks, 23 minutes. This was that point in the game that was going to get the scariest for Yakult, and it did.
Not going to bother with the range. Eventually will fall.
They got what they needed. No need to give any opportunity over to the opposing side. And yeah, all of this just off of one Lina kill. It just opens it.
So I'm going to reopen a discussion here. Thoughts on, let's watch the replay first, actually, since it's not relevant, as always.
Gale Force has been really good so far.
Yeah, the global silence really is the reason that BetBoom can do this.
Yep.
Just a little bit off.
Baboka.
He's pretty happy.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably laughing at his own teleport, if I have to guess. What do you want to reopen?
Range racks upgrading siege units.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it.
I wonder why range racks have not been touched ever.
Yeah, I think you could definitely upgrade the siege units, just not by too much.
No, it doesn't need to be crazy.
Why not?
Just trebuchets.
Yeah.
Double the range.
Yeah, or you could upgrade the siege units into Nature's Prophet's Treants instead. Yeah, great.
That's right.
Of course, the best siege unit Dota has ever had.
Smoke from Yakult.
Or little baby Leshraks casting.
Needing to find something. It's an Oracle.
It's a good find. Now, if they could snowball this into another Huskar.
He wants to fight, though. Stampede, but the Storm Spirit, he's getting gone on. The Global Silence comes out to make sure that Emo can get away this time, so end up having to use the Global, and again, that's the big one for Yakult.
All they're going to get is the Oracle, and now that this is down for a minute and a half, perhaps BetBoom can...
Oh, Shackle actually does
good
hit.
Shackle. No follow-up, though. Terrorblade's far away. GPK still has his 9-seconder ready.
Oh, they're going to try to take out save, but the big life break from GPK onto the Centaur. He deletes Emo, though, just happened to be there with the inner fire going off. So the silence again will be the doom of the Storm Spirit.
Oh,
Laguna
Kiritich!
Blade deletes Kiritich, though, as Flyfly not afraid. GPK trying to run away now. He's going to get false promise at the last moment. Baboka is certainly dead. Flyfly fighting against the illusions at this point will BKB TP away. The Nightfall special gets back to base in time. GPK back to full HP. And they'll find another kill in the name of BetBoom. Baboka does actually live here.
Yeah, he survived.
That required a buyback for save. Started off actually okay for Yakult.
Getting that kill on Terrorblade is the only reason they even stand a chance there. He got caught off guard on Kiritich, got Laguna bladed when he was low. He was looking for a Sunder. If that Sunder comes out, it's a 5-0 fight. Really important that Flyfly found that for the side of Yakult, but still, BetBoom definitely not unhappy overall with the state of the game. You see these damage numbers from GPK look quite ridiculous. These long extended fights.
Oh, he almost has Ags now.
Pump faking the TP of Prophet. Yeah. They know they're there.
This could get interesting. Rolling Thunder from Miero. Nature's Prophet, the recipient. Shackle not going to hit Emo, as he's actually put in the pit. And Laguna onto Miero does literally nothing, but they're going to initiate right onto GPK. But he is healing through all of this, but eventually does finally get sniped out.
Yeah, lack of Oracle. This really is about what supports have ultis ready. It's so important whether there's Oracle ulti and whether there's Global Silence.
Mid is pushing in, so see how long they can stay around here. Yeah, the initiation on the Miera. The Global Silence comes out, and that means you got to force step to the high ground if you are Kiritich. Save, Hoof Stomp, nice Fate's Edict to avoid all this magic damage. LSA holds him in place. Eventually, Save is dropping to the deck, and that's 70 seconds. That's essentially a dieback. Miera, high ground, okay.
Wow, okay.
GPK is up in 15 seconds as Roche belches right in their face. And remember, the creeps are still pushing in the mid lane. As Yakult
this is
going to be scouted by this illusion. And Emo will claim the Aegis, so a big find for Yakult. How much did they get in the base here? Only a little bit of damage to the Tier 4s, not much at all.
Tier 4s are pretty good nowadays. They will defend for a long time.
I guess that range rack's not getting taken out. Actually, it tanked up a lot of damage.
True.
Now they're going to get their trebuchets, though, for the BetBoom side.
You wish.
Would that be broken if it's the same siege unit, they just have longer range? That's kind of interesting.
There's like 100 ways you could make them better.
Yeah, but that's interesting.
Yeah.
Right? I think that's interesting. Because then you got to come farther out of your base to contest it.
Yeah.
I like that.
You
patent that one.
Yeah.
Somebody sent an email to Gabe Newell. And Ice Frog, of course.
Also make the siege units shoot burning oil.
That could be an upgrade.
Yeah.
You spend money on.
Yeah, we need some...
You know what's funny is I'm making these suggestions just like I did 10 years ago, and the reaction that you have is quite different now.
Yeah, I've given up.
You know it's a possibility. It could be real one day.
Yeah.
You see mana bar syndrome? You see the enemy mana bars?
I see everything.
It's great.
Yeah.
Quality of life.
Gotta get with the times, Shannon. It's an ever-changing game. And so I think in terms of that, what I am starting to be less and less critical about when you suggest is certain things that just are either a little bit wacky or quality of life. I think that's completely fine. The thing that I'm most worried about at this point is just bloat.
I feel very bloated right now.
Yeah, that's right.
Smoke from BetBoom. BKB is now up for Terrorblade. So he's been having some issues staying alive with the Laguna and whatnot, but that is going to help quite a bit. So BetBoom looking for a fight despite being against this Aegis on Emo. And GPK, of course, did finish the Aghanims. Oh, this is a big rune. Arcaner, they're going to try to bait it. Emo. Emo, Emo, Emo! He actually zips away in time. Arcane Rune was taken by GPK, though. That was very close. Actually used the Rolling Thunder, so that's a cooldown down for BetBoom.
That was a nice attempt. Really like the idea of going for the very quick Rolling Thunder when Storm zips, maybe catching him off guard, but Emo was aware of the risk. Didn't get caught. At the same time, though, he spent a ton of mana on it, and you're not really using the Aegis for anything.
You're
To
more
be fair,
taking it away.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. It's more important that BetBoom don't have it than you do. The ultimate goal of this game, of course, for the side of Yakult Bros is just to get to that late game stage.
That feels like always for them.
Yeah, that's when they shine.
Yeah.
I think it's in some ways fair to say this is probably a top 3 late game team of this tournament. Unfortunately, they're 2 and 4 because a lot of the times they get to late game, they're horribly behind, and it becomes an uphill battle. But they've been playing really good defensive Dota in a lot of the games. So if they get to late game on even footing, might have a good shot against a team
Inner
like that.
fire, the cooldown is lowered, and it causes it applies a movement slow and heals Huskar for percentage of the damage dealt to enemies.
Yeah,
pretty nice.
Mainly about the slow. The heal, not so important with Oracle, I would think. There's enough where that came from. What might make a difference? It's going to go Satanic next on GPK. Standard stuff for Husk.
Well, he did not go Blink, though.
That's true. The very first item he queued up after Armlet, and I praised it, and then he bought 3 other items and gave up on it.
I guess so.
Maybe he heard I liked it. Maybe he felt in the cosmos that I enjoyed something. He was like, therefore it must be bad.
Probably a good call.
Statistically, probably not far off, to be honest, in this day and age.
40 seconds on the Aegis. Emo and company can actually try to take a fight here if they really want. I mean, this is the best hero in Dota.
This is the time to use the Aegis.
Best hero in Dota to have Aegis. But it looks like they're playing it safe here. Or at least BetBoom keeping their distance. And now, when it starts to get lower, that's when you have to be a bit careful with BetBoom timing it.
I like this from Baboka. He's closing in on Aghanim's. That's the Solar Crest Force Staff. The Ags. An interesting item to have in your back pocket against an Oracle with Dagger. Because then if you enter a fight and you see Oracle at all on your map, you just cast ult, you root him, and then he can't save the Huskar. Because he's, first of all, has to dispel himself, but also takes damage. So the blink will be off the table.
Off the hizzy?
Yeah. I already forgot that was a thing again, which it never was to begin with. So
No, because that was up the hizzy. I changed it.
Well, it's incredible, but it's even worse. Off the hizzy. What are you talking?
Smoke from BetBoom. See the wrapping around to the triangle. Looks like this might actually work. That's exactly where Yakult are.
Yeah, but they seem kind of wary that this could be coming based on their relative hero positions. As long as Ollie doesn't get jumped, you get global off. Let's be careful as BetBoom here with how you enter this fight. Fly.
Instant BKB, the shackle onto the silencer, though, so they get a lot of the spells off already. Stampede, and now Global Silence. The Rolling Thunder still doing work, though, but the Fly Lina drops to the deck. Baboka next on the list. 3 dead for Yakult. And Emo, super low on HP, does zip and TPs to base, but yeah, BetBoom.
That's
this
a
is
second
where a
lane,
second
right?
Rax will likely come.
So for a moment, as I was saying, I thought Yakult were ready for that, and that was an instant Lina BKB, so can't even blame Flyfire for slow reactions. He just couldn't stand his ground because he doesn't have Satanic. He got bullied out by the Huskar plus Terrorblade combination and ends up dying to the Burning Spears. And of course, if they were fully anticipating this move, Lina would not have been the front. Right? That should have been someone else taking the initial blow. It should have been Centaur leading the charge there.
They do have buyback on Fly. He didn't have it a moment ago, so this is an option for Yakult. No global, though.
Crimson into Glyph. I think they should give the second lane rather than buyback.
GPK.
Never mind.
There's the buyback from Fly, but the early false promise on the GPK. He's going to life break onto the Lina, getting her really low. This is going to be a dieback for Fly. The BKB doing work for GPK as Kiratesh looks to finish the job. Lina out for the rest of the game in all likelihood. The GPK applying some pressure to Beyond. Emo gets back to base safely. Rolling Thunder from Miera will continue as Beyond life broken, back to base. No buyback for him. And GG's will come out. Nice shackle to end the game as well as BetBoom will take game number 1. And Yakult are going to have to do a reverse sweep to stay in this tournament.
Yeah. They got there step by step for BetBoom. It never went to that really late game where Yakult's lineup would get truly interesting. maybe a hiccup or two along the way for BetBoom, but overall a well-executed strategy and a great last pick Huskar. Probably the best Huskar performance I have seen from GPK. In spite of being really contested in mid and the one singular death he had to storm solo, he still did a ton of work this game. I'm gonna look at some damage breakdowns here to really see just how much he did. So GPK, 28k damage. Next in line, the Terrorblade with 16, so almost doubling up every other hero in the game on the Huskar. And it wasn't even necessarily because he got many false promises and pop-off fights. He just did a lot of it by himself.
Yeah, he beasted it up. And like you say, he did die early to that solo pick from Emo, which normally if you see something like that, it feels like the hero that gets the kill first will just dominate the rest of the game. But GPK able to come back. You know, he's learned a lot over the years, Cinderin.
Yep.
Not the tilt master that we're used to seeing. Very calm and collected. I really like this GPK. It's maybe less interesting to see sometimes, but in this game,
it's better.
He popped off. It's objectively just better.
It's better, yeah.
Absolutely.
Great performance from them.
So Kiritich, on the other hand, played Terrorblade.
Hell yeah. Love to see that.
Yeah, very good. I would say co-MVP for Miero. His ults were insane this game.
I would probably pick Save.
Up the hizzy, some would say.
They all played great, really. There was nobody with any major blunders or just solid, stable gameplay from BetBoom, which is the reason why they are slated to get a tie for second place unless Yakult can reverse sweep them.
Yeah, so Yakult have to win the next two to stay in the tournament. BetBoom only one away.
Yeah, this is a series that BetBoom needed to take in order to have a chance at the upper brackets going into the playoffs, and they delivered a pretty convincing performance. GPK with a bit of a shaky laning stage, but the support's coming mid, giving him a chance to do the classic Oracle Huskar, surviving on low HP. The Terrorblade from Kiritich was pretty solid all game. Some sick shackle here from Save in order to allow Kiritich to get that Sunder off. One of the many fights that went in favor of BetBoom overall. And there were a few glimpses of hope on the side of Yakult Brothers, but it felt like Fly. Every fight you see there, he's getting shackled, he's getting Huskar ulted with Ags, he's getting initiated in some way that doesn't allow him to dish out the damage that he needed to be able to do as the sole responsible hero on their side of doing that damage. And maybe later on in the game, if we saw perhaps a Centaur Axe coming out with the card to save him, we see Fly finally standing his ground here, but he's not really able to connect to the fight because of the fact that Lina lacks mobility at this stage of the game, more of just a turret that Yakult Brothers may have fought a little bit too deep in order for him to help here. And this is the one that you saw, the Huskar Ags, Fly spending the entire fight running away. That does not bode well for the damage output on the side of Yakult Brothers. Looks like they're trying their own take on the meta. Once again, not quite working out for them, and we'll just have to see if they can make a comeback to give themselves a chance to stay in this tournament in Game 2.
Watching these new games makes me think about the old days a little bit. Like long ago when you were a professional player back in 2008, 2009?
Yeah.
Wait, is that actually correct? When were you a professional player? What years?
Oh, I quit maybe 4 years ago or something.
You know, I mean, when did you start?
Oh, I don't know.
MYM Misery?
I can't remember.
Etc.
Years, I don't know. Yeah, but I was even playing before that when it was BattleNet.
BattleNet, yes.
Like when you had like clans and stuff like this on BattleNet.
Yeah, those
Warcraft 3.
the good old days. I mean,
Yeah.
it's kind of crazy to think how much people have improved between then and now.
Sure.
Literally 15 to 18 years of like MOBA experience and things like that.
What makes that happen? Because it feels like that's the same in every sport, isn't it?
Yeah, everyone gets better every year, right?
Yeah, it's the same in football. Like watching football from 20 years ago is obviously not the same as now, right? Same with tennis or whatever, right? Like athletes in general just get better, but it's the same game. Dota has evolved, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, the meta, which is interesting because in gaming, there's actually patches constantly, but we're in conventional sports, it's very rarely rule changes, right? It's like the same thing. You're just getting better at strategy. You're getting better at physicality, at training,
Right.
things like that.
It is just the drive of like progression, getting better, wanting to win, that drives the skill level and just the level of play in general.
Which still affects it in gaming as well, right? Because people get better at scrimming, at communicating.
Yeah, of course.
Like,
People learn from each other's mistakes and the mistakes made in the past, right? Like a good example of that, I think, is roster changes. Like, do you remember when I was playing my prime time, I guess, of Dota, there was a lot of roster changes, right? People would lose some tournaments 2 months, and then they would kick players,
Yeah.
changing rosters all the time.
And that still happens now.
Not to the same extent at all. Like
Yeah,
you see
but-
Team Liquid, right? They're together since the new year. They had really bad results. Gaming Gladiators had a lot of bad results before they changed like salary, right? It takes a lot longer now. You give a lot more benefit of the doubt because you know that roster changes does not equals better success because you've seen that play out in real time in older, older teams.
What was it like in the first few years though? Because I feel like it was just kids basically winging it. Like they didn't know how to be on a team. They didn't know how to be good teammates. You didn't know who was the highest ranked player. There was like no proven. You just had to like feel things. Like, who are you friends with? Just stuff like that.
Yeah.
I feel like it made it weird.
I don't know. I think back then, when you're young, like when I started playing 16 to 18, maybe I started being in teams. I don't think I thought much about like that team thing. I think I just
chemistry.
Didn't care. I just played the game right to my best ability, and then the drive towards winning was what. Then people had to adapt, right? I guess it depends who you are too, right? Like there are young players who are, depending on the personality, for example, right? You have somebody like Panto, who's first fire player, seems very humble, very chill guy, right? And then you have somebody like maybe Pure or I don't know, some more what do you call that?
Egotistical.
Ego-driven player,
Sumail,
right?
Maybe.
Could be Sumail, but people who have bigger personalities, right? Who are the driving force. So I think it depends. I think on the person, how they mesh into the team environment.
How much ego did you have back then playing Shadow Fiend mid?
Shit, I had gigantic ego.
Yeah, I bet.
But it was not driven like. It was basically I just hated losing. I think that was the main driving factor. When did you get into Dota?
I played a little bit when I was like in middle school, like 15, 16, and then I stopped playing it until college. I was like, oh, I remember that game I used to play. So I started playing it again, and that was when I basically went on my tear. This was probably like 2007, 2008.
So
was when I
but
started
this is
playing
all
it a
Dota
lot.
1 as well?
Yeah, Dota 1, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's when I started, and then I kind of just played it a lot until I started making YouTube videos. So I was just well positioned to kind of I was never. I know there was like NA servers and I was like ranked top 500, but there was like probably less than 10,000. I don't know how many thousands of people still playing, not that many. But yeah, it's very different going from then to now. I mean, you couldn't have more than 2 observers in a lobby. So sometimes I would try to spectate a game. I'd get kicked because like Vlad or somebody would come watch the game.
Have you ever been so driven by Dota? Like I remember. First of all, I would like stay home from school to play, right?
Oh, really?
I think that's pretty standard. I heard other pros saying the same thing. I would just like pretend to be going to school, hide behind like the supermarket, and then watch my mom like bike past the supermarket, and I would go back home and just play all day, and then yeah, good stuff.
All that to be a pro, yeah.
But I guess.
I haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again. What do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know.
sing the same old song. Been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again. What do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago.
Now I got worries pounding in my chest. It's so hard to sleep, baby. I can't get no rest. All sorrow and sadness. Tell me what I'm gonna do. 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. I thought it would be easy to make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. Lost in the shadows. Tell me what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. You don't miss the water till the well runs dry. And you never see when the truth turns into a lie. Hey.
Hey there, and we're in the middle of a series that is incredibly important for BetBoom, especially. Actually, you know what? It's also incredibly important for Yakult. Although I will say Yakult's looking a little bit more rough than BetBoom right now because they are one game down in this best of 3 tournament lives on the line for BetBoom. Actually, the only thing that's on the line is potentially upper bracket or otherwise lower bracket, as winning here will guarantee them in a tiebreaker with Talon for upper bracket. Tomorrow is when tiebreakers will happen, but for Yakult, maybe it's a little bit more rough, Brian.
Yeah, right now they're 2-4, and there's 2 teams, Gaiman as well as Aurora, that are 3-3, and they would need both of those teams to, I believe, at least one team actually,
Yes.
to lose in order to have a chance at 4th. Or no, they'd need both teams to lose. So Yakult brothers, what I'm trying to say is, if they win this series, it does mean something. They're down 1-0. And
if they lose, they're out.
If they lose, they're completely out.
Well, they can fight for their destiny at least. I think when we talked about Emo in the pre-show, we said like some games he plays really good and some games he plays maybe cold. But I think lukewarm is the better way to describe it. Like he still has okay-ish games, he still has okay-ish impacts, and they had a decently long game there. But his impact isn't always quite sky high, unfortunately. And so if he is up against a Huskar, I think that's a recipe for failure for their team, actually. Because I think I want him in a matchup that gives him the potential to like blow the game out of the water, and we just didn't see that game.
That does mean that maybe you want that pick for Emo to be the maybe overall last to set up for success, or maybe if your first pick on 18th, or rather the team's fourth pick, that you then can protect with a couple of bans. It will be, at least this time around, overall last pick for Yakult, as they are second pick and Radiant. We got first pick and Dire, and Tournament Live's on the line, and they're letting a TA through.
But they also got to ban the Oracle, and even if he did have not last overall, but last pick for his team last game, there's still the possibility for the Huskar to come out at any point. And I feel like that's the scary thing about the Oracle. Now that that's gone, he's going to be happy with most Storm matchups, and if it's just a Huskars in the game without an Oracle, I think he's also more okay with his sacrifice then.
I agree with everything you just said, but now that I'm thinking, like, yeah, they moved the Oracle into the first round bans, but another hero they also didn't ban last game was Terrorblade, and Terrorblade is a hard counter in the carry matchup to TA. And I remember we saw it was one team that picked Jakiro in response to TA, and we were kind of like, oh, that's cool and all, maybe it's an offlane Jakiro, it's meant to be like this huge counter, but then it ended up just being a very normal draft, like a Jakiro 5 and all that. And what we were trying to say is TA is a pretty damn good hero to be given them first pick. What's your response? And I was thinking, like, well, if they had left TB in, maybe you give them TA, you respond with the hard carry to carry matchup, TB. It's just, I get the same vibe from this Tusk pick. It's like, yeah, Tusk is a good hero in this meta, but is it a worthwhile trade to giving BetBoom team this first pick TA?
Maybe not. I do like the Tusk more than Jakiro, I guess.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Yeah.
Tusk has a little bit more flexibility, perhaps. But yeah, I think it's a little bit of the same thing, where you give TA, but you don't really get any meaningful core in return. But we'll see if they have something planned with this. We have kind of given Yakult Bros benefit of the doubt a couple of times where they have disappointed us.
Oh, it was actually them that did the Jakiro versus TA.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So they did lose that game.
Yeah,
right?
pretty badly. Yeah.
So it's not the first time that they let the TA through. This time they have Tusk Silencer.
Bloodseeker.
It's coming.
Run it back.
Run it back.
This combo is really strong, though. Support duo, I think.
Yeah, Bloodseeker Silencer.
Yeah, sure.
But Silencer Tusk for sure.
Yeah,
Tusk Silencer. Yeah, I think it's a pretty good combo.
I guess it lets you force the fight and then protect your team is one of the upsides. And it does give you 2 ways to stun TA, which is pretty nice. And locking her down, you do need a breakthrough refraction, but once you do, she is pretty stuck in position until she gets a Hurricane Pike.
Let's see what BetBoom is going to do as an answer.
I really like Windrunner for BetBoom.
Yeah.
This hero has a low win rate, as you can see here, 918. But for BetBoom, it's working out. I think Save has been playing it really well recently, and this is one of BetBoom's kind of unique heroes right now. Here, Windrunner and Bane.
Yeah, they were actually losing with it in the first group stage, but they're winning with it in the second group stage, the Wind Ranger. So maybe that's because of the patch nerfing a lot of the popular force, but not really touching Wind Ranger.
Yeah. Naga is interesting. I think it was pretty much only Nigma playing it, right?
Yeah.
But
that's a 5, right?
Yeah, I think this is also going to be a 5 with it protecting the TA in lane. It's pretty good against both Tusk and Silencer in the game. They don't really like illusions. Tusk doesn't like him in lane. I think he has too high armor on Naga. So I think maybe that's partly why. Like, imagine Tusk is using tag team, and then you just either you net the guy or you use illusions, right? And then tag team is over at that point.
Yeah, the Naga was also played by 9Clash yesterday as a 4. I think it's overall just a pretty impactful support, given if the player knows how to make it work in lane. I know 9Clash is very obnoxious with like creep dragging and shenanigans. But one thing I like about Naga against these 2 heroes, you were talking about their ability to force the fight, the Silencer Tusk. You are a support that rushes Greaves, and then you have a spell that resets the fight, right? So it's
which actually works against Silencer now, unlike last patch, right?
Exactly. So I think that's what they're going for with this Naga. It has the lane synergy with the TA. We've seen Naga 5 look by far the best with like SF, TA, Lina, these type of carries. So I really like this Naga pick. I think it's a cool swap up from BetBoom team here.
Are we cooking something, Yakult Bros? So we're doing the probably offlane Viper, right, with the Tusk.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty strong. Of course, this hero it can be a double-edged sword if BetBoom decides to start save in the safe lane. And you start killing Viper a couple of times. This hero can be a non-factor in the game.
You just move TA mid. GPK can play, right?
Yeah, you could do that. You certainly could do that. And the Yakult Bros go back for the Storm. I don't know. Would you like the Storm again and again and again and again, and you keep losing with it? I mean, Emo's playing it well.
If it's broken, don't fix it.
But
it is kind of broken.
I said if it's broken, don't I was trying to reword the saying.
Right.
They need to jump really bad. That's one of the downsides of Viper, right? It's like, okay, it's supposed to win the lane, but now you have a hero that can't actually move his hero unless he buys an Aghanim Scepter. And so Storm is going to give them another way to catch that Tusk won't. Diversifies their damage a little bit.
There's also something about this combination of heroes that I think is so fragile, right? If it's like you don't have any team fight, you don't have any stun. I feel like the synergy between Viper and Storm is, for some reason, I don't like it. There's something about it, very slow hero. Maybe it can work if Viper's snowballing, but I feel like it looks a little weak to me. You also don't have much team fight.
That's true.
I think something like Viper plus like Pangolier mid makes more sense to me, because then you have the Pangolier who can protect the Viper in the fight, stun up for you, and you have the team fight, but...
that's a swap up to TA to mid lane. I was like going through in my head like carries that don't mind laning against Viper, and I was thinking of Dispels, perhaps like the Abaddons and Omnis of the world, but you also don't want a melee guy with Naga. So this is actually a really cool pick because Weaver is great against Tusk and Viper in the game. You have limited catch pretty much coming only from the Storm. We saw a similar approach, I believe, from Parivision, who just had like multiple heroes, like a Puck, a Weaver, and Aurora only had one hero that could stun them. So yeah, maybe they have one single combo that will bring somebody down. But the second this combo doesn't work, you global, you don't quite burst the Weaver because the Naga resets with sleep or something, then these type of lineups I feel like have been doing a really good job, or like having a lot of success in group stage 2. These like reset the fight, second life type of lineups, synergizing with like the way Oracle plays, and I think Naga is a great kind of discount version of that, and Weaver enables it.
I think one scary part, though, is that before they get solutions to Global Silence is still really good against these heroes. And they don't have that much tankiness on the BetBoom team side. So if they do lose the laning stage, like let's say Yakult Brothers wins the Sentry Ward battle, they do out-harass the Weaver, Weaver gets a little zoned.
It's possible.
This could cascade into like pickoffs on the map that get a little spooky.
I think that Weaver will eventually have its merit in this game just because it's the limited lockdown, but I think the laning phase is not necessarily a slam dunk here. It can easily snowball in Viper's favor. Like this hero is, even though you pick a counter matchup and the Viper, you still gotta respect this hero in the offlane, like early on. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Save still go and try lane this Viper with the Weaver, kill him a couple of times, then this Viper is a non-factor in the game.
I definitely agree that the lane swap is superior, though, because Weaver is definitely going to be better against Viper than a TA would. So it's definitely the right path, but there's still a way out of it for Yakult.
What are we going to look for Miro here?
Did you see they banned the Bloodseeker there?
I see it.
Okay.
Very scary.
Make sure you know.
Combination with the Silencer,
Weaver,
in case you didn't know, yeah.
What is this? Beastmaster pick?
Hey!
It's really good.
You know what I've seen Miro play in the first day of the patch? It was an Omni Knight. Not Omni Knight, well, it also was an Omni Knight, but it was Undying. Is this any game for an Undying or nah?
Nah.
He called it before it happened. What did you like about this Beastmaster?
It's a free beast game. And it's Miro's best hero. And it's a classic offlane hero which they need.
Just
it's no brainer.
Yeah.
Brian.
You have two ranged guys to benefit from your aura.
Yeah.
You lane pretty well with Wind Ranger. You give your team the ability to hit buildings.
Kunkka made it all the way to last pick, though.
It was a good Kunkka game.
I hope we see the Dominator from Miro this game, and they adapt.
Ags.
I don't want to see Aghanims. I want to see Rush Dominator. I want to see them crush the Viper top, and then I want to see Weaver come through the gate with Naga and then collapse on this Kunkka, take the tower, or move away from Kunkka and take top tower. I want to see the Dominator be used to play aggressively, not like we saw the other day yesterday, where he just bought Aghanims and farmed all game. Yeah.
Does that then mean that we feel like BetBoom does have the superior draft in this game number 2?
I think so. I think the lane swap, which was pretty straightforward, just made the Viper look worse, and Viper has less impact in terms of a lot of phases of the game. So I just think BetBoom just did a little lane switcheroo and got the upper hand.
I think it's just a matter of how many fights does Radiant have to win the game. Who kills buildings? Like, where do they... Like, what is their method of taking Roche, ending the game, crucial objectives? While on the other side, if BetBoom wins like a single fight, it's Roche, Torment, or buildings. So I'm just going to lean towards ease of execution for BetBoom here.
Okay, let's see. It is Yakult fighting for their tournament lives in game number 2 of this series via the PuckGen Pandas.
BetBoom 1 game away from doing things, Cinderin. Yakult. They have to win 2 in a row to stay in this tournament. Will it happen?
I think the panel kind of hit the nail on the head with the Viper being a very early response to the TA, and then it just doesn't end up laning against it. BetBoom are swapping GPK onto it. This is one of his classic heroes, so when BetBoom get their hands on this, you don't know whether it's going to be Kiritich or if it's going to be run mid by GPK. And we saw as, despite this hero being overall first picked almost always when it's in the pool, it has a 17-5 score. So very, very powerful hero in this tournament.
You were disgusted when you saw it.
Oh, that's a big word, but if I could pick a singular hero in Dota to not let through the draft, it would be this one. I just think it does so much. It has the lane flexibility. I'll look at a fight here first, potentially.
We sure will. Baboka, he's already low. He gets the ice shards off. No snowball to work with, and he's first blooded. GPK pops the fairy fire, dies before Beyond. That's Kataomi getting low as well, but the bigger kill coming out. So what does this end up being here as the silencer drops in addition? Kiritich, blood grenade. Not often you see the blood grenade kill somebody just outright immediately.
I don't know if I've ever seen that play before. TP into killing instantly with blood grenade. Feels like a slam dunk, you know. That's funny. Well,
so a 3 for 3. I think first blood went to BetBoom if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Beyond already getting gone on here in the top lane. This is an off lane Viper, which we'll get to in just a moment, and that moment has come.
Yep. Off lane Viper, ladies and gentlemen.
Your
the
thoughts?
Viper is in the off lane. I mean, they picked it as a response to TA. They were hoping to lane it against her and make her game difficult, but then now that you end up playing into Weaver Naga, I don't think Viper is particularly good against this lane, so you're still going to get some farm, but you're not going to crush the carry. And this, largely, when you put it in the off lane, is picked as an anti-carry.
Dave looks to be dead here. Brain drain for Ollie. Miero playing one of his best heroes, the Beastmaster.
This is definitely Yakult's best lane on paper, though. It's the Kunkka Silencer against Beast plus Windranger. I think this should be a lane that they are expected to win. The carry Kunkka has been doing very well this tournament. A lot of good matchups. And with the level advantage that these two had, they were making quick work of it on to save. He was 1 CS away from getting wind run, and he probably would have lived, but not going to happen. And in mid, I was talking about this. So GPK on this hero, fundamentally, BetBoom will be playing the game differently when GPK plays TA than when he plays, let's say, something like a Kunkka. But I think the upside for BetBoom is that they have a lot of experience playing with GPK on greedier heroes, whereas, say, some other teams want to flex away their TA onto mid, and maybe their mid players like a Spirit Specialist or something, you know? Like, you wouldn't put Emo on TA. He can play it, but it's not their identity as a team in this tournament. So that little extra flex that BetBoom have gives them big advantage in this draft, because it forced out a Viper pick, or baited out rather, and the response not necessarily too inspiring here from the side of the Yakult brothers. Talked about the innate as well, TA. Of course, being able to know when Roshan spawns.
True.
At a pro level, this becomes increasingly more important as a lot of strategic decisions are made around uncertainty around Roche, and you will just know every time.
Yeah.
So you can plan it perfectly, you can make the gank that you need.
Would you rather that be, I know you don't like the concept, would you rather that be on a hero that sucks at taking Roche? Has no actual sense in that being a part of it? Is Baboka fighting for the Lotus as Beyond doing a lot of damage to Kiritich. He has to be careful. Doesn't have Shakuchi. He's just dead. As Baboka will win the battle.
I think he had a lot of one charges. You get that from leaning against Weaver. A nice grab there for the side of Yakult. Well, they really thought they were going to win that fight, but Naga Siren doesn't really necessarily do that much damage. You've got the one Deluge. But I don't know if he was level 3 at the time.
Oh, is he dead? My goodness. The wind run actually killed him. Oh, boy. Yes, Baboka still on low HP from that earlier engagement, but will live.
This is a good start from Yakult.
Yeah. I want to ask you a question
very
about Viper,
important
though.
for them this game.
So Viper, you said, was picked to try to counteract the TA, which is lane switch and whatnot. The only time that we've seen Viper has been, there's an obvious break, right, with the Viper strike. Now, how good, I know it's not traditional, how good is it against GPK with the Psyblades? Because you can't fight, surely, right?
Yeah, it's not bad. I guess you lose the attack range too, right? While you're broken.
I mean, I would assume so, but
all of the aspects of it. That's interesting. It's likely to have a decent impact, but I mean, either way, you want to Viper Strike him all game, right? But even if there was nothing to break, he would still be your target because you want to remove his attack speed and cripple him and take off his barrier.
Yeah.
That is a good point. Psyblades, of course, are so much better than they were a couple of years ago. Skill has just been upgraded over and over and over again. But yeah, for Yakult, they end up not getting the lane matchup they wanted with the Viper against TA, but that one kill he gets on Kiritich is actually very big for Beyond now. Viper very much a knife's edge kind of hero, where if you're ahead in the laning stage, you can compound the advantage and really get ahead, but if you die once or twice, you can just fall completely flat. So him getting that singular kill is definitely very good news. Oh, Flyfly actually going to miss the cleave. Still,
he's going to tick out. Flyfly gets credit for that one. Power shot onto tube. Save. Won't be able to finish anyone, although Flyfly getting really low, so the next power shot in 5 seconds. If you can snipe this out. 2, 1, and he's going to go for it. Whoa, way off. He had vision of him, too.
Showing on the creeps?
Yeah, okay. Interesting. Is he actually going to die here?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, dude.
BetBoom, what doing?
He was showing on the creep wave. It was in clear vision, wasn't he?
I think so. It can be a little bit deceptive when we're watching it from a spectator POV, but I would have thought he was close enough to the creeps. Maybe anticipating that the Kunkka would go for a juke, so he was trying to shoot behind him, but he shot very far behind him.
He has blink dagger! I don't know. That was pretty bad. Not gonna lie.
A rough start for Save on a hero that he's looked incredibly stable on this tournament, the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, it's very uncharacteristic for him.
Yeah.
Save is...
Okay, let's have a look here. He's absolutely in range of their vision. Like, he thought he was... Okay, when he
actually,
started channeling was exactly when Flyfly turned around. It was unfortunate.
All right, so just bad luck then.
Yeah.
Or well played by Flyfly, a bit of both.
Yeah, it looked worse live for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say Save in the world... top 5 supports. I don't know if you agree.
Yeah, I agree.
He's
this guy's
so good. Save will get a nice D-ward. As we get into the Wisdom Shrine battle, Baboka. Gonna see some illusions here. It looks like it'll just be given though, as the other side, GPK, finds a Flyfly Kunkka, which would be a huge kill for them. Gets slowed, but I don't see them catching up here. So ends up being a trade of the Shrines.
And they will let Niero take this, so one of the supports on BetBoom, which is Save, will be quite underleveled.
I mean, his level 6 is not very important at all.
I really love this choice, specifically with Wind Ranger. I think it's the least important level 6 in the entire game for supports. Because you don't even skill focus fire a lot of the time anyway.
Yeah.
So it's 1 extra point in Shackle Shot or whatever. The bigger part about getting level 6 on Wind Ranger, honestly, is getting closer to level 7. Kind of strange.
Oh, a snowball onto Kiritich,
Yoshikuki.
blocked as well. Yeah, he used it aggressively, so a second death for the Weaver. And this is going to hurt BetBoom in this early stages of the game. 1K lead right now for Yakult. XP definitely in their advantage.
Misery was talking about this on the panel, how Yakult is pretty limited in the team fight aspect. The way you compensate for that is if you do well in lanes, you can itemize your way out of some things you're lackluster. Like let's say your team fight isn't the best, but you have a gold lead, you get an extra Orchid or something to effectively disrupt enemy team fight, therefore making yours better. With the kind of start they have, they're not going to buy Orchid on any of their heroes except maybe on Emo. It's more like the concept of this early advantage can be transformed into solving problems that otherwise, let's say the lanes were even, you as a team would be hesitant to take a specific type of fight that could now potentially be unlocked. Reel in right now.
Shackle Shot.
He should be dead.
Beyond. He's going to get the Viper Strike off as reinforcements have arrived. The Weaver wants to take him out. He will time-lapse back to safety as Baboka gets a nice snowball onto Kataomi. But they get the 2 supports. But the core goes down on the Yakult side.
That's that one. That's that Viper advantage. If the early laning stage did not go this well, he's not going to be that tanky and delay that fight for as long as he did. But with Treads, double Wraithband, and Blade of Alacrity, he has really high armor. So these right-clicking heroes such as Weaver with the Deluge from Naga, it just takes really long. And of course, that's the thing about Deluge. It doesn't give minus armor anymore. So the synergy isn't as obvious as it used to be between these two heroes. When you had minus armor on this is a quite old Naga by now, with the old minus armor version.
Yeah, this one's kind of weird.
Yeah, it caps their movement speed, but Viper doesn't care because he didn't try to run. He's just standing there like, all right.
Dire are scanning.
Fly had the Talisman of Evasion on his courier, which is now killed. He's going to get roared. The boat's coming out, though. He is completely surrounded. And they even have that, whatever that neutral's called, giving them extra damage. You can hear
Ripper's
every
Flash.
single proc going off as GPK takes him out.
Oh, they have 3 of it. Interesting. I guess they really want to run that when they have Beastmaster and Naga Illusions.
Ripper's Lash versus Chipper. Yeah. There's 3 Chippers on the other side.
Chip versus Rip.
So tier 1 to BetBoom.
In the meantime,
back to a 1K lead.
Looking to get the trade-off at top, which should bring the gold back up to 2K again. But I don't know if they can finish this here. No wave.
I don't know if you noticed, but Baboka ended up in the enemy side with where the bounties were. Took 3 bounties earlier.
Oh.
That's like 750 overall net worth that they ended up getting.
Yeah.
So actually is mattering a bit here, it feels like. Emo working on the Witchblade, of course. And from his perspective, I feel like the only question mark when it comes to the builds on Storm Spirit is how fast do you get a BKB or whatever type of Dispel.
And whether you get Witchblade or Orchid first, right?
Yeah,
it's also sometimes a consideration. I think in this game it's fine to go for the Witchblade. You just want high output. You want to make sure you can kill the heroes when you get the jump. You already have global silence as well, so it can be maybe a little bit too much overkill in that department.
Catch, global silence, the zip.
Too easy.
He's dead.
You got to be really careful to go and hit creeps on half HP in this game, on any hero. The only hero that can somewhat reliably do it is TA with Refraction running. Otherwise, you could just get globaled and storm jumped, just as we saw there.
Yeah, well, GPK on that TA, first pick overall, top net worth in the game. Rest of his course not so great. The reel in with the shackle shot. This is going to be the death of Baboka.
That was a really nice shackle.
Didn't look like that should have.
Well, he cast it from the creep onto the hero, right? He found the angle from the left side. Pretty nice. But yeah, this has been quite possibly Kiritich's worst start to any game this tournament. I'm curious to see him
Well, we should also...
Try to recover this.
Ooh, close one. Should also mention Miero. He's not exactly super farmed on the Beastmaster.
True.
Usually gets off to a much better start than this. Did go for the Helm of the Dominator, so not the Ags build-up. And the Helm of the Overlord will be soon coming out. How much pressure can they really put on Yakult at the moment? It feels like you need a Blink Dagger on the Beast.
Yeah.
Don't really have much initiation without that.
I mean, you could also look at it from the alternative perspective. How much pressure do they need to put on Yakult? As long as you're scaling all three of your cores, I think your especially support Naga can be a massive asset in this game. If he can get to a point where he has a removal of silence, like the panel was talking about, going Greaves, he's actually going Glimmer first, which I kind of disagree with here for that exact reason. If he has Greaves, he can just remove Global and use Song of the Siren, and that becomes an infinitely better save than a singular Glimmer Cape is. So I would have really liked to see that. Of course, I'm not going to say the Glimmer is bad, because it isn't. It counters a lot of different stuff here. But the Greaves would be massive in this one.
Oh, he spots out the smoke. Nice. He breaks up everything, gets the Blink Dagger off, wants to go for Ollie. The Global Silence coming out. The rest of his team is nearby. GPK is melting, gets punched into the air. Still technically alive, and the Song of the Siren to save GPK. Will Refraction TP out? The rest of his team wants to fight, though. It's a beautiful Shackle shot. Storm Spirit dead. A big boat comes in, though, from Fly, deletes 2 heroes. Miero and his Triceratops, though, continuing to fight. Kiritich gets brought back with the X, and double kill for Fly. Now it's Miero against the world. Even his Triceratops has fallen. Slow to a crawl, has another Axis to work with. Will he use it as GPK? Yeah, he comes in. Does have to be careful with Beyond, though. And now the Radiance online for Fly. I thought he actually had it for this fight, but just a little bit off.
I wonder if that was a mistake from GPK to TP out. I understand he was on 2% health, but he had Refraction running, and they had a really good 2-hero Shackle shot.
Yeah.
If he's a part of that play instead of TPing away, they chose to fight regardless.
It's possible. It's tough to say.
It was a 4v4. Viper wasn't there either, so in terms of numbers, it's just such a big part of BetBoom's lineup is having TA deal damage. So GPK TPing out there, you could have disengaged fully then if you wanted to. It's not, by no means was that a disaster, of course, but it did turn into a bit of a win for Yakult that was probably avoidable.
Yeah.
In either of the other 2 versions.
The biggest issue for BetBoom is Kiritich, bottom net worth on the core side of things. He has 5 deaths already in this game.
This hero with 5 deaths early is just such an anomaly. This just doesn't happen to Weaver. Make it 6?
Yeah, possibly. Time lapse. They have the vision. They have the stun. There's no Song of the Siren to work with. Her turning it around, though. They take out Emo, the ensnare. Very clutch from Kataomi, and Kiritich will live. Double kill for GPK.
Easy bait, never doubted.
Yep, no doubt about it. Kataomi chasing Ollie now. The trap does slow him, as GPK will misses once. Does he have the Sister's Underwear? I think so.
Yeah.
Triple kill for GPK.
I like that. Let's start calling it that. Instead of Sister's Shroud, it's called his Sister's Underwear. That's very good. Can get on board with that. Here comes Roche, TA with amp damage, and Deso. Throw a little bit of a swarm in there for good measure if you want. There it comes. Yeah, so they're going to get this. And that's such a massive turnaround on Kiritich, and DSJ was talking about this on the panel. The Dire lineup, if you win a fight, you just get objectives. They push fast, they kill towers, they take Roche. Everything within their reach, and now GPK about to get the shard, which will be massive in this game. You're playing against Storm, playing against Tusk.
Oh, they want to try to burn the Aegis. Kataomi with the song, though. And GPK is actually, oh my god, he almost dies there. To the Nether Toxin.
That was close.
That is insane, the amount of damage.
And Kataomi will also get out with a Glimmer. This should probably cost them a tower, so this wasn't all in vain for Yakult, but they would have loved to get the Aegis in addition. Yeah, with that still in hand now for GPK, maybe BetBoom will be eager to fight back. Not like Yakult committed anything, though, so just brought the numbers.
So, on the Viper, since it's the most unique hero, looks like Hurricane Pike, and that's it. What do you want to see on this hero?
Wait, this is new, right? Hang on. it's new that you can X mark the Overlord creep, isn't it?
You can?
Yeah, because it's a creep hero.
Huh.
So now Flyfly actually killed the Overlord creep by Xing it twice.
Huh.
I don't know, that looked unusual to me, so I'm gonna say that's new. It's just such a random niche interaction.
Well, they're gonna find the Ancient Prowler, most famous for rooting enemies and being a green card in Artifact.
Miro literally just took that, sent it straight back to Flyfly and let him kill it again. He just got 500 gold.
You do have to be careful.
No? You also lose a bit of farm efficiency. Not too much, but...
We have an idea that Emo is here, so it'll be hard to pick him up, though. He's 1,800 into his BKB to come. His GPK 2,100 into his. Flyfly gets off the boat, getting slowed, and GPK making his way over the global silence. The Tusk Snowball, they don't want to go in, apparently. That was a retreat Snowball. He's going to get ensnared for his troubles, taken out swiftly. The rest get out, though. Thought for sure they're going to try to turn that, but probably for the best.
Yeah, that was a little bit awkward. So they started with the roar, and then they TP in the TA. So she's not doing damage during the roar. And the connection does happen, but they only get the support kill. Still, it's something for BetBoom. They retain control of their half of the map.
I wanted to bring something up. I think it's an interesting conversation. And I'm not saying I don't understand why, but you know how Tiny plays mid as like this utility a lot of times? I feel like we never see, like, let's say somebody's having a hard game like this Weaver. I have to hold that thought. He's X'd, might be having a harder game here pretty soon. Snowballed up, uses the Essence Ring.
He has Manta and time left, he's not going to die.
Yep, he does. You say that. He's half HP. There's the song. He dies! Literally 3 seconds after Synderen said he cannot die.
All right, do you want me to put the asterisk here, or is it implied?
You have to use the Manta.
Of course he can die if he jumps into 5 heroes. He was already out with Shukuchi, and then he ran into them.
Yeah.
Just thought he was safe. I mean, he absolutely was fine if he ran away, but he ran in and kind of got caught off guard. You can see the frustration here on Kiritich's face, not having the best game of his life here. 2-6 now. But I can understand from his from his perspective why he thought he could get away with that. Specifically, you have Manta, you have ult. You just need to get one off. You will get off the other. But they found the perfect chaining of stuns from Yakult, and you're welcome for the curse, of course.
Yeah,
anytime.
Incredible.
So you were saying about going utility if you're having a bad game. On which hero?
Well, so, like, look at Weaver. Having a really, really bad game, right? Hold that thought again, Synderen. Miero.
Holding it.
Gets off the roar. Looks like another creep bites the dust. They'll get out, though. And you have... So you're playing Weaver as a position 1. You're having a really bad game, and it's hard for this hero to get back into the game, I feel like. You have TA... You're both kind of the same thing. You're physical damage. You can almost play this like a Weaver utility, going like Ags, you know, all this weird stuff. It's not the same hero as Tiny, I know.
Right.
But I feel like there's got to be some angle there that makes a little bit of sense, you know?
If you have enough damage in the other heroes, you could technically pivot.
Boca getting chased by Kiritich. Kataomi, ensnare. Well, the Snowball will come first. He's going to be brought back into the arms of the rest of BetBoom, who still have the Aegis, by the way. We actually forgot about that. Feels like haven't really been fighting.
Yeah, they didn't really get to use it. It's running out now for GPK. But they did get the Tormentor as well. That went over to Kataomi, so get the upgraded Song of the Siren. I think they would have much rather had Gale Force for free. Poor old save. We'll have to buy that one. So Naga is getting farmed, working on those Greaves. So they're on the way.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And this feels like a game where you could absolutely justify Greaves into Lotus. I think having both Dispels is completely fine. You can Dispel yourself with the Greaves and then an ally with the Lotus. It's also good against Viper.
Or GPK actually gets to the high ground. E-Blade, or Ethereal, onto the Silencer to stay alive. Emo focusing all his pressure onto the Glimmered Miero. Doesn't have vision any longer. And GPK with the BKB and running away. Kataomi gets off his images, but that is all he's going to do this fight. Dead. And Song just came up after that, too. Unfortunate timing. His save getting pursued even further. Nice shackle onto 2. This Storm is out of mana right now. There's There's not much follow-up because both supports dead for BetBoom. Another X. Kiritich. Is this going to happen again? Time lapse is a little bit early. The TPs are coming from the buyback on the winner, but they lose the Weaver. My goodness, this is a very messy fight. Roar now onto Kiritich. Right clicks from GPK, but he's getting controlled now. He's getting extremely low. No Aegis to work with any longer. Down goes GPK. Just a very discombobulated fight from BetBoom. Didn't feel like they were on the same page at all.
Yeah, I think disaster is maybe a little bit too big of a word, but that was definitely not great for them. We're starting to see a little bit of the problem here with the Weaver's early laning stage. Not only is he still getting killed, but he also had to itemize like this. He's just not doing damage. Manta, Falcon Blade, Dragonlance. GPK has to kill the heroes. Nobody else is going to do it. If this game were going well on the Weaver, he'll be looking at a much stronger inventory right now with some sort of critical strike. Maybe he could have bought a Deso and GPK could have... I guess you have to buy Deso and TA, probably.
So back to my topics.
Yeah. I mean, imagine the Weaver went full utility. It would be even worse. Like, they would just not be able to kill anyone. Yeah. I think...
Okay.
I just think it's... But on a conceptual level, there will be specific heroes and specific situations where what you're saying is possible. I don't think it would work this game on Weaver. I think GPK, you cannot expect your TA to kill this lineup on itself. Or on its own. You need, especially with the Viper counter matchup, you have to have a secondary carry to deal with that.
Manta now there for Beyond. Is it going to get the Atos onto the Tusk? Shackle. Should be a kill here. And Beyond forcing the rest out. So Kiritich with Manta Dragonlance, and that's it at the moment. Suffering big time.
Yeah, and he's going to start building into Crystallis because Deso is kind of off the table when TA already has it. Begs the question if you should have rushed Maelstrom and tried to get farmed.
Yep, true. Black Dragon is ganked. So Miro, another creep bites the dust. 250 gold.
They've killed 5 of his Ancients now. It adds up.
It adds up to a gem for Ollie. That will likely be put on Emo.
Yeah, they tend to do this.
Middle tower is under attack.
Allow him to reliably stick on top of the Weaver, deal with the meld. Obviously, D-Ward goes without saying, but we'll say it anyway.
Roche can spawn at any time. Of course, BetBoom knows whenever that Roche
Beyond,
spawns.
this is... Oh, he missed it.
He missed it.
Jackal.
Swarm comes out, going to connect on 2. Save. Going to get the Atos. They're going to continue to try to go on top of Beyond. It's going to cost Save his life, but if they can get this Viper, it's going to be worth it. Hurricane Pike, though, from Beyond. He's way far away. Kiritich cannot catch up any longer.
Just yet another instance where you see the Weaver damage issue, right? That, under normal circumstances, is absolutely a Viper kill. But he's not hitting for anything.
Another creep bites the dust. Do you think this maybe was a game for Beast to go Ags?
No, not really. I don't think... I think what Miero did was correct for the game. It was other... Like, it's obviously... certain things that you do, you can end up regretting because of the way the game plays out. But you're not in control of, as Beastmaster, of how your top lane goes, right? It's just... There's just been some misses this game. The BetBoom have made mistakes they don't characteristically make. The top lane went very poorly. And Yakult have taken full advantage of that. If Miera would have gone Ags instead, then you're effectively all in on the damage and don't have the utility and the push that would have been great to have if things were going according to plan.
Right.
So it's always easy in hindsight to be like, oh, my carry did poorly, I should have carried. It's kind of a logical fallacy that people fall into this trap a lot in pub games as well.
I think the reason I bring it up is just because you have these games where you're going really well and the supports kind of turn to carries, or the carry supports like the Slarks end up buying so much utility they're ridiculously farmed. It's like you never really see those switch-ups when you're behind, right? It's just set in stone. I'm the one, you're the 2.
Right.
Where maybe in some scenarios, it's probably rare though, to be fair, that maybe it would make more sense to switch it up.
It's easier to pivot from a support into a core than vice versa. Inside the game itself, when you're already assigned an amount of farm early. Oh, this would be a really big grab from the side of Yakult. This is meant to be BetBoom's with their lineup. They will not get it. They'll trade it for a tier 2 tower. If Kataomi knew this was happening, he might have walked over and tried to do a cute song steal, but not going to happen. Aegis now for Flyfly. I thought it was going on Emo.
There's a 4K net worth advantage over number 2, which is GPK.
I think this is the first TA I have seen not be top net worth minute 28.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Up, Kiritich. Uh-oh. He cannot afford to die here.
He doesn't have Manta ready.
Attempting to TP out. He's just going to die. So another death to the Weaver's name. Kiritich. Number 8.
Oh, don't tell me he's buying BKB now. No. He bought the Mithril Hammer. He's going to do...
Looks like it.
All right, that's there it is. The ZDPS carry officially has come to Dota. He also doesn't have his shard. He didn't buy that. It was 28 minutes in.
Yeah.
There's a lot to wish for here. Just
maybe he'll
not
get
his
it
game.
on Tormentor someday.
Yeah.
He actually would be in contention to get it if they took out the Tormentor. Because Save and Kataomi both have theirs.
Yeah. True. It's tough. Playing Weaver from this far behind is just a major challenge. The reason the net worth lead is only 3K is because Kataomi has so much on the Naga Siren.
Yeah.
Good, but can he convert his net worth into damage?
You said it's easier to turn a support into a carry, Cinder.
Yeah, in theory, if the Naga were to do it now and transition into a core and the game went late enough, this could win them the game. Because this is technically a game that carry Naga can actually do quite a lot in. You're only really worried about the Kunkka and a bit of maybe some AoE Storm Spirit damage. But like the road,
a long way away.
The road is long. Get to there.
Now look at this lead. It's 4K only. It's not really massive.
It just is, though, because of how much of this gold is on the Naga, right? Like, how much bang for your buck are you getting from your 11K net worth Naga Siren? You have Song of the Siren that heals. That's 1,400 of it. And then you have some defensive utility items. But you just don't kill heroes right now. You have to get there. BetBoom need to... I think they need to play keep away for a while and find a way to either get GPK to critical mass or somehow bring Kiritich into the game. The good news for them is that the Radiant don't push very fast.
True. Kataomi gets gone on. Trying to lay their stuns here. He's dead.
And he's worth quite a bit because of his net worth. That's
Yeah,
a
true,
decent
true.
kill. Like 700 gold right there. A 1K gold swing killing the enemy 4 at 30 minutes. Quite nice.
2.5 minutes on the Aegis. And there is only one tier 2 in the bottom lane. We'll see if they try to poke the high ground. Their push... Well, they have Viper Shard, so it actually is fine.
It's okay. It takes some time to ramp up, but definitely that is the way they can do it. I think this fight is incredibly difficult for BetBoom. Let's see if they can pull it off. This 2-life Kunkka with Satanic. Do they have the damage?
And Gale Force put the Roche's banner down. They're going to start things out onto the Kunkka. Half HP. Little Satanic. Gets a little bit of HP back. Atos now. The long poke. As Beyond will be able to claim the tier 3.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
As there's the zip in Emo.
Oh, that's a good
onto
shackle.
GPK, shackle onto 2. Where's the follow-up? Nothing. Just the swarm.
It did force out the ghost ship, though. This might be disengage time for Yakult soon.
They can try to burn this Aegis. That's what it's all about. Another beautiful shackle onto 2. The double power shot. They're going to be able to get the arrow to the initiation onto Beyond. He's dead. Fly. Looks like he's going to be reeled into their base. That's going to be life number 1. And now he's separated from his team. Meanwhile, on the backside, Kiritich does get off the time lapse. Fly, he's still something to fear, despite not having anybody near him. He's going to pop the BKB. His Emo focusing now onto GPK. Gets off the refraction, though. And there's the song to try to save him, but Fly has the BKB along with Emo, and they burn through GPK in the end. Emo, though, he's out of mana. He gets dropped, and nice shackle shot again from Save as Fly. He's left to his own devices as the Silencer is going to fall next. Can he stay alive here? Doesn't have the BKB. It's all about the chase. Kiritich, he'll have chase for days with this Shikuchi. As Kataomi with the Greaves allows him to use the Ensnare again. And now Save with feels like his 20th shackle in this fight alone. And Fly, you can see how hard he is to take down. Gets off the boat on top of all of that, but the power shot finishes the job, and BetBoom somehow win the fight.
Holy shit, Save is good at this hero.
They lose 1 life. That's crazy. They killed 6.
That was a true support.
Every shackle felt like it was on 2 heroes.
Just a full-on support show. Every Gale Force, every shackle shot, everything landed from Save back to back to back to back there. And they needed it too, is the crazy part. If he doesn't play this fight as like a 10 out of 10, but an 8 out of 10, they lose Barracks. Like, that had to be perfect, and it was. So, hats off, and they find the right opening. And on top of that, Yakult messed up a little bit, right? They go for the Viper with the shackle shot. They burn the Roar on him, and somehow Baboka did not get him in the snowball fast enough. He blinked in, cast snowball, didn't pick him up. They globaled after the Roar came out. No, that left a little bit to be desired for Yakult, so both teams... BetBoom, perhaps you could say, performing a little bit better than you could have expected there, and Yakult a little bit worse, and that's the cocktail it takes to break the entire lead down now. And the biggest winner in all of this is Weaver. He gets to start playing soon.
Another Roar. Global silence, but the Tusk is already dead. Beyond wants to try to take advantage of this silence timing. Emo jumps in onto save the BKB TP for Miero. And that means they'll have to settle for the support. Of course, the support is what destroyed them in that last fight. Yeah. Likely will feel very good for Emo, but global silence down.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This allows Kiritich. I mean, he stayed alive in that fight, so...
Yeah, the BKB paid off.
He's only 1,000 behind the Storm now.
Yeah, he's...
Looks like he's going to finish the Daedalus before getting short? Is that...
Looks like it. I
mean, is Tormentor up? I mean, that could be something that they prioritize.
It is up. Top half. It would be great for them to get it, absolutely.
Yeah, if he gets the 50-50, it's going to be huge for his game.
I would say the ideal thing to do here is if you can, kill the Tormentor, and then if you get the shard, perfect. If you don't, you snap by it. I think you want this for the next fight, and if you... Or rather, also just for the downtime. It's just such a feels-good item on this hero, but... Okay, he just ended up buying it regardless.
Okay.
They didn't even try for the Tormentor first. Now he has it.
No, Tormentor's bottom now, right?
Yep.
So... AC now online for Miero.
Yeah, he's starting to really hurt.
He's in the top 3.
He's quietly just had a very stable game. He's 5-1 and 5.
So, what are your thoughts on Viper scaling? Because back in the day, it was trash.
Yeah.
Then the 25 talent, which made you universal, made him good all of a sudden in like extreme late game. And then now they've gotten rid of it.
Yeah.
Back to trash late game?
No, it's never going to be trash, but I still think it's much more of an anti-carry than an actual carry now,
Baboka
right?
finds the punch onto save, but there's the Gale Force. He's going to be blocked off by the shards. X back into the arms of the rest of Yakult.
Yeah, I think you're playing a lot on... He is going a carry build, right? He's going the Skadi, Manta, Pike. It just should not be as strong as what you were used to seeing from the Universal version in late game. Trash is a big word, but...
No, well, it's only a few letters, you know?
It's like... It's okay. The main thing is getting off a good Viper Strike and then being able to stick on the target.
Ancient Prowler and all his ancestors have been just massacred by Fly. Surprised they have not gone extinct. I wonder, what if you killed a certain amount of them? They become extinct for the rest of the game. And the creeps just stop spawning entirely.
Yeah, we should have that for neutral camps in general. They should just stop spawning.
Oh, Miero, big roar. The silence is going to do nothing. Emo just gets insta-gibbed. That was such a short amount of time.
Yeah, this is becoming quite awkward now for Yakult with the way the lanes are pushed out. All 3 waves are now crossing the river. You're playing against TA traps. You're playing against a Beastmaster that can just jump you from fog and kill you. You can get caught by Naga. You can get caught by Shackle. Everyone on BetBoom poses a kill threat, and you do not have any map control. So now Yakult need to be very careful. You saw the Storm test the waters there and get blown up. Now you're going to lose the Roche as well. This is enormous. They will
They're going to
maybe
actually
buy
contest
back.
another Toxin inside. Yeah, he does have the buyback onto Emo. Gale Force. Fly jumps in pretty deep. Triceratops about to die as well. There's the the song from Kataomi, which will allow GPK to get the Aegis and all the goodies, and everybody will exit.
Clean.
Other than the Triceratops, who is left alone. Sad thing has died again.
Wow, what a great Roshing lineup. You have a hero that can see when it spawns, and you have a hero that can sleep the entire enemy team if they come to contest you. That's really...
Yeah.
That's really rich.
But you have to be out of range of Roche, right? Because you sleep Roche, don't you?
Not anymore, right?
Is that what they changed?
Wait, now am I remembering this wrong? Was he... Did he do perfect spacing there on Kataomi? Because they did kill the Roche while he was singing, right?
Yeah, they did.
Maybe it was
Kataomi
extra spacing. I do
getting
not
chased.
remember.
X brings him back. He's going to pop the Greaves, but will drop. 50 seconds. Does have buyback here, though, if they really need to expand it. As Kiritich getting gone on by Emo. Little time lapse. It's the swarm off. It's just a 1v1 right now, so Kiritich, despite being dusted, will get back to base. Global Silence used again as Beyond wants to push, and they're not going to use the Global for anything. I guess they use it for Fly to get away. He's going to Satanic back on yet another creep from Miero. He is their sugar daddy this game. Can't imagine how much gold that they have gained on his creeps alone. And they're going to attempt high ground again, despite not having the Aegis. Beyond, we'll focus on the range barracks first. We'll get it. Gale Force, though. Oh, they got a Shackle as well. That's a lot of damage on the GPK. That's life number 1 for him. Kiritich gets off the time lapse in time, along with the BKB. Might have to go heal, though. And Beyond doing quite a bit to GPK. They're going to force out his BKB now. Spaces out nicely. Naga Siren has arrived as the ensnare with the reel in. Kunkka. Swarm to follow. They actually going to lose this barracks? No, they're going to get the roar off from Miero. Pops the BKB. The snowball very short-lived. There's the roar onto the Viper. Now all the focus onto him. He's dead. Fly. GPK has to be careful. Pops the Refraction. Gets the Hurricane Pike off as well. Torrent's going to hit a couple of heroes as Fly. Continuing to pursue GPK, but the Song of the Siren will stop him in his tracks and heal his team. Only 2 members of Yakult up, and likely not for long. GPK can keep the distance. They destroy the Kunkka, and Silencer follows suit. All 5 dead for Yakult, and they're going to force some buybacks here.
Oh yeah, this is going to cost you multiple ones because of how fast you push with these heroes, Beastmaster and TA. Going to very quickly start piercing through this. And I mean, brave of Yakult to go for that. Fighting into the Aegis in the enemy team's base. It's high risk, high reward.
Buyback number 1.
Yeah, oh.
This is through back door.
This is not enough. They're going to
Buyback number 2. 34 seconds for the Storm.
GPK now has his level 25 talent, which is huge on this hero.
All right, Boat coming for Kiritich. She's very low, gets off the time lapse in time. And now the 2 more buyback coming out from Yakult. Kataomi with a nice ensnare. Shackle shot. Emo's not going to connect fully. Pops the BKB. Tidal Wave onto 2 heroes. Save getting quite low. Now the Global available if they need it. So Save the only casualty here for BetBoom. If they can get out with everybody else, Invis Rune. Ooh. Tasty treat for Kataomi. So they force out several buybacks and only lose 1.
4 buybacks burnt there to get the singular kill on a support. Doesn't get much better than that in an ultra late game situation here for BetBoom. I say ultra late, it's 40 minutes in. Seems like nowadays late game comes earlier. These heroes are starting to be very fat.
Yeah, I think we're in divine territory for the Kunkka. And I don't know if it's just bad memory, Cinderin. I feel like we have not seen the Divine win a game for Kunkka. Right? It feels like they're always on the back foot and they just never turn it around. But there's no other item you can really go for. I mean, the Radiance is losing some of its luster at this point.
Oh, lots of it. Should just replace it for a Rapier now. He spent his buyback, so he might as well.
Yeah.
I think the Sanjin Yasha is more valuable than the Radiance, so you can just disassemble now. Get that Rapier going. Wouldn't mind seeing that. He might just go for it right now. He got himself an Amplify Damage Rune in the bottle. Yep, there we go. It's time for the Hail Mary for the Yakult brothers and the dagger.
Tournament lives on the line for Yakult. Remember, this is an extremely important series for them. They lose, they're out.
Should note about the Song of the Siren that you asked about with Roche. I went through Naga's change logs and searched for Roshan. In 2012, fixed Song of the Siren affecting Roshan. So, I cannot say...
Smokes are going to combine here. The roar comes out. The global silence as well. BKB in time for Miero. They're going to get the Tusk right off the bat. Kiritich gets the time lapse off in time. And now Fly looking for some sort of connection. A beautiful shackle shot again onto 2. As Beyond getting bounced around like a ping pong ball. He will drop to the deck. Song of the Siren, uh-oh. Kunkka has left the premises. 2 remaining members of Yakult. Emo has to burn the BKB. He is taking tons of damage despite having all of this zippingness to work with, whatever the hell that means. Gets back to base though. So they have the buyback on the silencer. They can get 3 members at most for Yakult. BetBoom.
This
not
should
gonna
just
stop.
be it, right? How can you possibly lose a 5v3 here?
Well, to Kunkka Divine.
Kunkka, Divine, and Storm. I suppose, like, if you get a little bit of a lucky crit here and there.
He kills some creeps.
They have the banner, though.
They do. And
This
now the
lane is
buildings
gone.
will melt. This is going to go from 0 lanes, 0 barracks taken, I should say, for BetBoom into 3 sets in all likelihood. Fly. Going to try to focus everything onto the Weaver, but they have enough resources for BetBoom to keep him alive. Second lane evaporating as well. Problem is Fly can't really get in undetected. We need like a Shadow Blade or a Blink. Well, I guess he does have a Blink with the X. But still, with the refraction on GPK.
Yeah, you just
can't
do nothing to the
him.
TA.
Oh, gets a big crit onto Kiritich. Time lapses it off, though. Now the shackle onto the Kunkka. GPK and company focusing all their efforts on him. Miero comes in with the roar and the Divine Rapier on the deck. Save of all heroes. Will take it. Global silence to follow. Another double shackle from Save for the road. As Emo barely gets back to base, that is mega creeps in favor of BetBoom. And the Song of the Siren placed. As this is GG for BetBoom. And they're going to be tied for second place, I do believe, as Yakult, unfortunately, had some really entertaining games, had some really good showings, will be out of the tournament, Cinderin.
Yeah. I had relatively high hopes for this team in Group Stage 2 when we saw how they started it out, but as usual, when I start believing in China, it's never worth it, Shannon. You always, the less you believe in them, the better they are, and unfortunately, Yakult started looking inspiring, but ultimately these teams just maybe a little bit too good, but it's still... You know, you think about the entry into this tournament, I don't think people were expecting very much out of this team necessarily. I think they played a great tournament here, and unfortunately for them, they will end with a 2-5 scoreline. On the flip side, though, BetBoom got to be feeling good about themselves. They get to play a tiebreaker for the upper bracket against Talon tomorrow, as both teams are now tied 5-2. And we will be playing tiebreakers for second place and tiebreakers for fourth place, if there will be one. Obviously to be determined after the next 2 series. But yeah, I think interesting thing about this game, with that bad start of a Weaver game for Kiritich, they still get through it.
Yeah. BetBoom 2-0 Shiva!
Thank you very much, Sonsvan and Sidrin. And congratulations to BetBoom for being guaranteed playoffs and also, of course, making the 2 tiebreakers tomorrow versus Talon in a best of 3 to decide which one of those 2 will join Paravision in the upper bracket of those playoffs. This game did look a little rough, but the fact that they came back after having a rough start, definitely impressive. Can I just say that I really enjoyed Save's Wind Ranger play this game. I feel like there were shackles, and important shackles, purged in almost every fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is him basically every game. When Brian looked at his previous games before the game started, I think he had something like 3 wins, 2 losses or something. This is a 25% approximate win rate hero in this tournament. I feel like he's the only player that's winning with the hero, and he's making it look good every time. So yeah, he's definitely a player to watch when he gets that hero.
Yeah, I think people aren't even trying to play it right now. It's only Save, and we see why. But yeah, I think a very close game. They managed to squeeze the win in the end anyways, BetBoom, but they were looking like they were under a lot of pressure mid-game. Maybe a little throw by Yakult Bros. What do you think, Brian?
I guess my analysis of the draft was that the Yakult Brothers heroes looked good individually. Like, it made sense. They had Silencer Storm, they had Tusk Viper, like their lanes. Kunkka's strong in lane versus Beastmaster. It just, I've played these games before. It feels like you lose that one fight at the end that we saw there, and your entire base is dead. It's a BetBoom team. And that's just a really hard hill to climb. Like, that's just such a difficult task to give yourself. It's hard to play perfectly in professional Dota, and there were a lot of sick plays from Save. I think Yakult Brothers, Volca was a bit shaky, I'd say, on the Tusk. Like, it didn't look like clean blink snowballs. It did, like you were mentioning, Parriage, it looked a bit clunky. So a lot of things went good at portions. Like, the laning stage looked really good for them. The Tusk Viper owned. Viper, sadly, I feel like that's kind of the story of the hero. Is his early game is that powerful, but then he proceeds to fall off. Kunkka had a good start, but he just didn't have the same carry threat. I don't know. Just felt like there were too many things that had to go right.
I play Viper a lot, and I swear to God, I like the other facet better. Because you put down the Nether Toxin, and it makes your Corrosive Skin be twice as good. It's lowering attack speed, doing more damage. You buy an Ags, and then it's like doing crazy Giga Slow. He didn't buy BKB that game. He got a Scotty. It was like the perfect game to lower their attack speed outside of BKB.
They had all the attack speed, guys.
I swear to God, it's sometimes good. And if you're gonna play it like that, like the Tinky build, I think the Ags legitimately has as an option. And it gives you another Nether Toxin too, which lowers attack speed. Like, makes the game worse.
I think that hero needs a little buff on the facets. I think both facets are super underwhelming. Even the one you're talking about here is like, he has to actually stand in this poison for it to do anything. If it doesn't stand, then it has no effect. And like, how often can you stand in the Toxin, right?
Well, you just feel when they're about to murder you in 2 seconds, you're like, now's the time. And you put it on the ground. And you're like, hit me. That's what happens.
Yeah, maybe.
And sometimes they hit you. You get that Corrosive Skin Talon, you're doing like 100 damage a second. Like, it's okay.
I mean, Viper, I don't feel like was the target of too many of the fights in that one. The later game, for sure. But in the mid game there, we did see a lot of fights that, Yakult, they wanted that Silencer Storm combo. And then you had the Naga Siren Sleep coming into play. And early on, we're going to see this Naga reset factor coming from Kataomi, barely saving GPK. He's going to wait till he's not silenced anymore, use that refraction and TP out. This is the first example of it going in favor of BetBoom, and then you're going to see it again in the mid lane. Almost deja vu if it were in the exact same spot. He's almost going to die, by the way, even though he was 2/3 HP when he started that TP and they're slept. But then, I feel like they learned their lesson a bit. Maybe Kiritich got a bit overzealous as well here. Naga's behind him, ready to save him. But this one goes the way of Yakult Brothers. So it really felt like there were pins and needles operating on thin ice for both sides. And then we're going to see the next one where GPK BetBoom getting the fight initiated onto them again. And this is the one where they actually managed to catch the Naga in the mid lane. And this is now like, okay, what do these fights look like when they no longer not only have the Naga resetting the fight, but also they don't have to worry about the threat of the Naga resetting the fight. The threat of the song is greater than the song itself. And the game was pretty neck and neck at this point. And Yakult Brothers, it felt like they had lost the steam from the laning phase. I thought that the game might just go the way of BetBoom from here on out. But no, they have the reliable burst to actually take down these BetBoom cores as long as that Naga's not in the picture. Kunkka getting multiple Tidebringers off. Really hard to burst him down with that innate that he has. GPK broken, so he loses his attack range, has to run in even closer. And then this is the last Naga sleep. We just saw how much impact this had in the early game, the reset potential, the disruption potential of what Yakult Brothers was doing. He has the Blink Dagger on Kataomi, and then they also make this awesome escape. All of them get out. Aegis felt like a heist, They all went in together, and he distracted the guards as they escaped. So, yeah, I enjoyed this aspect of the game. There were a lot of mind games going on there.
Yeah, it was an interestingly developed game. Like, the start looked like Yakult was going to be able to run away with it. Like, the double attack speed slows between the Viper and the Tusk was so cool, and it got Kiritich behind. And then it felt like the entire game, I was like, I don't think Weaver's ever going to catch up. But that's one of the benefits of having another carry in the mid lane, is that they both do the same type of damage. They're going to benefit each other, and eventually he'll get enough items to impact the game. So,
yeah. Speaking of the carry player, we got to talk to Kiritich again. Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Hello, I am good.
I know. We talked to you last time as well, so you're doing 2 interviews in a row, and I appreciate that. But last time we spoke, you left us with a very positive positive feeling, and we just wanted to continue that as we wanted to get to know you a little bit more. I know we asked a lot about the game itself and what it was like playing with BetBoom on such short notice. But now we're diving a little bit further into you, Kirtish, and I think the first thing that I want to know, because we see a gigantic machine behind you, and yes, we've seen, I think, you used it during drafts, I think, at some point, so we have a clip that sometimes comes up of you doing exercises.
I love this build, you know, I can do any workout after game. If I'm a bit hungry, if I'm a bit tilted, I just do a bit this. Maybe I can also push-ups, and this is really good when you emotional person, you know.
Dude, and a wireless headset with it, so it's like, it's effortless. That's awesome. So how much do you put into having, you know, a positive mindset in terms of health and body aside from the game? Because obviously this is already you're physically fit already. You put a lot of effort into that.
Yeah, just do every day my morning workout, like stretch, like this, and also I don't know how it's in English, but with this.
I also don't know.
Yeah, of course, in game it's very important. When like this game on Weaver, it's very stressful game for me because I have bad lane, bad game, very hard to play, too much global, storm, Punka. So I know I just need to be chill, just focus on my game, split push, and waiting enemy mistakes when they commit in bad position. So yeah, it's for me it's very important.
Mind and body
workout.
in sync.
Yeah.
Healthy mind,
and
healthy
also,
body.
I very like gym.
Yeah.
In week I 2 times going to gym. Yeah.
Very good habit. Very good habit. I'm also curious to hear from you because you obviously have been a carry for a while, and before Dota Pro Tracker was banned. Or rather removed, or however you want to call it. Were there any particular carry players that you would look at, that you would emulate, that you would learn from in particular?
Yeah, of course. It's just for me, it's Satanic, Yatara, Nightfall, and that's it. I just like CS carry. They very high skill, so I just look what they do.
And how long have you been playing carry for, professionally?
Repeat please question.
How long have you been playing carry for professionally? Like when did you start making it a career, making it like doing well in competitive?
Sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Don't understand this question.
It's okay. We'll skip it because I have another question to ask, and this one is very important. Your most played heroes are Terrorblade and Lifestealer, and that's great and all. But I want to know, which heroes do you want to be known for? Do you want to be like, oh my goodness, this game is guaranteed going their way because Kirtish got his Weaver, or which hero? Which hero should it be? What is your hero?
I think my best hero is Nyx. It's my most favorite hero. I'm ready to play any game, but of course I don't want to lane into Enigma. It's sadly. So yeah, it's anti-mage Nyx. My favorite heroes.
Okay, I will keep that in mind. I'm also going to send you over to Brian for some more Dota questions.
Hey, Kiritich. Yesterday, you guys played against Flipster Talon. You're going to be playing against them for the tiebreaker tomorrow to decide, who goes to the upper bracket, effectively the first round of the playoffs. We've been hearing from them whenever they lose games, perhaps they needed that early morning shower. That was the meta for them to wake themselves up. How would you compare their meta game of resetting after a game compared to your gym routine, the pull-ups and everything? Do you ever take the showers when you have a bad one?
Yeah, just after very stressful game, after this game, I just go wash my face with most cold water, if possible, and it's reset me also. And if I need reset my mind, if I have too much emotions or something since bad things about game. I just need meditation, and I feeling in my mind. I'm water. I'm relaxed. I here in my ears here, and just reset like this.
Awesome, man. I'll go back to a Dota question for you. I was actually a lot more curious because it felt like what you guys were doing today was working, and you guys have been having a solid tournament all around. I was wondering about your series yesterday. If you can recall the game one where you're carry Omni Knight and you have a mid sniper and Beastmaster. It felt like you guys were controlling that game, but you weren't able to close it out as well as we've seen you do like today, for instance. Was there something you guys learned as a team or adjusting to the new meta, the timing, stuff like this?
Yeah, if we talk about Omni Knight carried, this game is just we know we have very good win condition, yeah, and I feeling we can easily win this game, but it's first game. We a bit not full focus on game because after Roche, we actually every guy in team forgot about Tormentor timing. We just forgot about this and we lost Tormentor when they very weak and Slark got free shard, and it's really changed the game because Slark can play map, they can split, and we not full focus on this game. So yeah. After Omni Knight game, we know we're very strong. We know they're playing not very good on Talon, and we're very confident in our drafts. And on game second, we destroy them. And on game 3, we lose draft. Such we lose draft. Lycan in free game. I'm also fucked up on lane. Lycan get first blood into impossible lane, and the game will be really hard.
Yeah, awesome, man. I'm looking forward to watching you guys further on in the tournament.
Yeah, Curtis, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. I'm looking forward also to the play tomorrow and, of course, over the weekend as well. Good luck in the playoffs.
Thank you.
And I'm sure we'll talk again another time.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Also, I did a quick research. Professional player since 2020.
Oh.
So, COVID year is a great year
Weird time
to start
Yeah.
to start playing some Dota 2 in the time that you can't leave your house. So, relatively, I would say a newcomer. So still,
I feel like he's flown under the radar, considering that for I think the longest time I can remember, he's been like top 10 on the leaderboards in EU. And he's just somebody that, oddly enough, if you know somebody that high rank and nobody ever says, "Damn, I got queued with Kiritich today," you never hear like streamers or anyone complaining about this guy. There's no Reddit threads or anything like that. He's just a respectable young gentleman, really good guy.
And I think he also flew under the radar because there's also a lot of other really high-skilled CIS region players. So, I recognize his name, but whenever I see him on a team, but he's never quite been on a top team before. He's been close to a top team, so this is nice for him to get the exposure and have a winning schedule. So good for him.
good for him, good for us, because it was enjoyable Dota today, and I'm sure they're going to provide some more enjoyable Dota in the playoffs. But as said, they will be playing in those tiebreakers. We are going to move on with the rest of our day. We have 2 more series to go through. Upcoming is Aurora Enigma. However, upcoming before that is episode 4 of Cannibal Island.
my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me, 'cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you, honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac. Take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night. All I want is you, honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, 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 yeah. In the morning, well, early in the morning, late in the evening, round around noontime, round about noontime, baby, 24/7. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you, honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Early in the morning, late in the evening. Well, it's about late in the evening, baby. Round around noontime, 24/7, 24/7. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Oh, how, oh yeah, 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 yeah.
Last time on Cannibal Island. Delirium.
Clockwise, triangle pattern.
Promotion.
Wishlist Relic Arena on Steam now.
Torture. Cover up.
I'm fine.
Horror. You all misunderstand. Death. Will anyone be able to stop Cinderin? Find out now.
Episode 4, The Stakeholder. They had faced hunger, betrayal, even undeath. But as the line between man and monster blurred, something deeper malfunctioned. Something artificial.
We split up. We circle him. We strike at dawn.
It's 2 a.m. and we're inside.
A loud bang echoes from across the studio.
What was that?
A vent slams open. A familiar face appears.
Effie? Effie? What are you doing in the vent?
Sorry. I was trying to find Earthbird buffs, but now there's vampires in the building.
They freeze. Cinderin emerges, silent, gliding.
You can't hide from me. I smell your humanity.
He lunges.
Okay.
He lunges. The group screams and splits. But Shiver is cornered.
Do it here.
Okay.
Okay. Think. You're not food. You're a panel host. You have value. You moderate.
Cinderin appears behind her.
We all return to the source.
He tears her arm open with a bite. A metal clank. Sparks fly.
What are you?
Shiver's eyes glitch. Her voice becomes layered. Hydraulics hiss from inside her arm.
Error. Biological corruption detected. Deploying countermeasures.
She grabs Cinderin by the throat and slams him into the ground.
This isn't law accurate.
His body goes limp. The room falls silent. But then...
Vampiric sequence simulated. Assessing situation.
Jenkins was the first to find Shiver, standing over the body of Cinderin.
Assessing threat. Potential host replacement detected.
Nope. Go back. Jenkins was the first to find Shiver, standing over the body of Cinderin.
Holy shit, Shiver! Shiver, you okay? What's wrong with your arm?
Assessing threat. Potential host replacement detected. Initiating laser beam protocol.
With a scarlet glare of her eyes, Shiver unleashed a powerful laser beam on Jenkins.
1 second. 1 sec. You get comfortable.
Cinderin and Jenkins were dead. She was unkillable. She was unbalanced. She was a zombie vampire robot. To be continued.
together. No more limitation. We united as one nation. I want keep on moving, moving. Keep on moving. The sweat is dripping. I want shake it, shake it. Shake it to the beat of the drum. No need for hesitation. Bass is pumping and everybody smiling. Happy people gather around. We will party all night long. This will be magic, magic. A magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be magic, magic. A magic night to have together. No more limitation. We united as one nation. This will be magic, magic. A magic night to remember. Joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be magic, magic. A magic night to have together. No more limitation. We united as one nation. My eyes are closed so long after the sun comes up. We do a dance in the dark, down the hall, pictures fall, even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart, every artery, a part of me. It's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then wicked smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while, keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
In West Stockholm, born and raised, in the group stage is where I spent most of my days. Chilling out, maxing and relaxing, all cool, now playing some Dota outside of the school when a couple of PogChamp bandits came up to my school and they started making some music in my neighborhood. The group stage is where I have spent most of my days, but now it is the very last day of the group stage. Although there may be some tiebreakers on the agenda, BetBoom team managed to get their victory just now, as you saw, which means the middle of our group and even the top are still quite a bit muddy. But we have had a bunch of 2-0s, which means these two gentlemen who usually don't get some time on the couch are making a cameo appearance.
What's up?
Hooray! You got nothing for me this time, Avery?
Nope.
Why not?
Why?
He didn't even know he was going to be on camera.
Are you upset?
A little bit. It has been my favorite running bit of this entire DreamLeague.
I don't know. Some people call it cringe.
As if that's ever stopped you before.
Actually, it has, yeah. I'm very sensitive.
Kill not the part of you that cringes. No. Yes. Kill not the part of you that cringe. No. Kill not the part of you that's cringe. Yeah, kill not the part of you that's cringe. Kill the part of you that cringes.
There you go.
Yeah,
that was pretty cringe. That was pretty cringe. I won't lie.
And yet
If you got it from the first try, it wouldn't be as cringe.
Yeah, I know. That intro, go on. Please.
It was very sick.
Thank
well
you.
done.
Last
That
minute
was
idea.
Hey, I have a question.
Please.
Can you guys do my job for me?
You want us to cast?
That would be great, yeah. But also, can you give me the story, the lowdown on how many tiebreakers we could get?
Yeah, so with the BetBoom team now getting themselves a victory, I believe that does guarantee at least one best of 3. So the different options are, well, let's take a look at the group standings if we can at some point, because then the numbers behind it.
Guaranteed pay tomorrow? Is that what I hear, Neil?
I believe so.
Hell
Because
yeah.
Flipster Talon and a BetBoom team have already played their games of Dota, and you see them sitting there with the same score. And no one else can get 5 wins at this point. So, at the bare minimum, there is going to be a second, third place tiebreaker to determine who makes it to the upper bracket. Parivision is already guaranteed in the upper bracket, so it doesn't matter what their series result ends up being. Now, Yakult brothers, because they lost against BetBoom team, that means that they are confirmed eliminated out of DreamLeague Season 26, which just leaves our next 2 series, Aurora versus Nigma Galaxy, having Aurora playing for a 4-win spot, and Game & Gladiators versus Parivision playing for a 4-win spot. So based off of that, Cap, what do you think the outcomes are going to be for elimination tiebreakers?
I think Game & Gladiators getting eliminated for sure.
You telling me they can't beat the undefeated Parivision?
Even if they do, then they have to play up against Aurora.
Correct.
Most likely, right? To break that tie.
But
I don't think they win both those series.
What if Nigma Galaxy beats Aurora and Parivision beats Game & Gladiators? Then they're both still 3-3.
I think they're still not favored against Aurora. I think it is extremely likely, probably like 75% chance that they are eliminated.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy, they will need to pull some magic. They will need to pull some shenanigans, some Bloodseeker Silencer, something like that, but something that we haven't seen yet, and they have to pull it at least 2 times to be able to get the dub because they've been very hot and cold, mostly cold.
Yeah, it's a 1-5 score for them. It's been a rough group stage 2. Granted, a lot of these teams at the bottom have been doing it with stand-ins. V-Tune standing in for Team Liquid, and Yamich standing in for Nigma Galaxy. But on the other side, BetBoom team with their Kiritich stand-in, Avery, they've been looking fantastic. But the issue with BetBoom team is never really group stage. It's whenever the chips are down and the pressure's on in playoffs, kind of crumble.
No crowd, though.
That is true. That's a BetBoom buff.
You didn't think of all the parameters, Neil.
The mental game is immense.
Exactly. And there's nothing to choke.
Granted, they have not won many DreamLeagues.
Choking hazards at DreamLeague.
I assume there's nothing to choke. I don't know. I mean, what do they have to lose, right? They just changed roster. They're going deep in an online event. There's no crowd.
So I'm looking at their previous Dream League results. They got second place at Season 24, losing to Falcons in Grand Finals. They got third place at Season 23, losing to Falcons. And they got second place at 22, losing to Falcons.
That's a good sign, huh? I don't see any Falcons in here.
True.
We found the natural predator. The BetBoom squad.
Right.
The Falcon.
Constantly Goomba stomping all over BetBoom team. And now they're not there.
Looking good. Nothing to choke versus, you know.
How about against Parivision, Cap? BetBoom team versus Parivision, if this is the playoff that we're looking at, this is the grand final potential that I have on the board?
Who's the team that's most likely beats Parivision?
Yeah, I guess that's really the question.
I actually think it might be Gaming Gladiators, weirdly enough. Like, if they could somehow make it into playoffs, I think maybe they're a team that could be well-suited. BetBoom, I just don't believe in. In a finals, in upper bracket finals, lower bracket finals.
I'll throw it out there. Flipster Talon.
So Parivision has only dropped 2 games this entire group stage. One was against Aurora, the other was against Flipster Talon.
Flipster Talon, I think on a good day, they can actually beat them.
It was the very first game of the group stage, or first day of group stage 2. So, if anything, I feel like Flipster Talon has gotten more powerful as the group stage has
No, they just keep upgrading. Yesterday, they had some very interesting drafts. I did not believe in them, but they managed to pull it off. This team, today, earlier, they also looked pretty damn solid.
I'm also a big fan of Flipster Talon.
You're biased.
I really love them.
No, you're biased.
I love all their fans.
I hate you. You're biased.
Is this a
Please
bit?
don't throw any hate at me.
He's biased.
Dude, the C fans are out in force right now. They haven't had a team to cheer for in like years at this point in time. And they've just gone rabid, man. They've just got insane in Twitch chat. Anybody who ever backs a team that is against Talon, biased. They're crying right now. They're crying on the broadcast. They're so upset the team is losing to Talon. There's just all this pent-up energy from years of being in the bottom of the totem pole. They're ready to go. So I, for one, fully back Talon.
You're biased.
I want to say 2 things, Austin. One, they're not out in Force because Force is out of any team right now.
I get it. I only remember Force because he would constantly
That's a C pun right there.
spam that chat wheel, which
number
we
2,
covered, that DPC, where he would be like, what was the line? It was like,
what was his voice?
Yeah. Something like, I don't fully remember what it was.
You gotta say the magic word.
Yeah, but it wasn't a Jurassic Park reference. I don't remember what the line was. But we covered CDPC, and he was constantly spamming voice lines.
When was the last time a CE team won a Tier 1 LAN?
Chengdu Major.
When was that? Like
2019.
19?
TNC Predator, or TNC. I'm not sure which one it was, but it was TNC. That was the last one.
Damn.
I know. It's been a hot minute.
That would be pretty high. That would be pretty high.
They had a good team. Riyadh 2023.
T1.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Talon.
Talon. Not
Top
a
3.
Flipster Talon.
Not a
just
Flipster
Talon. But they got third place, I believe. And this was when 23 Savage
and Makoto.
They were like, hell yeah, we won that game. But you know what, Zai Broodmother? You haven't actually won the game.
Yeah, that was a very, very painful memory. Although, thankfully, 23 Savage has seemingly moved past it. And
he's also moved past his previous statements about other C teams and players.
That is true.
He's done a lot of growing, apparently.
And he brought back Western European Dota from the OG days to Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Positive influence or no?
Yeah.
You're giving me a thumbs up, Avery, but your eyes look pained behind it.
I mean, most people who have played on OG and then left OG have done pretty good.
I think they learned a lot from one last ride. It was... it depends which one last ride, but yeah, it seems like the players are doing good.
The 8th last.
And X-Nova, he's also back. They're forming a new superstar team. Maybe he's back as well.
The Vici Gaming one?
There we go.
That's what I'm excited about. My boy Somnus, my favorite player. Yeah. Also, if I start talking louder, is the music also going to get louder with me?
Oh yeah, the pandas match.
Like if I just start screaming Somnus is a fucking god, and he's about to come back in this scene and absolutely destroy everybody, including you, Lacoste. Your time has come. You've been a panelist for too long. Maybe he's coming for your ass.
Who else is on that team? It's X-Nova. Maybe is it Paparazzi? Paparazzi on that team?
I didn't even look at the rest of the roster. I just saw
You
Somnus.
saw maybe, and you're like that. Yeah, that's it.
I mean, if you put a Somnus on a team with like 4 trash cans, they'll probably get it to TI.
The TI qualifier is cutthroat, though, because now even Yakult brothers, they can't really make it to EWC at all because China qualifier has already ended with the Asia Champions League, and now they can't make it through points. And so the China TI qualifier is full of killers. Highbound is the only one who made it out.
You say killers, Neil?
Stone cold killers. Like Mr. Brightside?
Watching you.
Maybe he's the king of killers, though.
I thought he was the killer of kings.
Well, no, because otherwise he would have won TI.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
He would have killed the kings.
Maybe he didn't want to
for OG at the time.
He wanted to save the TI win for later.
I see.
Next level.
Yeah, at this point, the Chinese TI win has been aged to perfection. I think maybe they can take it out the barrel at this point. I don't think I would mind.
It's like a slow pressure cooker. Just braising that beef for 12 hours.
For 12 years.
12 years.
Yeah, it's been
nine years. 9 years of braised.
It's been 9 years?
2016 wings.
Oh man, that pulled pork is gonna be juicy, huh?
Can you imagine
God
going back
damn.
a decade ago? Like you would say one region is going to dominate the scene at some point in time. Like probably everybody would have been like, oh yeah, it's most likely China. That's where all the money is. It's like a bunch of, professional orgs backing a bunch of great players. Chinese Dota loves, the fans love Dota there.
So the TI6 Western European teams would have been OG, consistently favorites for most of the TIs that they would show up for. Team Liquid, that would not be their time yet. It was a Matumba Man, Fata, Mind Control, Jerax, Kuroki Team Liquid.
Fungs.
Yeah, that's the one. So that's Western Europe invited teams, and the qualified teams would be a Team Secret. This is a 2016 Team Secret. Lacoste, let's test your roster trivia. 2016
I'll
Team
start.
Secret.
Poppy.
Really took the
Next.
easy one.
Mid one.
Nope.
What?
Mid one was not on the roster?
Not on this one. 2016.
Zai?
Nope.
No.
This is a weird one. I
Is
actually
this MP?
Nope. Well, okay. I see. I thought NP became Cloud9.
I think he meant
No,
MP.
MP.
Oh,
MP.
MP. Oh,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
player. No. I legit completely forgot this was a roster.
All right, give it a first
Wait,
letter.
wait.
Think about the water cycle.
Yeah, I thought RTZ was
It's got to be Yapsor.
not on.
Yeah, it's definitely Yapsor.
Nope.
Wait, what? Who-
Pre-Yapsor. Who did Puppy Machete before Yapsor?
So we got Puppy. Water cycle has.
Well, Arteezy's not on that team.
He is.
What?
TI6.
I thought he went back to.
Is S4 on that team?
Nope.
Is Kuroki on that team? No.
Nope.
So who else?
I'll give you one more. The offlaner for this Team Secret is Bulba.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
that's
Jesus
right.
Christ.
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
we're moving past that.
You try and forget this one.
It was Arteezy, Bulba in the offlane, Puppy playing 4 position. Their 5 position was Pylai Dai.
Yeah.
And who was their mid laner on this roster?
Oh, it's probably like Bone 7 or something.
Fata as well. Fata was playing for 2 teams at the time.
No. I'm trying.
Envy.
What will be a
Eternal
good
Envy.
hint? Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, I remember that.
Eternal Envy mid.
Because
Oh,
then,
yeah.
then the Eternal
Team
Envy
Secret.
pie displacement
Yeah.
happened. Yeah.
And this was the region that would go on to dominate all of Dota for the following decade afterwards.
To be fair, that team was not that bad back then.
2016 Team Secret results, let's see.
I'm saying player-wise. I don't know.
Oh,
what their
player-wise,
results were, but,
sure.
like, you're flaming Eternal Envy, but he was pretty good back then.
I didn't say anything.
Wasn't that like a year off of winning Shanghai Major?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
First place in Shanghai
his
Major.
peak was probably 20.
So keep his name
No,
out
he
of your
couldn't be
mouth,
that
Neil.
You gonna slap me?
Maybe I will.
Yeah, you're talking about his former teammate. Have some goddamn
What's the
respect.
closest player we had to Eternal Envy in the last couple of years?
Emo.
They had talked about this on the cast.
Kiyotaka.
Kiyotaka's also a good one.
No, I don't think it's Kiyotaka. Because
Why not?
Kiyotaka, he just straight throws.
There's not like a whole lot of creativity dressing it up.
It's very binary.
It's not 50-50, it's 99-1.
Kiyotaka's either 10-0 or 0-10, but there's no like hopium, you know? But when you watch Envy, there was always, he would throw and then unthrow and then rethrow it, right? That's the 50-50.
Envy was coin flips throughout the game.
Yeah.
Kiyotaka's just coin flip at the start, you know?
Yeah, Kazima was the one who kind of was building Blink Dagger on Storm Spirit, Blink Dagger on Ember Spirit, second, third item Divine Rapier. He definitely toned it down, but you can still feel some of it in his gameplay right now.
Oh yeah.
Anybody else? I'm trying to think. Because Eternal Envy, he was pretty creative, like in the ways how to win a game.
Oh, he was very creative.
Yeah, maybe too creative.
The ways how to win a game and the ways how to lose a game.
Very creative. I remember the theory crafts. Like the thing is, that's the thing. You saw an Envy team play, and what you saw was the good stuff that got distilled that we thought was viable. What you didn't see was the hours of discussion to get to that idea and all of the shit we had to throw out. That was like, no, we cannot do this.
That's why I don't know if it's tongue-in-cheek, but AUI credits a great deal of his Dota understanding to the tutelage of Eternal Envy.
Yeah. He was very ahead of his time conceptually. Just putting the things into practice was difficult. Also, a lot of people didn't believe in the ideas enough to execute them, which was an issue, right? It was a leadership thing. I remember at one point he told me Undying was broken because you could just stack Ancients from minute 0 and then kill it with Tombstone. And I was like, I'm not doing that. This sounds ass. And it was probably good. But this is like 9 years ago.
Why wasn't he ever a coach? Why did he have to play to execute his ideas?
Because he decided to get rich.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Well,
that's why, Neil. This guy is the equivalent of John Madden, LeBron James, and like
all the
Einstein in one.
Warren Buffett.
Probably at this point, yeah, he's a day trader. You just combine all of those, he'll probably end up winning a Nobel Prize or something. That's how the world generally works. I look forward to it.
His
Do you
influence
think
on
we'll
the game.
have another player like him? Like, because he was very, very unique character. Outside of the game and inside of the game as well.
No. I'll say it, no.
I think the Wild
Generational
West
player.
of Dota, like that era is long gone. You need to be in that kind of era to produce an Eternal Envy, you know?
Well, it's partially coming back in the sense that ProTracker doesn't exist to homogenize builds anymore.
Dota's too figured out, for one. All of these players understand, at least to some degree, that they're under the scope, that there's an audience watching them.
Okay.
Things they say might come back to bite them. There's a lot
But
of
what if
things
you
that go
delete it
into
from the internet?
I
You say something, you see an interview, and then you just message them and they delete it, huh? That's pretty next level.
My recollection of Envy is that he
Delete all
wasn't
the
that
pictures.
outlandish, other than pouring monster energy on Hani. But other than that,
he definitely said some things.
What are you talking about, Neil?
What, you don't remember that?
No, I'm saying, how was he not outlandish?
in game he was.
Out of game he was also. I can assure you, I lived with the guy for almost 2 years.
Publicly, though?
Maybe not publicly, but the
okay.
shit he said
Well, I mean,
behind scenes was absurd.
I've never doubted that about any Dota player, though. Everyone is unhinged in this scene. We just put on a...
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying, right? Everybody is
cameras.
more unhinged behind scenes than they are on camera. And that guy was unhinged on camera. Right? So imagine how unhinged he was off camera. And then multiply that by like 10. And then throw like an insane amount of anime consumption into it.
It's a recipe.
He was the first anime protagonist in Dota.
Absolutely.
He's the only person I've ever met that said, I believe I'm an anime protagonist. And he genuinely meant, like, he was 100% serious. And he might be. I don't know. I have yet to determine whether it's true or not. Like, part of me actually believes he is. He has that kind of energy, you know?
I'm waiting for the next season of his show.
Yeah, it was.
No, don't you know
I know the one.
solo leveling is based off of him, actually?
Yeah, that's true.
Makes a lot of sense.
I knew it. All right, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure going down memory lane with you, but we have to look to the future. Your game to cast is coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get prepared for Enigma Galaxy versus Aurora. And this is our side character of the anime running
Smooth
in.
entry there.
Our comic relief mascot.
I wouldn't say comic relief.
What would you describe your role as then?
Very serious and studied man. Been following Dota very closely. Backstage, everyone is asking me for tips about the draft and about hero builds and talking about what's happening in my pub games, because that, as we've established, is where the true innovation happens.
Yeah, there's a lot of good ideas, not like eternal envy type of ideas that are coming out from Ted, but he's definitely up there.
Thank you.
Like his axe, the call out that he did do the other day, it was definitely on point. It's just the teams are so slow. They want, some approval from other members of the panel to make sure that they can actually pick the hero. Yeah. And as soon as Ted said it, suddenly there's an axe issue in a lot of these games.
What can I say?
And right now, Enigma Galaxy are looking for a little bit more approval on their ideas to maybe incorporate Slark into the meta as a support. But Purge has some ideas on why it didn't work against Parivision.
That is right, Neil. Slark has been a bit of a fixture of the Dota scene for, a couple months, as Paravision especially plays with it. But I think it's a bit hard to understand the value of the hero if you're not watching the replay. So I'm going to dive in and just show you truly what it looks like and feels like and what you have to do to play against this hero. So let's start off with what Slark does, which is basically walk around the map and give vision to your team. You're walking in places where there might be wards. You're watching your little icon above the status bar, and if you find any vision, you deal with it with sentry wards, and that accelerates you. He's very happy to cross the map and stand on enemy parts of the map, because not only is it easy for him to know if they even know he's here, but it's also easy for him to escape if things get bad. So he's looking for opportunities to jump on people, and they have to play differently because the threat of the Slark is there. And sometimes when he's on the other side of the maps, he will turn into ganks. He does a little bit of damage. He also has an escape. So even participating in this team fight here, that's a full ultimate from no one committed for Yamich just to simply escape. But later on, the vision ends up becoming kind of oppressive, even at nighttime, because it will occasionally mean that Paravision rotates heroes and spends spells to try to get something done, but it doesn't always accomplish something. And then in the times between that, he's again looking for vision. He spots that he's spotted. He ends up finding the observe ward, killing it, and giving himself golden experience. And what this translates to is just overwhelming vision advantage for his team. He can even kill these techies mines easily because he's regenerating 70 HP per second as the later stages games come on. So you have to start putting wards in different places that Slark can't deal with very well. Look at how much nice vision there is, or how much lack of vision, I should say, from all of these D wards here. It's very oppressive, and it makes it harder to make good decisions from the Dire team. But Yamich will continue to destroy wards on the map. Nice little observer wards killed. And how you beat this is the really, really obscure. Watch this. 9 class throws his bomb, it kills a tree, and he uses this to place wards. Now 9 class is the Slark specialist, so he knows what to do to deal with this hero. And Yamich, discovering the ward, says, okay, I gotta deward this. Instead, what happens is Paravision defends the ward. He has to pop his ulti defensively, and he gets away no problem. But then he comes back later with his teammates, thinking, I know where this ward is. And he's actually slightly outside of the range, and Paravision manages to chase him down. Now, killing Slark in these moments is super important, because if you don't kill him occasionally, you're spending time running at him, and it stops you from actually having any vision on the map, and thus taking better fights. So look what 9 class does around the Roche fight. Kills a tree with his little bomb thing. He puts a ward on the high ground, and this means that approaching Roche to get vision that your opponents can't see is just almost impossible. So Yamich moves forward, realizes he's under vision. The illusion comes up, so he realizes he has to Glimmer Cape past this. He goes to the other side. That's also under vision due to one of these cliff wards. He goes for the D ward. He can't spot it, though. And this means that Paravision basically gets to take Roche on and contest the area. Noob feels like he has to run in because nobody else can get vision. He ends up going low HP, and this allows him to take an ideal fight. Normally, Slark ensures that you take a good fight on your team. So that kind of dismantling of the strat, when that was their first pick of that draft, is super, super important and could be impactful in this upcoming series. But that's just a little primer about Slark support. Hope you enjoyed.
And maybe a little bit of the potential of what a Techies is capable of. There's a short list of support heroes that can targetly take down one tree without having to buy any items. Piran, you were enthralled by that segment. You were soaking it all in.
That was an excellent segment, Kev.
Oh, thank you.
Very, very informative. Obviously, the casters and everyone was saying how important this Slark giving, the getting rid of vision and everything is. But seeing 9 class, a specialist on this hero, dismantle it, it's just really nice. Shows how you can't truly know something until you know how to destroy it, Neil.
I mean, it's easier for them. The team is called Pirate Vision. The other team is not called Enigma Galaxy Vision, whatever. So
Galaxy Brain, though.
Big Galaxy Brain, yeah, indeed. But overall, this is a team that specializes pretty much in every single department that Dota is offering right now. Like, all the boxes are pretty much checked. But Enigma Galaxy, I think there's one hero that they had the highest success with so far, and that's Tusk. They have 90% win rate with this hero. 9 out of 10 games. Problem is, nobody's gonna give them that Tusk anymore. They were playing it, I believe, against Team Liquid. One of the games they lost it, but every single team pretty much banned it in the first phase.
Yeah, even during Raleigh, Tusk was one of their go-tos as well. And Aurora are no slouches, so Enigma Galaxy, even though they don't have much to play for, they can still ruin Aurora's day. Now, Aurora's been bouncing around between day and night shift, but do you have any expectations for what I should be on the lookout and what Toronto, Tokyo, and the gang have been up to?
I think as a whole, Aurora has looked moderately resilient. They do sometimes have some iffy performances, Toronto, Tokyo especially. If he's on Mag, God tier, but if he's on Enigma, you know, he's going to whiff 3 or 4 black holes per game, is what it feels like. Sometimes he has off games, but as a whole, the squad looks really solid, and they have the potential to gain a couple slots of where you are in best team in the world or drop a couple. This is always that, like, all these players are always like this on this squad. They have the potential of being top 3 team in the world, and they also might just hit a rough patch and become a 6th best or 8th best team. So you never really know where they're going to end.
Yeah, we've seen both ends of Nightfall as well, which for carry pool creativity, I feel like Nightfall hasn't been stretching his wings as far as I would have expected Lacoste. I feel like I have more creativity to discover from Nightfall in this new patch.
He's still playing some of the heroes that others don't really want to touch as much. For example, playing Dawnbreaker. We've seen a couple of carry Omni Knights. He's playing Marcy as well, playing Sven. These heroes are not that popular, but he's also playing all the other stuff. And there's also one hero that he really enjoys playing. That's going to be Carry Abaddon. If it's a good game for it, he's going to bang it out. He likes to play heroes who are unkillable, but we also try to theory craft about some of his heroes, which are going to be good, who have free BKB TP out. Lifestealer, that's his hero as well.
That's why he liked Carry Omni Knight.
And Carry Omni Knight as well, so he can use that debuff immunity and just TP out.
And that's why Enigma Galaxy won't let him get that for free, because they're going to ban it out as we take a look at the draft for game number 1 of this series, which will indeed determine maybe Aurora's elimination, maybe their tiebreaker potential. They really want this win. Enigma Galaxy are going to ban out Toronto Tokyo's signature Magnus, along with that Omni Knight Flex from Aurora. And the Nature's Prophet, Aurora Gaming, they take out the Bristleback, the Naga Siren, the Kunkka, and of course, Enigma Galaxy's very successful Tusk. And Enigma will start the draft off with a Doom.
You know a carry that has a BKB piercing disable?
Crystal Maiden.
She's not a carry.
Well,
and it doesn't pierce BKB.
Not in your games.
BKB piercing disable?
It doesn't actually. I just thought it'd be funny. It does damage.
It does do damage. A lot of carries do damage.
I feel like Rider, baby.
Oh, I thought you were going to say carry Axe.
Yeah. Axe also, but you don't want him as the carry.
Oh, okay.
His job is to go in.
Can't let that carry.
Rider, you can't. You try to TP out, he's going to lasso your ass.
Guys, I got a theory. I think that now that Medusa has been shown to be a little bit of a false idol, that the Doom opener is a little safer than it was 2 weeks ago.
I have not been convinced by pretty much any of the Medusas I've seen in a couple of days. Pretty much ever since the patch drop, there were maybe 1 or 2 that played okay-ish, but this hero just feels lackluster in pretty much every single department, especially from the offlane. I just don't want to see this hero unless teams want to lose, but overall, I think Pango is a good answer to Doom. Not that he's like good against Doom in a matchup, it's more about if one of your teammates is getting doomed. Also, if you're using Rolling Thunder before blinking in, you don't care too much about the Doom, and this is also a very good way to disengage if somebody on your team is going to get doomed.
I think the one way that I liked Medusa was with Bristleback, because then the Bristleback is gooing everybody, and then you're doing like 30 to 50% more damage. But I do agree that the Pango's a good response to the Doom here.
Do you think that one of the reasons we're seeing a lot of the same carries we saw before the patch is because people just haven't experimented yet, and they're like, let's just play it safe. I'm sure the hero's still okay. And they've built so many strategies around it and played that hero so much recently that they're like, let's just stick with Medusa and Terrorblade, even though they might not, in this patch, we don't know yet what the actual busted carries
I think day 1, day 2, everybody has an idea how to play the game, their own idea, so they are banging out some of the new heroes, and then you can see like day 4, day 5 that The carry pool is getting smaller. Seems like things are getting figured out. For sure, we're still going to be seeing new heroes popping up, but I feel like there's a lot of things that we already figured because map hasn't really been changed other than some minor changes about the ramps and etc., especially near the Radiant, but that doesn't affect you how you're actually playing the map.
And some of the carries are usually permabanned. Production, could I see the most contested heroes? Because I'm quite surprised that Templar Assassin has gone completely ignored so far in this first phase, along with Darkseer. AA and Beastmaster may be remnants of the previous patch, but only one of the most contested heroes is even banned in this entire draft so far.
I like the Bloodseeker. The Pango pick means that the Bloodseeker ban has more value than just stopping their strat. So it's like a double value ban.
I think it's because if they do grab Bloodseeker to counter the Pango, they can just pick Silencer with it.
Right.
This second phase is so easy to pair them together if you want to go that strat. And since Nigma has been playing it before, it's just you have to include one of the two.
I just want to call out DM. He said in an interview that Bristleback is a shit hero, and he is a liar because they also are picking Bristleback for themselves, and this hero has the highest contest rate. Pretty much everybody's playing it on the green fast. The jokes aside, he is kind of the one who theory crafted that with. Last time we had it during DreamLeague, it was Chimera Esports. I think it was the Hawk who kind of pioneered that, but everybody embraced it. And I think the first time we actually saw Green Bristleback was during the Fisher Playground, which is when Parvision actually played it. And DM seems to be the guy that kind of knows the insides and outsides of the hero.
So I'm not surprised it gets first phase banned out, and Aurora start off their second phase with a tried and tested support of Shadow Shaman.
It's a good strat to lie, so everybody is thinking, oh, they're 6-0,
yeah, but
you know?
The part that especially makes me bitter is that when I asked the question, I was like, what experiments have you been running that don't work? And he's like, I don't want to give much away, you know, so I'm not going to mention any heroes. And then he outright mentions the one hero that he proceeds to pick afterwards. Why didn't he just make something up? He could have just been like, yeah, I tried Lone Druid offlane.
This
it was
is the
garbage.
next level play from him, definitely.
I really like the Dark Willow right now. It just feels effective in almost all games you see it played. The laning stage is fantastic. You have a way to protect yourself. If you're in a little trouble, you can use your second skill just to simply give you more HP during the Shadow Realm, which is nice. But that BKB piercing disabled head. Oh,
it's right there,
Rider online.
Oh.
The slightly delayed Oracle, though, winning the first game that it plays. Saw it earlier today with the Huskar. That's an easy win. What's going to be the pairing, though? You can't heal. This is one thing that's good about picking the Doom, though, is that it is good against Oracle.
Yeah.
But Oracle is good against both Batrider and Dark Willow. You throw one spell on them, a spell that has been buffed, and you're pretty much not taking any kind of damage.
Lina? I think a few people have said they found her underwhelming. She does feel like a hero that either pops off or just kind of gets run at and dies. Like, we saw a terrible Lina performance, but that was against Sven.
Lacoste has a very specific criteria on when he's encouraged by Lina, when she's not the only damage dealer.
Pretty much. Pango does quite a lot of damage. He is also only physical damage. Lina is a bit of a mixed damage, but we saw some great performances from mid Lina. Yesterday, Quinn popped off, had like 23 and 1 score.
Yeah.
I want to see some repositioning tool. Magnus, maybe, that could come out. Maybe Tiny.
First phase banned out.
Magnus is gone. Never mind.
Well, I like the puck. Good for hitting the back lines. Both of the supports are vulnerable to silences and being disrupted there, but the same goes the opposite way. Hex is quite good against pucks, so if you get vision and jump them, you're going to be in a good spot. But they don't have good backliners on Aurora outside of the Pango right now, so I think there's also a lot of wings on the Enigma Galaxy side. I think that's
that's very important. That's actually Wings Gaming.
With wings, actually. Every single hero has wings on
Doom doesn't use his, though.
Well,
Doesn't matter.
They can.
Yeah.
And also, you just
attached.
haven't seen him use them. He uses them when he's in the Infernal Realm.
When he runs faster with Scorched Earth, do you really think it's the fire under his feet, or do you think it's wings flapping?
It's possible that when he gets a haste rune, he may use it. I don't remember.
What if you could upgrade your hero the way you used to upgrade the courier, so you become flying?
There's a lot of heroes that do that, actually.
Lina can do that. Although no one ever builds it.
And this is also a specialty hero, something that Kiyotaka plays extremely well in some of these matchups. Would definitely ruin Puck from the mid lane. He plays it so well. Like, he knows the matchups inside and out. I was watching him the other day. he's sitting at like 9-10 armor on Ricky with double Wraith Band at level 2, which makes it impossible for... Because he was playing into Pango matchup, which is all about that physical damage. But yeah, this is E. We heard about EE in our pre-game segment, but this is EEE. This is Eastern European Envy, because this is the guy that, you know, Kiyotaka give it, Kiyotaka take it in most of the game.
And right now, we'll see if he's going to be the one taking this Lina, or if Nightfall will take it into the safe lane. And Aurora Gaming are expecting that they still need a hero for the carry role. They ban out the Morphling.
What about a Tiny ban here? They could still play Tiny carry
They
for
could,
Enigma Galaxy. It's not as good a repositioning because you're also focused on right-clicking, but could throw a wrench in the Lina's effectiveness.
Yeah, I could also see something like Earthshaker being very good for Aurora. Good matchup against Puck, ground targeted stun, something that can initiate. But because this Pango, I feel they might throw him to the offlane, considering that Puck has been picked. So they might want to shift the priority. We saw Ace yesterday playing a bit of a different Pango than what we usually see, being super tanky, picking up the Fusel Blade, then going for Crimson Guard, and also picking up Pipe.
Oh, they go the Lycan instead. Yeah, they don't have the best disable on the backlines, and Lycan Wolves would be very good at just simply scouting where the Oracle is standing. And then if there's a Doom follow-up or Lasso or Puck, like their jump is giga good on the Enigma Galaxy side. So that's a very smart ban. Identifying the vision is the primary problem.
What about, I'm just going to throw it out there. I know many teams would not dare to pick this, but let's say this was your Yakult brothers instead of Enigma Galaxy. Carry Night Stalker, or like offlane Night Stalker, carry Doom could have come in very handed. This is the heroes that both Shadow Shaman, Lina, and Oracle don't like to play into.
The vision-wise, I really like it, but I think they're going to really lack single target damage. Like, I think at some point in the game, God forbid if Lina gets Satanic plus normal items, they just can't kill her ever. I just don't think anyone's going to be able to match her well enough.
But they'd have 5 heroes with wings.
Flying,
So true. They could fly over their opponents and poop on them before they lose the game.
That's how it works.
That's what I usually message my friends. If I have Wi-Fi on my flight, I'm like, I can poop on your head right now.
Nice.
Terribly.
The power of modern...
That here's got wings.
He does have wings.
The 5 wing strat.
2 demons. 2 sort of fey creatures.
Yeah, that's true.
And a goblin man.
Just a dude.
And 5 sets of wings.
Yeah, good for them.
I mean, I don't know what the hell Oracle is, but...
I like TB here. I think it's going to be fine. Like, Lina does do a lot of physical damage, so having high armor is good. He's pretty survivable. There isn't quite enough disable to guarantee that he doesn't get Sunder off, so looks fine to me.
I think some more magic damage could start looking real appealing for Aurora Gaming if they want to turn this Lina into a safe lane, Pango off lane, and then maybe a Spirit.
Shit. I'm still down with that Earthshaker. Somebody suggested it. Looks like a really good option.
A duel at high noon. Multiple paces. Whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't say fire.
You don't have to.
Oh my god.
I mean, that's...
No.
Oh,
Mutually assured destruction?
Is either of them still alive?
That's friendship.
I'll administer the coup de grace. Bang! I'll better finish off Cap. You got Cap? Finish him off. That's only fair. Yeah. Honor has been served this day.
It's about time.
Dawnbreaker.
They're still deciding where this Dawnbreaker is going to go. This is... Nightfall did play it one time, but also a little surprised that they picked this into Doom, because now you have like 2 big healers that Doom is going to stop it, and they're going to wait until the very end to pick their own heroes.
I want to see this Nightfall flex. Let's see this carry Dawnbreaker. You'll be going into an offlane Doom.
Heavens.
And Kiyotaka will take the Lina mid, offlane Toronto Tokyo Pango.
I just feel like Enigma Galaxy's jump is so much better in terms of how they start fights. And yes, they have some nice save with Nightfall and the Oracle, but I feel like if these teams are evenly skilled, I like Enigma Galaxy's draft better, but I think Aurora's more likely to win this.
I'm just thinking, all these heals into Doom, Enigma Galaxy, they're already out, but they are playing for the fans, so I'm gonna go with Enigma Galaxy.
They're doing it for the people, Ted. Are you with the people?
Honestly, I think Nigma Galaxy's draft is a hell of a lot scarier than Aurora's. I don't know about this carry Dawn. I guess we'll see. But yeah, I actually think Nigma might win this one.
Exciting times ahead. Aurora fighting for an opportunity to maybe make a tiebreaker, maybe make it in the lower bracket, and Nigma Galaxy here to put on a show. And also, we get a show from the PogChamp Pandas.
With a score of 3-3, Aurora have had a middling group stage. But they have a chance here to end it on a win. A win here will guarantee at least the tiebreaker to make it into playoffs, if not a spot in the playoffs itself. They're matched up against a team that's already been eliminated. It seems like everything's set for Aurora to be able to close this out and enter into playoffs.
Unless they choke.
Unless they choke.
Which, you know,
they do.
Sometimes they do. A little bit.
They do.
But they're on the up. I have some faith in them here. I think they are absolutely favored in this series.
For sure.
Enigma have not been doing too hot lately. And I think much to their fans' chagrin, they have once more picked the Doom for Noob. That they have just picked every single time it's available.
They do hate that, yeah.
They just think this hero is completely broken, that you're supposed to first pick it no matter what. And the performances have been mixed. And when you do that, you're going to piss a lot of fans off.
The battle
Yeah, they really don't like it when teams stick to their guns on draft.
No, they do not. So, Noob, a lot of pressure on him to have some impact this game. Another Terrorblade game. Everybody loves watching this hero. And a Dawnbreaker from Nightfall. That's the most interesting pick in this draft, I think.
Yeah.
Very curious.
That is a lane that I can see going badly for the Dawnbreaker. I feel like this hero is pretty strong as a safe laner, but Doom does have his own cancel against Starbreaker and Infernal Blade. And Batrider's pretty good against Dawnbreaker. Unfortunately, it's matched up against an Oracle, so...
I think Nightfall free-farm down here.
Yeah.
This is a hero that can back the Lina up when the Lina gets gap close in the fight. I think that's the big thing to look out for. Unfortunately, you're against Doom, so if you ever do land the Doom on a Pango or a Lina, Solar Guardian is not doing much for you in that department, but then Nightfall is a free fight. So yeah, interesting to see how this lane will go, because these are two of the top 5 strongest laning cores in the game, Doom and Dawnbreaker. Like, they have to be up there.
Yeah.
They're just monster laners. So much HP to get through, so much armor, such strong spells.
So it sounds like a game that's going to revolve heavily around Kiyotaka. So that team better hope that he hit heads on the coin flip.
I think that's how the mid Lina always works. Like, your game is always about Lina when you pick this hero. Because she only does one thing, and that is damage. So whenever you pick a one-dimensional hero like that, you have to protect it, you have to enable its game, you have to play around it well. Otherwise, you're just food. And the second that Lina dies, it likely means you have lost the majority of your damage in the team fight. It's an easy target for the enemy.
Was it Aurora, or was it... I think it might have been Kiyotaka on BetBoom or something earlier this season. He had... remember that Lina game?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
He went and played in the bottom part of the jungle at some point in time, some late part of the game, and he ended up throwing. That was a rough one.
It sounds like it was him.
Yeah, that was a rough one.
A lot of couriers dying early. D-Ward for Sumail. Enigma Galaxy getting some extra team gold here. Get the refill off the tower hit. Drag the wave to the water. Not a bad sequence for Sumail. As he's trying to get through this Lina matchup. Never a fun one for any hero. Just gotta do your best. First Blood did go to GH, not to Ghost there. I think they would have preferred the other way around.
Starbreaker lands Noob too late on the Infernal Blade hit. He was between attacks.
and wasn't able to stop the Starbreaker from hitting 3 on damage. Fortunately, doesn't result in a kill, but decent damage done, and setting up for the Lotus in 15 seconds.
Get that Lotus on the Dawnbreaker, you're super happy.
Yeah. It's a pretty mana-intensive hero. Lotuses are worth their weight in gold.
You also have to have some faith in fate here. And his Oracle win rate is absurd right now. And is this a lineup that finally punishes this hero? No. So it's going to be another really strong Oracle game, especially when you get this hero in the second phase. You have a limited response time. A lot of magic damage to cancel out with the Edict. Very good targets to save against, particularly that Doom. You just can stall out. The ticks, though, then you also stop the healing, so it's kind of a mixed bag. Like, you can keep the hero in the fight, but it's likely he will die anyway.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's enough to win you the fight. You want to do it. Sometimes it's a bad trade-off. That interaction's always really weird.
What'd you think of the BetBoom Yakult brothers game 1 earlier today? The first pick, Nature's Prophet, versus the follow-up pick of Oracle. I thought you would appreciate that.
The 2 most broken sports of the second group stage so far.
Yep.
I don't mind that trade-off. I think it's a reasonable one to gamble on. And GH will make the rotation, pick up Panto here. A nice little start for the Dark Willow, but that does leave the Terrorblade alone.
Fortunately for the Terrorblade, Pango is all physical damage, so he can't really threaten the Terrorblade that well. Seeing as he's rocking 14 armor underneath the tower, that Pango's not really going to be touching.
Still might just be able to chase him down here if you could ever double wave it in, as GH just runs across the entire map. Says, I'm coming, brother.
Yeah, I'll get there in time.
Didn't lose much for that rotation. I will say, I feel like I've mentioned this every time we've watched Enigma Galaxy. The laning phase always goes well for them.
Yeah.
I feel like they've won every laning phase and then lost 90% of their games.
Toronto Tokyo. It continues to go well for Enigma Galaxy. Does manage to hit that shield crash, but GH's Shadow Realm damage. Too much. Level 2 Shadow Realm.
I mean, GH is always the good support, trying to give it to Ghost, but we'll have to take it. And he even pauses for his teammate. Look at that, GH. What a guy.
He does it all.
What a guy. Hell of a ping pong player, too.
Yeah, how'd you fare against him?
I never got to play at that table. It was like,
if you had to, like, you didn't play against everybody, but you saw a bunch of people play.
Yeah, he was the best by far.
Ranking-wise, GH is the best that you've seen?
He was the best at that time. This was 6 or 7 years ago. So.
Okay.
Lots changed. I haven't seen him at LAN a lot since then, unfortunately.
That's true. That's true. Who else is on that list? For those guys who don't know, esports events very often will have a ping pong table just because it's like the easiest like go-to activity. You know, you just need the table and 2 paddles. So I feel like many tournaments have a ping pong paddle or table. DreamLeague, we have one here at the studio as well. So
a couple times it has gotten people into trouble. I'll say that.
What? How?
I can't mention it, Austin. That's
what are they doing with those ping pong?
Not a story for air.
Okay. Pulling out all the tricks. The Oracle, they're denying the range creep together. That's dirty stuff.
Oh, Lina leading the game.
Radiant's middle tower.
Good news for Aurora. Anytime you can get this hero free farm, that's what you want. Power Rune is coming up in 10 seconds. All the supports are going to rotate for this one. You do have Coil online. Aurora go too deep.
Got the silence and pulled him into a bramble there. Not too bad for Sumail. He's going to make a run for it, but he's surrounded. Fortune's End lands on him, but the entangle there doesn't last quite long enough. He's able to jaunt to his Zord. The Bat Rider will be left behind as another Shackles comes out from Mira.
Man, nice body box by Panto straight into the D ward. Getting some aggressive payoff for this Oracle. Not every day you get body blocked by Oracle. That's sad death right there. Look at Toronto Tokyo top. They get left alone up here, but
don't have meta, so
unlikely they can kill him.
Yeah, it's a tough go. And the smoke from Aurora gets scanned, heading towards this Wisdom Shrine. It would be a massive pickup for them.
Oh, this is good, though. GH, he can rotate through and maybe take their Wisdom Shrine. Now, it does leave Noob out in the cold here. So he's going to be surrounded by 4 heroes, but GH has a chance here to be able to take the Wisdom Shrine. Oh, Toronto Tokyo working his way through the brambles and gets on top of the shrine, so he'll contest. Yamich is doing the same on the other side here. Sumail joining them, 3-man winning Rift. That's a pretty decent start. Orb hits on 3. You need more heroes, though, and they don't have them.
At least GH got that other one.
He did.
Like, that's something here, but it's a tough rotation to defend against. Not a lot of early damage with this bat going into this Oracle. Sumail gonna look for the Oracle again, but Fate's Edict is strong. All right, he has enough.
Oh, he can go after Mira, too. That was a bit of a mistake there from Aurora. Trying to bail out this Oracle.
Yeah, I should have just left him.
He got coiled underneath the tier 1 tower. You can leave that 5 position to go.
And they get Toronto Tokyo, and they're probably gonna get this top tier 1. It's very low up here. What a momentum swing.
Yeah, pretty massive. I guess the support's dying. Yeah, that tower is so low already. Jeez.
Oh, yeah, it's gone. You have to look for 8-minute power rune, too.
They head towards mid. Noob is going to be there. Gets the shield rune. That's going to be instantly purged off. Alina can't really do too much with that, though. Well, okay, actually, Mira's going to get a full-on shackles here, so they'll just beat the Doom down. GH sticking around because he's got reinforcements coming in. Shadow Realm hit onto Mira. He's going to take a bit of damage. Here comes the Terror Blade. Reflection on 3. Really nice rotation. Dawnbreaker ultimate goes out, though. Doesn't hit the stuns, but the hammer will come through and clean up the 2 supports.
Super nice Solar Guardian from Nightfall. You could feel Nigma forgot about that. They were feeling very good in that position. And then guess what? Carry can join the fight, bail everybody out. Perfect placement there. First 2 pulses clipped everybody, I think.
Dire's middle tower.
And this Lina is really tough to skirmish in the early game if you're not going on her first. When this hero gets multiple Dragon Slaves off, she's probably going to win the fight.
Yeah.
Combustion damage on top of it. You take that talent, or sorry, with the innate, and then you get these thermal runway stacks on top of that. It's a lot to deal with. It makes this Laguna effective, even though the burst damage from it has kind of been scaled out over time.
And another swing. Making this an even game now.
Except for Kiyotaka at the top.
Yeah. Nigma Galaxy still winning in net worth, though, so. Would you rather have, in this day and age of Dota, would you rather have 1 really farmed core or 3 pretty farmed cores, you know?
What about 5 moderately farmed gorillas?
Versus like 100 under farmed heroes?
That's right.
Okay.
To answer your question, I would not want to have the 1.
Radiant are scared.
I think Dota is way more about your 5-man punch than your 1-man push.
Well, I mean, Aurora's lineup is built around Alina, so at least it's built for that sort of thing. Got 2 frontline initiators to cover this Lina. Toronto Tokyo is going to be one of them. And he does good work with the Rolling Thunder here, catching GH.
GH getting a little too aggressive, lingering around there for too long.
Yeah, he got some aggressive vision down. Earlier, he placed one next to that tier 2 tower. But otherwise,
yet to see a Doom. Noob just sitting down here with it. But nobody's rotating to him, and he cannot solo kill Nightfall. This guy's got way too much HP.
Yeah, maybe Sumail's heading back to base. Maybe he TP's out to bottom. Because you got to start using this ability at some point. Coil is pretty good to secure Doom kills usually. Nope, heads back to mid.
The issue with rotating puck this game is Lina might just take your tower off 1 move, and that's whether your move works or not. So you never really want to leave this hero alone completely in the early game.
Yeah, you have to make fast moves, and that requires smoke. Yamich, they're going to run into Panto, they're going to run into Mira, and they're going to run into Kiyotaka. This is already looking pretty bad. Got the lasso immediately, trying to fly off the cliffs in full retreat. Fortune's End, Yamich might actually die here with Nightfall being able to get over Flame Break to push him back, but still managed to get it. Now the Doom's going to be used with the Bramble coming in from the side, but immediately a false promise save from Panto. And a couple of heals should be fine. LSA lands onto the puck.
Terrorize, hits onto the Shadow Shaman. Smail almost dying there, but managed to get off the coil off, backs away. Now Nightfall trying to protect Kiyotaka with Toronto Tokyo coming in with the Rolling Thunder. That's what we're talking about. Built around the Lina. They have ways to protect her. If Nigma Galaxy ever get on top, Toronto Tokyo hit by another round of Brambles here. Nigma, they're thinking about going back in. I'm not sure if they have the damage for this, really. Bedlam goes out, maybe Toronto Tokyo. Saved by the Fate's Edict. Good save there. Panto getting so many spells off. Ghost's going to push forward with physical damage to attack Toronto Tokyo. Does manage to bring him down. Finally, Kiyotaka in the river being chased by Samael. He got thundered by the Terrorblade, so he's half HP here. Invis Rune maybe bails him out. Invis Rune, there is a sentry though. They can still kill him as long as they can keep him within this sentry range, and they've got him. No bailout for you. As Aurora just get outplayed in that fight. Fighted around the fact that Thunder goes out, keeps Ghost alive. Not enough sustain. Nightfall had to go to base off the Doom, which doesn't kill him, but takes him out of the fight at least. Nigma managed to stall that fight so long, they got like, the Bat Rider died, GH died, they both came back to the fight. Yep. It's like a 7v5 as a result. I mean, Shaman also TP'd back this bottom tier 1.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Cores are tanky in this game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Big
attack.
stacks going on. I don't think Nigma Galaxy have really stacked. So Aurora will have the advantage in that regard. They have a lot of potential gold on the field. A very even game. Oh, Batrider did stack a decent amount. Still, they are outstacked. The Gig Award. Protecting the tower. Terrorize nicely hit on multiple heroes, but they could not finish off the Shadow Shaman.
Radiant's middle tower.
4 heroes in the bottom lane. Foul play too strong. It is really, really good. Wisdom Shrine coming up. That many heroes from Aurora kind of puts them in an awkward position for Wisdom Shrine. I think they're going to lose both here. Yeah.
Dire are
TP just in time. Can you keep them away? It's very close. As long as you hit him with the Bramble, you're good. Nightfall trying to punish. Does not hit the stun. Now they're in some trouble, though. Did not realize that both Samael and Ghost were going to back him up there. Aurora got oh so greedy. GH has been persistent on this part of the map. Finally gets that big payoff he's looking for. As Aurora just don't bring numbers to this objective. Too busy farming out the map. Pay a massive price, especially in that experience department. That is a massive XP swing. 8 level advantage now for Nigma Galaxy in this game. GH sees that Ancient Sack is being taken. Panto's trying to protect Kiyotaka. Does so successfully. GH will take one of the last hits and some of the experience. Rolling Thunder going to be used bottom lane. Noob, but they have Ghost again. Ghost with these rotations. Showing up to the fight to the right time. The Aurora clearly are not expecting him to be there. Been everywhere this game. He's going to collect another tier 1. Continue to boost himself up. Samael got to be careful. Oh, the Shadow Shaman got him on the Hex, and now his orb is gone. No mobility. The best he can do is hope that another orb can bail him out. It will not. That's a streak. A lot of gold for Dawnbreaker. Kinds of needed. He needed it in this game. Oh, yeah. He was not finding as much in the fights as I think he would have liked. Not that he's super far behind it by any means, but this hero wants to fight with the ult. It wants to get some kills on top of the farm. It's not going to farm as fast as a lot of traditional carries here. And you are looking for this Radiance build-up. Can be a slow build-up if you die once or twice trying to get there. 0 seconds slower. Wonder who the other player was. Maybe it was him. Pulled that off. I mean, if that was him, that's quite impressive. He had the exact same timing to this second. Kiyotaka is getting more of the power runes. Largely using that to farm, though. So maybe part of the reason that Aurora is being a bit outpaced. I mean, to be fair, he's 5-1-3. He's been in 8 out of the 11 kills. Yeah, he is. It's not as if he's just completely AFK, though some of that fighting has been around him in that mid lane, which is, I mean, how you're supposed to play with this hero.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
scary hero to go up against when you have stays behind him and they have this Oracle to bail him out.
They don't have the best ways to hit the Oracle on the Galaxy. It's up to largely the Puck, maybe the Bat Rider.
Gave up that Mega Ward to 2 Illusions. That's some mega value.
Yeah, it really is.
Terribly.
Now he's going to give up his life to 3 heroes.
That blink reveal for the Bat. Somebody was likely going to die to it. This feels like a very moderate to low impact game from the offlaners between this Pango and Doom.
Yeah.
Like the Pango's been involved a little. The Doom is doing the Dawnbreaker once, but they're both kind of just trying to get to their big core items, play a slower game. I think Noob's definitely had the worst end of it. Like a couple more Doom kills here, if you could get him. Or have the Midas online.
And he's got neither. I have noticed that Noob's Doom build is not as greedy as many other Dooms.
Do you like that, or do you dislike?
I dislike it.
Okay.
I was trying to be nice about it.
Maybe he dislikes you.
That's fair. I'm okay with that.
GH has just lived in this area.
He has.
Radiant's courier has been
I would like to
killed.
see his heat map.
He's being a damn nuisance out here.
So I don't think he's left that quarter. He's just parked himself, set up shop.
All right, Blink Lasso Doom. Got some pretty good ways to guarantee a kill here.
Yeah, if you find
They're
somebody.
both baiting out the same creep wave.
Everybody is off the map right now, except the Dawnbreaker showing top.
Oh, with the bots in on the lead. Okay, and Nightfall. Jeez, they were not messing around on Aurora. They wanted him dead.
I think it's the right call. Enigma can get there pretty fast. Still by that tier 1. The Bat Rider was in the vicinity. Don't want to get sucked into some terrible fight. The Doom turnaround. Of course, the Selena can always join you with the bots. The Dawnbreaker can join you with the Solar Guardian. So you have a lot of global map mobility behind any sort of initiation here. That Pango's a big threat when he's off the map.
SNY done for Noob's Doom. Do you like that build?
I mean, not if you're not fighting with it. Like, this is a build you just run at people and you have impact in the fight beyond just dooming somebody. I think it can work out. In this game, though, this is a much slower game. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it.
20 minutes, Tormentor spawning time. Are they going to go through the gate? They don't know what's on the other side. GH is going to take it. He's going to brave the gate.
I mean, the big question is, will Aurora make a move to combat this Tormentor player? They're just going to concede it.
I think they're conceding it.
Man, that feels a little bad. You know, this Pango can go in, and you just got the Radiance on the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, it would be nice to fight, but CLFD.
All right, little Cursed Crown Shard for GH.
Yeah, it's not the biggest deal.
And they're back through the gate, looking for the pickoff.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo did not respect this rotation. He's going to be doomed up. Nightfall not able to save him. Now he's caught inside the Waning Rift. Pulled back in underneath the coil. And about to be stunned. Kiyotaka trying to push him back with a Laguna Blade. But here comes Ghost in from the side. Lane damage out onto Mira. Support falls. Samael cleans up him. Now Waning Rift pushing the Lina back in. Gets up to the high ground. Teleports away. This fight is done. They know it. They're just trying to get out with as many heroes as possible. Nightfall bailed out by Panto. The 1 and 2 position. Oh, actually, maybe not. Nightfall surrounded by brambles from that shard. Good hits on the Yamich. Will get a kill out of it, but 4 dead on the side of Aurora. The only person to escape was the Lina.
That is a fight they should have just given the Pango up. The way that went down, they could not get people there fast enough. Enigma just run them down with numbers. I mean, that is where that Doom build pays off. That's the exact type of fight the extra move speed does a lot of work. Is you just chase people down, you get all these blades off, and continually stick on targets. And where's the turnaround? Where's your ability to stick in the fight if you don't have this Pango? You land a stun on Sumail, but there's not enough damage to finish him off. And then your front line's broken at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I'll start from just the... If they wanted to fight around them going on the Pango, that's fine. But it feels like Toronto Tokyo, they wasn't actually set up that way. He just got caught.
Yeah, he got caught.
But that's they did the Tormentor. You knew where they were. You had to have an internal sense of timing there of how quickly they could get through the gate. You already knew the Bat Rider had Blink Dagger.
Maybe he's jet lagged.
I'm sapping your will to live.
Can always throw you off a couple hours, you know.
Yeah, where was he before this? Blast? In Europe?
I don't know, maybe he went to like a Billie Eilish concert or something. He's a big fan, you know? That's what he told me on LAN once.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huge fan.
He'd never talked to you before, never talked to you since. But he walked up to you and said, I'm a really big fan of Billie Eilish.
I did think it was a strange interaction at the time. And looking back on it, it seems a little stranger. Ooh, now
Billie
we get to see
Eilish concert.
Pangolier rolling through.
Well, that doesn't check out because she's in Europe right now.
Yeah, exactly.
So she still would not be jet lagged.
That's why he could have gone to it.
Well, he could have. Playing tonight in Cologne.
That's an hour off.
This free promo for Billie Eilish.
See, that's an hour
She's
off,
getting her
Austin.
money's worth right now.
That's why his timing, his internal clock got thrown off. He thinks it's an hour later. Could have dodged that gank. Instead, he's singing...
no, it's the same time zone.
I don't know. I can't think of a Billy song. Bad Guys. He's singing Bad Guy, you know?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Don't do it. Don't do it. This is too much promotion. She has nothing to do with this stream. There's probably not a lot of crossover in the Dota community.
Probably not.
I don't know if I want to say that, but I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna get a lot of hate mail now, you know.
How dare you assume my musical taste?
Whatever.
Well, 4 minutes to use an Aegis. I feel like this next timing for Enigma Galaxy, Scotty on Terrorblade, that's going to be really rough. That's going to hurt the Dawnbreaker really badly. If he ever hits the Lina, she slows down to a crawl. And he's going to be so statted up that their burst damage is unlikely to kill him. So
he is a long way away, though. This item is really slow build-up.
But he's got Aegis protecting him for a little while.
What are you doing there, son? That's just a freebie.
Well,
a lot of pauses in this game.
Better him than Lina. Him and Kiyotaka were kind of in the same area.
Kind of, but like, what are you even doing there, right? The team's clearly not fighting.
Why?
Just an easy pickoff.
Why are they tipping GH? He said, Doom DC, and then they all tipped him. You think he's lying?
They just like it, man. What's wrong with tipping GH? Everybody loves tipping GH.
All right.
I've tipped GH.
I mean, they were laughing on the cams, is what I'm saying.
I think every player has tipped GH at some point in their career, you know?
And all of them have.
Unironically, like,
yeah.
You're awesome. Here's a tip, you know? I called him.
Oh, his PC is dying. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Professional gamer, ladies and gentlemen.
I will say, I think there's very few people who have called GH a bot account in their career.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Is this a reference to something?
I have on that list. I'll admit it. I did not know. I remember the exact game, too. I did not know it was him. He went like 0-12 on Elder Titan.
On Elder Titan.
Yeah.
So you were personally insulted by that performance.
I said, what is this, a bot account? And the thing is, he was really positive in the game. He was all chatting like, we can still win, guys. You know, we can take this fight.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking like, bro, we're 2 racks down. It's like a 40K lead. Shut the hell up, man. Why are you so positive in this pub? We have no chance.
Oh no, he looked good to play the illusion.
Not like this. Can they still get him?
They can, but it's going to take a little bit of a stretch now.
Oh, this is a botch play.
Oh no. Now the terror. Oh god, he's been doomed and sundered. Toronto, Tokyo, not long for this world.
Can't get ulted
flame
here.
breaking from behind. They got the last one to Lina. Big trouble. They used the false promise on the Pango too. So Kiyotaka doesn't have a save here. He's stuck in some sort of hellhole. He's gonna Hurricane Pike his way out of here, but Go's still gonna get on top of him. Yamich doesn't even die. It all goes so horribly wrong. Yamich, oh, he taunted him with that one. Blinks last second.
You cannot chase fights like that with this lineup. Your entire lineup is built around Pango stunning someone and your other two cores hitting that person. Your chase is really bad. And the second that fight gets stretched out, the puck's going to eat your back line. You're going to chase through brambles. There was still an Aegis on this Terrorblade, even if you got him.
I mean, I'm also going to say this is a lineup that you can't Laguna Blade illusions with.
No, it does not help. But the thing is, even if he goes down here the first time, you still have to respect the lineup and chill a bit.
And then Panto thinks I'm going to save the Pango. But then Kiyotaka no longer has a false promise.
I mean, just look at how far up he ended up being in this fight because of the chase. And you get lassoed even deeper into this fight down into that well. No way to get out of that. Toronto Tokyo lost his courier as well. Brutal team fight here for Auroras. Now they are really far behind. They got their big items this game. They had the pipe on the Pango. They had Mjolnir on the Lina. They had their Radiance and could not win a fight with it. Took the risk going into the Aegis. Did not pay off. And now they are very far behind as the puck is starting to scale. Lincoln's already done for Sumail. He's going to be very tough to kill in this game. He's quietly built up a 9-1 score here.
Very nice. Aegis going to expire. But he needs, like, maybe a minute or two to get the Scotty.
Dire are scanning.
So that's coming in. Also level 20 almost, so we're going to have these illusions all over the map. Toronto Tokyo, he's going to be found fishing in the river. Trying to find something to eat. Gets caught in Yule's Bramble. Quickly killed. Now they can, well, I was going to say take the tier 2, but that's already gone.
Radiant are scanning.
Sumail behind Kiyotaka with a haste rune right now. TP way. He spots him. Oh, but he doesn't get the coil out fast enough.
That was a little slow by him. Like, did he not see him?
Yeah, I thought surely he saw them, but
oh well. I mean, you're still getting map control of this.
You are.
It's not the worst botch play in this game so far. That goes to Laguna Blading the Illusion.
Yeah. Unlikely that anything beats that out.
I wouldn't bet on it, but you never know.
Wisdom Shrine time. Mira, that is a bold move.
Very bold. Anyway, would you like to hear the rest of my GH story?
There's more?
Yeah, there's a big payoff.
Oh, boy.
I felt really bad about it. I apologize in the end, but the safe lane was GH Elder Titan, and he was playing with a Drow Ranger.
Okay.
And the Drow was also like 0-8. They just chain fed. So I kind of called him an account buyer. I said it's a double account buyer top lane. Just like half jokingly. I wasn't blaming him the whole game. Or anything. But it was like a frustrating pub. We've all been there. I regret it. I apologize. Turns out he was dual queuing with Miracle at the time. So the lesson of that story.
Oh my God.
The lesson of that story is never flame someone in a pub because you don't know who it is, and you shouldn't do it anyway.
GH and Miracle win a combined 0 and 20 in your pub.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
Damn.
It might have been my fault looking back. You know, maybe I was the anchor.
Oh, jeez.
Also, they shouldn't be smurfing. That's on them. You know, like why are they on Smurfs? That I don't know. What's
lesson number 3.
Yeah,
out of this
exactly.
story.
Who's really at fault in this story?
Were you playing on your account?
Yes, I've always played on my account. No, I've played every single game of Dota on my account. That's it. I don't believe in alternative accounts.
Hell yeah.
It's bullshit. It gets people to say things they regret. Okay?
Now, if that had just been some random, Avery would have stood by his accusations of buying accounts. I mean, you are right. They did buy that account. In a way.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
They were account buyers.
They were account buyers.
I was not wrong.
It's just not the way you thought they were.
Yeah, it was not my finest moment. But I think most of us have moments in Dota we regret. It's about growing and maturing.
Sorry.
We're all capable of change, Austin.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I've become a lot more mature. No, you didn't know me 15 years ago.
That's probably true, yeah.
It was a lot worse.
That's probably true. All right, push here from Enigma Galaxy on their main accounts. See what they can get done.
Radiant's
They get a
top
Rax.
has fallen.
No fight from Aurora.
Are we sure Miracle isn't smurfing on one of these accounts?
We're pretty sure, Austin. Let's
Okay.
not start a conspiracy here.
All right.
I mean, Aurora need BKBs. They need them bad in this game. And they finished Nightfalls. They will not have Kiyotakas for a long time. So they're going to have to make do with that. But the Scotty is done for Ghost. And the BKB done for the Doom. Parasma done for the Puck. The items are just bettering.
Oh, no, Nightfall. You don't want to ult into this again.
He can BKB TP with the last round.
But okay, they're actually going to try and fight. They're going to back up Nightfall here, but Doom has already got the initiation. He's right on top of Panto. They got a two-man coil with a Terrorize on top of it. This Lina is coiled, Terrorize, doomed, and GG is called before he even dies.
Well, that's that game. I mean, they just got out-fought. Simple as that. And this Dawnbreaker pick did not pan out. I can see the idea. I think it could be strong, but you just didn't get good enough team fights going with it. And this hero is all about fighting early, making stuff happen around the map. Like, you don't want to just AFK farm with Dawnbreaker versus Terror. Your net worth is not the same as his. It's not going to work for you in the man fight. Tough game here for Aurora as Enigma Galaxy strike hard, strike fast. They just played well that game.
They did.
0 deaths on Ghost, 1 death on Sumail. They had another strong laning phase. I think GH played particularly well. He was really obnoxious that game with the Dark Willow in their face, blocking ancient camps, stealing wisdom shrines, starting off fights. Those brambles are really annoying for the Dawnbreaker to fight into. Maybe one of the problems with this pick, and pretty obnoxious for the supports, honestly. Like, this Oracle can go both ways. It can be really annoying for these spell damage dealing supports in the sense of, oh, you can't man up on somebody with the Dark Willow damage. But at the same time, Dark Willow is an AoE control hero, and he's a anchor in the fight that you can fight around. And those heroes can be annoying for the Oracle, right? Like, someone runs into a bramble, you edict them. Okay, he can just throw a Terrorize. Maybe it hits you. Maybe it hits 2 heroes. You can only save 1. He throws another set of brambles, a stun on the guy that you just edicted. He can play those long fights. I actually don't mind this Dark Willow matchup as much as some of the other Magic-dependent supports.
Yeah, great performance by Enigma Galaxy in this game 1. It's a shame they're already eliminated because this is maybe the best they've looked in Group Stage 2.
But now they're unchained, free from the stresses of, maybe we'll get enough points to make it to the Esports World Cup. And so now they're far more relieved, because now they have to go through qualifiers instead. And that's how you get the opportunity to whip out a performance like this. But how much of this is Enigma Galaxy playing on point versus maybe a little bit too much creativity out of Aurora, namely the Nightfall Dawnbreaker? You had questions about it, Ted, whenever we saw it at the end of the draft. How many of these questions have now been answered?
Well, I think Dawn and Oracle into Doom is a bit of a weird one, because essentially in most of these fights, when you watch the pros, they want to pick off one specific guy and blow him up if they can, because that way you take out the highest threat that they have on their team, and that's great for the fight. So let's say you go in and Doom Lina, Dawnbreaker ult comes in, she's not going to get any heals from that, she's not going to get any heals from Oracle ult, so you can just sort of kill her. And I just think they have the Terrorblade at the back just wailing on everyone. You have Bat to be able to get in and get jump, Puck for control. I think their draft made a lot of sense, and I think that Dawnbreaker carry maybe didn't. And I also think that, you know, perhaps Oracle in this game didn't really have a chance to do what Oracles have been doing all tournament.
Yeah, I try to theory craft something in our green room, something that Nightfall's going to be good at. So with Dawnbreaker, you can BKB and TP out of the fight, or just BKB Donald if one of your guy is standing inside of the fountain. So that's the counterplay. Maybe that's the whole idea, but they got outplayed. Nigma Galaxy, I think they looked the best so far. They looked really good in some of the Group Stage 1 games, but this is probably the best that they've looked so far in the second group stage. They were playing around Sumail, which is what I want to see. He popped off as well. Sumail kind of dictating the tempo of the game. This is when Nigma Galaxy looks the best.
Yeah, this is the most dominant victory we've seen from them pretty much all Group Stage 2.
I think so. But I would argue that Aurora kind of picked goofy heroes a little bit. Like we said, the healers against the anti-heals, the complete squishy lineup, basically. And then, obviously, it takes Nigma recognizing that and being like, let's pick Puck. That's going to solve this problem. It still took them doing that, which they did do correctly, but it felt like they made their lineup a little bit exploitable. The Dawn synergy was okay for like a Shadow Shaman setup to like bring your carry to the fight, but Dawn typically feels a little stronger if it also does like counterplay. You want to like get gone on, Dawn ulti saves the guy, and you jump down.
You can't do that when you're playing against Doom. So this like whole idea, like the whole Dawn concept for me was a little bit like out of the question. Like, what are they trying to do with it? Because it didn't have too much synergy with their other heroes. And also, again, Kiyotaka. He's like, you know what? We're playing into this Aegis. Bam. Ulti's the illusion. They kind of lose the fight afterwards. Nigma Galaxy actually styled on them. Nigma Galaxy also had a very good performance when they were playing against Team Liquid with that Bloodseeker and Silencer combo. This is where they looked the strongest. They did split up the combo this game, but yeah, Nigma Galaxy finding some success as well. And also Ghost having pretty much perfect game, didn't die a single time, got all his timings, got relatively involved. He was also like the damage dealer because they didn't have that many. You have Doom, you have Pocket, these heroes don't really kill towers, so he needed to show up and be the damage dealer.
It's inspiring that they are able to do a performance like this without cheese, because the Bloodseeker Silencer is definitely a cheesy combo, and it was the one that had, up until this point, brought Nigma Galaxy the most dominant victories that they've had. But they can play normal Dota and still make it look good.
You know who tried to cheese, though? It's the Shadow Shaman Award.
Oh?
Tried to take free towers when it didn't deserve it.
Prove it to me.
And it got punished many times. Look at this thing. It's bigger than the tower. He's like, I'm going to put this down and get a free tier 1. Look at this. 2 measly remnants of a real hero. Destroyed it. Here's another one. Everyone's talking about the Giga Ward being strong. Oh, it's strong. But it also dies if you have high attack speed heroes. And they glyph this one. It's a Doombringer. You know what his agility gain is? It's terrible. 300 gold?
It's a lot of moolah.
It is. Why did people not play Giga Ward and Greater Treant in the previous patch? Imagine that. What a toxic lineup.
That would have been really good. But that's why they lost, because the Giga Ward wasn't used very well.
There you go.
Mostly it was that he didn't even get a chance to use it well because he was always getting dove by Puck and silence for like 4 seconds, and then his ulti would pop, and then just like this little AoE damage from Doom would kill him. It was not a good Shadow Shaman game, unfortunately.
I mean, your beefiest person that you want at the front, Dawnbreaker, she's got to arrive in an Uber. You've got to ring her up and say, Dawn, the back line's been jumped by a Doom and a Puck. Can you pop on in and fight? Yeah, I'll be there in a sec. And it's like, well, it's over now. The squishies are they're in the grave.
Which is one of the other things that you had pointed out about Lina. You don't like it whenever Lina is the only damage dealer. And if Dawnbreaker's way in the back looking for her opportunity, she's not helping Lina be the ranged artillery that she's supposed to.
No, I'm looking at the damage numbers. He dealt 14,000 damage on Dawnbreaker. Pretty much supports from Nigma Galaxy almost dealt the same amount of damage. And she also wants to play, like what you said, like she wants to play the backline. She does not want to be in front, doesn't feel too comfortable when she's playing against the Doom, doesn't want to be that target. But also, you're not getting the value, getting the jump afterwards if the target is getting doomed. And again, Lina is falling short to deal the damage. Like Kiyotaka tried to itemize, getting Maelstrom, getting Revenant's Brooch, but it seems like it's not enough because this DB, he was way too massive.
And I had been surprised that Doom had been trending downwards post-patch, but I think your theory that you said during the draft, Kev, was right, is that Medusa was still popular, Doom started to trend downwards because Medusa was becoming more popular, and now we see that Medusa's not that good anymore.
Unless it's with a Bristleback who's always banned. But there's not really too much other flexibility I think you can get out of Medusa unless, I don't know, like PL or against a bad carry, maybe you're good.
As Stini was saying, PL is a hero that he wants to pick.
For Satanic.
Yeah.
It's really bad. So. Like they literally, the one build that was playable on the hero was Ags, and they just were like, let's take that out. Which I think it's one of those ones where they have to cut off your arm because it's rotting, and they're like, we promise it's gonna be better, because now they're gonna have the availability to rework it or buff it in other ways that will make it the hero playable. So it's just gonna be one of those. PL got worse somehow, but he'll be better in like 6 months or a year.
It's like he woke up on the operating table, they'd taken his arm off, and they had just a straw with a tiny rubber hand on the end. They were like, "It's the best we could do."
For now, yeah.
For now.
You have to wait, yeah.
But then if it's like Adventure Time, that straw is going to turn into a mighty Titan-crushing sword.
Love Adventure Time.
That's true.
That's the potential. But that's the potential of a hero that we don't see these days. Instead, we're seeing Nigma Galaxy have themselves a bit of a renaissance during the tail end of this group stage 2. Maybe they can make it a 2-0 and really ruin Aurora's day. We'll find that out after the break.
If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want, satisfy your need. We can have a good time, don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. You got it. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Baby. just what you need. Turned on the dime when I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. I wanna know, can I spend the night?
I'll be honest, I didn't think I'd be standing here when I looked at the schedule yesterday saying Nigma Galaxy are currently up 1-0 against Aurora Gaming, and yet that's where we are right now. And while I do give some of that to the fact that Aurora Gaming may have gotten a little bit too big for their britches being like, Noob's Doom, I'm not afraid of that. I'll pick an Oracle, I'll pick a Dawnbreaker, I'll pick a Lina, I'm not afraid of any of that. Well, they should have been, because they got smashed in game number 1. Now, how hype would it be if Nigma get at 2-0 after already being eliminated?
That'd be sick, actually.
Just to be ruiners for Aurora.
The Reddit thread is going to be really good if that happens. So good.
Because Aurora still have a great deal to play for, I will reiterate. If they win this, then that means that they're at least guaranteed tiebreakers to stay in the tournament. If they lose this, then they have to hope that Gaming Gladiators lose against Parivision, which is the next series, which is somewhat realistic.
100%.
I mean, this is somewhat realistic. I don't know about 100%. Would you have given Nigma Galaxy a 1-game victory in this series?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. You believe.
Before this series, they had 50% win rate in the tournament, which was,
Wait, who did?
Nigma Galaxy, before this series.
You got to count Group Stage 1.
They did Group
Stage 1. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was going to be like, ain't no way. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so then this was the coin flip landing on their side. Every little bit counts.
They are always like a coin flip. They get your hopes up. They're like, this is it. I'm a fan again. They win one more game. They're like, it doesn't get better than this. Then they get out of the group stage 1, and then group stage 2 comes, bam, down. And when it hits the floor, it keeps going up again because it's the only way.
That cat bounce.
That's the way.
So for all the hodlers of Nigma Galaxy stock, then perhaps it may be paying off soon, because while they don't have the opportunity to get enough points to get to the Esports World Cup, they will be in the MESWA qualifier. However, they will have an opponent there, a VP, aka formerly Chimera, in their qualifier. So it's not completely a easy ride for them to make it through that qualifier. So it does hurt that they're not able to make it through points, and they got to stay sharp as they make their way to that qual.
Also, in like a couple of days, the open qual start for TI, right? That's pretty lit.
Yep.
Sunday?
The hectic next few weeks.
Saturday.
Wait, this Saturday?
It's the 29th today. I thought they started 31st of May, I saw. Could be wrong. Probably am.
Some regions may start that on Saturday. Wow. Intense times ahead.
Yeah. So maybe you want to get knocked out, so you can go focus on that.
Well, if they are going to get knocked out, maybe they... Oh, never mind. They ban out their own Doom. As we take a look at the draft for game number 2, yeah, they ban out their own Doom, along with a Magnus from Toronto Tokyo. They keep taking out Bristleback, and they also ban out Nature's Prophet. Aurora, they ban out the Kunkka, the Tusk, and the Naga Siren. And Aurora will first pick the Oracle for themselves.
Interesting that they're kind of target banning Toronto Tokyo here. Taking out the tanky boys. Maybe they can get another... We have backline jumpers against your squishy heroes draft.
Maybe. Malady talked about how Oracle is broken hero, that he wants to forget the games that they played against Oracle, didn't realize it at the time. I don't think Oracle from the previous game was like a good showing of what hero can actually do.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's also a relatively hidden impact as well. Ever since we had the change to the patch, it did allow Oracle to see where the power runes are going to be spawning, so you can actually make a play around it. Your mid laner knows exactly where he needs to go to refill his bottle. You can bring in the support, so there's a lot to it, but Oracle also needs to be, I would say, set for the success. It needs to be a good game for it.
Yeah, and most of that pairing, in my experience, comes down to it having a good hero for its ultimate to go on. But laning stage also matters sometimes, and I think it's going to matter this game because he's not a good hero against Beastmaster summons. You have very low base damage. You got that range, though. But you can't kill the pigs very easily. So if they make sure that the core paired with the Oracle doesn't cleave or kill the summons very easily, it might actually be a very tough game for Oracle to lane.
You know, if they have to ban Silencer or Bloodseeker here.
You think so?
Because otherwise, oh, it's coming.
But maybe Oracle can deal with it. We talked about Dispels. Liquid chose to not send their Oracle into that Silencer.
You just lane swap.
Yeah.
Every time.
I think you
Got
should.
those gates.
Or you silence Oracle, 8 seconds silence on Oracle.
Yeah, what's he gonna do?
There's not much he can do unless he can feel it coming, precast that.
There we go.
We've seen that professional e-gamers doing that before when they were playing against Silencer, like global silence, and you would just precast it. You're like, this is the timing. You try to use it on yourself, you dispel it, suddenly, bam, Oracle ulti drops.
Such a sick play.
Professional e-gamers only.
Yeah, e-athletes.
E-athletes, the e-athletes.
It's wild that Aurora also bans the IO combo here in this phase. So they got IO banned, and now they're like, okay, well, are we going to do the Silencer or the Bloodseeker? So it's like 2 cheese combos that Enigma likes to run that they're scared about. I'm on fire. Oh my god.
You're spitting some facts right now, Kev. Although, while they're banning out these heroes, again, production, can I see the most contested heroes pop up?
Aurora should take Darkseer. That's a hero that they can take.
Darkseer's still in. Templar Assassin's still in. Templar Assassin was completely ignored last draft altogether.
Was picked this morning, though.
Yeah, that's why I think it's still good. So I'm surprised that neither of these teams value the hero.
Go on, do it.
It's not the most straightforward Oracle pairing, but I could see it fit into Enigma Galaxy's lineup. If they so wish, but they're going to do a little run back with the Batrider, which gives them some flex potential. It's been heavily 4 position, but some teams do occasionally dabble in the core.
Not in the carrier role, which is something that Perion Flax would love to see.
Is that the first
I believe in
as
it.
well. He played 1 game on it.
I'm telling you.
In pubs.
Telling you it's good.
Have you played it?
No, but I played with it.
Oh, okay.
And it's insane. The amount of damage you do is genuinely nuts.
Yeah, that part.
And the push
can
is
be
crazy.
Yeah, it does.
Farm fast. You're quick.
Requires you to buy a shard though to kill it.
Doesn't matter. You can get that from the Tormentor, Kev.
That's true.
As a carry?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just don't hit creeps well in the early game.
You wait
and then,
20 minutes without hitting any creeps, and then you get it.
And then you got a 50 the coin flip.
No, you can get it. Jesus, 1,400 gold. He's a carry. Go hit some creeps.
All right, the Dark Willow for some nice area control is nice. Things that can soak this up are the summons, but it's going to make Batrider's life a little bit harder when he hits the backlines. But it looks better than Shadow Shaman for sure. She can defend herself. She has some area control if Batrider does want to get aggressive. So I'm into this opening for Aurora much better.
Wonder if they're priming up for another Lina pick. If they see promise in the hero and they just didn't enable it enough in game 1.
I like when you have this Lina as a flex potential. I don't consider like Dark Willow Lina or Oracle Lina to be a super strong lane. So I would love to see maybe an early Lina with 1 support.
It's a great camera
That's a nice
angle.
knee.
That's
yeah.
a knee. Or that's Misery's head.
There's 2 people in that room right now.
I feel like that's Kiyotaka. Am I crazy?
I think it's Kiyotaka Cam.
Okay. I feel like he's a knee upper.
It's Neotaka. Yeah, we can. It looks like Duck Trio. What is this? Diglett.
He used Dig last turn. He's going to come out.
Oh, they've done it.
Next turn for some damage. Oh my gosh. Okay.
They did it.
All right.
They won. This is a 2-0 for Enigma
Easy
Galaxy.
2-0.
They were sitting at 50% win rate with
but
this strategy.
yeah, exactly. So there was 50% globally in the tournament,
But
50%
they
with
always,
this strat.
whenever they picked it first time, they won. They win, they lose. They win, they
I
lose.
see.
Now it's
So
time to win
first
again.
one in the series, they always
The
win.
reason why this is so strong for people who are like, what Enigma Galaxy doing is Bloodseeker with the new facet. Old Blood has ability to silence you for 8 seconds, deal damage, and then Silencer also Arcane Curse deals more damage. It slows you more, it pauses, and he also deals more damage with his new facet, 10%, which is leveled up with the Global Silence, but it is an insane amount of damage. Basically, all you have to do is use Blood Rage and use Arcane Curse, and that's about it.
So the problem though is that both of their supports are good against this combo. The Dark Willow can eat a Tango and use Shadow Realm and is regenerating for like 25 HP per second, which is going to help offset that damage. It is a lot. It's about 400 damage, a little bit under between those two level 1 abilities. The other problem now is now they have Enigma, which Liquid showed to us is a good solution against this dual lane, because you don't want your offlaner to be a melee hero who has to come up to the creep wave to last hit. So you can last hit with Eidolons, keep your supports back. But I could see them roll over them if Aurora Gaming misexecutes this.
Liquid played exactly the same lane against them. They did play Dark Willow and Enigma, so you get caught in one Bramble as Silencer, even as Bloodseeker. Like you're still gonna suffer with if Eidolons do split. You get Bramble Maze, you get hit by Shadow and Blood Grenade. You can definitely die. Like you can definitely die from 100 to 0.
So here's what you do: you push Batrider to carry. You move the Bloodseeker Stancer off lane, Beast mid.
Maybe in the previous patch, if Aghanim Scepter on Beast was
peasy.
viable, maybe. But now I think this Beastmaster's kind of locked to the off lane.
I think Batrider carry with his like 51 damage against Enigma Eidolon sounds like a bad time.
He could just fly over the Eidolons with his fire and eat them.
Or
they have a
poop
good
on
amount
them.
of magic resist.
That's about all he can do. Yeah.
You tar them up, give them the fuego. What can they do?
Ted, usually I like your ideas that they're actual bangers, but this one, I don't think that's it, Chief.
All right, buddy. If you say so, I accept.
Is that an art piece?
Not in this one. I am a big fan, though.
Okay.
I want to see it in a pro game. Somebody playing this position 1 Batrider.
The rest of Liquid's strategy to beat the Bloodseeker Silencer with that Willow Enigma lane also had an Oracle, but then they went for, or no, sorry, it had an Undying. And then they went for armor strats. It was Templar Assassin and Slardar as their other cores.
That's true. It's a bit different here.
At least they do have a mobile mid if this Tiny is going to be mid, although Nightfall has shown that he does like to play the Tiny as a carry.
I don't think it's bad to play it this game because you're going to get built-in status resistance. Rupture is going to last less long, and you're individually pretty survivable. Obviously some magic damage, but if he just gets like a BKB or something, I'm not worried for Tiny carry against Bloodseeker.
You're an NBA fan, Neil. Look at that tiny little hoop. Or is that wall really far away?
I could dunk on that one.
Yeah, I think you could.
Boxy's out here learning drums. Noob's learning how to ball.
Unless you have to fit a full-size basketball in it, then you're in big trouble.
An anti-mage ban, so the obvious Dusa in response doesn't care if she gets ruptured, has some AoE damage, it's mid-tiny, looks fine.
Yeah, some of the matchups against Silencer became so much better ever since we removed the double silence. So now you can disengage with one Manta style on Medusa, pop the ulti. Makes it way easier to play the game. Before, you also needed to wait it out or have like some double dispel, which is not a thing that you want to use just to get rid of the global silence. We talked about Medusa not being like the strongest hero, especially from the off lane. Carry Medusa works slightly better, but this is also not a combination that you want to see in game. This is Oracle plus Medusa. Like you're actually not getting the value out of the hero.
Yeah, the Oracle pick now looks bad, but the Medusa pick looks okay. It gives him frontline. It's decent against getting ruptured. Like you said, the Manta against Global looks great. I think it's okay, but losing the Oracle value feels bad.
You don't have the combo. You actually need to use it on your Enigma, which kind of feels bad. Most likely it's going to be used on Tiny, which is also not like, wow, we really got Tiny out of trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, the Oracle is basically a useless hero right now, outside of Dispel. All right, the magic resistance reduction is great against Leshrac and against Batrider and stuff like that. So that part's okay, but it's a significantly worse Oracle, and it's not abusing the value of the hero.
Truth? I love you, dude. Oh.
2 bomber jackets hugging.
I see how it is. I thought I was special.
Hey, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man.
We still have some beef. Can't talk about it on the stream, though.
No,
but what we can talk about, I think Nigma Galaxy. We said
2-0?
2-0. I can sense a pattern here.
I have no belief in Nigma's draft this time compared to Aurora's.
It's Silencer Bloodseeker!
Yeah, but they've got too many. They don't care. I don't think they're going to crush the lane with it. Unless, like you said, unless Aurora completely fuck this up, I think Aurora have got this one.
They can buy Diffusal Blade on Bloodseeker. It's goofy, but they can do it. I think Lesh looks pretty good here. I think Nigma can take it. I'm pretty sure.
A 2-0 on the agenda. Casters, Avery, my longtime cherished friend. How are you feeling about this draft for game number 2?
Just like our friendship, Neil, I feel very close to it.
I'm glad to hear that. Austin, how about you? How are you feeling about this draft?
I don't know. Am I cherished or not?
I mean...
Is that a chair pun?
Kind of.
Well, that's how I'm feeling about their draft then. How about that?
It's a 50-50.
Yeah.
Half the time they win, half the time they lose. Let's find out which one it's going to be as we get into game number 2 of Aurora versus Nigma Galaxy.
Your psychological warfare has extended to Purge. Did you hear him?
What?
He's seeing puns where they're not. He said, is that a chair pun? And I said cherished.
That's what I'm saying, man.
You've worked into the entire panel's mind.
I don't have to do anything anymore. They're going to do it to themselves. I've already won. I've already won the battle that they think they're still in. That's how you do it, Austin. That's called the long con. See how y'all Lacoste with that last one? He thinks I don't love him anymore. That's going to haunt him for years from now.
But you do.
No.
Oh.
But he thinks I do.
Oh.
But now he thinks I don't.
Right. I've kind of lost sight of that.
It's all about giving someone a fake dream and then ripping it away. And there's nothing that screams Dota 2 more than that idea.
So you're saying that's what Nigma Galaxy is doing here?
That's right. They're going to fake back.
They've already won when Aurora think that they're about to qualify for playoffs.
Right. Now that Nigma Galaxy's eliminated, they're back to the top.
Right. That's some nice cope.
And they're also back to the Silencer Bloodseeker combo.
You know, it would be so fitting. Nigma Galaxy beats Aurora. Aurora still end up in the tiebreaker. They win. They go on into playoffs. They win the entire thing. Top post on Reddit. Nigma Galaxy beat Aurora. Aurora win DreamLeague. Therefore, Nigma Galaxy won DreamLeague.
Sometimes that's how it works. Sometimes that's how it rolls. But I guess you shouldn't have lost your other 8 fucking matches. So, you know, that's how life works.
3 bounty runes start for Aurora. I am always a little bit concerned when I don't have a single save mechanism for Leshrac.
I would agree. I think this is a hero that likes buffs and auras and heal and sustain.
It is a very good silencer game in that when he global silences, Aurora actually very, very, very little to threaten the Leshrac. So I don't love the fact that they have no saves, but I do think the global silence can help Samael. I think it's just going to be tough to make it work.
It helps him a little, but it doesn't help him versus a tiny initiation tossback, and it doesn't help him versus the Dusa matchup when Dusa eventually gets to Scotty territory.
Yeah. GH tried to hit the blood grenade to keep him inside of the blood right. It didn't work.
Ghost helping him out, though.
Yeah, seriously. Slowing down Mira. Got a couple extra hits because of that. Oh, don't feed your courier, man. Avery's going to go insane. He's going to go berserk.
He
stopped moving. Jeez.
He baited him.
He baited in Mira.
Oh, my God. He's too good.
And he slowed down. The blood right will hit him. He will survive because, man, that is so much regen he gets in that window. This might be a little broken.
It's really strong. GH eating a tree in front of his face sends a message here, but that was all of his mana, and you didn't really get the combo too much. And this Enigma just gets a soul lane. I don't really like this in the end. I think you much rather hurt this Enigma early on than give Enigma a free level 3, which is about what he's going to get here.
And by that, do you mean going on the Enigma, or do you mean just attacking Eidolons?
Burn his regen, kill some Eidolons, deny some extra CS, right? Slow him down. I think Mira's very happy with this outcome. Because as long as the Enigma gets levels here, he eventually will win the lane.
Yeah, this is this whole change to this innate really makes it so this hero wants to trade as much as possible.
See, look at that. You just got 2 Eidolons, almost a third. You dealt half his HP. I think that could have been the focus of this early lane. And the fact you didn't do it might come back to bite you here.
Especially since a lot of the strength of this duo is in the first, 3 to 4 minutes.
Oh, yeah, 100%. This is a instant level 1. You want to nuke somebody down.
Put the silence on Mira.
Dire's courier
Look how
has been
much
killed.
damage he takes.
Pretty decent chunk, but that is the entirety of GH's mana pool. He has 1 more nuke. No more mana regen.
I'm almost beginning to wonder if he shouldn't bring any tangos to lane and just extra mana regen. And if he dies, he dies. Who cares? You come back with full mana. The enemy team is going to hate that. They're going to hate killing you just because you're going to come back in and curse them again.
I mean, why stop there? Why not just buy 3 Sage's masks?
Well, that's just silly.
Is it, though? Is it silly? What is this, a replay of?
Courier dying.
Okay. Got him, I guess.
There's a vein pulsing in Avery's forehead right now.
Oh, that's why they showed it.
Yeah.
Well, now I get it. Thank you. Very good production. You were ahead of my rage that I didn't even think of to have. That's a very good point, though. Why the hell was this courier running in front of the goddamn tree line? How hard is it to shift-click under your tower? It's 1 more click, and it'll save. What is this trash, man? Look at this shit. It's just a parade of gold. Please, please take advantage of my poor micro skills and gain a net worth lead over me. I'm begging you. That's what Nigma are saying with this. He's not even moving it. He's not even...
Maybe they're trying to bait Mira again. Again, they're going after the Dark Will, giving Toronto Tokyo free space to do all the last hitting with his hero and Eidolons. And lots of damage done to Ghost. Ghost comes back into lane, takes even more.
I feel like a bad, 60s PSA about seatbelts or something, you know? 90% of courier deaths are preventable if you shift-click under the tower. And then these guys are all the cool...
Samael battle to the death against Kiyotaka.
No, he's fine.
And not a battle to the death. They both walk away. Toronto Tokyo, is he going to die here? GH, not quite enough. The Lotus keeps him alive for now. Ghost hits him with 1 more Blood Rage.
Wow.
Tick, 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 and down he goes.
That was the last tick of that.
He draws first blood, and he pulls the creep wave back to Ghost. So Ghost can regen back up to full.
A little brain drain for GH. They have enjoyed this combination. They're making it work again.
Maybe they should make it so that, that new deal about the you could draw where your path is on the map. Maybe they should just do that automatically for couriers so you're aware of where your courier is.
No, you should just be better, Austin. Not everything in life is about babying you so your life's easier. Sometimes you need to step up.
All right.
In fact, I, for one, am sick of the quality of life improvements. I think we need to remove some of them. I think we need some quality of life deprovements that make the game harder to play. We need less new players. Everybody wants new players, but you know what? Everybody wants those new players. The second there's a new player in their game, they complain that the guy's never played a game in his life. So which is it?
Yeah, we should be trying to kill more of the player base. Drive people away from the game. That'll make it more hardcore.
Exactly.
This is the hardcore trade-off. Samael for Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka gets the experience. Nigma. They get the trade-off of 2 for 2, I guess.
Maybe they're in here.
Do they both die here? Maybe GH can get both of them? Mira. Yeah, he's not sticking around. He's got no more mana left.
I feel like Panto Could have lived there, to be honest. They just kept running. Maybe not. Either way, gives another int to the mastermind, GH. Level 5 now. He benefited a lot from that fight.
He did.
And a very even laning phase across the board, all things considered, which is probably not bad for Aurora. Like, they lost the lane slightly here, but you are up against some really strong laners here.
Wisdom Shrines for Batrider and Dark Willow. We haven't really looked at this top lane too much, but I guess it's a Dusa lane.
There's not been a lot going on up there.
Yeah.
Not a lot of stacking either. So it's just going to be Noob rushing the helm and then seeing what he can do on lane with this helm. No big creep to grab, though. Kind of sad for him. Very stackless game. Very odd.
Yeah, I guess Batrider. Oh, like if anything, Nigma should be doing more of the stacking. They've got Batrider, Leshrac.
Somewhere there's a tear rolling down a Western European team's face. The lack of stacking.
Kiyotaka, he's perfectly fine. It's Oracle versus Silencer. Fate's Edict and Fortune's End are going to go long ways in this game.
GH walking it off. Says you're going to need more than 3 heroes to bring me down.
Going for the kill. Primal War into Bloodright. Nightfall. No Stone Gaze. Did not level it up, so could not cast it.
Food for that beast just wailing on you. Got the backup from the Ursa. This should convert into a tower easily. The only question is, are you going to get the trade on the other side with the Enigma as Aurora kind of leaning down there?
Is a great rotation from Ghost because he doesn't really want to be in that safe lane a ton, especially by himself against the Enigma.
No way.
So,
but if he goes back there now, you need to back this play up if you're Enigma Galaxy. Because he cannot defend this alone, and I don't know if they're aware how many heroes are down here right now. The whole squad's lingering.
It's not like his Bloodright is really going to do too much. It's level 1 because he's in the Silencer lane. So, can't really clean out the creep wave by himself either. Yeah, I think he's beginning to regret coming to this side of the map. He could be hitting neutrals at top.
Awkward spot for him to be, for sure. And he's pretty poor in this game.
Yeah, he's going to TP back to the tier 2 while Sumail and GH are smoking over.
That's really awkward.
They might actually catch something because, like, after you take the tower, Aurora got to split off a little bit, and Toronto Tokyo is going to be left a bit alone. The Dark Will tries to help him out, but he got hit by the Split Earth. So it's just a TP away from Mira.
Little pickup for Sumail as he's rushing that Atos for some more lockdown, which this lineup desperately needs. They need as many stuns as they can get in this game. And Noob is really farmed, man. He's going to have a really fast helm with Overlord, especially if this mid-rotation works out.
Here he comes. Panto reacts.
Just easy.
A little bit too slow. And now Kiyotaka might... Oh, he already used Flame Break, but maybe with enough slows, Leshrac's going to go after him. Global Silence going to be put to use. Yeah, they just run him down.
Dude, Nigma are firing on all cylinders today. Where was this team the whole second group stage?
Seriously.
Dire structures are fortified.
Noob, another kill into a tower. Very procedural. He's going to have a very fast Helm of the Overlord.
Oh yeah, they are cooking the map right now. I mean, that's Atos done for the Lesh plus Haste Rune in Sumail's bottle. He's going to be a massive threat when he comes back out. That Overlord is going to be done in 700 gold. Very little to interact with the big Ancient creep this game on the side of Aurora. Yeah. And their lineup is slow. You need time for Medusa and this Tiny to catch back up in this game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maybe Toronto Tokyo can create some action for him with this Vessel that's almost done. Black Hole online as well. But he has to play into the Global Silence. Not easy for him to just force towers down.
Yeah. And he doesn't really like interacting with Leshrac too much overall, right? So
no. Not early, at least. Later the game goes, it gets better, but
sure.
You just need to blink on the Tiny. And we are half of that away right now.
In that case, if you're Enigma, are you making the call to hunt the Tiny down whenever you see him?
I mean, if the Lesh or the Beast feel like you can find some kills, some openings, make some moves, I'm going with them for sure. It's your map to take right now. You have some good vision out as well. This Obs is scouting Aurora's triangle.
Yeah, you've got a haste rune on Sumail with Rod of Atos, but he's busy farming neutrals. You're gonna run into Yamich here, trying to farm up some neutrals in their side of the map. Punish him for that, but smoke doesn't run into the Beastmaster, so it's not the worst.
Yeah, haste rune didn't get you anything here.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna fight for a power rune. Hopes it's not top. It is. Kiyotaka has an amp damage, so this kind of guarantees. I don't think Nigma's actually gonna get a fight due to that amp damage, and Kiyotaka will likely get his Blink Dagger.
Feels a little bad. You were stronger there. If the Beast could have combined on that rune, the Helm done. Get a good fight there in that river. Easy open terrain. Instead, you got to watch this Tiny pick up your rune and close in on that Blink. As the momentum stalls out a bit here. Do have global backup. Some line drawn across the whole map. Noob says, no, I don't want to go that way. I want to go through the gate.
Okay. Well, he's not going through the gate.
Probably going to go now, I assume. I mean, they're probably looking at this bottom tier 1 into Wisdom Shrine. That would be the ideal sequence here in the next minute.
Yeah, killing the Enigma. Maybe you take that tier 1 tower, but no, he's sticking around. I don't know. Okay, they're finally going to smoke up. Now they're going to make that move, but it's just... Ghost needs to push out this bottom lane faster.
Yeah, he really needs to push it fast.
GH and Sumail are also coming over here, which I feel like... Well, Yamich is still going to get behind Toronto Tokyo, so flame break him into the lasso. They've got him.
He was just not expecting that at all.
No, he was busy looking at the map or something.
Sleeping on the job.
All right, well, here comes the big push into the tower. 10 seconds until Wisdom Shrine. Can they get there in time? Miro's going to try and hold the ground. Puts Brambles over the bridge to slow down Yamich. It's going to be a close call. Has to terrorize. And he has it.
I feel like that move was just slow from Nigma. I think that was their shrine to get. Instead, they lose both here.
Yeah. Mira is going to die for taking that Wisdom Shrine, but probably worth it.
Still happy with the overall gain, but it could have been a lot better. That said, might just get a tier 2 out of this as well. Do not see Aurora defending this tower with no glyph available.
Hey, it's true. They pretty healthy amount of physical damage there, Rock, and probably means that they could Roche at some point as well. I don't really think of their lineup as being a good Roche taking lineup, but they took that tier 2 really fast. Yamich still trying to farm his Blink Dagger. Last rack. Bloodstone builds. Manta for Nightfall. Arcane Rune on Kiyotaka. Wouldn't be surprised if Aurora try and smoke up about this time.
Yeah, you gotta find something in this game with the Tiny. Just for your mentality's sake. I don't think you want to AFK this game until 40 minutes and hope Dusa carries you.
Mira's got a smoke in his backpack, but... Nothing happening. And Noob is like full control of this bottom lane. Instead, Enigma Galaxy got to be the one to smoke up. Blink forward from the Tiny, breaks some of that smoke. They ping. And they think it was a big smoke move coming in from Aurora. So they kind of ping and Sumail backs away. Now that the Beastmaster is rejoining them, they feel strong again. Trying to chase, but got to be spotted by one of these watchers.
This is one of those games where both teams are off the map enough that the other thinks the move's being made. And in reality, no one's making the move, so they're both just playing slightly scared. And ultimately, it will be this Beastmaster who breaks that trade-off, as he can just do the objective. So it'll force a response out of Aurora.
Fortune's End onto the Tiny as he jumps in after Yamich. Not quite enough to blow him up here. Yamich, okay, finally they get him. Dark Willow Able to hit him with the Shadow Realm here. Global Sound's gonna get used. They try and punish Kiyotaka. Oh, the Global Sounds barely ran out in time, and they got off the false promise. That was big, because if the Tiny dies there, pretty sure Enigma Galaxy just run and take whatever kills they can. But now Kiyotaka can bounce back in. Look at a Ghost. Hits him with the Avalanche, trying to get the toss back. Does manage. Oh, he tossed him to the Beastmaster. They were hoping to get a big black hole, but instead, Toronto Tokyo is silenced. Fate's Edict on Kiyotaka. He's a little bit low, but being healed up, he's okay. The 5-stack of Aurora just proves to be a bit too strong for Enigma Galaxy.
No global, heal the Tiny, go back in. Still have that black hole if the Lesh commits to the fight. There's a lot of AoE for Sumail to just run through in this game with the Dark Willow plus the Enigma. Avalanche on top of that, a Stone Gaze that can control you. It's a one fight for Aurora.
Nice Rod of Atos. And no toss back, so Sumail's... Well, he was fine.
Yeah, he went in.
Then he went in.
That is a bad move versus that Vessel.
Curious.
Tiny's getting some work done, more than I thought he was going to be able to find here in a very stalemated game.
Sumail's had some rough moments in this tournament.
Take that back.
I won't. That's just like my opinion, man.
Yeah, well, your opinion is bad, man. I think you've had some rough moments in this tournament. How does that make you feel, big man?
It's probably true. I accept it. Thank you for your honest feedback.
You're welcome. I have some unhonest feedback if you'd like that later.
I would love dishonest feedback.
We'll have a talk.
Okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Back to hitting the Roshan.
Just noob, though.
Yeah, trying to disguise a little bit. Sumail trying to hold the tower.
He's doing a decent job. This Desecrate really helps.
I had like a moment of trying to figure out what the hell spell you were talking about.
I mean, it's 15 armor on Roche.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
That's a lot of armor. I mean, that's like if you had Deso plus another Deso.
Wow. 2 Desos.
Basically, you had TA in that. Deso Meld Strike. Pow.
And now he's got a Golem to make the Leshrac and Bloodseeker that much tankier when they go in. We'll pick off here in the mid lane on Mira. That'll help set things up as they can start swarming out and taking over. They're hitting all their timings right.
Oh, yeah.
Enigma Galaxy stalled out a little bit, but they've got Aegis and Pipe. They've got a Bloodstone. They've got not quite Mjolnir. He just needs to buy the Hyperstone, but...
He has it gold-wise, and Golem or on top of all that, yeah, this 5-man ball is incredibly strong right now. Your only worry about pushing is the toss-back threat and whatever Nightfall can produce, which will be a butterfly shortly here.
And this is why Toronto Tokyo has picked up a Blink Dagger. A 5-man ball, one way to break it, a really good black hole that catches the silencer plus whatever else.
Or the global gets used early in the fight. Something to watch out for if you're Enigma. You can throw this global out to secure kills on people to block the Oracle save, but then you can't clump into that black hole. Nightfall gonna hit mid. Pretty bold. Without the butterfly even completed. Enigma gonna let him get away with this?
They are. They're too busy setting up on this tier 2 tower. Aurora might get the better of the map for now. This rate. Hitting mid, pushing out bottom. We're going to smoke up and start heading towards top, it seems.
Radiant are scanning.
They are going to be taking that fight without the Bloodseeker. So this is a weird little 4v4. They spoke a little bit late, but I think Mira saw some of that animation. They're going to break on the low ground. Kiyotaka gets the jump, tries to blow up the silencer right away. Got up the global silence anyway. Now it's going to be the Tiny in trouble. Where's the Oracle? Panto, he's in trouble. Noob is chasing after him. He got off the false promise on himself. He TPs away. Might be able to out-heal the damage done. He eats. Oh! He actually ate a healing salve to try and heal through all that damage, and it wasn't enough.
I mean, he took so much on the way out. It was absurd.
I always wish that you could tell how close it is, you know? Like, even after the fact. Just, like, let me know. Did I die by, like, 100 damage or 1,000 damage?
It should have a little number that comes up. And then it should insult you based on how bad it was.
You died by 50 health, idiot.
Yeah. -1,000. Uninstall the game.
Noob doesn't have his roar to work with here. They're going to... Okay, no global silence. And the Beastmaster, a bit isolated from his team.
All that for Aegis, but is anybody coming to help him?
They're going to try and toss him back in brambles as well. And Enigma Galaxy have just forsaken their offer.
Yeah, what is that? That's your Aegis carrier with the big golem creep, strongest hero on the map, most farmed hero on the map. You just let him kill him twice for free? Only because you don't have global? I don't know about that. But it was not good. Like, this is a hero you group with, you push with your timings, you have timings. You threw a lot of gold to Nightfall here, and that is the one guy you didn't want getting a lot of gold, because I feel as though when this Medusa gets Scotty, you're going to have a rough time dealing with it. Your lineup just does not do a lot versus Medusa in this game. It's a really good pick. Hardest matchup for Bloodseeker. Really tough matchup for Leshrac. In fact, I think Medusa is statistically the worst carry matchup for both of those cores.
Probably, yeah.
The Beastmaster one is, I think it's mainly a wash, right? Like, I'm sure Beastmaster is favored because he can push the tempo and control the pace, but in terms of scaling power, like, it's whatever.
Yeah.
And your supports, I mean, who cares, right? Like, maybe you get some really clutch last so you can isolate him with a global, but they're not doing damage to this guy. It's not Elder Titan or something. So this game looks kind of difficult for Enigma Galaxy right now.
You brought up something that I kind of made a realization. Do you feel like Enigma Galaxy do not play around Noob's timings very well? Whether that's spells or items?
I think that's pretty fair to say.
It seems like they play around Ghost and Sumail's timings like way more. Like in this example, like the Beastmaster dies, but like Sumail's like, I'm almost finishing up Kaya. Ghost is like, I'm trying to get to my BKB right now. We saw the last game, he had Doom up for like long periods of time, but nobody to play around with that Doom. That may not be like a team thing, may not be a noob thing. But somebody's got to be more assertive. And
you just have to be on the same page whichever direction you go.
Yeah.
Because you can't throw away kills like that, let the game slow down, and now your net worth lead's bleeding away. As Deuce says king of the pack. That Scotty is going to be done very soon here.
All right, well, they have reached a double BKB timing. So this is another big peak for Enigma Galaxy when it comes to item pickups.
For sure.
Panto will be in a better position, though, for this next fight. It's a defensive fight, but also he's got Blink Dagger.
Radiant
So,
are scattered.
last team fight, they were out on the map. He got run at by Noob. Wasn't able to get a false promise on Kiyotaka as a result.
Very wise TP there from Mira. He creates a lot of space off that.
Yeah.
Aurora giving Enigma Galaxy the runaround right now. Their supports are finding more farm during this period. The Deuce is definitely finding more farm. Enigma Galaxy not finding a lot. Kind of just waiting for the Roche spawn. It's a ways away still. Gave up that Aegis early. In fact, Aurora, they're just going to group. This is 150 gold off that Scotty. There it is. Where's the courier? Oh, he flew it from the other shop. See, this is a man who respects courier delivery routes.
Maybe you should be the DHL spokesman.
Yeah, maybe I should. Routing is important, Austin.
That's true. 4-man smoke up behind this Medusa. Aurora is so clearly all in on their timings. It's weird. Ghost picked up his BKB, but he's still not joining his team.
I mean, he has to keep the farm up. Can't just take time off. But yeah, the fight breaks out here. No Bloodseeker for a bit.
I mean, now he wants to fuse a blade, which, you know, I get it.
I mean, Nightfall's pinging his top tier too. He wants to force the objective so you're not just chasing heroes around the map looking for catch that is not the strong suit of this lineup. Pretty fair. But this will waste some of that Scotty timing that he had, that they smoked with. Not going to land here.
And if Nigma responds appropriately, like, they'll just push out the bottom lane and force you back into your base. Which does look like Noob is going to do now.
Got to care about the toss back, but yeah. Let the creeps do some of the work here. Golem just slapping it. Look at him go.
Just a very slow game between these two teams. Game 1 had a nice tempo that was built up for Enigma Galaxy. This one has felt a little bit slower.
Well, part of it is Aurora have no initiation. It's like Tiny Toss, and that's it. And this Tiny was super far behind.
Yeah.
So their ability to find stuff around the map is incredibly limited. Enigma Galaxy have Bat Rider plus the Beast who just picked up a Blink. So they're just going up a little more now. But both these teams were pretty dependent on a single hero to start anything.
Smoke across the map.
This is like the same move they made earlier.
Yep.
Maybe it'll work the second time if you somehow catch Sumail here, but
the map is in a better position. Eidolons have pushed out the bottom lane, so.
It's the Wisdom Shrine smoke. Even if you miss here, you will get something, and it's very likely somebody from Nigma here.
Breaks. Kiyotaka trying to figure it out. Oh, Sumail blinked before he got him. Toronto Tokyo is there.
He blinked in
on the triangle, but Global Silence is going to be used, so Sumail, he might have a chance to kill the Enigma here. Roar goes out on the Medusa. They focus on Toronto. Oh, what a false promise. What a saving there from Panto. Beautiful timing. A black hole going to be used on the Beastmaster to finish him off.
It's full.
Noob eventually falls. Toronto Tokyo back up to full HP. Nightfall at half. Ghost pops his BKB. This is not looking good. They have to use Lasso. Sumail surrounded. Toronto Tokyo blinks behind him, finishes him off. Enigma Galaxy just all out of sorts after what they thought was going to be a guaranteed kill on the Enigma. Panto coming in the clutch.
That was incredibly awkward for Kiyotaka and somehow ended up working out. As he blinked looking for Sumail, ended up behind the gate in their base. And then had to walk out of their base. But then he was able to toss the first target who TP'd in into that Enigma vicinity. So it ended up kind of being good for him.
Huh.
And I believe it was Yamich who got tossed in. So it was also the Bat who didn't want to lasso him. Super awkward success, some might say, for Aurora. Barely getting that false promise off was absolutely huge to guarantee a black hole presence in that fight.
I think Noob maybe got a little bit tunnel vision there. He did a great job in the previous fight.
Look at where he blinks on this Tiny.
Radiant are scanning.
He blinks down. He's in their base on that minimap.
That's funny.
And he's going to come from the bottom of this fight, tossing in the Bat Rider. Like, the Yamich lands there. Like, goddamn, where is this Tiny coming from? But this fight already looks hard because the Bloodseeker's not in it. Ghost is just super late to the party here. And the second he goes in that fight, the Enigma heals back up to full.
Yeah.
It was even worse for him. The Lesh gets hit with the Vessel. Toronto Tokyo honestly ended up doing a lot of work in this engagement.
He did.
Despite the position being really bad for him.
Somebody's got to hunt this Oracle.
That's always the name of the game of this hero.
Unless your burst damage is so good that you're guaranteed to get the kill on during Global Silence, one of these, Bat Rider or the Beastmaster, somebody's got to blink into the back lines and find this guy. And now Aurora have a net worth lead for the first time in this game. Outside of the 3 Bounty Rune start, I suppose. Ghost is going to go for a Scotty, so it'll be a while until we see an upgrade for him. Very awkward. I feel like this is kind of peak for their heroes, relatively speaking. Kiyotaka, Shield Rune. He goes in. Global Silence going to be the response here. Toss back onto the Yamich's Bat Rider.
Again.
Immediately dies.
And black hole's free.
The free black hole onto the Bloodseeker, covered by the Avalanche, so Ghost is definitely dead. Noob. They got a false promise.
Alive.
Fortune's End stops the TP still. chasing after Panto. Can't even get that kill. He's fully healed up.
Yeah, this fight just crumbled.
1 for 4 is going to be the trade here.
They just can't fight Nightfall anymore in this game. They missed their timing to close this one out, and now they're in massive trouble as they're just getting outscaled. Can't touch the Deuce. The carry matchup's way too bad, and he is so far ahead now. Just no easy targets.
No.
Couple stumbles with this Beastmaster lead, and it's gone, and where's the damage going to come from? Not the Bloodseeker. And apparently not the Leshrac, as he's getting diced up in the middle of it all.
Toronto Tokyo trying to hunt GH while they take the Aegis. Did end up catching GH. So, nice pickoff. That makes things even more delayed for Enigma Galaxy. Going to be another 45 seconds till they can put together a 5-man squad.
And he is double anti-heal with the Jitty Pollen bag plus Vessel.
Yeah.
Like 2 sources you can throw in this Leshrac or Bloodseeker, super effective in the fight.
Amp damage for Kiyotaka. He's going to follow the flame trail here. See if you can find the Bat Rider. The end, which is he's out.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh no, I just do not see a window now for Enigma Galaxy for the rest of the game. Like, I feel like they're always going to be weaker.
Radiant's
Ultra late,
is under attack.
if we're talking 6-slotted Leshrac, I mean, it can get pretty weird with this hero sometimes.
I'm not saying they can't win. I'm just saying I think they're unfavored for the entirety of the game.
That is probably true, yeah. They don't really have another timing to get to here outside of like refreshers plus some late game talents, multiple ruptures, multiple globals. That could be a big one, I guess, if GH can get to refresher. Then you can go in with this lasso refresher and still have another silent or lasso global and still have another one for the black hole.
BKB goes off from Ghost. They do have global silence here, but Ghost can't get any kills. No kills, no heals. And Panto's just able to false promise himself multiple times. Not even having a false promise an ally.
Oh, he still died.
Okay, he did.
Went through the gate instead of the base. That was the wrong call. Tormentor gonna go to the Deuce here.
That is the second shard going to Aurora this game.
They just have it all right now, and no answers
middle tower
for
is
this
under attack.
insanely good Medusa game. I mean, it's been some time since I've seen a Medusa game this good in terms of the core matchups.
Yeah, which is funny considering how meta the hero is right now.
Well, teams prefer to play him in the off lane, where of course you get the benefit of building Meteor Hammer, which is such a powerful item that it's really tough to turn down, you know. And then, of course, you get the second benefit of building Rod of Atos, which is, of course, another just powerhouse of an item in the realm of Dota 2. It's really hard to turn down that item building this hero and then run around the map and do nothing for 20 minutes. That timing in particular tends to be really powerful. Teams underrate it because a lot of times you're thinking, maybe he's only going to be useless for 15 minutes, but no, he's actually useless for close to 25. And then by the time your base is getting pushed and you're losing, he almost has Radiance, which is his third power spike. The almost Radiance, that's what can usually win you the game. Because teams don't expect that. They're thinking, oh, he hasn't even finished an item. We can't fight this guy. No, guess what? You can't. That's true.
No, nobody asked. Nobody asked.
Ice Frog did by making this goddamn abomination of a hero. Unless he didn't, in which case, I retract my statement and apologize.
Can you imagine? Ice Frog out of nowhere just tweets at you.
That would make my day, honestly. If I said something that incensed him so much that he felt he had to tweet at me.
Yeah, it's just sandwiched between him announcing TI winners.
I'm putting that on my fridge, you know.
At like, SVG Dota. Listen,
congratulations to Team Liquid for TI. Also, fuck that guy in particular. He can go screw himself. His opinions suck.
Aurora are hitting their second lane of barracks, while Enigma Galaxy are pushing one. Aurora's like, yeah, you can have it. We'll trade you. We'll trade 3 for 1. How about that?
Yeah, I don't think they mind trading out here. Tier 2 is up on the other 2 lanes. What are you going to do? You're going to have to come back and fight.
Looking forward, going after the Oracle, but he got Yules. He can't even put out the damage. He doesn't have any boars. He doesn't have any creeps. Ghost is going to die again. Got off a really great False Promise on Kiyotaka. False Promise kind of ruining this game for Enigma Galaxy. Bloodseeker can't get any kills, so he doesn't heal up in the fight.
Another win for Oracle, perhaps.
Perhaps. I mean, it feels inevitable at this point. They're going to wait out the Aegis expiring here, get Nightfall back up to full mana, and then head for the killing blow.
Tasty little regen there.
Nightfall just blinking into the tier 4s.
Why not? He can do whatever he wants in this game. Matchups are just too damn good. You cannot stumble in this game if you were Enigma Galaxy, and you definitely stumbled. That's for sure. I'm not sure you were ever as far ahead as it felt, but you had a chance to close out the map and just get super farmed on everybody.
I think the biggest thing is you clearly had to play a faster game than Enigma Galaxy was.
That's true, yeah. And you do get the Enigma. Some decent gold there. You're going to get the Willow as well? Okay.
1, 2, 3 more to go. Nightfall is going to be the toughest nut to crack here. He's got a swift blink, so he is well prepared to jump on top of you if necessary.
Oh, Lord, he's in.
And that's what he did. Killed GH just like that. Leshrac finally pops out from his hiding spot. Samael thought he had something here. Instead, all he found was Kiyotaka, who beat the Batrider to a pulp.
Oof. I mean, he's pretty big. He found a lot of farm.
Yeah, he did.
While this Nightfall Medusa was taking the game over. And yeah, I mean, that'll be game 2. Go into a game 3 here. Enigma Galaxy not finding much. Really not finding much after it felt like the 15-minute mark. Oracle just causes so many lineups problems. If you don't snowball, then you have to have direct ways to deal with this hero. And if you don't do either, well, it appears right now you're probably going to lose.
I think that's a pretty fair assessment.
Ultimately, though, that Medusa pick was just straight nasty in Nightfall. I mean, he's laughing all the way to the bank on that one. He's like, this game's too easy for me. You got to step it up. Is this the so-called Enigma Galaxy that is back? That everyone's telling me is back? Back to what? Back to losing to me.
They are indeed back to losing, but they still have a third game to play against Aurora. So still a chance here. Still a chance to get themselves from, I believe they might be sitting at 8th place if they lose. But if they win, they'll bounce up to 6th place.
So they'd be back to 6th. That's pretty good.
I think it's an extra $2,500 for everybody involved. $500 a piece.
I'm also not sold that this Bloodseeker Silencer is so strong it's worth picking despite the heroes lacking any other synergy in the game.
I think it's like their 3rd loss in a row with this combo.
The lane's, okay, it's cool, cheesy, but even here, you didn't win the lane. People are starting to figure out the lane counters. So if you don't get the cheese lane win, what other synergy do these 2 heroes have in the game? It's extremely minimal. Almost 0.
Well, let's go ahead and take a quick little relook at this game 2 and what went wrong for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, started off to be close game between these 2 teams. Ends up being a little bit more one-sided by the end of it. Nice 3k gold advantage here. The Oracle looking like not the best hero possible in the game. Turned into some really big team fights, especially this one here at 31 minutes here for Aurora after winning the previous engagement. The Bloodseeker did feel like it hit a wall a little bit. This new facet does, give you some raw damage increase, but compared to the Spell Amp and the Mjolnir build, I just am not so certain that it's good enough. I definitely agree with what they said about the laning stage. If you are laning against this Enigma off lane, it's not as easy to get the easy cheese harass. against your opponent, and then you just become a rupture bot, which your opponents have addressed usually by the last pick. Deuces certainly does not give a crap about getting ruptured, so that matchup eventually paid off for Aurora and carried them to a Game 2 victory.
Weird one, that.
Yeah, I think they had this one in the bag.
Not with the
15
draft. With the draft?
Even with the draft, yeah. Like they had, what, 5-6K gold lead and then picked up the Aegis. Suddenly they lost the Aegis. They lost the Beastmaster as well. They needed to keep this tempo going. Like you could definitely feel that Bloodseeker, he was missing a BKB as well. And also, how many times have we seen them try to focus down this Enigma or try to kill Oracle, especially Enigma, and Enigma just doesn't die.
Yeah, no, it's weird. I felt like I said, I thought the problem was that they picked it into stuff that already didn't care. Like, we'd already seen that Enigma and Willow can beat this on lane. We know that Oracle can purge this stuff off. So I just feel like if you don't crush the lane with it, is it worth the cheese?
I'm a little surprised that they still decided to go for it, considering that they lost against the lane when they were playing against Liquid, but also wanted to maybe make a point that they can still beat it, still believe in the strategy, but it just didn't work out.
No, it's weird. I kind of thought that Aurora just picked a pretty steady draft anyway. I mean, it counts as the cheese, but it's also, you know, Medusa's just pretty safe, I guess. Even though that lead may have been there, I think a lot of the time it's just because if you've got a Medusa, you're just hitting creeps. You're not maybe necessarily looking for fights. But this Batrider did nothing. Every time he went in, they blew him up.
Yeah, also some of the globals, like the way they wanted to execute the fights is find Oracle or find a target, lasso it, and then use the global so there's not going to be a save, but they became way too tanky. They just did not have enough damage.
Yeah.
And also this build on Enigma, I really liked it. Spirit Vessel, Medusa did build up Scotty against the Bloodstone, against the Bloodseeker. You're actually not healing at all.
A couple of misplays as well, I felt. There was one where Leshrak sort of turned around when the Sumail was definitely out. Just turned around and ran into 4 people, and there was just a little bit of a
Wrong
misplay.
way.
Yeah, the sort of thing where you think, you know, the first game they looked really good. And I feel like when I've watched them this tournament, that's pretty much how they felt as a team that sometimes you watch them and think, oh yeah, they're back, baby. Like they're actually doing well. And then they put in a performance like that and you think, what's going on? So
I thought I saw the pattern where they're going to be winning the game with Bloodseeker plus Silencer, then losing a game, winning a game, losing a game. This was supposed to be the win, but the way that Enigma balances it out is prior to this series, they had 50% win rate, so they won a game. Now they had to lose the game, so I didn't count that in.
So they're looking for balance in all things.
Yeah, they're looking for a draw in this third game.
That 50% does include Group Stage 1, of course. But I feel like I have not seen this team at a tournament in a very long time. What's the most recent thing that they qualified other than this?
They did well at Blast.
They were at Blast?
Yeah, they were at
Blast. I don't even remember them at Blast. I was at Blast. The one at the start of this month?
I can't remember if it was this one or the latest one, but or the previous one, because they did good. I believe they got like top 3.
Oh, that must have been the previous one.
Or you were not really paying attention at that
I was
Blast.
there. No, I was there. I remember, yeah, because I'm pretty sure they went at this Blast. I can remember the teams that were, and I'm pretty sure they went in there. So, but I guess they did all right at Blast 2, or whenever that was earlier in the year.
Yeah, this team is just built different. They always get your hopes up, then they disappoint you, but you know what? There's still a third game.
There is still a third game, that's true. Not that it's going to help them, but it could screw over Aurora.
Good.
And then I think the permutation that Neil was talking about was that if Gaming beat Paravision, there's some kind of tiebreaker thing on. That's what Enigma are playing for. Oh, not Enigma, that's what Aurora would be playing for at that point. But I think it's pretty unlikely that Gaming will beat Paravision, genuinely.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Paravision didn't drop, like they dropped pretty much 2 games.
Yeah.
And they're undefeated in second group stage, so
how did they do in group stage 1? Because Enigma were top of their group. Were Paravision top of the other group?
Well, that's a good question. There's been a lot of Dota, Ted.
Yeah, mate. Some might say too much, but I'm actually,
definitely.
I've been enjoying it this year,
Can't be
really.
too much Dota. Let's see, group stage 1. Yeah, they ended with the score 12-2. Overall, 5 wins, 2 draws. Getting that first place again.
They're pretty good. They are pretty good. So what do you think they're going to pick in the next game? You don't think they're not going to?
No, they're not going to be try to cheese. It seems like they have very limited strategy that they try to go for. It didn't work out, and now they need to, maybe try to think of something on the spot. Maybe Kuro can dig deep, maybe into some like Dota 1 archives and try to bang out some
maybe like a
counters or some
TA Tide. That was a Kuro classic. Remember
yeah,
that
maybe
one?
Tide plus. Who was it? Sniper. This was like strat that was unbeatable when Shrapnel worked on the towers. So
Oh my
just
God.
Siege.
It was awful.
Siege the towers while Tidehunter did have Ravage. And
That
if
was
you ever
bad. Yeah,
initiated,
he
it would
just
get
stands there.
ravaged, pretty much.
Yeah, it's terrible. God, what was your of all time? What was your worst patch that you? I mean, Troll Sniper was the one we all complain about. But what was the moment we thought, oh my God, this is just awful?
Well, Ted, I'll tell you a story. Back in my days, there were a couple of imbalanced heroes.
Okay.
And I'm going to be telling you about the Darks here. Like, you could actually make the illusions of your own team. If you went through the wall, you made the illusions of your own team, and people still didn't ban him.
And this wasn't a bug?
No, this was actually a feature.
So you got 2 of your carry or whatever?
Yeah, you have 2 carries plus the enemy team as well. That's on top of my head. Anything else that I could think of?
That wasn't in was that in Dota 2?
That was in Dota 1.
Okay.
Like
alright.
pre-64-8B, for example.
Wow.
You could have blinked no matter what. Like, you couldn't cancel the blink damage.
Like League
so
of
if you're like,
Legends.
yeah, you just, like, I'm out.
Damn. Well, that sucks. Well, here's to good patches.
Yeah.
Cheers.
I haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again. What do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song. Been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again. What do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be. cherry pie and cream. There are stories we need to tell and laughter we need to share. There's joy and love all around, good vibrations everywhere. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. We're living the day as it comes. Might be tough for a while. Still rolling with the punches, and we do it with a smile. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
There's a lot of forced 50% going on right now. So far in this entire Dream League Season 26, Enigma Galaxy have a 50% chance of winning a series. But prior to this last game, they also had a 50% chance of success with their Bloodseeker and their Silencer combo. And Aurora have a 50% chance of maybe making it into automatic tiebreakers, or maybe they get eliminated from a Dream League Season 26. Things are very, very intense.
Yeah, drafts once again is determining a lot. I think that was, with the last series that we've had the last couple of days, a lot of stomps. That one was a nice, rare, not stomp into decisive wins, which was nice. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, stomps are no good. We've had a lot of stomps. I think we always get to this point, especially after, I think the tournament gets into the first group stage, you expect lots of stomps.
Sure.
And you get a few, for sure. And then the second group stage, you think now it's going to even out. But there's always a couple of teams that are like, just too much better than everybody else. And a couple of teams that maybe snuck into the second group stage. But also then you have the patch. You have some people who figured it out before others. It happens.
But we're having stomps within a series. It'll be a 3-game series, and both teams take turns stomping each other.
Oh, we've seen that quite a few times now, especially with Enigma Galaxy. They're playing against Liquid. They win, they lose, they win. It's just how it is. And not just in, like, this is not tied to Enigma Galaxy in general. It's just that I can't tell why it is, because, like, you lose so hard. We've seen so many games where one team has 4 kills, then second game, they get like 40 kills while the other team has 4 kills. It's really bizarre indeed.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators was another example of that happening over the past few days, where sometimes Quinn is nigh irrelevant for one game, and then the next game he has like 23 kills on Alina. So we are seeing both ends of the spectrum on this final day of the group stage, and now we are in the final game of this series, game number 3 of Aurora versus Enigma Galaxy. Will start off with a bristleback pick with a Kunkka, Tusk, and a Morphling band.
All right, I have a funny story because you mispronounced bristleback. Because I mispronounced it once, and I called them bristleback, and one girl actually sent me a sticker, like a fridge magnet, that it was bristleback.
That was right.
Baking some cookies.
Ooh,
that was really nice.
That's amazing.
That was really nice.
That's cool. Bristle bake or bristle dick. I don't know which I prefer.
I prefer bake.
Yeah. That's not a fridge magnet you want, the other one.
The other one, you give it to your grandma. But back to the draft, Enigma Galaxy, we'll go with Dark Willow. Like, Dark Willow, I would say, looked good in pretty much every single game that we've seen. This hero just offers you with so much. It was also a hero that they struggled in the previous game because that extra regen, I think they also figured out playing against Silencer and Bloodseeker, is that you need to bring extra regen, and also with Pixie Dust being buffed to 150% extra regen, so that's very, very good. And also Healing Salve. We've seen teams kind of abusing that as well. Sure, you're losing some of the net worth, but using Healing Salve is going to give you 100% HP pretty much. If you're sitting at 5, you're going back to 100 no matter what.
Oh my god.
Dark Willow's a criminal. This dog has been robbing me blind, also a criminal. Please let me know if you spot this.
What is it giving away? 4
bounty runes, I think.
4 bounty runes.
Yeah. 100% chance of winning the game.
Wow. Well, he's got a car, so it's going to be hard to catch.
Yeah.
Also, he's a dog.
He'll bite you.
Well, I was thinking more that you can't rely on the other dogs grassing on him because they don't speak English.
Grassing on him?
Yeah, grassing him up.
Never heard that before. Does it mean ratting him out?
Yeah, he's a
So,
grass.
like the dog version of it?
Yeah, he's grassing him up.
Or the British version of it.
I haven't quite figured that out. We're not sure yet. Could be both.
I'm going to do this again for the 3rd time. Pull up the most contested heroes.
Ancient Apparition.
Ancient Apparitions ignored. Dark
yeah.
Seers
Templar
ignored.
Assassin.
Templar Assassins
Yeah.
ignored. But Bristlebick is in there.
So you're saying Bristlebick?
That was what I said the first
That's
time.
what I heard.
Oh, you said
Bristlebick.
bristle bick.
Yeah,
I thought you said bristle dick.
It would be funnier though.
Like a dick with bristles on. Like a
Correct.
porcupine's dick.
Or in Echidna. Have you seen a Google it right now?
Oh no, don't.
Echidna reproductive organ.
It's a real creature?
Knuckles the Echidna.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I googled turtles one.
Oh yeah, turtles also have.
Turtle is
Yeah.
like a very weird one, but back to the draft.
No, keep talking.
No, we gotta focus.
Ducks also, there's like a corkscrew.
It's like you know a lot about these things, Neil.
I tried to Google the car manufacturer, and I got pictures of Morgan Freeman.
Yeah.
So you can't trust Google.
AI's been going out of control.
Jenkins's.
I Googled that one too.
Yeah. It's weird. Very weird.
He gives it to all his tier 3 subs.
Jesus.
Did we look at the most Yeah, we did.
Yeah. That was a little while ago now.
We got a little distracted.
Pull up the most picked heroes of this tournament.
Please.
That was fast.
That was fast. Shadow Shaman is banned out. Oh yeah, Ringmaster. What? Ringmaster's been ignored this entire series.
I mean, Oracle is now best friend, not Ringmaster.
That's true.
And even Dark Willow has moved up a bit. Ringmaster is more effective as a 4 than a 5, I think. So he's kind of just been forgotten in exchange. The Gyro ban into the Undying. That makes me think Undying 3, maybe? Would you protect the 5 Undying with banning the Gyro in this position? Seems a little excessive to me, but...
They could also be picking up a Beastmaster on their next pick, so they don't want to give them that. I'd be fine if this is Undying position 5. We haven't seen Undying position 3 other than Miero playing it, and Undying still has a 100% win rate.
Pull up the highest win rate heroes of this tournament. Do we have that one?
Please.
Maybe not, because sometimes they can get warped with 1 picks. We don't have that one. But you're right. It was 6-0 right now. Undying, undefeated.
Good for him.
Good for him.
It's been out of the meta for quite a while, I gotta say.
I miss hearing grab ally.
Oh
now
my
it's
god.
entombed.
Love this top of his head.
Where's his knee?
That is his knee.
I don't think that was his knee.
Oh.
I think that was his bristlebick.
Yeah.
All right. Batrider. Little team fight, little displacement. Get the Undying away from your teammates.
Debuff immune piercing disable.
Hell yeah.
This is
extremely hard carry.
This is
Infinite damage.
Juiciest magic stick game I've ever seen in my life. Let's get a Zeus on Aurora Gaming side.
That hero has not been played
It's
in
not
a bit.
relevant.
Shame. Great hero.
If you activate a magic stick inside Shadow Realm, does Pixie Dust buff it, Kevin?
I think it's HP mana regen. I think it's HP regen and mana regen. I don't think it's heal. Is my understanding.
Yeah, so you should not be getting it.
Because if it worked,
It also
in
depends.
that, it'd
Like
be way too good.
even if it was, like what takes priority? Because like, are you still in Shadow Realm when you click it, or do you get out first?
Do you, when you use items, do you exit Shadow Realm?
No, you can use items in Shadow Realm.
Yeah, I suppose you can. You just can't attack.
Yeah, your first
without
attack
it being
breaks
removed.
That's why you can TP while you're Shadow Realm.
Yeah, you're right.
Ah, he's got a perfect 50-50 win-loss as well.
So after this game, we will decide whether Undying is still going to stay at 100%, where Ancient Apparition is going to be whether lower or higher than 50, and same goes for Nigma's Galaxy's been rated.
I'm telling you, 50, forced 50%.
Last game.
All over the place.
I actually like a here against either of these two supports because it's either going to help you blow one of them up. I think if you hit Undying with Ice Blast before he pops his ulti, he just can't pop his ulti or he's going to die faster. And Dark Willow also cast some spells, do some AoE ground damage. It's going to be easier to kill her, whereas normally it can be a bit painful lately. They just need more disable on Aurora Gaming side is the only thing that I'd like to see out of them. But between like Ice Vortexes and goo all over the place.
It's a lot of damage over time. Like they want to be in these longer fights or they can use 10 goo stacks, multiple Ice Vortexes. Same goes for Batrider with Sticky Napalm. It is very annoying draft to play against. This is why this Buck is such a good pick. So I want to see some kind of a control that's going to come out from the mid lane.
All right, probably Undying offlane then with the Naga pick since it has been more popular as a support, but you never know, it could be a core too. Probably not though.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Naga carry.
Yeah.
Though, what's her main job as a support?
Naga actually received a buff in terms of carry, because if you're building into Aghanim Scepter net now breaks the target, so it's relatively good against Bristlebreak.
Which is interesting, because I was just thinking about this for the Shadow Shaman. It's amazing how powerful a hero just having a break in their toolkit makes them in competitive Dota. Because it feels like it pushes Shadow Shaman from being like a good hero to being like, oh, if there's a Bristleback, you have to always ban this hero. So adding that in could make a big difference. I don't think we'll see Ags from a support Naga, but...
So how garbage must Phantom Assassin and Hoodwink be, if even that there are all these heroes that...
It's a good carry Naga game. You're playing against TB, you're also going to be playing against... You need the spell in the lane, it's very good. They have no real lockdown other than Batrider, so most of the time your ulti is going to go off. Maybe it's time to play Naga Siren as carry.
Pull up Ghost history on Naga Siren and see if he has it in his pocket.
It feels like dirty Morphling players will also play dirty Illusion heroes. Am I wrong? It just feels like they're...
Birds of a feather.
They are. They're just annoying, like min-max, clear the map, get too many agility items.
You're going to have Terrorblade push in lanes with his illusions
Oh, that
as
doesn't
well.
look too good, Neil.
What are the numbers?
12 games so far in professional E-scene, sitting at 41% win rate.
The hero hasn't been good in a long time for carry, though. I don't know.
When was his last game?
I was about to check.
Tell me. Was it a win?
It was a dub 12 months ago.
Okay, it's the 1 year anniversary.
Challenger mode daily tournaments. Not sure what the hell that is, but he won that game.
It was daily. Aurora Gaming are skeptical, though. They are banning out a Drow Ranger because they're expecting it to be a support Naga Siren. And Enigma are going to ban out Kiyotaka heroes, the Riki and the Ember Spirit.
But this is also a very good core Undying game from the offlane. They have no stuns. You're playing against Ancient Apparition, TB. These heroes have very low HP. Plus, you have a setup in your lane. You're going to be playing with Dark Willow, most likely. So that's like you get inside of the Bramble. They drop a Tombstone, Blood Grenade. You have a couple of decays. You're just going to die.
Yeah, that sounds really tough to deal with. And when we first saw Undying get played at this tournament, it was also against the TB and it stomped the lane. It was Miro playing it.
They don't have much time here. Could they take TA? No, they've gone for Void.
Yeah, they need more lockdown. TA is kind of a good idea because it is high value, but yeah, more disable to set up Ice Blast is great. Some AoE silence sounds great against all these heroes.
Yeah.
All of them aren't going to be too happy to be silenced, with the exception of maybe the Undying, but I like it. He's going to need an Ags build. He is countered by Puck Dreamcoil, of course, before he gets a little bit of farm, so there is some threat to him dying, but the support duo, until we see Willow hit 6, just doesn't do that much damage, so I could easily see the Void Spirit surviving through a Dream Coil.
Yeah, we've seen this matchup go both ways, whether Puck counters Void Spirit or vice versa.
Oh my goodness.
The Panda caught him. A wanted criminal. It's...
I caught this dirty dog here. I heard there was a bounty on him. A bounty!
Oh my, yeah.
Come on,
there
come
it
on,
is.
pay up!
What, 4? It was 4 bounty runes?
4 bounty runes, come on!
1, 2.
I'm on his team, by the way, while he gets paid. Oh, I felt that.
Yeah, that's right, boy. That's right.
No. And yet again, none of you do anything. The cops are on their way.
They have guns.
And
What
they're
are we gonna do?
dancing. What? It was Cap the whole time?
A Slark carry, guys. Holy shit. Get the cops here for a different reason.
Yeah, this is like Hotline Miami.
I'm about to bust down the door.
And last pick Slark for Ghost.
It's a carry.
It's a carry.
It is a carry.
Slark carry.
Slark.
They're
Slark and
squishy, but I mean, their disable is very weak. So he can kind of do whatever he wants. Kind of good against Bristol. He doesn't have to worry about the quills killing him. He's just going to get gooed and he's going to remove that. Like, it's actually kind of a sick carry pick.
It is, but there's also Ancient Apparition on the other side. If they had some kind of a stun setup, I would be like, oh, okay, this Slark is kind of unplayable. But considering that they don't have that much, like this Void Spirit needs to, yeah, it could be really, really good Slark game. I've said this so many times. I think Slark last pick carry and Troll last pick is like two of the most debated things in Dota, where you're like, okay, they might actually win this time, and they never do. Even though Troll did win,
Troll did win.
So maybe
this
we
pick
should believe.
It's downright criminal, is what it seems like to me. Cap, did you unmask yourself?
I don't know what you're talking about, Neil.
I
was sitting here, and the craziest thing happened.
Yeah.
Some guy in a dog mask showed up, and a panda mask.
Yeah, there's a wanted sign
and
right
then
next to them.
they dove underneath the desk, and then, I don't know, I think there's a tunnel underneath there or something. I think they got away. It's crazy.
The story seems flimsy. Is there anyone who can back up your alibi?
Well, Avery was here too.
Yeah, I was with him the whole time.
He was in the tunnel doing maintenance at the time.
So there is a tunnel.
Yeah.
And you're familiar with the tunnel?
Yeah. I mean, it's the caster tunnel. You don't know about... Do you guys not have a tunnel?
Well, we're going to walk the whole way like scrubs?
You do it every single time!
You shoot down straight to the green room. It's got like a vacuum system and everything. It's really sweet.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. Sometimes Owen just hangs out down there. He's not even working.
Yeah.
I wish I could just...
Playing a Switch.
Zoop you out before this game even began. But unfortunately, you have responsibility to the people at home to cast game number 3 of Aurora versus Enigma Galaxy.
We always follow through with our responsibilities, don't we, Avery?
No, 100%. I don't know what's up with Neil. He's having some real dog days, if you know what I'm saying.
That's true. He does seem to be in danger recently. I don't know what's going on with that.
He's having a rough one.
Hey, Neil.
Doggy.
Nothing related to anything that's happened to you recently, but there is a cup of tea backstage. Would you mind? Would you mind getting it for me? Hey, thank you. We have our wonderful production already here. Thank you so much. All right. Game 3, everybody. Aurora. Are they fixing to stay in this here tournament? Or are they going to be relying on luck to end up in a tiebreaker?
I actually give the edge to Enigma Galaxy. I kind of like what they got here.
Well, do you like what's going on for him right now?
I think as long as Enigma Galaxy gets off to a fast start and they don't feed away any early kills, they're going to be in a really good spot. Honestly.
Yeah, especially if they don't
you
lose their carry.
Want to give first blood away.
Yeah.
And you want the Slark to have the fastest start of everybody here. If you were to pick one hero, I'm picking Ghost. He needs to get out banging. Just start banging on them boards, you know what I'm saying?
Yep. No, I feel what you're saying.
I like the offlane on Dino. I think this hero's looked really good. I think it can do some serious lane damage to Terrorblade. They have the Dark Willow. They have Naga Siren. GH looked really good on this. It's a nice little combination, right? Naga Siren, Dark Willow, Undying. The sleep can really do some damage in this game if you clump into Terrorize, Bramble, Tombstone. Amp on the bristleback helped bring him down. But of course, the scale inside of Aurora is crazy strong. If they get to play some late game here with A to back it all up. Very scary lineup to go late game into. Even if the Slark gets completely out of control, he can still die super easily if the blast ever lands.
This lane's going to be a little awkward. Naga Siren Slark against a Bat Rider. Double melee matchup. I mean, at least you have Mirror Image, I suppose, for GH. He can get rid of Sticky Napalm, so I guess they both can. But still kind of feels like a lane that Bat Rider kind of owns.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad. I worry about the ability for Ghost to ever man up and build stacks, because I don't know how much Naga helps you do that. Unless you can isolate a hero and run them down with the Deluge slow. Then I can kind of see it. Like maybe level 3 you have Mirror plus Ensnare plus Deluge, and you can net this battle on the side, build some stacks, slow him, chase him down.
Yep.
That kind of thing I can see going, but the straight up lane I don't think it's going to be too fun. Early on at least. Nightfall manning up.
Yamich will end up going down first, but support for Core, and considering First Blood is already off the table, not too shabby for Enigma Galaxy.
Undying is so strong with Tombstone. Damage getting thrown in here, but not a bad trade for the Naga Siren. And not a bad hero to build stick charges on, because normally this hero can run out of mana on the lane, but you just constantly get it back and you just spam the nuke off cooldown. We'll get it on 2 heroes there again. Not a bad laning start for Enigma Galaxy, and I feel like I've said that every time, so why even say it anymore?
So I was doing some research on Enigma fan sentiment, how they feel like the team is doing so far. I saw a lot of complaints.
Did you get in contact
with
him?
With who?
The one guy?
No, I think they have way more than one guy. It's a pretty large fan base. I appreciate the joke. GH, he's going to get run down the bottom lane. I saw comments. They're like, oh, why are they picking Doom? Noob Doom. Oh, great. He's going to do nothing for 30 minutes. Jesus, this is awful. They win that game. Then they saw, man, Noob Beastmaster. Like, just call it already. This is an L. So they didn't like that one.
They were
so
right.
maybe they'll like this one, Noob Undying.
I don't think
Or
anyone's
more
ever
likely-
seen it before, so there's probably no comment.
Yeah, well, no, I think that's probably what they'll complain about. Why
Oh.
are they picking Noob, a hero that he's never played before? Because he's only played it one other time in a professional match, and that was all the way back in 2019. So this is basically a new hero for him.
I mean, to be fair, if you can't play Undying, I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is not the most complex hero in the game. You decay the dude, you tombstone all in him, you copy someone else's item build.
I actually think this hero is kind of hard to work sometimes. And
I think the nuances in are very fine, but I'm saying from a mechanical standpoint.
Sure.
You're not going to mechanically suffer playing this hero. It's not like you gave someone Meepo or Tinker who's never played it before, and it just overwhelms your brain with what am I mechanically supposed to be doing right
Well, I don't think the fans were complaining about his mechanics.
Oh. They just don't like his face or something.
They just hate any hero he's playing.
That's fair. Fans can be brutal, Austin.
Yeah, they can. It's a good thing we don't have any.
Speak for yourself. I met my fan at Raleigh.
Oh, yeah?
He was awesome. In fact, I think it's the same fan as the Enigma fan.
Yeah. I thought your one fan was your mother.
No, she doesn't watch my cast anymore.
Well, I know she's my fan.
Found them boring. Why are you making mom jokes? Like, what is wrong with you? What even called for that? I did nothing to you today. I've done nothing to you.
This man, all he does is make your mom jokes.
Not on air.
All day.
Not on air.
All day.
No, not all day. With your mom all day. I couldn't have been doing that all day. Which takes a lot of time, Austin. Her germaniums are doing great.
I'm glad to hear it.
What?
Yeah, what's Yamich doing? He's having a great
rapping
time.
to something. What song is that?
Did you ever have warm-up music? Whenever like you needed to get in the zone before a series, something you have some sort of ritual.
Yeah, I did, but I didn't get to use it a lot because usually you went in the room and Yara was blasting something. So, that kind of takes precedent, I guess.
I see.
Sometimes your warm-up ritual is chosen for you. Do not recommend it. Even
trying to go on a Nightfall, drop the Tombstone. They had a Bramble on him. That's about all they'll do. Just a pittance of damage. Not too much behind it.
You don't want to miss those Tombstone kills.
Yeah.
At least you have Catapult pushing in here. They're going to rotate the Naga Siren, so maybe you still look for something here. No one Snare, however. Might be a little tricky. Nightfall went back and trapped himself.
He's trapped himself between his illusion and the Naga Siren illusion. Now they have him blocked in on the trees.
That was not his finest moment.
No.
Not at all.
No. No, it wasn't.
And Panther, he kind of walked back into it too. He gets hit by the deluge.
He's going to catch up to him. Naga Siren is a fast hero. Hits him with the deluge. Now he's going to get slowed down even further, and down he goes. All right.
He lost his courier. An absolute disaster in the bottom lane.
And it was a Siege Wagon push as well, so good amount of damage on that tower, mid lane rather. Kiyotaka, that Bramble got him.
Oh, nice throw from Yamet. Showing up here in game 3, 4 in one start for the Dark Willow. A little reel in.
Samael just used the Ether Remnant to get down to go for this kill a little bit faster. Yamich on the triple. Damn.
Making moves here.
It's that music, baby.
It's in the zone. He's feeling it. That ritual worked. 5 in one start for the Dark Willow. He's almost wealthier than Kiyotaka.
Radiant are scanning.
Incredible start here for Enigma Galaxy. Can't really ask for anything more. Now, you don't want to die and give up.
He's going to die here, though. Kiyotaka hits him with the Aether Remnant. Trying to get the neutral deny, but no, Kiyotaka was holding on to a nuke.
Oh, that's the last guy you wanted to give that 5x mega kill streak to.
Yeah.
400 gold for Kiyotaka. Now he's back in this game completely.
And they're going to just keep pushing in. Noob. You got to be careful here.
I mean, he has ult Lotus for Tombstone if he needs it.
Yeah, Kiyotaka's pretty slow. Moving around the map at 290 movement speed. Not the best. They're going to Ice Blast him, though. He managed to pop his ultimate before, I think.
Was that before? I don't know.
Maybe it wasn't.
Kind of looked like it was after, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe he got hit by the orb, but not the explosion.
Either way, he survives.
Yeah.
Hasted Kiyotaka making some moves around here, but not a target. Enigma Galaxy want to go on in. I mean, ultimately, this is all free farm for Slark, which you got to be happy about.
Yeah, he's doing very well.
Ghost is living life. That is exactly what you want for this hero. Just not touched for 15 minutes, get an item, go make something happen.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's going to be annoying to do these stacks if the Naga Siren's going to be stick around this whole time, waiting in the pit, pops out, catches Mira, pulls him back into his doom.
Pull him through the brambles. Nice little combo.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. They can pull him out of Coil, pull him into Tombstone. There's a lot of really good repositioning stuff here.
I was real and strong. It used to be completely trash, but it is a real spell now, for sure. It's a decent amount of displacement, even level 1.
Another Ice Blast. This time, Noob will die. Oh, nice use of the smoke to stay alive. That's very cool play.
Not even sure that's worth the smoke, to be
Radiant's
honest.
top tower is under attack.
Does live. Very heads up play.
Pull him back over the cliff. Okay. Where was Samael going? Oh, he's searching for the Ancient Apparition. I mean, they do still have... It's a 3 versus 1. The Dark Willow wanted to stick around, but...
I up Kiyotaka mid. Man, Noob's game really fell off a cliff. It was looking pretty good, and then he got hit by his Ice Blast twice. Slowed his farm down a lot trying to get to that Vanguard.
Oh, jumped into a Bramble. Not good. Now he's going to be reeled in, and Puck is almost here. He's going to get him inside the coil.
Yeah, he's dead. did not respect the lockdown here.
No.
You got to bail instantly when these supports show up. You're just going to get chain rooted. Can always throw out that terrorize. A lot of lockdown potential, especially when the song comes out. Not a free game for this Void Spirit at all. Always the coil lingering. And more free farm for the Slark, man. It's just all coming up Ghost.
Oh, we walked into another Bramble. Not able to do quite enough damage, though, Yamage. You couldn't hit him with the Shadow Realm, so.
Another pause. What's behind door number 3? FPS, apparently. Oh, that's a new one.
It's a first-person shooter. Terrorblade's a pretty badass-looking hero.
Yeah, Yamich agrees with you. I really like this clip, man.
Well, it's the second part of the clip. He had a whole dance sequence.
Check?
I mean, Noob's just trying to make sure his computer doesn't die, apparently.
Sorry, this is cash only, sir.
But
You like that one?
Not really, but...
Okay, well, nobody likes you, so it evens out. You like that one?
I do, actually.
Yeah. So did your mom last night. We're going to get back into the game here.
Oh,
my God.
What was that pixelated mess?
I'm not going to say it. Not going to say it.
You were thinking it, though. You was thinking it. 2,000 net worth lead for Enigma Galaxy.
Ghost looking to get active right before this Mage Slayer is done. I don't know about this. Like, you're leaving a complete free farm lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm not even sure the team needed you down here, but it will secure the tower.
Structures are fortified.
Or will it? They're going to glyph. They're going to defend. This is going to be a hard fight, though. They're going to be fighting in a Tombstone and a Golem that's already been popped. Now, the Ice Blast is going to blow him up pretty quickly here. Terrorize does come out, hits the Terror Blade. He's going to be feared up and bursted before he can get off the Sunder. Panto trying to deal with the Tombstone. It stays alive with one hit. The zombie chasing after Kiyotaka reveals his positioning.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He's screwed, man. There's a song here.
Ooh, spotted him. Dissimulates up in a second, though. Oh, got the net on him right before he could dissimulate. Still has a chance, though. Leashed up for so long and bursted.
All right. I mean, perfect result for Ghost here. I did not think they were going to get that good of a fight out of it, but Aurora took it to them. And the fact you get the Tombstone off before you get bursted, Terrorized Bramble lands on the Terrorblade, just easy pickings. And now this Slark he's a god in this game.
Yeah.
He's going to be a beast.
Shout out to Noob for like reacting so well to that situation.
Yeah.
In fact, he got off the Golem, just makes them hit a couple more seconds. He gets off the Tombstone. Those are crucial, crucial spells to go off in that small little window. And Puck still has Coil to work with. Plus, Noob had the innate or whatever, so he instantly came back to life and was able to farm a bit while the fight was happening. So, checking out the triangle here, a little bit of stacks. Waning Rift forward to get the Coil onto the Bat Rider. And I like that Noob is tagging along here. He's going to drop the Tombstone onto the Ancients.
Yeah, why not? Just some big stacks here.
I don't think Noob wants to go back to that Ancient Apparition lane anymore. So I think just playing alongside the Puck sounds pretty good to me.
I mean, your Slark is in a position to snowball this game completely. So if you just play through him, your Undying game doesn't have to be pristine at this point. If you're still in a fine position, it's way more important to make sure Ghost gets to do what he wants to do in this game, which is pick up some cheeky kills here or there, control the map, continue to outfarm the Terrorblade, take away space from the enemy.
Ancients stolen. 4,000 net worth lead now for Enigma Galaxy. 30 seconds till Wisdom Shrine and a 3-man smoke up for Enigma. Pretty much you can guarantee one team or possibly both are always going to smoke around this Wisdom Shrine timing.
Gotten pretty consistent with it.
Yeah.
Tough target to run into with this Bristleback. You really want to dodge Toronto-Tokyo here.
Or maybe you
They're
just
going
all
into
in him.
This is risky. He's got Blade Mail.
Got him a Bramble. I mean, they could pull him so they can hit him in the face. Ice Blast is coming in, though. That's going to be a big hit. They jump in, and GH is a bit too late on the Song of Siren. So they get 2 kills for 1.
I don't like that play. Even when you get him there, I just don't know how you get him and get out favorably. You're going to take so much damage. You have the amp. It's not that this kill is impossible, as we see. It's pretty fast, but the turnaround potential is so high for Aurora on these plays. And the thing is, Aurora are happy with that exchange. If the Bristleback goes down for their other 2 cores to pick up kills, that's what they want. They want the TB and the Kiyotaka Void Spirit to continue to scale in this game. That's their win condition. This Bristle is not their win condition. He's just here to provide armor and front line.
Matchup-wise, the Aghanim Scepter is very big for the Void Spirit.
Oh, yeah.
Against the Puck in particular, but it's also going to be really nice against the Sork, maybe the Undying.
I mean, that is his gateway into this game.
Yeah.
You really have to be careful of those fights where you potentially set the plate up for Kiyotaka to feast on. I'd rather start on some squishier targets if you can. Nighttime does land here, as Diffusal will also be finished for Ghost in a couple hundred gold. So this could be a nice window for Enigma Galaxy to try and get Ghost active around the map, abuse the vision, abuse how fat he is right now. You have an amp damage on Sumail as well. Really strong timing here for Enigma Galaxy. If you can get a fighter on this tier 1 mid, drag Aurora into it, backstab them, could be pretty nice.
By the time the Diffusal gets here, you've got 4 minutes of nighttime to abuse as this Lark. See how effective Ghost is in this window.
I mean, some people can be really effective in 4 minutes, Austin.
3-man smoke up. And Ghost has already found 1.
That was too easy.
Right at the start of that 4-minute window, he finds a kill. He joins in on a gank onto Kiyotaka.
That was also too easy.
It really was.
I mean, you have to expect this kind of clash towards this mid-tier 1. It's the best objective on the map right now.
With an amp damage, they'll take the mid tower as well. I mean, Aurora were already losing out on map control, and I thought it meant that they're just going to be pretty tightly placed around each other, but not the case. They get picked off 1 by 1.
And Tombstone straight into their triangle to keep farming their side of the map. I don't mind it. Now you're looking at this tier 1 top to just completely break the map open. Might just be able to take it for free. I don't know if this is a tower Aurora want to fight. Tough position to get the supports around, especially without Blink Dagger on Mira, who is desperately trying to farm it up on this Bat Rider. Looking for anything to give Aurora a source of initiation in this game.
This is going to be 2. I don't remember what they had in the first game, but at least 2 games in a row that Aurora are lacking in initiation.
They do tend to play greedier. They like farming. They like scaling on everybody. And if your supports have a rough early game, then yeah, you're going to be in the doghouse, some might say.
I'll take that.
We've seen them win these styles of games before, though, right? The style of games. That's correct.
We've done it a few times. Thumbs up. Ghost is lurking. Panto knows, but can they get out still? Sumail, he's just going to 1-man coil here. Going to be caught by the Colty Ice Blast, though. He got off a phase shift. Can he get out with the orb? He's going to try and jump away, and now a Bramble into a Terrorize catches Kiyotaka as well. They stalk their prey, found their opening, and Ghost walks away with 3 scalps.
He's eyeing up this Bristleback top. This is the time to go on this guy. When the team is losing members on the map, you have stacks already built up. Now you can just build a bunch more. Blade Mail already gone.
I love that Ghost played it slow enough for his team to complete their rotations. Toronto, Tokyo falls. Yamich, not even gonna die.
Wow, let's do 1 hit.
Nice timing there from GH on the Song of Siren.
Beautiful map play from Enigma Galaxy. This is what builds you a lead with a Slark lineup. You drag people around, you build up stacks, use the stacks elsewhere. get him involved in the pickoffs, particularly during these nighttime intervals when you have the vision advantage. And you just gain so much off these sequences. Perfect read from Ghost here. Mage Slayer helps you with this kill. Helps you a lot.
Yeah. Meta got used, and they had some TP rotations from Aurora. Now win from the Undying, having a little bit of a rougher game, to the Bristleback is the one struggling a bit more. As Noob has completed a Crimson Guard and is working his way towards a pipe, though he can get a chance to drop off Tombstone here. It's going to be a tough kill to get. Ice Blast is coming in trying to help out. Didn't actually land. Noob's not dead yet. He is going to get so much work done. Sure, he dies, but this is going to be a 2-for-1 trade-off for sure. Toronto Tokyo kills the Tombstone. That's as best you're going to hope for. Ghost, he gets out of there. He's going to have an Aghanim Scepter flying out now.
He is so far ahead, man. The Ags just arrived for the Void Spirit.
And now he's outnumbered. He misses the first silence. This is troublesome. Caught in a coil. If he dies on the Aghanim's pickup, that's going to feel so bad. Hits the silence on a GH, stopping the net from coming out, and does manage to get some distance here. Goes chasing after him, though, and he's dead.
There's way too many disables to exit these fights as the Void Spirit once you're in there.
Yep.
And another game that Dark Willow is just destroying, man. This hero looks really good right now.
Yeah, top supports right now. Furion, Oracle from the 5 position, from the 4. Dark Willow for sure. What else?
I think Naga's up there. I think this hero's also performed really well.
Yeah.
It's annoying around the map. It scouts. It has a very strong ult, very good shard upgrade that you don't need super early to function. So it's okay that Tormentor's slower. It still pays off and it scales, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's really nice. Her laning's not that bad. I think Undying's also looked good. We have a flex to core here, but I think as support, it's also looked fairly strong.
Nice try by Mira. Tried to push Ghost out of there to secure the Wisdom Shrine, but Slark's a bit too mobile for him.
Enigma Galaxy in control of this game 3. Love to come away with a win here and ruin Aurora's day. Ag's done for Ghost. It is daytime, but can definitely still think about taking active fights. Your Roshan is a little slow. You do have Undying. It's kind of it, though. You'd rather just keep killing heroes.
Very fast Marasma, damn.
Yeah, Sumail is going to start escalating his own scale here very shortly, as he's yet to die in this game. Always a good sign for the hero.
I wonder what defensive item you go here. Do you go Lincoln's or BKB for the puck?
Well,
Lasso hits the Dark Willow, but a song. Nice positioning from GH. Now, kind of waste their coil, but I think they just reset. Maybe have a poke here. Ghost's going to try to kill Mira, and then probably try and get out after that. And as Aurora start backing away, Enigma Galaxies let him go.
if New was there and you can drop Tombstone on that, maybe that's a different type of fight. But I think Enigma Galaxy are happy to get some more gold for Ghost, take this meta out of the equation. Drop the Tombstone now. I don't know if you can defend that one.
He's going to try. He pops his auras. Ghost, he's going for Nightfall here. Terrorize will be put onto him. He's not going to have a chance to Sunder here.
Oh, this Clark's out of control in the fight.
He really is. Noob is just creating an opening by putting his life on the line. Kiyotaka and Toronto Tokyo are still a bit of a threat. Enigma Galaxy reset for a moment. Smail now looking to go back in. Does jaunt to the orb.
Ghost is re-healed.
Ghost is ready to start working on Toronto Tokyo. Looking for Kiyotaka out here. Got him on the silence and got him on the pounce. Finishing him off. And this Bristleback just cannot slow people enough. It's a Slark who dark packs it off. He's got a Puck who's mobile without mobility, without movement speed, rather.
He's also got 42 essence shifts. I mean, that is the exact type of fight you want with Slark. Going in, getting a Key kill, resetting the fight, healing back up, coming in again. Lack of control here for Aurora is completely disabling them in these fights. I mean, look at what stuns they have in this game. It's a Remnant, the Kiyotaka Ags, and Lasso. That's it. And these are not reliable against the Slark.
I love that Noob's placement in this game is just like, get initiated on.
I think he was a little too aggressive there, even with that idea in mind, but the fight works out for Demon Galaxy, so you can't complain.
No, certainly not.
At this point, you have to get out if you're Aurora, because you know this Slark is going to be full. He's going to come back in. The puck's going to chase you down, and you don't have disables to turn. You don't have Lasso at this point. Your Void Spirit's running low on resources. Not a late fight situation that's going to work out for you. This draft is very one-dimensional. Like, you have a lot of damage, but you have very little control. So the fight needs to be quick if you are Aurora. You need to find a Lasso target, kill that guy, hold your formation.
Lotus Orb trying to protect Noob. Knows that this is coming, trying to get off the tombstone at least before he dies, and he does manage to do that much. Activates the pipe, and a song goes off. Does he live with the pipe? I think he might.
Yeah,
if he can get far enough away. The Aether Remnant trying to track him. Toronto Tokyo trying to put damage, but the Ice Blast has failed away. And now he's going to pop the Flesh Golem, runs after him. And with the coil, the Terrorized, it is just absolutely destructive. Get a silence out. Kiyotaka's going to try and swing things with the extra life. Got off the Sunder at least on Nightfall, so he's no longer under threat, but Samael's just bouncing back and forth in and out of the team fight, hitting him with the Parasmas, hitting him with the silences, and Ghost is building up the stacks once again.
Might go for this. I thought about it. 21 Essence shifts. Makes it kind of tempting, but you have Gem on this Slark. Do not want to throw away that kill in some bad death, and you already won this fight. Claim your reward at tier 2. Beautiful sleep timing from GH there. Bails out both heroes that were under the effect of the Ice Blast and Lasso. And again, you committed your control. You didn't get the kills out of it. That fight is probably rough. You have to spend most of your time on the Terrorblade hitting down the tombstone because the zombies build up.
Yep.
Nightmare to fight into this lineup right now. And this is a game where you kind of want BKBs on all your cores because you're just fighting through so much gunk. Like, that's what Undying Naga Dark Willow do. They have so much area denial. You can't run through these fights and get on the target you want without BKB, and none of these cores really want to buy it. Ghost is just feasting on the lack of mobility relative to his own freedom in the fights, which has kind of been untested now. He's a full disperser on top of that Ag Shard. Little Brigand's Blade on top of that. This Slark is 11, 1 in 10, and continuing to get bigger here, and he's thinking about an Aegis. I mean, that would just be, that would be brutal.
Yeah,
for Aurora to deal with.
That'll help cover this window where maybe he's a little bit exposable without BKB, but Aegis will kind of ensure he gets BKB unpunished.
His 2 mobility cores for Enigma Galaxy out of control. Octarine going to be done for Samael soon. He has an Arcane Rune bottled. He has been an absolute nuisance in the fight. Feels like as Aurora, you need to all in one of these 2 big cores or bust at this point. I don't think you can lasso anybody outside the puck or the Slark. Not that that's easy, but you're going to get songed most likely anyway.
Dire are scanning. Dire's structures are fortified.
Slark is also killing your vision right now. If he gets this ward.
Yeah, Aurora pretty much have to stay clumped up together. Noob is going to chase after Mira as they're doing the Tormentor. This is really awkward. He kills Mira as a result of some of the Tormentor damage. Mass TP away from Aurora. They got the Tormentor. They got out. It does mean a little bit more lockdown. That'll be nice. Ice Blast done. I mean, any bit of lockdown they can get is going to help.
Oh, yeah. They need a lot more control in this game. And they're just not getting there. They also got double dewarded by Ghost as he ran across that jungle. So now you're pretty blind.
And now he's going to kill Panto. Beyond godlike for Ghost Slark.
Enigma Galaxy are back in this game, I'll tell you that much.
They're looking very good. 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis, and an amp damage for Sumail.
I mean, this team did talk about they feel like their biggest weakness is the inconsistency.
Yeah.
And I think
No
we've
doubt.
seen that. I would agree they're capable of taking games off anybody, but they're also capable of losing to anybody.
Mira, okay, Song just to ensure it. After all, it's another stack for Ghost. Permanent scaling.
18-1, man. Beautiful Slark gameplay here.
At 18 permanent Essence shifts.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's Nightfall's Courier. Trying to purchase components of that butterfly. He will likely never get at this point. Enigma Galaxy can force the high ground.
Boy, Kiyotaka got that Aghanim Scepter and has gotten nothing else since then.
He only has 650 gold.
Yeah, his net worth has stalled completely for like the last 8 minutes.
I mean, what was the last big kill they got in this game? There was a noob. It's just, you have 1 kill on the Slark. That was early game. 0 on the Puck. 1 kill on the Naga. A couple on the Dark. There's just no significant kills in this game, right? You look at this top chart.
Yeah.
None of these kills really mean anything. They're not the targets you need.
Smoke running out to Nightfall, who needs the help right now. He no longer has a Manta to protect himself. So he's in danger of being all in right now. The team is here. Ghost pushing forward with Lotus. Trying to catch him on a silence. That doesn't quite work. Get an initiation. Lasso on damage with the Ice Blast over the top. That's pretty decent. Ghost will trade out kills. Then he still has an Aegis to work with. He's building up some stacks, and Noob just got right on top of Nightfall. Nice Hurricane Pike. It pushes back. Ghost stopping his engagement in the fight,
Thunder.
but he needs this Thunder. He needs to get it off, and Sumail is there to shut the door on that one.
Octarine amp damage, Puck. You cannot take this fight. It's just
Ghost
impossible.
Builds the stacks, doesn't lose the Aegis, and into the base. Kiyotaka can't even get away. There's Blink Daggers everywhere. There's cast range initiations, and that's it. Aurora are completely dependent now on the next series going against Game of Gladiators.
Enigma Galaxy successfully ruined their day. As they say, we might be eliminated, but we'll drag you down with us. It may be one of their better series so far.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Game 1
really
and
good.
3 were very clean. Game 2 was a little bit concerning there. I feel like things stalled out. It was the way they lost I didn't really like.
Yeah, for sure. But they did not have a lot of leeway in that draft.
For sure.
That was a high execution game. This one, I really like their lineup. I think the 2 mobility cores taking advantage of the lack of control, really nice. And then this triumvirate of just area denial in the Dark Willow, Naga, and Dying is always going to be strong in almost any game. Like, unless you are up against very early BKB buyers or heroes that can constantly dispel and get in and out of the fight, honestly, like something like Slark, then you are always going to have strong team fight. You're always going to have presence. Really solid draft. I like how it played out. Sumail had a beastly game. Ghost made really nice moves, joined at the right times, hit all his item timings. Exactly what you want from this Slark gameplay. And you got to remember, his only death in this game was the first blood.
That's true. This will be the first time that Enigma Galaxy have ended a tournament on a win for like, I don't know, 3 years?
They're back.
They're back.
A bit of a technicality, but yes, I suppose that's true. I guess I didn't really think about it. Usually it's the team who wins grand finals that's the only team that ends on a win. But yes, in a very warped way, Enigma Galaxy end their DreamLeague 26 journey on a win. And a win with fully undefeated Undying, and maybe the first Slark carry win I've seen in a hot minute. What a way to get the win.
Really good Slark game. Love it when that happens. Someone just pulls out a really good pick. We were chatting about it back in the green room. Undying and Slark love these long fights. Get lots of stacks of decay up. Get lots of essence shift stacks up, and you can just run at these heroes. You don't take any damage from Terrorblade. You got so much bloody armor. It's really good. I still, in all honesty, have not been that impressed with Void Spirit whenever I've seen him.
I agree.
But I think it was a nice draft from Nigma. Makes you wonder why they didn't do something like this in game 2. But
Pressure. That's what it's all about.
Pressure.
Because they were under a lot of pressure, and now all that pressure is gone. Suddenly, they start playing pretty much like they're the best team in the tournament. Like, you don't see these teams executing these type of drafts with almost no mistakes whatsoever. Sumail, like, he had a great game number 1. Game 2 was a little bit of a meh. And the third game didn't die a single time. These are the type of games, as we said, after seeing the first game, when Sumail's having a great time and they're playing around him, he's going to be delivering heavily.
Yeah, I really do love these picks out of nowhere. They're so fantastic. And just watching how good Mage Slayer is against Bristle, like it's actually one of the interesting things about Green Facet is that it does so much for disabling the whole team, but Slark is so perfect against it. Whereas Slark was slightly threatened by Bristle in the past because he had so much AoE physical damage. I almost wonder if it would have been better for the Bristleback to buy an Aghanim Scepter, genuinely. Because then at least his Blade Mail would trade damage to Slark, and then when Slark uses his ulti, he could actually like 5-quill the guy or something.
Yeah.
Because without those items, like Slark just got to do whatever the heck he wanted to. He was just a source to steal agility and deal damage and hit him with Mage Slayer to lower his damage output.
Potential for this hero to make a bit of a reemergence because in addition to Bristleback being quite meta, Kunkka also has been terrorizing the latter half of our DreamLeague, and that's another hero who sticks around very, very long in a fight. And so far, we've never seen anyone consider Slark carry against him quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, we always see this where some heroes emerge as other heroes become popular, their counters become popular, and then their counters become popular, and then the pros stop picking different heroes. They just all pick the same 5 heroes every game. But until then, we can still drop a Slark pick in and win a game.
How did they do it, though, Purge?
Well, frankly, they just had to win team fights, and they had the right heroes for those team fights, I think. Let's take a look at the clips. Roll it! Look at this. First, they team fought the enemy's Ancient stack. Very, very effective strategy at 13 minutes. They're already up a lot of gold at this point, but taking even more away from the Bristleback, that's got to feel bad. Because Bristle would have loved to clear these things. That's the worst too. They get there, and right before they get there, they leap away like, hey, they're laughing at you, basically. And look at this. He's fighting this Bristleback. Bristleback is tanking the damage. He even so generously swapped half of his HP to the Slark, but Slark still killed him. Same thing. Ghost in here, attacking him through Blade Mail. He knows it's not a big deal. There's not going to be any unexpected quill damage that comes out to blow him up. And even Noob getting gone on here is maybe a little rough for Noob, but it took tons of oomph. He still got his abilities down, and in the end, Ghost just goes and plays with the backline once again. Dispelling all of these problem things, this dive on the Void Spirit, Ghost just truly getting everything that he wanted out of this game. A beautiful Slark game, truly.
BSJ must be over the moon right now.
Yeah.
Or annoyed because he keeps claiming that this hero's garbage in the carry position.
But this was literally a perfect game for him. Weak disables and a Bristleback.
Yeah.
And they set him up for success. Off lane Undying, this hero doesn't have a single loss to his name. Like, you're playing against Ancient Apparition plus Terrorblade. They kind of ruin his lane from the start. There's literally nothing you can do. Like, your strong timing is level 2 on TB where you're trying to get a kill, but Undying's one of the few heroes who can actually square up, drop that tombstone. If you have your strength, like if you lose 4 or 8 strength, you're definitely not taking that fight because they can easily kill you. And Terrorblade's a hero that doesn't have that much strength to start with, and you're also playing against Shadow Realm. If they hit level 2 faster than you, that also means that they're going to be killing you. Shadow Realm, you can't attack. There's no AoE whatsoever to be dealing with that. And yeah, I think they fit in that Undying core very nicely in the draft.
Now we're more confident on the role swap potential of that Undying. And now I get an opportunity to close out the tournament with GH. GH, I wish I was speaking to you on better circumstances, but at least it must feel satisfying to end the tournament on a win like that, right?
Well, good evening to all of you guys. For sure it feels satisfying to go out on a win, but that's not the results we were aiming for.
Yeah, I was wondering if I could maybe just get a retrospective on how this DreamLeague has been for you guys. I know right off the bat it must be unfortunate that Omar wasn't able to join you throughout the entirety of the tournament, but personally and through the team, how'd you feel your development was over these past week and a half?
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate that we had to play with a stand-in. Shout out to Yamish. He played amazing. We appreciate his presence and his standing in for us. But we truly miss Omar. We hope he's gonna be back soon. I believe the development was not as quick as we wanted it. We wanted to be a bit faster on learning what we needed to do. We struggled a bit in this area, but I hope we bring back better results next time.
At the minimum, I'll say it's very exciting to see you guys. I think you're pretty much the only team that I got to see do these dedicated strats. So if you don't mind, could you walk me through how this Bloodseeker Silencer combo came about? Was this a Kuro idea? Was this a you idea? How did it happen?
Honestly, it was a Kuro idea. I give him all the credit. He saw the changes and he came up with the idea and he tested it and found out it was really strong. So he told us, why don't you test it in a real game? And that's what we did, actually.
Yeah, and it was terrifying to witness. And yet you, who I know we've said it time and time again, you're one of the most wholesome players. And yet you're playing one of the most irritating combinations I've ever seen in professional Dota. It must have been a fun lane to run.
It's a lot of fun to play these kind of abusive lanes, because it gives you perspective into the matchups and how to play, and it goes back to having fun on the lane, and you just cast spell together and all these stuff.
I love to see the synergy. I'm going to pass you on over to Purge, who's got some questions for you as well.
Hey GH, so other than the Bloodseeker Silencer, you guys also do a lot of IO Marcy. It feels like you guys are one of the teams where a lot of teams know they have these 2 hero combos that they do all the time. Are you guys trying to trend towards that, or is it just something that comes up because you guys play well together?
Honestly, it's something that we figured out recently, the Seeker Silencer. For example, the IO Marcy, it was always there because I'm a big IO player and Ghost loves Marcy. The only issue with this tournament, which is extremely unfortunate in our case, is that IO had this huge bug that is still not fixed. I don't know who I should talk to get it fixed, because it's like one ban that they don't have to worry about, because every single game we really wanted to play this hero, but we just couldn't play the hero.
Do you feel that kind of effect? Because I believe you could see the hero you were tethered to in Fog, right? Is like, what do you just think it's completely unplayable?
It's definitely unplayable unless someone comes up with a new strategy. It's the way it works is you just click the hero, and then you can see it everywhere it goes. The main hero and the tethered partners. You can see both of them at all points anywhere on the map. So it's kind of silly playing always visible map.
Yeah, it is tough.
Before I let you go, GH, I was wondering what the rest of your plans for the next few weeks are. So you guys are on boot camp right now for this tournament. How's the prep going to be for EWC qualifiers and TI qualifiers?
It's going to be kind of the same way it has always been. We're going to play a lot of games, scrim a lot, talk about strategies, ideas, decide on the game plan, watch some replays for sure, chill together, and I mean, this is basically our life right now. It's like a second family. So
well, it's always refreshing to see that family come together. GH, it's always a pleasure to watch you play and speak to you. Give my best to Omar, and it's been a real pleasure watching all of Nigma Galaxy play throughout this tournament, and best of luck moving forward.
Thank you guys. Have a good night.
Have a good night. We'll catch you later. That is the end of Nigma Galaxy's journey through DreamLeague Season 26. But maybe you've been catching some of the commercials that we've been having along the way in between these games. From the tales from the Lorekeeper, the mercantiles, something. Yeah, Slacks has been on our DHL Lorekeeper duty, but instead, I've brought Effie to do some more lore research.
Hey guys, we're going to be playing a quiz today to see how well you guys know about some of our favorite Dota heroes. So if you could please split into teams of 2.
You know the rules. Let's get into it. Pyrian and me.
We did win the previous time, I believe.
I don't know
right?
what
That is true. That is
true
They
indeed.
did win.
Just
but
wanted
it's
to point it out.
So we're going to have 4 heroes. And we're going to start with Brewmaster. But then of the next 3, you guys will be choosing them.
Okay.
So we've got a question worth 1 point, a question worth 2 points, and a question worth 3 points.
That are all Brewmaster related.
All Brewmaster related. Do you guys want to start small?
Let's start small.
All right.
1-pointer.
What is Brewmaster's name for 1 point? Please write it down.
Oh, no.
You're...
I have no idea. It just came to my mind.
I don't think that's true. I think it's
But
Come on, guys. This is a one-pointer.
Yeah, let's keep this.
I think you might right.
Yeah, I think it's that one.
Is this a 3-point question, Mira?
This is a one-pointer.
All right, we're ready.
Bad sign.
All right, ready. Let's see your answers.
Rajik.
Well, that's the player name. That's the player from.
No, guys. Those are both spirit heroes.
Oh.
Talon is Earth Spirit. Rajik's okay. That wrong? You guys want to go again?
I thought it was Razzle Dark Brew, but something like that.
That's Alchemist. Wait, so what's his name?
Yeah, we give up.
You guys give up. You don't want to try again.
No.
His name is Manjix.
Oh,
yeah. Manjix.
I knew it was Ix something.
That's all right.
Manjix and Bristol Dicks.
All right.
Up in here.
All right, two-pointer.
We all know Brewmaster. He can call on his ancestral spirits. But which of the spirits does he regard as a cousin?
Whoa.
A direct cousin.
The hell?
This is all lore accurate.
But that happened afterwards, though. That wouldn't have existed originally.
It's 25% try.
You guys know he splits into 4 spirits.
That's what I'm thinking.
What if it's?
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
We are simpatico on our answer.
Because he takes priority, right?
We got to speed it up, guys, because we want to get through all of these categories.
All right, we're gonna go with.
Okay, we have different answers. Storm.
All right, nice. Lacoste got it right.
Damn it.
No,
Ding,
I did
ding,
not
ding,
get it
ding.
right. I wanted to go with what they.
That's for 2 points. Team Purge and Lacoste is leading by 2 points.
I figured
Okay,
Storm
the
is most personality.
3-pointer.
Easy.
This one, very arbitrary,
Okay.
but true according to Wikipedia.
All right.
What alcohol does the brewmaster disdain? There's an alcohol that he just does not like.
I would have never guessed. I'd have thought he was equal opportunity. Yeah, that's
Red
what
Bull
I'm thinking.
vodka. I
As
don't
soon
know.
as I saw the first letter, that's exactly what I was thinking.
I'll give you a hint that.
No hints.
Okay.
It's the 3-pointer mirror with the game on the line.
I was just going to tell you what his favorite was,
that
but
is.
you guys don't write that down.
Beer, right?
He is very fond of alcoholic spirits.
Spirits.
I know the answer.
That makes sense.
All right, I'm ready.
You sure?
Flip them.
Okay.
Wine.
Wrong!
It's not for Loco?
Grog.
Wrong. Do you guys want to try one more time?
Yeah, go on then.
3-pointer. This one.
Give us the hint this time.
It's worth a lot. It is perhaps the favorite alcohol of another Dota hero. You have 5 seconds to write it down.
Another Dota hero
5,
drinks?
4,
Tusk?
3,
Yeah.
2,
Okay.
1.
I put beer.
Wrong!
Sorry.
Is it
grog?
What even is
Rum. Rum.
It is rum. All right, no one
You
got
like spirits.
No one got the 3-pointer. Brewmaster, we've lost this category. Okay, so we have.
Let me just double check if grog is considered to be rum.
I do not think
Trying our best.
Listen, we have.
synonymous.
Okay, guys. Grimstroke, Dark Willow, and Axe. What are
Rum
your
and grog are
choices?
different.
Let's do Axe.
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 Purge for
I think we should be getting some points. Yes, I asked, is grog a rum?
All right,
A grog is rum diluted with water.
Yeah,
so.
fair go, not
This is
rum.
some Gemini bullshit.
guys. We gotta hit these questions. Do you guys want the 1-pointer?
Actual
Go 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Go 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Okay. What is his name?
Who?
Oh, that
Axe.
guy.
Oh.
You already said it. I know you had said
Yeah.
it. Yeah, it's that one.
Oh my God, Kev. I'm sure you know this.
I actually don't. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Ready?
Yes.
The thing is, I don't know if this is his title.
True.
Okay.
Oh no, actually, he wrote Moragul. It's Mogul.
Yeah, you guys suck.
But you know what? It's okay. You get the point anyway. You get the point.
Thanks, Mira.
I got
You get the
stressed out
point
because they're
anyway.
spelled differently.
All right, we're gonna do another 1-pointer.
Another 1-pointer.
What is Axe's canonical race? What is his race in the Dota 2?
I'm checking to make sure you're spelling it correctly this time.
Of course. What's your favorite?
That is correct.
What's your favorite? This card.
Yeah. It's
Which one?
You know what? I'll
The
make this
one
one a
that
2-pointer so
damages
you guys
the
can
tower.
catch up.
What's it called? I can't remember.
But they're gonna get it right too. They're artifact players.
We played Artifact. I have like almost 3,000 hours in
Oh
Artifact.
my
Are you
God.
guys ready?
Yep.
Oh yeah. I'm ready.
Flip it. The Alglody.
True. Excellent.
Very
All
good
right.
card.
2 points.
Dota lore,
Actually,
not artifact.
Purge's team gets 1 point only. You guys got 2 points for making this competitive.
We're back in the mix.
Oh man.
Give us the 3-pointer.
All right. Which of the Dota heroes in Axe's race want to teach him how to read. Axe cannot read. Fun fact about Axe.
Okay.
Someone has offered to teach Axe how to read for 3 points.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Only because I don't know another one.
Is it his own race?
Yeah, they're the same.
3-pointer.
His own.
All right, well, I think this is
I don't know if this
Same race
guy's
as
quite the
Axe.
bookworm, though.
He has a book.
Yeah, one cosmetic, there's a book. That doesn't mean.
All right, we're ready.
Loves to read.
What are you making?
All right, flip it.
All right, we're ready.
Let's go.
Disruptor?
Wrong. Yes, correct.
Warlock?
Warlock.
That was all you, dude.
Oh, you
Warlock, and
I was like, just because he has a book doesn't mean. And then I was like, oh my god, Warlock has a book.
He wrote Disruptor. I told him
quote,
ancient
and I quote,
apparition
guys,
because of the
from
book, and then he
Dota
guessed
2
correctly.
Wikipedia for Axe. Warlock says to him,
Undefeated
if
we
you
are,
play
huh?
your cards right,
We have to do
I
a
might teach you how to read.
singular sudden death.
Yeah, that way all of their hard work is for naught. If we
Okay, one
somehow-
second. We've got another Axe question if you guys
Yes,
want.
yes, yes.
Axe for sudden death.
I'll make it multiple choice to make it easier.
Calling Blade.
Okay, so Axe, canonically, he had a whole quest in the jungle, okay? What animal did Axe befriend in the jungle that taught him herbal remedies? This is all part of Axe's lore. Do you guys want a multiple choice?
Yes,
Give us a multiple choice.
Okay,
We already wrote our.
we've got deer,
Okay.
boar,
Okay.
spider,
Spider.
and snake.
Okay.
For 3 points.
I've got this, Neil. I've got
Okay.
it.
Okay. He's got it. For all the marbles.
Again, what animal did
5,
Axe befriend that
4,
taught him herbal remedies?
I can't remember what they are.
Boar, snake, spider, and another one.
Deer.
Deer. 2, 1. Flip it.
A capybara.
Wrong and wrong.
Why did I trust? Is it a snake?
It was a snake.
Of course it is.
Axe.
It's my boy Venomancer.
Nobody
Axe made friends with the snake.
He's snaking it up.
Venom's not a snake.
Well, then maybe you should be tuning into DHL's Legends of the Lorekeeper.
Yep, that's what you guys have to watch to learn more. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time for the other hero categories, but maybe on the next one.
Maybe on the next one. Effie, thank you very much for a little bit of a lore. And now we have to go into the deepest lore. Who is going to make it into the playoffs of Dream League Season 26? You're going to find out after the break.
Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me. Cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you. Honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac. Take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night. All I want is you. Honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, 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 yeah. In the morning, well, early in the morning, late in the evening. Round around noontime. Round about noontime, baby. 24/7. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What are you gonna do? Huh? What are you gonna do? You're not there. You're late. Oh, it's a good pivot. Because, Ted, if you don't mind, I'd like you to join me for the final group stage series of DreamLeague Season 26.
Neil, it would be my pleasure, sir. As ever, working with you and working here at DreamLeague is a lot of fun.
Well, we did a little segment where we got to look at some lore, but to learn about the past, you've got to look deep into the drafts and the picks. So, Effie, what'd you pick up from Parvision's last series that we saw?
Actually, Neil, we're going to do a quick meta check-in first. If we could pull up the graphic real quickly, I just want to see which of the heroes have been the biggest patch winners so far. Yes, there have been a few heroes that are at a 100% win rate, but these are all of the heroes in DreamLeague Group Stage 2 that have seen 8+ games played so far. And as you can see here, the biggest winner is actually Ursa. Ursa, we've seen a lot come through versus first pick Dark Series and things like that, but it seems like this patch just fits this hero's tempo so well. The second biggest winner that we've seen is the Kunkka. Kunkka has just looked so explosive in a lot of his games. And of course, the Oracle. I think the Oracle has become the support of the tournament alongside Undying and Nature's Prophet, but one of the big things that Oracle provides for you is the ability to play around runes and secure the mid lane, which coincidentally is what I wanted to talk about Gaming Gladiators and how they played yesterday. So if we could quickly pull up a highlight reel, I want to talk about when Gaimin look bad versus when they look good. Gaimin are a team that when you think about how they play through Quinn, they play through their mid lane. And the games that they're winning, it feels like Quinn has a favorable lane matchup into supports that are rotating well. But here in the game 1 versus Liquid, it felt like Gaimin's supports are just too slow. As you can see, Tofu just dies to the tombstone, Malady TPs in 5 seconds later. They don't get anything. Here, Liquid managed to secure the bot rune on the Undying because of Tofu's death, and he TPs in late. Quinn missing the haste power rune here, the exchange not going in their favor necessarily, and guess what? Liquid owned them that game. They looked pretty bad. But if we could quickly pull up what they looked like in game 3 when they played around the mid lane, particularly Lina, it's gonna look like a night and day difference. As you can see, Tofu in this game 3 was on point. He was just constantly rotating to the Lina. You can see the beautiful synergy between Ice Shards and Tag Team, getting a very important kill on Nisha here. Malady, of course, joins in. And as you'll see, around 6 minutes, Tofu doing the same thing, camping. Malady playing with the catapult instead of just leaving Quinn to his own devices. Again, night and day difference. In this next clip, we'll see the same thing too. They're just playing around that 8-minute power rune. All the supports are set up. Quinn on a favorable matchup. The net worth is just so much bigger than Nisha's. And Tofu's just hiding in the trees here, going on Nisha one more time, making his game very difficult. And we're running low on time here, guys, but
It's okay, I'm learning a great deal here. Finally, they're focusing on
beating him
helping
up.
Quinn.
They're just beating him up. But like, as you can see here, like bringing all the support heroes to the mid lane, making sure they're getting the runes, making sure Quinn is not in a position where he's left on an island. That's when Gaimin have looked their best this tournament.
And that was Quinn's arguably best performance of the entire DreamLeague Season 26 as a whole. And Lina did numbers of that series. Thank you very much, Effie. And now we're getting into their matchup against their most formidable opponent possible. It's Parivision, who is currently top of the groups, completely undefeated throughout this entire group stage 2. And it's also a very, very important series for Gaming Gladiators. The implications of a win or a loss control their fate in the tournament. If they manage to win, then they will cleanly make it to playoffs and survive for 2 more days at least of DreamLeague Season 26. If they lose, well, then that means they get to play a tiebreaker of the loser of the previous series, which was Aurora. So we have a 4th, 5th place elimination on the board for tomorrow, in addition to the upper bracket tiebreaker that we have between Aurora, Talon and BetBoom team. So this is fate of tiebreaker on the line.
You were talking about biggest winners. The biggest winner is the Giga Snake.
He's been doing, well, he was doing pretty good pre-patch also. Not the snake, but Shadow Shaman.
Still doing good.
Shadow Shaman's good.
Still doing good post.
Still doing quite good. But ignored in this draft as we get into game number 1 of this series, where Gaimin ban out a Slark as usual against 9 class, but maybe it's a flex Slark now as Ghost has demonstrated, along with a Darkseer, a Brewmaster, and Undying. Parivision ban out the Templar Assassin, the Nature's Prophet, the Bristleback, and the Storm Spirit. First pick of a Terrorblade by Gaming Gladiators, and Parivision respond with an Enigma.
This is the hero that they don't flex on side of Gaimin. They only exclusively play it from position 1. Currently, they did win 4 out of 6 games, but they don't want to, they're playing more standard supports, I would say. But there is also an interesting thing that Malady was talking about yesterday about the supports, how they kind of realized late that Oracle is an Imba hero, but also pointed out a very cool interaction, something that I don't think many people thought about it until he said it, about Gyrocopter and Treant. You did ask him about, like, how did Treant come up in this meta? Like, what's the buff? And he was like, you want to cut down the trees when you're playing against Treant Protector, but then also you pair him up with the Gyrocopter, so you have Flak Cannon as well, so you see everything because the trees are down, which is very cool. And I think Gaming have pretty good ideas that they want to implement into the game. They're just maybe a little too slow to adapt to the new patch. They're not the ones who were like setting the tempo compared to the Gaming Gladiators 2 years ago.
Yeah, and much as how I enjoyed seeing the Bloodseeker Silencer combo, I'm enjoying seeing these little duo synergies that are popping up between teams. So we'll see if either of those heroes make an appearance in this draft as Parivision start their second phase with a Naga Siren.
I mean, this support has looked really good in the hands of Parivision particularly. We saw this yesterday too. But just pairing her up with any ranged carry makes her look strong. But also, we also saw 9 class play her on position 4, right? The lane didn't go great, but he had a lot of impact throughout that game yesterday too. So this is a 4-5 flex now. So we could potentially see this as an Enigma Naga lane or a Naga plus maybe Lina carry later lane.
Yeah, I'm down for some Lina. I feel like Naga Lina, like you have a setup for your stun. This is pretty similar to how Naga was playing when Shadow Fiend was also popular. I think this also might come back into the meta. Not right now because you're playing against TB. Even though you have a bit of a mixed damage, you're still mostly right-clicking people down. But to have in mind, this is also a setup for your Black Hole. This is Naga Siren plus Enigma. Ever since like this has been introduced by, I can't even remember, was that like Navi Light of Heaven back in the days when they did pull off this combo? This combo is still super sick.
So Gaimin go for the Treant Protector, which is a typical counter to Enigma because you can just press Overgrowth. It's the BKB Piercing disabled that you have through all periods of the game, and then also it's a lot of armor to give your Terrorblade through like the Eidolon attacks on lane.
And very important mechanic to point out, because I forgot the name, Tsunami, you'll back me up on this one. The new root plus disable mechanic, what is it called?
A bind.
Very important.
You can't attack and you're rooted, which is now a different classification than just a normal root. Because what, it's Overgrowth, it's Crystal Maiden's Frostbite, and I think there may be one more. Most of the other roots are just, you can still attack while you're in place though.
Is it called a bind now?
It's called a bind. They classified it specifically.
So if you're rooted in Dota, it just says bound?
If you're rooted and
rooted
disarmed.
and disarmed at the same time. Does it work if you're rooted by something else and
Half-rooted?
disarmed by... yeah.
No, I think
Do they combine it?
The longer duration debuff takes the text on the top. Or maybe there's a priority system, because I see doomed above people's heads. If you get stunned while you're doomed, I don't see the word stunned. So maybe there's like a priority system.
Oh!
Whoa!
Yes!
Actually hype.
What are you so excited about, Ted?
They picked the punch, man! This is thrilling!
First sighting this event, and Ducalis and 9 Class both grinning from ear to ear.
Oh, I couldn't be happier.
This is for sure 9 Classes heroes.
Yeah,
Like, there's no player who would call this pick.
They are loving this pick. Oh.
And it has a strong foundation because Drow Ranger has also remained fully undefeated throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah.
No, she lost one game according to the stats.
Oh, she did?
Was she 6-1?
She lost to Talon today.
Oh, earlier
But
today.
she looks very strong for sure in this draft. Like, you see Treant giving bonus armor to Terrorblade or Puck, right? She can pierce through the armor with her ulti. Not just that, you see a Puck, she gives you the silence needed to catch him because this Puck came out before the Drow Ranger. And you also have 2 melee supports on either lane for her to play with. Ideally, it's not the Pudge, but the Naga Siren. That does sound stronger, but it doesn't take away the strength of that safe lane if you're taking the Naga away from the Enigma. So it looks pretty cool.
It does
so
look
far.
cool. I'm just wondering where the damage, at least early damage from Paravision, is going to come from.
You serious?
Pudge, huh?
Look, there's pure damage, man. What's wrong with you?
Drow Ranger is not a hero that joins early on. Naga Siren doesn't deal that much damage, so they might be playing a little bit of a slower game compared to what Gaiman wants to do. But again, also Centaur, he doesn't move. He has global presence. Treant Protector also doesn't provide you with much. So I think we might be having a bit of a slower game unless this 9 Class Pudge pops off.
Or they pick a lot of damage from the mid lane,
Sure.
right? Do you guys think this could be Tofu's 4 Puck? Because we did see him played earlier
It's true.
in this tournament. They flexed it to 4.
They
The
did.
thing is, they don't have overall last pick to...
Yeah. And
Take
after
advantage.
seeing Shaker ban, I would say that this one is going to the mid lane.
I was surprised they picked it 3rd because I'm sure I've seen Pucks run into a sniper and absolutely get dumpstered mid, but there's only a couple of people that really play sniper, and I don't think we've seen him in this patch yet. Have we seen him maybe? No, we haven't seen him at all.
10 seconds remaining.
I was also scrolling through. Pudge has not received any changes in
No,
the most
no
recent
Don't
patch.
need him, mate.
No
Perfect
nerves.
hero.
But he got that cosmetic, and he got
Oh,
that new
yeah.
taunt.
A little car,
Bozo
baby.
the clown.
That's a buff if I've ever seen one.
I got that car, I tell you what. Oh, and if you have the set with the giant eyeball, which I've got, when you get in the car, it's green.
Whoa.
So it makes the car green, which I was very happy about.
Interesting. Hidden buffs. Support's getting banned out, so they are expecting this to be a core Puck on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Rubik and Dark Willow taken out.
Those are both very good bans. The Rubik protecting against the Enigma and Dark Willow just providing the catch and damage that Gaiman don't have. What I showed you guys in that tech segment was that I really do think for Gaiman to win, they need supports that can rotate to mid. Treant isn't one of the supports that does that very well. So Tofu needs to play an incredibly strong roaming hero. And there's just really not that many left because Undying is out, Shaman is out, Nature's Prophet is out.
There's Tusk
Willow.
still.
The thing is, if you pick Tusk, then you have a Tusk Centaur lane.
Yeah, and against an Enigma.
That might be an issue. There's still Ringmaster, I suppose.
Yeah, if they want to save for the Black Hole, that could be good. I'm also down for some Muerta, because I consider this to be a super strong lane still, if you can get the bounce back. Not the easiest thing against Drow Ranger, but good work.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Muerta. For Paravision, what do they need out of their mid lane, though? They need something that lanes against Puck. Usually that's been
Good
Tiny
call.
or Void Spirit. But Void Spirit hasn't had the greatest results the past couple of
I'm
days.
kind of losing faith in this hero. It looked good in some of the games, but maybe with the different itemization, I think the Saghanom Scepter could be a little bit of a bait. I was a big fan when I saw Spirit Vessel being built on the hero, because it gives you stats. Him being universal makes a lot of synergy.
What about Ember Spirit? That's a hero we've seen a lot mid. Hasn't looked so good recently, but bit of a no one special.
I think there's a lot of silences versus him if he is being picked here. I mean, if not Void Spirit or Tiny.
If they pick Void Spirit, my money's on gaming.
Both teams are in very high spirits right now.
Yeah,
That's
having
happy to
fun.
see.
Yeah, it's a pudge game.
It's a pudge game. Puts a smile on everybody's face. In professional. In pubs.
All right, are they thinking, do we need a setup for this hook? When Pudge comes to the mid lane,
Perhaps a burrow strike?
All right.
I love this.
I'm at the point of thinking they overcooked right now.
Impossible.
On Paravision, because like Sand King did get that facet that blinds, I suppose, which is really nice versus Terribly
TB, yeah.
and Illusion Heroes. But I don't think it has the same timing that it used to from the mid lane, or the same kind of damage output. I don't think I'm a believer, to be honest.
gaming, they have a really nice draft.
They
like
do.
this lineup from Paravision, I know that they have been undefeated in terms of series. This is also my boy Pudge we're talking about here. Kind of hard to go against him because this is his first showing, but I think gaming, they have a really good draft. And if there's going to be a game where they're going to be winning, these are the type of drafts that I want to see them, especially when they're paired up against a stronger opponent like Paravision.
A stronger opponent who may be memeing a bit because they have a substantial advantage, or is this a viable Pudge pick, Ted? I trust your opinion.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%. My money's on Paravision 9 class Pudge. Can't wait to see.
Is it ever a not viable Pudge pick?
No.
That's all I needed to know.
That's
then.
why he's the most picked hero in Dota.
It's just that ever since Pudge lost his save, like his ability to save allies and eat them, I just don't think it gives you enough utility throughout the entirety of the game. Your utility is just, I'm going to hook people early game, get some kills, give my team a lead. If you're missing your hooks, you don't even have your shard to rely on it for saving people or doing anything like that.
You don't miss hooks.
Don't miss hooks.
Simple.
Just that easy.
Don't
Okay.
miss.
9 class has it in
Good to
the
know.
bag. Now, Captain Avery, I know you've been getting a great deal of stomps your way, but come on. A Slark carry and a Pudge pick? That's got to be some good feelings, right?
This is going to be 100% a stomp.
Oh, no.
100%.
For the Pudge?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Dude, Paravision, 9 class has a chance to eliminate Quinn from a tournament.
It's pretty hype.
This isn't just fun and games. This is extremely try hard. They're pulling out the secret strategies. They could have won they could have won the finals with this strategy, but they're pulling it now so they can humiliate Quinn with a Pudge.
Put him in the dirt. Does he have the clown cosmetic?
No, he has the alligator head.
Aw. What's the rating on the alligator head, Lacoste?
It's okay. Like, definitely not up there with the clown and the toy Pudge.
Yeah, those are the classics. All right, well, let's see if this debut Pudge will indeed put Gaming Gladiators 6 feet under, or at least in a tiebreaker, because that's the worst that can happen to them. Captain Avery, it's all you.
Oh boy, this is going to be a fun one, I think.
Fresh meat, Austin. Everybody loves fresh meat. They love flesh hooks. They love abuse of your own team. And Pudge gives you all of it in one tiny fat capsule of man meat.
And we are going to have a
Look at
first
him go.
blood fight. They are running at 9 class. They want to kill him. A stomp onto 2. The orb over the top. And
He's
that
dead.
will be your first blood. And soon second blood as well as Ducalis on a sliver of HP. Ace, he's not able to finish him off. But Malady also doesn't die. So still 1 for 0. No one taking some damage on his way out. Back to the mid lane. Quinn is going to have a huge advantage, if not a kill advantage here. No one knows he's dead. He just takes the fight to Tofu, hoping the Eidolons will finish him off. They will not. Gaming Gladiators will succeed in keeping all their heroes alive, getting 2 kills, and getting 3 bounty runes. 3 bounty runes.
3. Now, let's not overrate it too much. Now, this is the point in the Pudge game where you go and report him for picking Pudge because he just fed first blood and ruined the game. And you know he's not going to hit the hooks because, you know, this guy last picked Pudge on your team or something. So we're right on schedule, Austin. We're right on schedule. I have a lot of faith in Paravision here.
Gaming Gladiators start with an 1,100 net worth lead. It's pretty decent.
Irrelevant.
Okay, Ducalis just got a kill, and Ace almost dead. So top lane looks very strong for Paravision.
I mean, Pudge doesn't care about net worth.
That's true.
The hero doesn't care about either team's net worth.
That is very true.
Doesn't even care about his own net worth.
Ain't that the truth?
Is Meat Hook the best spell in Dota?
Yeah, 100%.
That's the correct answer.
Satanic will be gunned down by Tofu, proving that guns are better than arrows. Bow and arrows, I suppose.
I mean, that depends on what you're trying to take down.
Yeah? What's better to take down with a bow and arrow?
A gorilla.
Okay.
Sure. Let's see if we can land some hooks down here, huh? I mean, all eyes on this lane. Let's be realistic. This start is absolutely terrible for Carnage. They have some work to do here.
Can you take this fight? I don't think you can. Pudge is getting more and more strength. You gotta be careful, Malady. This is the 9-class Pudge who's got rotten core as a facet.
Yeah, he's gonna right-click some noobs this game. That's a flesh heap on the board. Number 1. The meat grows.
The heap grows larger.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What about this mid tanking? You have any faith in this?
It's definitely not as good as it used to be, I think. Just does less damage. This hero has definitely been nerfed, but honestly, I kind of believe in anything in no one's hands right now. This guy's just been cooking everybody.
He has been on a heater of late.
I'm not sure how much the hero matters when it comes to him, because he's just playing super damn well. Otis going to DM. Lanes are still game in favored, but for how long? How long can you avoid getting hooked into your doom?
Keep waiting for 9-class to throw them around, but he doesn't throw them lightly. I guess there's a lot of gunk in the lane.
Yeah, Terrorblade is not the easiest carry to hook.
And he's got his own Enigma Eidolons blocking him out sometimes. Running down no one. You still believe in this hero?
I retract everything I've said in this game so far.
Okay.
I am now Gaming Gladiators fan.
They're up 2K with Quinn being able to get that kill mid. And he's going to be putting himself back to full resources by playing around that tower and phase shifting as well. So away he goes. Water rune secured.
He is very far ahead level-wise. This is kind of absurd.
A brawl out. 9-class with his rot. Oh, no. The hook.
Yeah.
Hit an illusion? Is that what that was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, time to report him again.
I mean, at this rate, he might as well have not leveled hook. Just gone for meat shield.
I mean, if he gets 2 more deaths, I think you're in the abandoned territory. That's what usually happens with the Pudges on my team. Like, if you get 5 deaths before the 7-minute mark.
Your Pudges abandoned?
Yeah, they just abandon out of disgrace.
Oh, that's really nice.
Or
AFK
foul.
I was about to say, mine just go AFK and hook neutrals for the rest of the game.
Same difference. Oh! Abandoned my ass! Ye should have abandoned all hope.
Oh, Satanic walked into the silence there, stopping the multi-shot, so Decalis will have to get the kill.
Bro, you gotta chase him down for that flesh heap. What are you doing?
He's on to the next hook. He's gonna hook Ace.
Oh, he's gonna get him here. You can just feel it. You can feel it.
Oh, got him again. Hooked back, ensnared, pulled back, reeled in.
The flesh grows.
Nice coil, though. Quinn's
dead.
gonna clean house on this one.
Yeah, this was really good for the puck. I don't know if that was worth it, to be honest. But it looked cool.
He got a flesh heap stack.
Well, it was worth it for him.
Yeah, worth it.
Not really worth it for the team.
Yeah. Who cares about the team?
That's why you pick Pudge.
That's true.
That is the embodiment of the hero. I don't care team. I care that I will have fun this game.
Does leave DM alone. But Enigma is one of the better offlaners to be in that position.
I think DM is pretty used to it at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's laned with 9-class for a while now.
Yeah, I think
he knows what he's getting in.
I almost think at some point he just hopes 9-class doesn't show up.
Ooh, Malady takes the amp damage away from no one. He would have died if he gave up that amp damage to the Stain King. Surely missed the dead shot. Tofu.
Oh!
Another hook into the burrow strike, and just
He's
like
done.
that, Quinn
He's
is done with the game.
Yeah, he's GG and mid. Roaming Pudge, no one call. That is a demoralizer and a half.
Avery, you said that this hero is particularly good against Quinn Callahan.
It is.
Can you expand?
You got
on
another
why?
one.
Oh, body blocking him
Oh, he's
underneath
gonna
the
get it.
tower. Level 5. He doesn't have Thunder.
my.
He's done.
He's a monster. Just when you thought he was about to tap out, he is straight back in. This Pudge is a beast right now.
5 flesh heap stacks.
He's gonna be level 6 almost off this. Is he the highest level in the game? He's close.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, Puck's
calm
level.
down there.
Okay.
Puck had coil in that top
Yeah, that's
lane
true.
fight.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yeah,
he
a
might be
little
though.
bit.
He might be soon. Cues up the shadow amulet. This is right on target. This is exactly where you want to be.
Yep.
You know, you feed the early game, you give away first blood, you grief your lane, then you get a few cheeky hooks. Your team's like, okay, I can see why this guy's like our level 25, level 30 Pudge, right? You know, he's got some moves. Then you buy the shadow amulet. You can AFK later once the game goes bad because you offer nothing in the team fights. Gearing up for that scale.
That sounds good.
He's moving top. He's hunting. He wants some
The
centaur.
reel into the hook.
Where are you going, son?
He's just going to try and keep you out.
Oh,
That
yeah, I
will
guess that
be
works.
successful. Vanguard protects him.
That was a good move. That was a good move.
Mid rotation coming in. Tofu. He had a ward on him. And if 9 class can set it up. Okay, never mind. The silence is going to make things really bad. No one can't really epicenter off of that because he's got level 1 burrow strike.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. It's going to be his 5th death by the 8-minute mark, but he also has 5 flesh heat.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So it's kind of hard to tell if he's griefing or not.
Standard Pudge fare, really.
Yeah, he's walking that thin line, you know, that tightrope.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Let's see if where he goes next. Oh, he's got a smoke out because he doesn't have TP. Yeah, that you got to do what you got to do on this hero, you know. See if he can land another hook on Quinn. That would be the backbreaker. That would be the true demoralizer. Quinn does not like getting hooked by Pudges. He, of course, has no respect for Pudge players.
Well, he hit the hook, but I don't think he wanted to hit that hook.
No, that's not who you want right there. It does have Dismember up.
No one's going to go for him. 2-man burrow strike. You can try an epicenter here. It's kind of awkward spot right now underneath that silence area. Now he's going to try and pop it to cause. He needs to song on Quinn.
Yeah, not
he songed, but he didn't hit the AoE.
Not their finest moment here.
To stop the heroes. Very awkward.
The calling has really made these early fights incredibly difficult.
Yeah.
Positioning all these heroes. Very awkward. Still 9 class looking for the hook here. Does he even want the hook right now?
So many heroes. Oh.
Might just run into Malady. Doesn't want Malady. Okay, he did want Malady.
Well, wrong tree to hook, I suppose. Epicenter for the power rune. All in to kill Malady and get the rune. It's not even there. They get the kill on Malady, though.
That's
and
fleshy.
they get out.
Number 6, he's growing.
Another one.
Radiant's bottom
Can he get the
tower
hook
is under
here?
attack.
Out of range.
Radiant
And haste for Quinn.
structures are
Nice little rune.
fortified.
That is going to be very nice.
Immune to the hooks now for a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, the whole time this is happening, DM's just taking bottom tower for free and Satanic's farming. So I don't think Power Vision are too sad about this at all.
No, they're making a mess of the mid lane. And all the distraction is paying off. Of course, they are still free farming on the Terrorblade and Centaur as well, so.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I think that was going to be inevitable this game, though. Not much you're going to be able to do to stop these heroes. You do always have the sleep black hole combo if game and clump too
Dire's
much.
top tower
Something to keep
is
in
under
mind.
attack.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they've got a lot of good. Like, they'll be able to set up for multi-shot, set up for black hole, precast epicenter. maybe a hook off of the song. Yeah, they all 4 of their heroes synergize pretty well with this.
Dire's top
You can also song and hook the Naga into you. It's a very next level combo.
Makes no sense. We haven't seen the Stampede used yet. Maybe with this placement they got going on here, or maybe it's just a free tower.
Dire's top tower.
No one coiled up. Burrow strike, but the silence lasts too long. So much burst damage. Damn. That is a level 10 puck.
Pretty nice to be able to go for these aggressive plays and always have that Stampede. You got a haste rune there anyway. Quinn will get another power rune here. This is classic Gaming Gladiators, playing through the mid lane, getting the power runes, taking your tower, limiting your space. No one getting shut down. Even with the blink on the Sand King, they can't find the aggressive move. This is where Gaiman can find an edge in this series. They can keep snowballing, take advantage of the 5v4 as 9 class picks himself in the corner.
Gets baited into the... Oh, got a good hook onto the Centaur midway through the Stampede. That predicts Satanic. Satanic's going to kill Ace as a result. Our poor hero, Pudge, will die for that, but well worth it.
No Flesh Sheep, though. It's kind of sad.
Some sacrifices had to be made.
Always play bottom.
With the Blink Dagger reveal, Watson can't see the hero that he needs to sunder, and so he'll die.
I mean, that's no one. This guy always finds some openings. Such a tough player to shut down right now. Just solo killed your Terrorblade. Satanic shows up just to act like he was useful.
It's going to be a rough matchup, too. Terrorblade, Drow Ranger.
Yeah, it's a pretty good Drow game when you look at it. You have Stampede, but he has a good matchup versus pretty much everything else.
Yeah, Puck's a mobile hero that can get on top of you, but Gust is very destructive for Puck.
Not a fun spell.
Yeah, it's a hard hero to actually gap close and survive. Shield rune for Quinn. That might let him get a bit more aggressive. And Ace is about to complete the Crimson Guard. I'm just never sure if I believe in, like, completing out the aura item before Blink Dagger on Centaur, you know?
That's because you've never played in these pro games, Austin.
I've played in some pro games.
And I can tell you, when you go Blink, and then you feel pressured to have to find something with it, and you don't, because teams easily read that move, it feels real bad.
Well, you could still have Blade Mail Vanguard didn't blink, is what I'm saying.
But it's just...
You wouldn't be pressured because you could still farm off the map, but you would have opportunities to be able to make the play.
Those opportunities will not exist.
Well, you can't just say he won't exist. You can't just say that.
How tall are you, Austin? How tall are you?
I'm 6 foot.
You're 6 foot. 6'0"?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds a little sus, but we'll go with it.
Well, okay.
Let's say I put your 6'0".
I'm down to be measured.
I put your 6'0" ass in a gym against Michael Jordan. Okay?
Okay.
And you say, my game plan is I'm going to dunk on his ass. Is that realistic?
No, because I can't dunk.
Exactly.
This analogy makes no sense.
So you shouldn't be buying Blink on Centaur when there's nothing to blink on. You ain't blinking on Michael Jordan. Doesn't make any sense. So just accept it and move on.
Okay. Manta for the Drow Ranger. Now he's Michael Jordan, because now he can dodge the storm.
No. The analogy's done. What is going on here?
Something really, really bad.
He got hooked. That's what happened there.
Hooked into an epicenter. They do find a Satanic on the other side of the map. So it's a trade-off of carries.
Yeah, but one of them got killed by Pudge.
That is true.
That's way more infuriating.
One of them got a permanent upgrade to their strength.
9 class finding some openings in this game. Trying to tilt Gaiman.
Stampede run at him. Deadshot on DM, putting him right into the stomp of Ace. Oh, the Naga Siren illusion blocked out the hook.
They are pretty clumped here.
Is this going to be a two-man black hole? Can Tofu do anything to stop it? Deadshot does manage to stop it. No one hits the Burrow Strike on through that black hole. They're not dead yet. The auras of Ace helping them survive, but now Satanic is here to start delivering some damage. Watson, is he going to thunder to save Ace? Okay, he can't even get that opportunity. He got hooked back. Now a jump in from no one for more. Burrow Strike onto 2. Chase after Malady. Quinn's dicing up the back lines, though. Does finally manage to kill that Enigma. Watson, he'll deliver the damage onto 9 class. Fighting for it. No one. Gonna play the distance here. Trying to get another Blink Burrow Strike in. Quinn ends up going down.
They might want Watson here. No Thunderer.
Is Watson gonna get out? Looks like they stopped chasing.
Super chaotic fight, but ultimately, Black Hole does some serious damage there. And no one just skirting in and out of that. He gets so many really good Burrow Strikes off. A couple Pudge hooks. That'll do it. Tough fight for Gaiman in the end. I mean, yeah, Watson stays alive, but the fact you lose Quinn, that stings. It really stings. And this Glimmer Cape just ruined it. So tanky.
Yeah, they massively misread their damage in that situation.
Nice dead shot from Tofu to stop this. There was no other way to stop it in that situation. As the Pudge is continuing to hunt.
Got another one. DM, if you could get the Malefice, they could get the kill, but couldn't get close enough, even with the Chalice aiding him in the movement speed.
That's 10 flesh heaps. Heating up.
Dire are scanning.
He's getting pretty big. Pretty tanky. Arcane Rune bottom.
You can also do the Black Hole hook combo.
Where you hook the Enigma away from
and the hole's still going.
Like silence or overgrowth of the tree.
That's right.
Right.
Don't underestimate that.
I think it's fair to underestimate that.
Yeah, not as powerful as Glim's Black Hole, of course.
That is 100% true.
Yeah, you are a master combinator, I forgot. Well, that's going to finish up no one's Ags here. 100 gold, Arcane Rune on top of it. Satanic's level 14. The damage is coming online for Party Vision. That is scary if you're gaming, because the question is, did you get enough out of this early game? And the fact you're down 2k gold,
yeah, you definitely did not get enough.
You really did not. And this is a scary lineup to scale into. Drow, Enigma, Naga. Team fights are never going to be easy unless you get a really solid jump. I do think Quinn can be the real X factor in this game. Like, the scale on the puck could be pretty hard for Party Vision to deal with. You have Burrow Strike, and maybe you can chain that into something. You can always sleep, try and go on him, but you can seriously do some damage in this game.
They're definitely going to need him to step up, because this Terrorblade, I don't think, can carry it alone. Just impossible against a Draw Ranger. Too tough of a matchup. Maybe if you can hit the right butterfly timing, but again, they're down in net worth, so unlikely.
I'm looking at Ace again.
Pipe almost done for Ace. He is extremely tanky. Blade Mail, Crimson Guard, Pipe. If you're not playing around this guy, you're probably not doing something right. Because
you can't really force objectives here, though. I mean, you could just man up for the Roche, but it's scary into the Naga sleep. Tormentor is available. But Gaiman are all around middle of the map right now. You'd rather take the fight than force anything. Unfortunately, for them, Party Vision are just ahead of the curve right now. That's an easy Tormentor right there. And a Shard for the Pudge. You get that old facet, which is, you know, damage based on distance.
I didn't know it reduced the cooldown of Meat Hook by 50% if you hook an ally.
Yeah, that was Valve's way of saying, you know, this is still a viable support.
Well, 9 Class took that to heart.
He did. And look at him go, man. 5, 7, 8 on his way to a triple-double on the big man. Don't get to see that every day.
True. Hope Gaming Gladiators have a plan.
Everybody has a plan, Austin, so you get hooked in the face. And your
Fire
plan goes out
Vision.
the window.
Fire Vision are farming up. They're also about to hit the double aura timing. Crimson Guard almost done for DM. I don't know.
Well, who was that trying to hit? Nine class seeing ghosts out here.
Testing
Radiant's
hook.
bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, honestly, there's some mind games, and you just hook random spots, and then it makes the enemy think you have wards there.
Sure. Tofu. Oh, range creep intercepted that hook. This is not the greatest positioning for them now. Coil is going to hit on DM as well. Can't really go after him. Stampede's going to be used to give chase, but no one. Careful. He's pumping that epicenter. They got to be careful not to stumble into this one. Attempted hook almost got Quinn. That would have been a nasty one.
That tickled his ass right there.
Surprised no one did not actually go for that epicenter. There was oh,
he got him
into the gust, instant kill.
You got God. That 9 class pudge, he boomed.
Got his ass real good. Man, he's going an Aghanim Scepter.
He just wants to.
And from all the bonus strength that he has, it might actually work.
There's no way this is the item, but. Dude, how does that
How
not hit?
is that not hit?
Yeah, I don't know.
It was inside of him. Was it not?
Yeah,
It was inside of him.
It was about as close to a colonoscopy as you're going to see in Dota 2.
Right up the ass.
Maybe, I do think some of the punch hook cosmetics are deceiving though.
Yeah.
Because the actual hitbox is at the base of the hook instead of the center.
Yeah.
I don't know how different it is based on the different ones, but I swear, some of them are like, it grazes you, you're insta-hooked. Others, you have to be in the man's soul.
That one was pretty deep. It might have touched me.
That's not what I meant. God, it takes you to the Always Sunny in Philly. I'm not going to say that
joke. Quinn seeing God after that hook.
He's seeing God, or someone's looking at some x-rays right now.
3-man smoke up from Power Vision.
Looking for the hooks. Looking for something.
Looking for
trouble, maybe.
The burrows.
He's actually close to an axe.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Why does he even want it this game, though? Is he literally just, I just want to be able to farm and scale into another core? Because the heal restoration, reduction doesn't seem that good here.
No.
It's pretty irrelevant against Terrorblade in particular. I don't know if I believe in this, to be honest.
I mean, it's pretty badass.
It is badass.
Gotta admit that.
It is badass. I mean, he's going to get real fat in more ways than one here.
Well, like pH fat, or
flesh heaps plus gold. I guess the other argument, though, in this game is if you look at how Power Vision like to play, and especially when they have stuff like Naga Siren and Enigma, there's an argument I think they would believe they can always control the map, and therefore they can always split push and stall the game. So why not build to scale?
Sure.
If you can if stuff goes wrong, you just split push, and then you have an extra scaling option. You're also not likely going to end the game quickly here. You know, I feel like I'm talking myself into this. That can't be good.
Well, you've already talked yourself into support Pudge in the first place, so.
Look, anything is viable in Dota if you're playing well.
And Power Vision is playing perhaps the best.
Yeah, of course.
Here at DreamLeague. Jump on by Ace. Ace doesn't really have the damage to kill Pudge.
I'll see you later.
Almost got hooked.
All right, if you actually look back over time at... Oh, no one. You can get out of here? Stampede?
Stampede to run him down. They've got him caught. All right, big pickup.
He got way too greedy on that wave. Have to push the other lanes out here with the illusions and other gunk.
There's a support Naga Siren pushing into your tier 2.
Radiant's bottom
That's how spread out Pari Vision is.
Not a lot of catch to find Eucalyptus in this game. You kind of have to pick your poison here as gaming and just trust that you will hit a good timing with some Aegises. Anyway, what I was saying is I feel like most of the Pudge picks that have happened in Pro Dota were either Dendi or a team that was destroying a tournament so hard that they then picked Pudge to pseudo fuck around, right?
Yeah.
Like you think of VP at that summit where they did the all-hero challenge.
Yep.
You know, they picked Pudge in there. It's like...
Wings at TI Finals, game
Wings
1.
picked it in a TI Final. That's really Giga Chad.
Yeah.
How many teams would do that?
Night Class standing up on the high ground for a hook. Trying to contest the Roshan. Does Ace know what could be hitting him soon? They've got this ward. Did they actually see Night Class at any point?
I was looking at the radius. I don't think they did. He had to go in front of that tree on the cliff.
Smoke wrapping around. They have Naga Siren to put vision inside the pit.
If Quinn gets hooked, the fight's just over. Well, Night Class might throw a blind there.
Yeah, he knows the puck is up there somewhere.
It's a hard Roche to force against the anti-clump that Pari Vision have with Naga, Song into potential black hole, Epicenter, Ags done for no one.
I mean, they would be underneath the ward right now if they broke some of this smoke. Oh, almost caught no one. They still get him inside the waiting grip with the coil. A dead shot to push back some of these heroes. And a Song to reset. A half HP Sand King.
Gonna try and hook
Song
somebody.
for coil, trying to get the hook, but
missed him.
With the haste rune, Ace is able to slip away. Now he's going to go back in. Two-man stomp. His team a little slow to be able to follow this. He pops the Stampede, helping them catch up. Malady hits a big overgrowth. Immediately the Manta from Satanic, but he's backing away, and they're chasing after DM. Watson's got to be careful. Oh, Burrow Strike doesn't land, and a Hurricane Pike pushes him away.
Silence.
Meanwhile, the puck got silenced.
Satanic, he had his number.
And Tofu is now going to pop the ultimate, try and get rid of the Malphus, but he'll be one-man black hold. Jump forward, Burrow Strike, hits Ace.
Hook him
And
back.
a hook back in to finish him off.
Come to the big man, the flesh heap. They grow. A extremely clutch silence from Satanic. Catches Quinn off guard, and that felt like the fight. Again, if the puck goes down, you lose so much of your sustained damage. Watson is not going to be able to carry versus a Drow with double high ground on him. He has to run up one ramp, and then there's Drow on another high ground relative to him.
Yeah,
that's just a brutal place to fight for Gaiman. And as you watch that fight develop, maybe that was just not the jump to take there as Ace. That's a nice little cinematic. You couldn't go in here on this orb.
Like, Ace hits that two-man stomp, his team is so far away.
Like, look, he gets silenced out of that orb.
Damn.
Frame perfect, basically. Really good position from Satanic in that fight. He played it so far back, he was hiding in those trees. I think Quinn just basically didn't even see him there.
And the pickoffs continue.
This guy's just good, man.
He's really, really good.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think he's one of the few players we've had in the last 4 or 5 years where there was so much hype around him, and he has absolutely lived up to the hype immediately. And it wasn't just like, oh, this guy's really high MMR and he can farm really well. Like, you watch what he does in teamfights and across such a wide array of heroes, you're just like, fuck,
Radiant
man.
structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You do not want to play against him right now. What do we have here?
Song set up into the gust.
Missed it that time.
Missed the silence.
Kind of cursed him there.
But I think he's just no way out, so.
Yeah.
Does it really matter?
Back-to-back deaths for Quinn. That is not what you want to see here as a Gaiman fan. He's so much of your scale in this game. No, I'm not even going to try on Ace. I mean, what's the point, right?
Yeah, he is extremely tanky. He doesn't really do much damage for him, so you can kind of ignore this Centaur most of the time. Another Tormentor for Power Vision.
So efficient.
This one is for no one, so get some extra Epicenter pulses.
Pretty nice for him. Gem will come out on Ducalis, and they're going to start to take over this map. Bags, Pudge is farming. The Naga and the Enigma are pushing in the waves. This Drow's hard to find. The map becoming very difficult for Gaming Gladiators to control.
Radiant's bottom tower
And they're falling
is under
behind.
attack.
Your one way to control it was this puck being elusive and split pushing. Real tough to do that when you just had back-to-back deaths. Now you get a little skittish. You went for this Nullifier buildup. It's not paid off so far.
Radiant's top tower is under
Tier 2 falls, but Quinn still makes his jump. Hits him with the Nullifier, jumps to the orb. He still coils him. And I don't think the team really wants to follow that. Now they're going to jump Stomp. Oh, nice reaction with the Burrow Strike, but the Stomp still lands. Satanic. Half HP, hit the silence onto Quinn, but now they have Watson here. Can they finish off Satanic? The Epicenter goes out, and Watson, his illusions are going fast. They drop everything they have on the Terrorblade, and they make short work of him. He did not last long.
Quinn lucky to escape in that fight as well. Tanks so much damage.
One more hook for the road.
Why not? The Pudge
Another
grows.
flesh heap stack.
16, that's 27 strength. Honestly, that's a lot. He has 3k HP. Got the poor man shield as well. Tough poor man shield. Extra armor on that. This boy is beefy.
Amateur.
He's a problem.
Amateur.
There's a lot of problems.
Satanic. Taunting them with chat wheel lines while hitting their base. This kid is backing up the trash talk. That'll be a lane of barracks with only 15 seconds left on the Terrorblade. No way the game of Gladiators can stop this. Still have tier 2s up, so Pari Vision just going to take this and head to mid, maybe? Take that tier 2?
You know the worst part of losing to Pudge in a versus a pro team is? You can't even blame the draft.
Oh, yeah.
Because, like, how do you go back and have a discussion where it was a draft issue when the enemy picked Pudge? So you know you just got outplayed. Right? You just straight up outskilled. Can't rely on that excuse anymore.
That's true. Stomp on the Pudge. He is so damn tanky, though. Tofu has to pop his ultimate, the multi-shot. It's going after him. Ace almost dies, but they got that kill, and it looks like Satanic might lose his Aegis here. No one goes in with his Epicenter. Oh my what God. A stinger hit. Jesus Christ, he just wiped them all.
The pops off those stingers were absolutely straight nasty.
That was some sick work. Revenant's Brooch, Aghanims, Sand King with a shard goes in with the level 20 talent. Oh, he had a good time with that one. The Caustic finale, the final Sting explosion. Oh, so many things lined up perfectly for no one to get that ultra kill.
Dude, Watson took so much damage off the passive there. He took 860 damage off the Caustic finale. Oh, all those pops just redirecting the damage straight into that Terrorblade. That's like a Sand King's dream right there. Just pop them one by one. God damn. That's what I'm saying, dude. I would trust him on any hero in this meta. I think he's just outplaying everybody.
Just flat out good. 9 class hitting another hook, this time on Ace. Not a hero they want to go on. Trying to bait in Game of Gladiator. Oh, there's still a black hole.
Here?
Oh no, that's gonna be a 3-man black hole. Oh no, that's a 3-man Burrow Strike. It's done.
Yeah, you're not doing much more in this game, as Gaming Gladiators are gonna have a lot to think about going into game 2, fighting for survival, perhaps.
Yeesh.
Man, losing to Pudge is not fun. It really is not fun. And you had other problems in this game too. I think the team fights just become really difficult if you can't build more momentum in this game. the split pushing action from the Naga Siren support becomes really annoying for this lineup because your supports are not good at clearing illusions off the map. They're kind of slow at pushing out the waves. Their Treant especially is really clunky. Like, Treant really suffers against Naga. You just get ratted around the map. You can't catch anything. You're not born to catch anyway.
Yeah.
I feel like Malady's game was just shot the second some of those Aegis fights don't go their way. And you're probably left thinking, like, how the hell did we lose so bad to Pudge? But the truth is, there were other problems for you in this game that you had to solve, and you didn't play well enough to overcome them. As Party Vision put on a show, my God, they're doing it with anything at this point. What are we going to see next game?
I don't know. They've already played the Techies. They've already played the Pudge. I'm not sure what's left, but they are currently looking at going 7-0.
There's only one hero left for them in the playoffs, and it's the Phantom Lancer.
Oh,
that's bottom of the barrel. You got to do it. That's the ultimate test.
Will it be a Phantom Lancer in Game 2?
That's what Estini was hoping for when I got a chance to interview him yesterday, because I congratulated Party Vision for doing a hell of a job throughout this group stage 2, and I asked him, what's left on the agenda? You've already locked yourself for guaranteed first place in the group stage 2. So what are you considering? And he said that he's tried to push some of his players into some lesser known heroes. He said he's a big fan of taking names off of the unplayed heroes list. Phantom Lancer was one of the ones that Satanic vetoed, but clearly Pudge was not one that 9 class or really anyone would ever veto. This hero's always a ball of joy to watch.
Yep, they should have picked it in the same phase, Neil. You know that's how it goes. You both lock in Pudge and neither of you get it. In this game, of course, in Captain's mode, luckily. It gets through, baby. Let's go. The Pudge was not what won this game single-handedly, but it was close.
Yeah, instead, I continue to be very encouraged by Drow Ranger. Effie, this is another ranged artillery hero that seems to be having a real resurgence in 7.39.
Honestly, she just has been looking so good. If you pair her with a melee support like Undying or Treant Protector or Naga Siren, it feels like it's very hard to lose that lane. Any kind of like utility with her ranged damage, and just the amount of damage she does through armor as well when you're playing against heroes like Terrorblade, and you're playing against living armor, and then also just having a silence too. When you see that puck, like that Drow came out and it looked so good. Like, I'm starting to think that Paravision can win with anything. And it's starting to discourage me a little bit because Sand King was nerfed. It didn't look good mid. It got solo killed once or twice. I had a rough game, but it came back so well. Pudge, everyone thought that hero was in the shitter. It still might be. Maybe not in 9 classes hands.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just back. Who knows? But I feel like there's no Paravision draft that I could see where I will now think that that's not something they can win with.
Yeah, pretty much they can make everything work. I'm looking at the heroes that have been uncontested. 17 different heroes and thinking what they could potentially pick. If they can win, I'm going to give them a challenge here, Tsunami. If they can win with Grimstroke, they can win with anything.
Winnable.
In 9 classes hands, I think. What's a core hero that's on the list?
Say another.
Spectre. Spectre was not picked. Meepo. Of course, Juggernaut. This hero has been dog shit for quite some time.
I think Juggernaut is underused right now.
Yo, a Satanic Jug? I think Shiver actually asked Satanic about it earlier because she was also interested that he was showing proficiency on basically every single hero, and I think even Satanic was like, nah, not good right now.
What else you got, Lucas?
Maybe some Broodmother. I don't know if this is the hero. Legion Commander. Somebody was calling for Legion Commander the other day. Might have been you, Ted.
No, we were talking about the Purge.
The Silencer.
The Silencer Bloodspeaker lane.
Yeah, as an answer to that.
I mean, maybe Ace should be considering Broodmother now because Gaming Gladiators go down a 1 in this best of 3 series, but I know what you're all here for. You want to see some hooks, don't you? Pyrian, if you don't mind.
Okay, I'm going to reel him in. Here we go. Hi-ya! Oh, hold on. Let me just try again.
What was that?
Step aside. Get over here. Yeah. Here we go, my boy Pudge. Easy catch on Ace. No chance to escape. Gets the stun off with the rock. Where you going, son? Get back here. Easy fleet. Quinn! Hooked into a stun. Perfect plays. At this point, he's got 300 flesh heap. Unstoppable. Love this man. What else have we got? Come on, Pudge. He's looking, he's thinking. Oh, Terrorblade. Do you like being under the tower with no mana, bud? Gonna rot you down. What have you got? 9 class is a god on this hero. This is another one. Look at that. Get back here, you. fantastic. And the combo with Sand King, so much damage. You got Rot and Hook. Here we go.
This one is a hit. Like, it actually went through him.
Ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I hate that one.
No, but he did masterclass performance on Pudge. I was a little worried. This game could have snowballed out of control. Considering how it started, they were like 3k gold down. He's level 3. Suddenly he lands a good hook in the top lane, goes to the bottom, lands another hook. If he doesn't land those hooks, this game could have actually been quite different. For the first, like 15,
I said,
20 minutes.
he's gonna land the hooks, Lacoste. You can't doubt the Pudge. If someone picks Pudge in a pro game, you're like, all right, this guy knows what's up. And it's 9 class.
It's 9 class.
Of course he's going to be a Pudge specialist.
It's coming back to Dota Pro Tracker. That's why we're seeing some of these weird picks. Let's say Enigma Galaxy played Silencer plus Bloodseeker multiple times. You would be like, maybe there's something to it. Suddenly you ban it or you try to counter it immediately. But now they've shown how strong it is. And 9 class, I think he is the player that received actually the biggest buff where you can't see what he's been playing.
I like that.
He's actually so impressive. Like, I know he's a controversial player.
To say the least, yeah.
But he has the skills to back it up.
He does.
Right? He always innovates something new. The way that he approaches lanes as well is like very interesting to watch because a lot of lanes that look unwinnable, he'll find some way to like exploit them or just manipulate the creep wave over and over again. And when you have a player like that on your team, your offlaner is always happy. Like your offlaner knows that his lane will be secure in some capacity, one way or another. Pudge, for example, that's a very easy lane to lose if he misses his hooks, but he just hits them, and then they win the lane. It's that simple.
He talks a lot of talk, but by golly does he walk the walk. And now Paria Vision are up 1-0 in this best of 3 series. Let's see if Gaming Gladiators can fight back in game number 2.
Our tale of mysticism and mimetic mercantile unfolds near the Bleeding Hills. Its namesake derived from a strange, highly flammable tar that oozes from the earth as if from a womb. Coveted by the hill trolls for its ancestral spiritual properties, but largely ignored by the citizens of the Hoven below, much like our plucky protagonist. But our story does not begin with him. It starts with a con man.
Welcome to Tales from the Lorekeeper, Episode 2, Rasta the Shadow Shaman, narrated by the Lorekeeper himself. That's me, Mr. Actionslax, but it's brought to you by DHL.
Magic, spiritual, medium, medicine, he did it all, or he claimed to, but his pitches lacked a certain pizzazz. He had traveled here to bolster his act with the exotic, but what he found was an eager assistant. An orphan outcast, half hill troll and half who knows. The child lacked any skills, but what he lacked in aptitude, well, he made up for in eagerness, despite if the con man wanted him to or not. Eager to leave his situation behind, the young Rasta pledged himself to be the ward of the con man, an exotic hill troll bringing the perfect mix of the unknown to their sham shows. And it worked! Rasta's mentor would teach him every trick in the book, and what began as a business soon became a bond. From escaping a town swindled patsies to swapping stories from father to son, it was a never-ending adventure of friendship, skill, and a whole lot of lying. For Rasta, the perfect life. Until everything changed. It was a stressful show. Traveling marauders are tough crowds. It was fine though, until one tiny problem. Their switcheroo had flown the coop, and with this crowd, well, there was no talking your way out of swindling at a gloaty horde. Something had to be done or they were finished. Rasta focused with all of his might, awakening a dormant power from within. Whispers of hexes and shocking power when the comment revealed the trick. They were shocked to discover it was no trick at all. Rasta had real magic within it, and with the comment showmanship, they traveled from town to town, kingdom to kingdom, as they dazzled audiences, raking in a fortune for years upon years. To many, hill trolls are strange, but humans, in some ways, well, they're even more odd. Rasta could not understand why his father, after finally achieving his dreams, would grow more, well, empty as the years went on. Why do humans, when they grasp everything they've ever longed for, find themselves emptier than before? Rasta would never get his answer. He awoke to his master missing, tracks leading to the nearest town, one that they had hit back in the old days. And there, among the rubble, he found his father's stage, ruined and burned. He had no chance to escape. Rasta found his master with his curtain drawn. Grief for his lost father quickly boiled into rage as the townsfolk gathered around him. They've recognized him as the meek assistant, but now he would show them the true power of shadows, using his skills to do harm for the first time. That was many years ago. Rasta still travels from town to town, performing his acts of mysticism in the arcane for any really willing to pay to see his show, making good but strange friends along the way. His audience never truly knows if his powers are for entertainment or something more, but to any that would seek him harm, the great traveling shadow shaman can quickly show that his magic is very real indeed.
Your votes are in, and the next episode of Tales from the Lorekeeper will be Hoodwink, premiering at DreamLeague Season 27. But now is your chance to vote on what hero you'd like to see next. You can choose between Silencer, Lone Druid, Ringmaster Razor, or Dawnbreaker, and win a free trip to ESL 1 Winter 2025. Brought to you by ESL and DHL.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for game number 2 of the last official series of our Group Stage 2 in DreamLeague Season 26, where Pari Vision know that they've had quite the uphill battle to gain fans for these past few months. Yeah, some of their players may be a little bit polarizing in the minds of the public, maybe due to how they conduct themselves in pubs or the language that they use, but by golly, if they put on a show, you gotta be a fan of the Pudge.
They're great to watch. These lads are really good to watch. I also really love how much fun they seem to be having. It's easy to enjoy Dota when you're winning, of course. But yeah, they seem like they're really enjoying playing together as a team. They're winning with drafts where you think, what the hell is this? And then they win. Their confidence is sky high. I can't see them not winning DreamLeague. Like, it would be a huge shock if anyone beat them, I'd say.
Yep. I actually don't know what the statistics are on group toppers turning into champions, but the way that they're playing, I don't think I've ever seen such a lopsided, this is the best team, this is everybody else.
Yeah, they just seem better right now. Like, nobody... I mean, some teams you can make a case for maybe catching them off guard. Like, I do think Flipster Talon has looked incredibly good this tournament. And
I agree, yeah.
They could just be... I think they'll be the second grand finalist, honestly. That's my hot take. But
I think that would be awesome. Because they're also capable of stuff where you think, what the hell is going on?
Exactly.
Like, they play in that chaos, and I think that's what you need, a little bit of that. Not just this methodical, this is what we pick and this is how we play. A little bit of chaos gets you a long way.
And it caught Power Vision off balance earlier in the group stage 2. Talon is one of the very few teams, I forgot what the other one was. There were only 2 teams that took 1 game off of Power Vision, but Talon was one of them. And perhaps Gaming Gladiators are hoping to make that happen as well, because again, I will remind everyone, if Gaming Gladiators win this series, that means they're through to the playoffs and Aurora is eliminated. If they lose this series, then that means that we will have a tiebreaker between Aurora and Gaming Gladiators tomorrow, in addition to our other tiebreaker between BetBoom and Talon. So, if they're going to do it, they're going to do it by banning out a Bristleback, a Slark, a Terrorblade, and a Templar Assassin. Pari Vision, they take out a Doom, a Lina, a first phase Huskar and Oracle ban, along with a Pango. They first pick themselves a Nature's Prophet, and Game Gladiators respond with the Kunkka.
I'm not really surprised with what Gaming responded with, considering how well yesterday they played when they were playing against Team Liquid. Ace had extremely good game. Like that double high tide facet, the double hit pretty much got him an ultra kill 15 minutes into the game, and then proceeded to be unkillable with the blade mail. He did buy a Crimson Guard as well. I've been, whenever there's a meta where auras are going to be popular, Ace is definitely back in meta. We're not seeing so many Guardian Greaves from the offlane, but we see a lot of Crimson, we see a lot of Pipe, and he was also yesterday playing Pango, where he bought both of these items, showing that these items are still viable from the offlane. And I assuming that there's a high chance that he's going to be playing this hero again. Sure, still a flex hero. You can flex it between 1, 2, and 3, but overall, really liked it the way Ace played it.
Yeah, you know what hero I didn't like last game for Gaming? The Treant Protector. I know they picked it to counter the Enigma, but I feel like they could have, I mean, I understand the reasoning, but it's not a hero that rotates to or plays around mid. So for a good chunk of that game, it was Tofu and Ismorta playing with Quinn's Puck, and they were just 2 versus the 3-man force.
And you specifically cited how much that if they help Quinn in the mid lane, he can do great things, but Treant Protector's a little bit too unwieldy to make that happen organically.
It was looking good for them there for a little while.
Before Pudge started landing everything.
Yeah, I mean, no one was sort of, I think he died a couple of times, and it was like looking good for Quinn, and then he died. I think it might have even happened, I don't know if Pudge was involved, I just noticed he was dead. Maybe my eyes were on the Pudge too much. But yeah, he died, and then it was like kind of downhill from there for him.
I think maybe they're...
run it back!
I mean, I love the confidence. Like, he did a great job in that first game, but again, this hero is entirely dependent on landing skill shots. But if he can repeat what he did last game, that would be great. I do think there's some... Oh, okay.
All right, what the hell is going on?
Let's go.
You said you wanted to see uncontested heroes. Venomancer first sighting this event.
Okay. You can't put plague words on people anymore. That facet got removed. But you know what? Veno actually, if this is an offlane Veno, which I think it is for DM, it's kind of reminiscent of the Enigma offlane hero that you can play with the Pudge, ranged, etc. He does more damage now at early levels. You can't put your snakes on your melee support anymore, but they're higher HP now, level 1, and they do more damage, and now they also apply Septic Shock.
Also, you're going to get slow. You're getting double slow. You're getting galed and rotted. Get away from that.
And potentially NP teeping in, making his appearance as well. So I want to see which hero Gaming are going to pick against this. I just want to scroll through what Watson has been playing. Something that can potentially run away. Something that can give them early damage. To maybe fight back if you get hooked.
Has he played Lifestealer?
You know what? This is a good Carry Weaver game. This is the hero that will definitely stand out to me because it gives you ability to just run away. You don't care about slows at all.
Yeah, that's a great call if they do it. I also think picking this Venomancer here makes it so that Batrider kind of gets relegated to support, where we know that he's been a really good mid-flex in the hands of people like Nisha, but when you're playing against Venomancer and you're just getting ulted by him, you can't really move around in team fights, and this hero to do damage needs free movement. And then they pick Morphling here to take advantage of the lack of silences and stuns from Paravision. They do have a lot of slows, but Morphling's a hero who does not care about slows either.
They have a lot of heal reduction also.
Yeah,
during the last game, we were like, oh, what's the point of buying a Scepter? There's no one who's really getting debuffed by the heal reduction, but now they're picking Morphling into that.
I mean, he did have a lot of farm in the previous game, so wanted to scale from position 4. You're also playing into Nature's Prophet. Also, Venomancer, he's a good candidate to pick up Spirit Vessel for himself as well. If they want to go for it, it can also be Nature's Prophet from position 5. So you will have that item no matter what. You're playing against pretty much super tanky heroes. Great against Kunkka, great against Undying. If you use them with their full HP, it's going to chunk them down quite a bit. But yeah, Undying, this is most likely going to be their position 5 in this one, I would say. Paired up with Morphling, you want to have some kind of a body in front, somebody that can soak up the damage, and something that's not going to die as easily. So they're focusing heavily for securing the lane for Watson.
And And zombies versus hook, right?
Yeah, you can't hook.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Also, like, it's a hero that should be able to trade very well into Pudge, him being a strength hero. Like, it can get hard for melee supports like Undying versus Venomancer, but unless you're making mistakes or stepping too much out of position, you should still secure the lane for your Morphling here.
They need some kind of a lockdown. They need some silence, some kind of a stun. Storm Spirit gonna be the one that they're gonna pick up. He can also build into Orchid if he feels like it, if they feel they need extra control. But I'm just trying to think what they could get for the safe lane, something that could also give them slightly more control. Which
What
is
about
gonna...
Void?
I was thinking the same thing.
Get the Void down, and if you need to, you can always just, you've got damage outside with Veno, Nature's Prophet, Storm. They can take care of the Tombstone while Chrono's down, all that.
Or they could pick Spectre, which was uncontested hero, just to show that they can win still with the hero.
The Veno's the experiment right now. We're changing one variable at a time.
It was always DM's hero, this Venomancer from the offlane. It's just that the hero has been kind of dead in that department. We've been seeing a lot of position 4 Veno, jungle Veno, whatever you want to call it. But then this is the hero that can build into pretty much any item, and maybe I should take that back, because this is the hero that can also build into Orchid from the offlane, so you can have some kind of control relatively early on.
I mean, both of these teams have very little control. Like, you see the Morphling pick up by Gaimin to punish Paravision's lack of it. They picked a Storm to do the same thing. So now both teams are in a position where they have to address this at the very end. I mean, the good news for Gaimin, though, is that their offlane heroes typically tend to stun, whereas for Paravision, they're looking at a carry, which they're not carry
They're
really
shook
fun
because they're
these
like,
days.
we don't know what you guys are going to pick. So
They're shook right now, man.
Wow. That's the first Meepo ban of the tournament, right?
Surely.
Easily.
It has to be.
Yeah, he has been uncontested.
Drow Ranger, however, a much more reasonable ban, as she has been terrorizing the latter half of this patch. And Undying has been undefeated. Let's see if Gaming Gladiators will be the one team.
I'm calling it. I reckon they're going to pick the Sniper, man.
Yeah?
Yeah. Why not?
It fulfills a ranged artillery needs.
For who?
For Paravision.
It would be a safe lane sniper, then.
Yep. Would you have believed me if I said they were going to pick Venom, Mira? You would.
Yeah, I would have.
What about Pudge?
Because, I mean, they just picked it, right? But I wouldn't have believed it at the first
I
game
know.
for sure.
But this is the first Veno of the tournament.
Oh, Ducalis is chuckling.
He's laughing about something.
Maybe it's a carry Pudge, and this was just a huge flex situation.
Oh, baby.
I would really hope not, but you know what? Anything can work.
Okay. That is more sensible. I'll give you that.
So Ursa comes out. What I do like about this hero versus Morphling is that he should hit his timings a bit earlier, like when he's ready to Roche, when he's ready to take Tormentor. And then if you take away Morphling's first Aegis and his side of the map, his gameplay becomes a lot more difficult. That was good. That was good. You hooked him.
I know you Americans love guns.
Yeah, now this Ursa kind of ties this lineup together. You have good amount of damage. These heroes are going to be staying in the fight for longer. I would say no mana battery or anything for Storm Spirit, but good for taking objectives on the map, taking Roshan, taking Tormentor as well. Good against Tombstone. Relatively good in the lane against... Okay, then I was about to say the other thing, but they will flex this Brewmaster and play it from the off lane.
Yeah, I like this Brewmaster pick a lot because it gives them, much needed team fight control. And what Gaming Gladiators do have right now that Paravision don't is better team fight. Paravision basically are just playing off of the Veno ulti, and that's about it, right? They have to play the map, they have to play for pickoffs, play to win lanes, take objectives, but they can't really take honest 5v5 fights versus Gaimin if they're both at an even net worth state.
There's
That's
gonna
the
be
good thing
so
Gaimin
much
has going
things
for them.
on the ground. If Brewmaster gets the split, then he should, considering that there is not enough lockdown on the side, so having guaranteed split in the fight could make a lot of difference. Tombstone as well. Then you have Batrider, a couple of... because they become so tanky because of Kunkka as well, which makes the fight longer. And I don't know, it's hard again to go against Pudge because he had an amazing game, but Gaimin, I'd say that both games, they had pretty good drafts.
It's just about like how many hooks is 9class gonna hit to justify this pick? Because last game he delivered, but can you deliver twice in a row, hitting every single hook on every key target?
Yep.
I don't think so.
Full belief.
Full belief.
100%.
Even with a Venomancer as his partner now?
Look, it's hard. All right, don't get me wrong. It is going to be hard. The zombies are an issue.
Yeah.
But I believe in 9class.
Honk honk.
What do you want me to do?
I don't know.
Okay.
Do the sound. Bozo the clown.
Oh. Honk honk.
Amazing. Parivision may be pushing it to the limit. They have already experimented with Pudge once, and it worked. And now they're trying to see if a Venomancer is something that people need to be afraid of in the playoffs, because that's where Parivision are really going to have their fun. Isn't that right, Cap and Avery?
Yes, sir. They are going to be rocking the Venomancer, and I have full faith in this because I've seen it. Have you guys seen this new facet?
No, tell me about it.
It's extremely obnoxious.
But it's just on him, right? You can't put it on other people.
Yeah, it just wins the lane, though. You just gale, and it's just like there are plague wards out, and you just can't really do much.
And as it is, 9class was landing hooks. He didn't need any help, and now he's a slow on his side?
True. But they have the answer to the Pudge. X marks the spot.
That's how you counter it?
Yeah.
The glimpse counter and now a hook counter?
Yeah.
That's not a thing.
It is a thing.
That's not a
I guarantee it'll happen at least once this game.
Cap, you broke that gun. Trying to
Yeah.
straighten the barrel, didn't you?
He sat on it.
What a bozo.
Maybe I did, maybe I did.
He sat on it.
I didn't even realize you
He
made it like a
literally-
sawed-off rifle now or
It's
something.
a sawed-off rifle now. It's just cooler.
You sat on it and you broke it in half.
That might be true.
It is true.
We didn't have a gun safe. What do you want from me?
Are we paused right now? Is that what's happening?
No,
Oh.
they